At nightfall, the sky witnessed a great catastrophe. The sky shattered, giving rise to an object that illuminated the firmament as it fell. It heralded the end of an era. A single glowing suit of armor lay on the scorched ground, caught in the infernal flames. Its runes flickered, indicating a great sacrifice. The voice of the last representative of humanity expressed defiance and grim recognition. A creature of darkness and charcoal emerged from the fire, dominating the battlefield. It was an entity waging war against the heart of fire. Tartarus claimed victory, promising a future under his rule. The Battle of the Titans began, a dance of fire and steel, their swords meeting like old enemies. A warrior with a face that expressed fatigue and determination, prepared for the climax of the battle. His eyes glowed with an unquenchable fire. He was preparing for the decisive moment that would determine the fate of all. The rising sun colored the sky in shades of red and fire. A shift had passed since the day mankind lost the war against the demon race. Their figures towered over a metropolis that had become a graveyard of human achievement. In the air reigned the eerie silence of a conquered civilization, broken only by the crackling of the flames that devoured the remains of humanity. The survivors were hunted down and turned into empty husks, spawning a generation of monsters. In the desolate terrain, the lone warrior was the last symbol of resistance in a world consumed by darkness. His sword shone as the last light of hope, and he was the last guardian of despair. Jeffer stood before Tartarus, the demon lord, the symbol of the darkness that had engulfed the world. His sword was ready to challenge the night that had consumed his world. Tartarus, with evil eyes and the power to crush mountains, was the herald of the end. Jafir accepted his challenge with the determination of a man stripped of everything. In the light of the approaching sun, Tartarus sat upon the battlefield, his presence heralding an ominous end. He noticed the only human warrior standing before him. Jafir stood, surrounded by demonic flames, his breath heaving with the threat of death. Tartarus distorted the flow of time, prolonging their last conversation. Tartarus's eyes glowed as he called Jafir by name. It was more than recognition. It was respect for a man who stood out among his conquered creatures. Jafir took Tartarus's words as cold comfort. Tartarus recognized something unique about Jafir that caused him both surprise and respect. It was something rare in all the long years of his reign, which made the demon lord recognize the man's unwavering spirit. Jafir, for his part, took Tartarus's words, a mixture of praise and condescension, as cold comfort. It was a confirmation of his unshakable strength in the eyes of the demon. Tartarus's praise was a testament to Jafir's resilience that even darkness could not ignore. Tartarus, surrounded by destruction, clearly expressed his rage and judgment. His judgment was unrelenting because, in Tartarus's opinion, fear was a manifestation of weakness. His gaze was sharply focused, as if he saw deep into Jafiro's soul. Tartarus's voice expressed contempt for the human's lack of endurance. His anger was a display of infinite rage at weakness. Tartarus gave Jafiro the choice of joining the conquerors or remaining among the vanquished. His offer was tempting. Tartarus saw a great future, a space odyssey that extended beyond his world. He envisioned an amalgamation of forces and an empire capable of besieging other worlds. The heart of the battlefield, Jafir faced an agonizing choice. His eyes bore the burden of countless battles. Before him stood Tartarus, the mysterious demon lord who held the threads of fate in his hands. Tartarus's voice, full of honeyed conviction and sinister intentions, confirmed that Jafir was pondering his proposal. At that moment, the air was filled with tension. The battlefield became a mute witness to the profound moment between them. Jafir looked haggard and emaciated, evidence of the ravages the endless conflict had wrought upon him. His eyes, which hid his emotions, did not make contact with Tartarus's gaze. The tension was mounting, and the truth behind Tartarus's suggestion was beginning to reveal itself. Jafir realized that this was not sincere cooperation, but an insidious ploy designed to break his spirit. Jafir's gaze hardened, his resolve strengthened, and he resolved not to succumb to Tartarus's evil games. His silence expressed his inner firmness. Jafir stood before Tartarus in a destroyed civilization, the atmosphere charged with the energy of battle. Jeffr's gaze was full of determination and defied the fear of Tartarus's majesty. As the confrontation continued, a ghostly vision of the queen appeared before Jeffr. Her image was a beacon of wisdom and calm in the chaos of battle, her words a distant memory of nobler times. Jeffr remembered the queen's spell and realized its hidden power. He decided to use it to confront Tartarus. With fierce determination, Jeffr responded with silence and the will to release the spell. He had sworn to end Tartarus's tyranny and reclaim the future. Jeffr's gaze was a challenge, and his silence expressed his unwavering determination. The battlefield was filled with tension. The angel conveyed the god's important request to the knight, who agreed to comply. The knight's gaze was determined, and the angel's words revealed the essence of his task. The mention of the god's demand accentuated the importance of the moment. The god among demons was showing his power and authority by refusing the pleas of a celestial being. The demon god's laughter pierced the air, but his power remained unwavering. Tartarus demanded that reality be rewritten and the insult removed. Jeffr lay in the dust trying to cling to the last shreds of hope, but his pleas went unheeded. In a moment of frustration, Jeffr uttered his last words and resigned himself to defeat. Instead of death, however, what overwhelmed him was dissonance and surprise. He realized that he was in another world, in nothingness. Jeffr realized that the pain and cuts were gone, and he was alive. All his doubts vanished, and he realized that he had been given a second chance. Inside the temple, he prepared for a new rebellion in search of redemption and salvation. His armor contrasted with the radiance of the temple. He stood in front of the central figure, ready for another fight. The temple was consecrated and filled with statues of deities, with a central figure directing the proceedings. Jeffr was deep in thought, surrounded by statues of the gods in the great hall, and wondered about his whereabouts. Looking up, Jeffr realized that he might be in the afterlife and uttered the word underworld. However, he soon realized that it was not the underworld, but a place on the lowest floor of the pantheon, the realm of the gods. At that moment, Mercedes, a high-level angel, entered the room with majestic appearance and divine energy. Jeffr, feeling vulnerable without his magic, was startled by the betrayal. Mercedes descended from the heavens, declaring her purpose as mediator between the gods and mortals. Another warrior appeared, clad in armor of the night itself, ready to fulfill the will of the gods and return to the past and the future. Mercedes announced that Jeffr would return to the past with memories and the power to change his reality. Mercedes convinced Jeffr of the necessity of the journey, promising him success and return. Jeffr stood alone in the great hall, questioning the reality of his situation. He considered several possibilities, including illusions, but came to the conclusion that it was real. Jeffr expressed his doubts about Mercedes' proposal and asked for an explanation. Mercedes assured him that there were no hidden conditions and that the gods' offer came from good intentions. Jeffr brought up the price to be paid and left room for doubt. The gods have become indifferent to prayer and repentance. Their artifacts have been destroyed, and hope has vanished. Human armies disintegrated, and the clergy lost their powers. The gods no longer intervened. Jeffr understood the betrayal of the gods, and his decision to abandon the world to its fate. Mercedes' wings spread presented herself to Jeffr, promising to help him change his fate. With a command, Jeffr asked Mercedes to provide him with a revelation. Mercedes agreed, hinting at something deeper and more mysterious. They were preparing for a discovery that could change their reality. Mercedes, an angel of the highest rank, looked at the exhausted Jeffr with a solemnity that reflected the concern of the gods. He recounted his heroic battles and courage, which even the gods were in awe of. Mercedes continued the story, expressing the regret of the gods at the rapid destruction of the world. It was interesting for them to see how luck smiled on Jeffr. As she spoke, Jeffr listened in anticipation of the revelation. However, her sentence was cut off, leaving him hanging. Jeffr's voice boomed, and there was a traitorous note in it as he voiced his displeasure. He had been promised a full explanation, a secret that would be revealed to him. Jeffr's voice expressed his displeasure. Jeffr expressed his anger at the angel and his displeasure at the revelation. His striking figure contrasted with the cold fury in his eyes as he challenged the angel to a dialogue and questioned the true interest of what was happening. Jafir turned back to the battlefield, remembering the queen, her unwavering pride even in the most brutal battle. She reminded him that they were all united fighting for a common purpose and meaning in life, despite the concerns of the Sky Watchers. Back to reality. Jafir clenched his fist tightly and wondered if this was all entertainment for the gods. His words expressed a lively dislike for them. Fury flashed across his face and his accusations pierced the silence of the room. He exclaimed, believing that the gods were treating them as entertainment. His emotions were fierce, and he could not accept the idea that their suffering could be mere entertainment. Jafir then unleashed his power, lighting up the room with his rage. His aura of strength and will dazzled everyone, and he defied the gods, embodying the mixture of passion and calm. Mercedes replied in a soft, sonorous voice, reminding Jafir of the watchful gods. She urged him to be courteous, reminding him that his actions were judged through the eyes of eternity. Mercedes offered to clarify some of the truths and mysteries that revealed her understanding. The gods were only interested in Jafir himself, and that was a revelation to him. He emphasized that the gods were not interested in the ordinary lives of humans. It was simply a realization of their indifference. Mercedes concludes that the whole world is connected into one, and that it is now up to Jafir to prove himself to the gods and walk his path of destiny. The angel met the knight under a heavenly radiance and demanded that he return. Jafir was determined, and the angel's words hinted at the knight's important role. Formidable demon among the demons demanded an audience and refused the entreaties of the celestial beings. The demon demanded that reality be rewritten because of the insult. Angel watched the demon through the portal as the knight remained silently on his knees. Tartarus, the demon god, shrouded the 10 worlds in darkness, and Angel told him of his destructive thirst. Jafirus, the unbreakable god, killed Tartarus, changing the notion of his invulnerability. Tartarus was hurt by Jafirus's actions, which caused him to become proud and vengeful. Jafir took the angel's words with stoicism. A spark of anger and defiance crept into the silence of his heart. Mercedes continued to speak, her voice echoing above the threatening war. Tartarus was eager for battle, and Jafir was ready for it. This was not just a fight, but a dance with destiny that would determine the essence of victory and defeat. In the silence that followed, the angel turned to Jafir for advice, and his gaze became a silent question. The worlds held their breath, awaiting the warrior's decision. The future of all the worlds depended on Jafir's will. Jafir clenched his fist tightly, his determination evident. If Tartarus desired battle, Jafir was ready. The celestial mechanism hummed with ancestral power, preparing for the transition between worlds. Jafir declared initiating the transfer. The exact moment of arrival in the demon's domain remained a mystery, but the promise was made. The gods granted him the privileges of the returned, support in his vengeful quest. Jafir's thoughts expressed his contempt for the gods and the possibility of revenge on the protector deities who despised humanity. Constellation generated coordinates, completing the ritual. The spatial intervention was complete. Jafir, on the threshold of a great undertaking, was illuminated by his own unwavering determination. It was a harbinger of the battle to come. As the light of the celestial spheres faded, a figure with wings bright as dawn took leave of Jafir. Mercedes wished him luck and anticipated the spectacular duel that awaited them. The tranquility of the farewell was broken by a sudden panic. The hushed voices in the shadowy space between life and death expressed fear and madness. In the midst of the chaos and commotion, an order rang out. The man in command ordered him to be silent and reasserted his authority. The world of Jafir was set in motion again. A gasp of astonishment escaped his lips and a shout of joy erupted around him. Jafir felt his strength awaken in him. His wounds were gone, his armor remained flawless. Jafir began a new chapter in his life. In the bright glow of the past, he clung to the familiar fabric of his life. A nearby character noticed the déjà vu. Clarity struck Jafir like a bolt of lightning. The ghosts of the past surrounded him. His past, with its scars and the marks of slavery, appeared before him. Men spoke of his old troubles. It was a time when his soul was a prisoner of another's will. The shackles of the past did not hold him. The captain called to work. Jafir relived the moments that had shaped him. Returning to who he once was, he smiled at the future. The captain threatened, but Jafir remained calm. The scene was unfolding, but Jafir was not worried. The little man thanked Jafir for his defense. The tense confrontation turned into a moment of gratitude on the boy's part. Jafir found himself at a turning point as memories and realizations began to cascade. Jafir's glance at his own shoe triggered a flood of memories of a long-forgotten power. In the past, he had been told of the return privilege and the power that could be activated by saying unlock privilege. That realization about the seriousness of this power came back to him. The departing brown boy awakened in Jafira a feeling of duty and determination. He stood in the midst of the aura of light and activated unlock privilege. The power released surprised Jafira and her companions. The turning point began a new chapter in their adventures. The newly discovered power was changing the world around Jafir and filling him with inspiration. He smiled and wondered about the origin of this power. Jafir pondered his amazing abilities that defied his expectations under the scrutiny of the other two characters. One of them marveled at the newcomer's skill. His dedication and dexterity with pickaxe in hand were impressive. His energetic movements highlighted his industriousness and efficiency. Two observers invited Jafir to join their team, admiring his commitment to the task. Amidst the commotion, Jafir twirled his beak, causing amazement from those around him. Jafir's journey into the world of his abilities continued, filling him with confidence and energy. The activation of the mysterious power promised remarkable changes. The new power stunned Jafir, who could not hide his horror. He wondered at the mysterious revelation before them, realizing its magnitude. Jafir saw blurry images of glowing text and icons showing an extensive list of skills and abilities that belonged to him. A smile appeared on Jafir's face, playing on his lips. He thanked the gods for this wealth of strength and skill. In the mining tunnels, the captain and overseer gave Jafir the order to return to work. The close-up of the boot and the cry to return to work accentuated the gravity of the situation. The captain accused Jafir of pacing during his first day and not living up to expectations. Jafir saw the peak man. His looks expressed recognition and respect. From Jafir's speech, he realized that the man was the captain of the mining team and respected his authority. Jafir's hand gripped the pickaxe tightly, showing his determination. The captain felt frustration and determination. He mentioned the difficult workers who would not listen to his instructions. It was a moment of internal struggle as he confronted the complex dynamics of the mining environment and authority figures. These images convey a tense encounter, setting the stage for potential conflict in the mining world. A dramatic confrontation took place in the mining environment. The captain of the mining crew displayed aggressive behavior as he prepared to confront Jafir. His words were blunt as he offered to train Jafir. The captain intended to teach a lesson, provoking Jafir's apprehension. But Jafir stood firm in the face of conflict. The captain's whip shot toward Jafir, but Jafir deftly caught it with his bare hands. The captain was surprised. Jafir calmly handed the whip to the captain, expressing apology and submission. Jafir offered to return to work in an effort to reduce the tension. The captain remained silent, his credibility shattered by the unexpected turn. Jafir walked away, raising his hand in a sign of unscathed. The captain's expression was one of stupefaction, and the onlookers were stunned. It was a pivotal moment in mining, causing displeasure to both the captain and the onlookers. It signaled a change in the dynamics of the mining team. After his encounter with the captain, Jafir reflected and realized that his combat experience had been crucial. He noticed that the captain's whip seemed slow, perhaps due to his experience. Previous trials had honed his reflexes, giving him an advantage at the critical moment. His hand remained unharmed, arousing disbelief. Jafir had not a scratch on him after the fierce confrontation. As he returned to work, he felt his amazing stamina and vigor. His physical exertions were combined with inner thoughts about the potential of the new ability. He realized that he could work for a long time and without rest, feeling inexhaustible energy. This ability was a valuable asset that needed to be managed. A radiant glow surrounded him, revealing a profound realization. He reported that he had received 9 benefits and was using them, as well as his knowledge of the future, to regain his strength. Jafir was determined to develop a plan and prepare for the change in his life. He underwent a transformation and skillfully used his abilities. He was prepared for the challenges that awaited him. The next series of events unfolded in the mining environment. The character, who looked like a scribe or engraver, was stunned by the unexpected development. The atmosphere was filled with tension, accentuated by the sound of stress. Their frightened faces spoke of the gravity of the situation. Jafir came out with a cargo of precious ore in an environment of rampant mining. The speech bubble expressed praise for their excellent work, highlighting the tremendous effort and achievements. The announcement that the day's work would be appreciated went around the place. The appraisals were causing excitement, and the time for publication was approaching. Jafir's group, Group F, became the center of attention, announced by the leaders and in first place. A child from Group F expressed joy and surprise as he celebrated the unexpected triumph. Jafir realized that this child was part of his team. This unexpected turn of events shook the mining environment, causing the members of Group B to express their displeasure through their shocked facial expressions. These events highlighted the competitive environment of the mining industry, where productivity and teamwork are important. Jafir's leadership and effort led his group to an unexpected triumph, causing amazement among his peers. Since the rankings were announced, events in the mining industry have been complicated. Group H came in 3rd place, but the subsequent rankings were removed from the pictures, leaving them a mystery. Group E came in last place, to the delight of Group H and the disappointment of Group E. The captain of the mining team provided clarity and announced that supplies and compensation earmarked for Group E would be redistributed among 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. This announcement introduced an element of equity and resource allocation. In the midst of the mining boom, a religious meeting was held in which participants prayed to a deity known as Arya. Their prayers focused on salvation and the blessing of eternal light, underscoring the importance of faith in their lives. During a religious meeting, Jafir inwardly expressed skepticism about the prayers, saying that salvation came to him on its own. This inner dialogue showed his attitude towards the religious rituals around him. The last image depicted the Temple of Arya, a religious institution. It was described as one of the 3 great gods of the world, which underlined its importance. The dual role of the Temple of Arya as a religious site and the largest financial enterprise on the continent was also mentioned. This combination of religious and financial aspects represented the complex role of the temple in the lives of the characters. These images created a multifaceted narrative framework in which labor, spirituality, and economics were intertwined. They shaped a world in which characters overcame challenges and strived for success. At the end of the day in the mines, the workers emerged tired from the mines, their faces expressing the hard work. One of them complains of fatigue, a reflection of the physical and mental effort. The narrative continues, and it becomes clear that many workers in the mining industry have endured unbearable hardships. Many have lost their homes to dangerous monsters, leaving them destitute and forcing them to seek refuge in the mines. Some of them used to be adventurers and came to the temple in search of salvation. Now they have to work tirelessly in the mines, mired in medical debt. In difficult circumstances, Jafir realizes his status as a prisoner in the mining territory. Leaving without permission threatens his life, making him vulnerable. This realization fills him with determination. He realizes the urgency of the situation and decides to pay his medical debts to regain his freedom. In the last image, Jafir seems determined and ready to defy the forces that keep him trapped. Despite the adversity, the protagonist shows resilience and determination. In this world of vengeance and courage, he stands firm, ready to fight for justice. Amidst the whirlwind of etheric energies, a regal figure danced in a sign of power. He reached out in desperation, or perhaps commanding an unseen force. The swirls of pink and purple created a magnificent and terrifying spectacle. The story returned to the gray-haired guard, with the tattoo on his shoulder symbolizing the journey and his promise to protect her. It was an oath expressed with a conviction that transcended time and the pages of history. In another scene, a woman dressed in pure white was addressing people with a friendly gesture and an invitation to use her store or her counseling service. Her words were an invitation to those seeking help or wisdom, and she majestically organized the flow of life and needs. In another scene, a woman dressed in pure white was addressing people with a kind gesture and an invitation to use her store or counseling service. Her words were an invitation to those seeking help or wisdom, and she majestically organized the flow of life and needs. In the golden light of dusk, a boy with tousled brown hair turned hesitantly toward Jafir. In his eyes was a mixture of apprehension and hope as he encountered the imposing figure of a grizzled man. The man, standing insistent and impassive, asked a brief question as if in defiance. Skepticism flashed across his face when he asked if the boy had money, but the boy, fearless and serious, showed a small pile of coins and said modestly that he had just gotten his money. He sketched a shy smile and realized that he could not offer something expensive. Memories surfaced as the boy looked over to where Jafir was standing and talked about how Jafir had protected him and helped his team get first place. A tear rolled down the boy's cheek, and he told me how his team usually came in last place and that it was the first time he had received money. It was a moment of vulnerability and a glimpse into a world where strength was currency and weakness meant endless debt. In that brief conversation, a special bond was born between them. The man, who until then had been a silent guardian, was faced with the dilemma of becoming an important person in the boy's life. Their destinies were intertwined at that moment, and every word and every glance increased the importance of that bond. The man responded with understanding and a spark in his eyes. He has accepted the harsh reality of the world they live in, and how one person can affect the whole group. It was a close match, and he made things clear by defending his pride. The boy, frustrated, tried to explain himself, but his words faded in the wind of misunderstanding between the two. The man concluded the conversation by asserting his boundaries and leaving a hint of a joke at the end. A man approached the vendor's counter, and his request for restorative water brought a smile to the vendor's face. The vendor was welcoming but surprised by the request. The man was looking for something unusual, perhaps a potion with unusual properties. This conversation revealed the complex character traits of a man and a boy, trying to make sense of the complexities of their world. They represented different worlds in the clash of morality and survival. A man approached the vendor's stall, arousing the vendor's suspicions. The merchant asked pointed questions, paying attention to the money and warning against overspending typical of his world. The man showed the coins, but the amount was not enough. However, he decided to ask for a loan for the rest of the payment, showing confidence and unwillingness to be limited by financial constraints. The boy, full of worry and tears, could barely speak. His voice expressed fear at the man's decision. The man stamped the loan document with swagger, provoking the seller's surprise. But he remained unperturbed and resolute, like a conqueror planting his flag. The moment showed this man's character: boldness, pride, and perhaps a little madness. His dismay and shock were but a reflection of his determination and courage. The boy spoke angrily of the fears associated with debt. He described how incomes have fallen and the dire consequences of high interest rates. The man reacted with disdain and took a sip of the water of restoration, demonstrating its power. The next image was restoration water, a popular health elixir in this world where magic and power played an important role. The man held the bottle and pondered its effects, recognizing its limited efficacy. He believed that with his arrival, his arsenal had become more powerful and elixirs were superfluous. In the mines he worked with a pickaxe, accepting his fate and the reality of this life. Here there was no riches, only the harsh truth of a life lived on the edge of magic and reality. In the gloom of the dungeon, the man clung to the potion with confidence, as if it were a lifeline. Above him hung his words expressing his humility in the face of the injustice of a system that did not recognize the value of his work. His muscles tensed. Each flex was a testament to his determination. His question hung in the air. So, what do I have to do? It was a rhetorical opening sentence to the plan that was taking shape in his head. The scene shifted to the surface, where a rough miner with scarred skin heard the sound of an anomaly. He expressed his surprise, saying, "What is this?" A scream came from the mine, filling the air with a strange and disturbing sound. The man deep in the mine took command and said in a firm voice, "Yes, contact the hunting team." He set about leading the braves to the source of the disturbance and declared, "I will lead them to the place where I heard the cries of the beast." Standing again in the doorway, he looked at his constant companions, the shadows. With eyes full of new purpose, he announced his intentions. "I need to earn money in the dungeons." This path was dangerous, but it promised far greater rewards than the mines. The dungeons awaited him, offering him the opportunity to forge his destiny with courage and fortitude. In a world distorted and saturated with magic, monsters were not just nightmarish creatures, but manifestations of the very essence of this mysterious world. Fierce and unyielding, they roamed the lands, their presence itself destructive, and their aggression like a relentless storm that left destruction in its wake. Yet even in this hopelessness, the mere fact that these monsters existed gave humanity hope, the chance to rise from the ashes of its decay. Hidden in the bodies of these beasts are treasures, magical stones, the crystallized essence of powerful energies flowing through their veins. The warriors, brave and cunning, saw the monsters not only as enemies but as unwitting benefactors. They created weapons and armor from the bones and skins of fallen creatures, materials full of hidden power. What once caused fear now served them, becoming an integral part of human resistance. The dungeons, ancient and mysterious, became monuments to a new age of humanity, repositories of wealth and danger. Those who dared to enter spoke of them in whispers, like treasure chests in the bowels of the earth. Hunters appeared, figures cast in iron and shadows. Balance was restored to the world. Their spears and shields were decorated with symbols of power. Standing on the threshold of the unknown, they were messengers of the human spirit, undaunted, unyielding, and always struggling into the abyss to reclaim their destiny. In a world where darkness mingled with magic, the hunters appeared. Their purpose is to fight the horrors released by the magical warp. The risks were great, but the rewards even greater. Among them was a man whose past was hidden. He asked aloud, "Why was I chosen to work in the mines when I was a traveler?" There seemed to be a hidden thread to his story. The salesman persistently tried to get the man's attention by talking about the end of loans. It was a phrase that tied his hands. He looked for logic in this world, but found none. The answer came to him abruptly. "Buy bottom, you won't get anything else." The man was at a crossroads of conscience. The woman offered to sell his organs to get a loan. It was a decision that carried the bitter taste of despair. The choice before the man was fraught with danger, and his future was uncertain. In a world of magic and monsters, of hunters and survival, life was valued by coin. Jeffir studied the loan documents in the sacred halls of the temple and discussed the terms with the priestess. She offered to give up her organs to get her money back. Outside, Jafir exchanged the new credit for potions from the seller. The seller handed him the potions, realizing the risk. The priestess watched as Jafir drank the potion, smiling and admiring his bravery or stupidity. Standing alone, bathed in the heavenly glow of the potion's magic, Jafir pulled himself together, silently vowing to face the trials ahead with the same determination that had brought him to that abyss between despair and hope. "Good, I'm ready to go," he murmured, eyes fixed on the road in front of him, where shadows danced with promises of doom. The final scene played out in the open air as a knight in armor approached, his voice cutting through the tension. He asked him if he was Jeffir. It was a call to action, a call to the unknown, and as Jeffir turned to face the armored figure, it was clear that he stood on the threshold of a journey that could redefine his very existence. As the light of dawn pierced the horizon, Jafir stood on the brink of doom, determination reflected in his eyes, clear as the morning sky. The timing was perfect. He muttered to himself, a half-smile imprinted on his face, marking the happy coincidence of the moment. In the noisy center of the camp, armored figures had gathered, their presence imposing and their purpose singular. "Goethe, the leader of the reconnaissance team, introduced himself with the look of a man accustomed to the seriousness of his role. Dale and Marco stood at his side, silent guards awaiting the day's attack. Jafir offered his services with the carefree confidence of a man familiar with the vagaries of fate. He hoped he could be of some use to them, he said, his tone a mixture of humility and confidence. He did not have the typical skills of a dungeon explorer. He had a different arsenal at his disposal. With his mana detection skills at his disposal, he could sense the unseen and reveal the hidden energies of the world. As the veil of night opened in the sky, the importance of such abilities became undeniably obvious. To overcome the dangers that awaited them in the dark bowels of the earth, to move stealthily among the creatures of nightmares and magic, they needed more than eyes. They needed sight. With the subtle distribution of his mana, Jafir could illuminate their path in a way that torchlight never could. His gift allowed them to move forward cautiously in a world that was unforgiving of heavy footsteps. For Jafir and his new companions, hunters and ghosts, the journey ahead was filled with indescribable dangers and unseen mysteries. Together they would plunge into the abyss, where the line between predator and prey was as thin as the glowing shadows through which they would walk. And there, in the heart of darkness, they would find their true strength or find their end. On the green outskirts of a forgotten kingdom lived a group of adventurers, each bound to a destiny yet to be revealed. Among them was a hooded figure, protected from the dangers ahead. Staring into the horizon, they lamented the coins spent on potions that were now deemed unnecessary. "There's the money I spent on night vision potions," the figure muttered with a mixture of regret and determination in his tone. "If you're ready, let's go," they shouted to the others, signaling the start of the journey. In the center of the group was a knight clad in chainmail, whose helmet served as a barrier against enemies, not only physical. He held out to his comrade a heavy hammer, with a handle worn down by countless battles. The hooded rogue next to him couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the miner, the company's stranger, using secret mana energy. "Oh, a miner using mana. That's interesting, haha," the bandit commented, and the humor didn't reach his hidden eyes. The air grew tense as the man with hair as white as the first snow of winter received a quiet rebuke. His companion hissed at him to be quiet, reminding him of the dangers lurking in the shadows and the silence necessary for his survival. This grizzled enigma, weighed down by heavy burdens and heavy thoughts, recognized an unspoken connection with at least one other soul in this motley assembly. Though both were acquaintances, he reflected, he knew at least one of them. As they traveled, his thoughts returned to the moment of transformation, the moment when his path irrevocably changed to that of hunter. When he was transferred as a hunter, he recalled, it was about a month after they cleared this dungeon. Under the weight of the inky sky, the adventurers faced the ominous silhouette of the dungeon entrance. A prophetic whisper between them hinted at a grim future. If things remained the same, two of them would die in this dungeon. A shudder ran through the group, for the dungeon was a place where many stories ended in tragedy rather than triumph. However, inside the grizzled hunter, a military cunning began to take shape. His eyes, sharp and calculating, gave away his intentions. "I had a pretty good idea how to use these guys," he reflected, seeing not only faces but pawns and knights on the chessboard of his plans. Their journey took them through a light-filled forest, where even the most experienced of the group couldn't hold back a gasp of surprise. They exclaimed in unison, the beauty of this world not lost on their battle-hardened hearts. At the threshold of doom, a figure beckoned to me and his voice broke the serenity. They called out, their tone full of insistence and earnestness. As they gathered, a mystical figure with eyes as bright as two moons appeared from the shadows. "They are the waiting crew," he announced, holding out a hand adorned with braided magical ropes. It was at that moment, hands joined and fates intertwined, that the adventurers stood at the edge of the unknown, their hearts beating in unison against the drum of adventure that called them forward. As the morning sun tinged the ancient stone of the dungeon entrance golden, Jafir rose with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty, His arm, outstretched and vulnerable, was bound by a wiry blue rope woven with magical threads. The knot was held with eerie precision by a comrade whose eyes shone like beacons through the shadows of his hood. "It is a rope bracelet imbued with magic," the masked figure explained, lifting his own wrist to reveal the twin of the bracelet that now occupied the warrior's skin. "If anything happens to you in the stone mouth of this dungeon, the other bracelet he wears will break on its own. It would be the signal of a distress call, a call to the full power of our base to defend you." There was solemnity in the ritual, a tacit acknowledgement that every step into the depths of the dungeon was a dance with destiny. Yet when Jeffer nodded, accepting the tether that bound him to his fate and his friends, the masked figure gave him a parting gift, not only of magic, but of trust. "As I was only here to reconnoiter, as long as you're attentive, it won't be necessary. Bon voyage," they said, and there was a mixture of concern and confidence in their voice. As soon as the warrior crossed the threshold, the tranquility of the scene was broken. Two figures emerged from the shadows of the dungeon, nightmarish creatures, in the guise of a wolf and a man, with eyes that glowed with a predatory light. One held a hissing, sputtering torch above him, while the other waved a curved sword like the moon and promised death. The warrior remained motionless, the weight of the mission keeping him from the surge of instincts that commanded him to flee. But now was not the time to flee. It was a moment for which he was prepared. With a swift movement, the stone dropped from his hand and flew in an arc toward the beasts. The creatures, unsuspecting, watched as it passed unharmed through a barrier they thought impenetrable. In the split second that the stone hit the barrier, and the illusion of safety was shattered, the story of hunter and prey was rewritten. Jeffer, bound with a blue magic bracelet, was ready. His fate was unwritten, but his determination was as solid as the stones of the dungeon around him. A group of explorers had gathered in the shadowy veins of the ancient mine, their breath visible in the cold air. They were amid the remains of a brutal skirmish, and the ground told tales of the recent carnage. "There is another hatchery on the other side of the mine," one of them said, and his voice echoed off the stone walls. "Last week they were interrupted by the A and B hunting parties." He pointed to the carcasses. "It looks like these guys are the last survivors of that attack." Among the huddled figures were Dale and Marco, warriors whose reputation was as formidable as their combat skills. The mission was clear: scout, observe. But the presence of survivors hinted at a possibility that sparked a tactical debate among the ranks. Dale offered to take it all on, his tone carrying the weight of leadership and the excitement of possible conquest. Those words hung in the cold air, a drastic departure from his orders, a gamble that could change the balance of his campaign. The proposal was met with mixed reactions. The faces of some reflected surprise, others skepticism. There were moments in the dark labyrinths of these dungeons when decisions made at the flicker of a torchlight defined the line between victory and defeat. "Why not occupy it?" Dale repeated, and the idea took root. His proposal was not just one of occupation, it was one of validation, of the power of the hunters over the darkness below. The voice of caution, however, was not silent. "Leader, we should just explore the interior and leave," the cloaked figure interjected, his words a reminder of his original intent. "Let's avoid making such dangerous decisions." His position was clear. Information was his treasure, not the monster's bloody prey. The conversation unfolded in flickering shadows, in a dance of strategy and survival. The reconnaissance team charged with silent surveillance was now at a crossroads between the secrecy of their mission and the audacity of the challenge of opportunity. Each member, immersed in his own thoughts, juxtaposed the potential of Dale's audacious plan with the somber caution of his comrade's advice. Tension hung in the cold subterranean air as the small group of adventurers stood surrounded by the oppressive darkness of the mine. Their voices, normally so confident and soft, now trembled with the weight of uncertainty. What would they do if there was a group of them inside? What if there were even stronger monsters out there? One challenged, voicing the silent fears that were beginning to take root in their hearts. "There are only 3 of them now," exclaimed the other, his words echoing off the cave walls, reinforcing the gravity of their situation. There was a brief pause, a collective gasp as they realized the daunting reality of their situation. The frustration became palpable as another member of the team pounced on it, his anger in stark contrast to the cold silence. "They've got 3 men and some junk," he snapped, waving his hand dismissively at their meager arsenal. "What are they going to do with a team like that?" But it was then that a voice called for peace, a moment of clarity in the midst of the coming storm. Guy urged the blonde to calm down, a beacon of calm in the stormy sea of their conversations. The speaker turned to the leader, with a mute question between them as to whether their leader had a plan. The leader, who personified the stoic determination to face the growing fear, nodded. With a team as calm as an icy rock, he said, "Let's get him out." So from the depths of the pack they pulled out a bundle. Hazel leaves and seeds, their greenness contrasting sharply with the gray stone surrounding them. "They are hazel leaves and seeds," the leader announced, discovering his unexpected ace in the hole. "They will crush them and mix them with the remaining cobalt. Within those hazel leaves and seeds lies not only the promise of a plan, but also the potential for triumph." The adventurers, once divided by their doubts, now find unity in the seeds of strategy sown by their leader. With this new mix, they will face the darkness not as 3 warriors and scum, but as an insidious force ready to bend the very land to its will. In the cold, cavernous depths of the dungeon, a silent meeting ensued among the cloaked figures of the reconnaissance team. Their latest strategy was unconventional, but promised more cunning than brute force. "To create the scent of a kobold woman," one of them explained, carefully crushing hazelnut leaves and seeds, a mixture designed to deceive. As the potent scent began to waft through the air, the team held its breath. The scent, designed to mimic the charms of a kobold woman, was strong enough to travel hundreds of meters. It was a beacon, a siren signal to the creatures lurking in the Stygian tunnels. After setting the trap, the adventurers waited, holding their breath. Tension coiled around them like ancient serpents until finally their prey appeared. A lone kobold, lured by the irresistible allure of the scent, ventured forward. Its snout quivered in the air, inhaling deeply the artificially created scent that presaged its doom. He smiled, a sound filled with longing and desire, oblivious to the fate that awaited him. The adventurers remained motionless, shadows within shadows, as the kobold moved deeper into the heart of his trap. "Then they will take advantage of it," the leader whispered, his voice barely audible. In his hand he held the key to their victory, the last part of the game of predator and prey. With one swift, decisive move, the trap was triggered, and chaos erupted. The kobold, trapped by its own instincts, was defeated. It was a testament to the team's ingenuity, a triumph not of strength but of intelligence. When the dust settled and the echoes of the fight died down, the adventurers became not only warriors, but masters of the tactics of the dark and dangerous realms of the dungeon. In the dimly lit caverns of the treacherous dungeon, the air was saturated with the scent of victory. As the dust of the skillfully laid trap settled, the adventurers gathered with a triumphant gleam in their eyes. "Didn't he tell them it would work?" one of them boasted, his voice echoing throughout the room, conveying the assurance that the plan was well underway. The others around him couldn't help but admit their admiration, though not without a joking tone. He did respect the leader. "Sometimes at times like this," one of them commented, and the word "sometimes" hung between them like a playful challenge. The leader's reaction was a mixture of mock indignation and a sympathetic smile. "What, sometimes? Are you kidding me?" The conversation was light-hearted, but beneath the banter was a deep reverence for the leader's cunning. How did he know all this and prepare? They asked with genuine curiosity. The answer came not from the leader, but from another member, an experienced warrior whose eyes were as sharp as his sword. "That's what they call experience," he said with a nod toward the leader, his voice carrying the burden of countless battles and strategies forged in the fire of conflict. The leader, standing amidst the wreckage of victory, allowed himself a small smirk. That look said it all, indicating that his survival depended not only on the strength of his weapons, but also on his intelligence and wisdom. A silent figure stood among the group, with the flickering light of a torch reflected in his eyes. "But he taught her that," he murmured half to himself, with a note of pride in his voice. This revelation was a small piece of a larger puzzle, the recognition of a shared history and lessons learned together. As this moment lingered, there was silence in the group. "I was in the same group as him," the quiet man finally stated, his affirmation hanging in the air. A bridge to a past filled with camaraderie and conflict. Before the reverie could take hold, a harsh, crackling voice broke the silence. Before the operational meeting began, the group tensed, ready for the next order, the next call. One of them exclaimed in surprise, and the word ignited a spark of excitement and apprehension. The leader, ever the symbol of their collective determination, merely clutched tighter the weapon that had served them so well. He answered in the affirmative, and in that single word lay the promise of new trials and new triumphs. In the depths of this ancient place, the adventurers stood not only as a team, but as a testament to the power of unity and the enduring strength of bonds forged in the din of countless battles. Their journey was far from over, but together, as a unit, they faced an uncertain future. When the dust settled in the twilight cave, the group of adventurers stood amidst the aftermath of their confrontation. The leader, spear in hand, surveyed the area with a strategic eye. Behind him, one comrade was tending to his equipment while the other rested. His body language denoted the gravity of the battle they had just fought. Jafir broke the silence, and his voice echoed off the stone walls. He had actually inspected the interior himself yesterday. His nonchalant revelation hung in the air, in stark contrast to the gravity of his situation. This place, as he said with a hint of contempt, was nothing more than a cobalt loser's lair. Laughter and disbelief mingled in the response of one of his companions, who reproached him for his solitary study. Jeffer merely shrugged, with a demeanor as calm as a still pond. Prior to this mission, he was a game scout, his specialty being the art of disguise. Pondering the strategy of his next move, the leader thought aloud, his words careful and measured. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, with the weight of collective assurance and success resting firmly on his shoulders. The grizzled adventurer's response was respectful, but firm. He said it was only up to them, and his gaze met the leader's with steady tension. His voice was clipped, leaving the sentence hanging like a thin thread. The silence that followed was both ambitious and cautious, hinting at the enormity of what awaited them. "That's because such a dungeon is too good to share with others," muttered one of them, expressing caution in greed and tactical foresight. It was a testament to their unity and the trust they placed in their leader, recognizing his crucial role and the respect they felt for his decision-making ability. The leader acknowledged with a nod the importance of each participant's contribution. "It's quite useful," he acknowledged, recognizing the value of each person in his close-knit group. Together they stood on the threshold of a decision, and their bonds of camaraderie and mutual respect were as strong as the armor they wore. As the dungeon promised hidden treacheries and lurking dangers, their next steps would be taken with caution, for they knew all too well the balance between risk and reward. In the green thicket of the ancient forest, the search for the elusive hazelnut proved challenging. The thick foliage whispered the secrets of the forest, shrouding the land in mystery and hiding its treasures well. The hazelnut, whether a bountiful resource or a cunning individual, remained hidden among the rustling leaves and dancing shadows. Elsewhere, under a dull sky, an authoritative figure clad in ceremonial armor displayed the weight of his rank. With a determination common in many battles, the captain spoke of recommendations and transfers, taking note of the worthy man's prowess in the dangerous art of monster hunting. It was a testament to the man's skill and a promise of greater responsibility. In quiet conversation, the armored sentry held out a tool, perhaps a weapon, to a younger comrade, whose eyes glowed with gratitude and the fire of ambition. "Use this," the captain commanded, confident that the tool would aid the young hunter in the trials that awaited him. The words were spoken with a respect as deep as the roots of the forest itself. As twilight enveloped the land, two figures ventured through the dim light, the chill of night caressing their skin. A sudden pause, the quiet whisper of a hooded man broke the silence. The captain, ever vigilant, responded with a simple but resounding affirmation. At that moment, both were fully aware of the unknown, lurking in the shadows. Upon discovering the grim scene, a heap of carelessly abandoned bones, the hooded figure wondered at the origin of such remains. Are these the remains of something someone ate? The question hovers in the air, full of implications. There, beneath the apparent trail of death, the narrative of survival and danger continued to unfold, creating a story of the unbreakable cycle of hunter and prey. The air crackled with an electric tension as the cloaked figure stood amidst the chaos, a lone guardian against the coming darkness. The words cobalt bones. A mixture of question and awe escaped their lips as they faced the discovery before them. The ground beneath their feet seemed to pulsate with energy, a silent testament to the power evident in the very bones of the earth. Without warning, the calm was shattered by the appearance of a ghostly entity, whose essence was a whirlwind of cobalt fury. The figure, caught off guard, fell to the ground by the inexorable force of a being seemingly made of the same supernatural blue. The world became a blur of motion and light as the creature from beyond struck with a force that echoed in the bones of the earth. Out of the confusion, a new champion emerged. The armored captain, a bastion of strength and authority, stepped forward with a determined shout. In the presence of the commander, they began to weave the fabric of magic into a shield of light, their hands drawing ancient symbols of protection in the air. The circle of power glowed with promise, a beacon of hope in the thick darkness. As the captain stood his ground, a plan formed in their minds, a strategy for defense and escape. They had faced many foes, and their confidence was imprinted on every line of their armor. It is a mana shield that can block the leader of the Oak tribe, they mused, confident in the power of their magic. The belief that the shield was indestructible was itself a fortress, a mental bulwark against the tide of doubt. Yet even the mightiest could fail. A sudden impact, a breach in the barrier, and the captain's cry echoed through the night. The magic that had been their defense against the storm shattered into fragments of light, scattering like stars in the night sky. The captain's voice, once filled with the confidence of command, now betrayed a hint of human frailty, as the reality of his vulnerability weighed upon the battlefield. In this dance of light and shadow, where every spell and every blow wrote the story of survival, the characters found themselves in the throes of a conflict that tested the limits of their courage and skill. Deep within the shadowy cloisters, the figure of someone paused, focusing his gaze on an unseen anomaly. A mat escaped his lips, a whisper that danced with the dust motes in the air, a part of his confusion exposed to the dim light. Something broke the silence of the place that was not meant to be there. Her hand emerged from the darkness, lifting a bracelet woven with whispers of ancient power. It was a talisman of protection, its integrity a silent guardian against unseen forces. "It is a bracelet with power," they said, and in their voices rang the knowledge of its purpose. Yet the ominous tearing of the bracelet spoke of a grim reality. If anything happens, it will break, and break it did, not one, but as many as three, with its frayed ends a silent testament to an unseen cataclysm. Pansy furrowed his brows as he looked at the broken strands. Is something going on inside? The question hung in the air unanswered, but full of foreboding. The talismans were her warning system, and her silent alarm went off. Elsewhere, the reality of his fear came to life. The warrior, armored in the steel of his resolve, staggered and muttered painfully, betraying the attack he had suffered. His armor, once pristine, was now stained by the marks of conflict, the blood, sweat, and dust of battle. Amid the chaos, another stood firm, his stance an indomitable bulwark against the onslaught. He commanded the iron wall, a skill honed in the fire of tireless training and on the anvil of war. He stood ready as a guardian against the storm. His body language spoke of an unwavering defense, an unbreakable spirit. This tapestry of events wove a story of sudden danger and desperate defense, a story in which a broken bracelet heralded the destruction of a world, in which whispers of defense became battle cries, and in which a warrior's willpower was held back by the inexorable hammer of fate. The air was filled with tension, a palpable thread running through the silence of the room. The figure stood, squinting in contemplation, watching the creature before him. It must be a child, not yet a year old. They mused. The seriousness of his tone belied the deceptive appearance of the creature. There was no room for mirth, for as was to be expected, this creature was not to be underestimated. In all but name and age, it was a predator, and its presence was a silent threat to all who approached it. This creature, disguised as innocence, held a dangerous secret. It had been bred on pheromones, lured into a false sense of kinship by those who were now its prey. Predator, the word echoed in the minds of those watching. A harsh label for a creature bred by the hands against which it would inevitably turn. Such was the nature of the beast, the cycle of predator and prey, where the servant becomes the death of the breeder. This abrupt realization set off a cascade of events. One of the spectators announced his intention, and his voice cut through the silence like a knife. Jafir said he would lend the spear, reaching out and grasping the weapon with the determination of a warrior. With survival hanging by such a slender thread, there was no time for debate, no moment for doubt. With spears in hand, they turned to face the threat that loomed over them. The creature, with its intimidating jaws and eyes that glowed with a cold predatory light, waited. That moment was the abyss, the knife blade where the outcome of life and death balanced precariously. The men's stance was resolute. The position of their shoulders spoke of past battles and determination to endure whatever came next. Jafir declares with a determined expression that he will now be able to relieve some tension, suggesting that he is about to participate in something that will allow him to let off steam or relieve tension, perhaps alluding to an upcoming battle or confrontation. The next image shows Jafir's hand with an energy or entity circling over it. It could signify the moment of decision or calling, the preparation of power. Jafir holds his spear tightly and firmly and asks rhetorically if they really want to die. This represents the willingness to fight and challenge the enemy, emphasizing the character's belligerence and readiness for confrontation. Jafir, with a calm demeanor, surrounded by mystical energy and holding something that looked like a subspace artifact, as they claim it was a subspace effect, indicating that they were controlling an object of considerable power or importance. Finally, Jafir instructs someone and tells them to back up a bit. With a concentrated and serious expression, he holds a spear, implying a defensive posture and a readiness for an immediate threat that requires others to keep their distance for safety. In a realm created from the very essence of mana and mystery, Jafir, with his alabaster hair and eyes like thunderclouds, was the embodiment of silence and the fury of the wind. He walked through the gloom of a world teetering on the edge of chaos, a solitary figure whose name whispered promises of freedom and swift retribution. The knight was surprised that Jafir possessed such powerful strength. His movements were agile and swift. He remained thus on the ground, with Jafir protecting him, and immediately, right off the bat, the knight asked Jafir what he was doing, because the guy hasn't even trained for attack combat, and so easily willing to sacrifice himself for his comrade. The knight immediately began to stand up, thinking about the fact that Jafir could die at this rate, but he himself could not die in such a shameful way. As soon as the knight was on his feet, a terrible howl was heard. It was so loud that the knight's body simply froze in fear. His hand also rested on his wound, stopping the bleeding. It turned out that a spell had been cast on the knight immediately after that howl, allowing his opponent to drive him into fear, thus immobilizing him completely. The guy couldn't even move his toe. That was the way things were. Right in front of the knight stood a monster of enormous size. It howled very loudly. Its mouth was simply enormous, and its teeth sharper than any sword of the bravest adventurer. Wielding a sword that cuts despair, and a wit as sharp as the edge of night, Jafir faced his foes with a calm born of storms and a ferocity that mirrors the wild wind. His dance was a dance of swords and shadows, a ballet to the silent music of a world that held its breath. His potions spilled outward, promising nightmares and dreams, generating fear and courage in equal parts. Jafir used a plant that prevented his opponent from imposing his Ispuan status on him. Veed, alchemist of shadows, created his secret glow in vials of liquid twilight. His potions, a pantheon of bottled wonders, were both a blessing and a curse, keys of salvation and instruments of destruction. Their paths, intertwined by the hand of fate, were strewn with remnants of quest and conquest. Jafir and Fade, hunter and sage, faced the dark tapestry of night that sought to envelop the world in eternal despair. In the depths of that abyss, Jafir's sword sang its silent song, a requiem for the fallen and a hymn of hope for the battles to come. As the echoes of their struggle reached their climax, the two became guards at the edge of the world, a testament to the power of comradeship. But immediately, Jafir throws the potion directly at the monster. The guy thought about the fact that this potion alone would be enough to completely kill this huge dog. His hand quickly moved forward, and the silhouette, even the outline of a key, lit up in the palm of his own hand. Jafir decided to use a potion whose recipe belonged to his old friend, Fade. He was the king of poisons. He was number 72 on Fade's toxicity scale, and the potion ranked 68. In the dim light of the fireplace sat two silhouettes of guys. Jafir told Fade that everything was really good. He also says that Fade telling him that he had made the new poisoned potion he had studied for so long was a sign of great generosity. Fade responds to this with a small chuckle and closes his eyes. Fade says that the world was starting to fall apart, so why would he hide it until now? And then the man adds that if this potion doesn't succeed, they should have used it better together. Jafir's voice cut through the icy air, a determined whisper that carried the weight of his determination, saying that he hoped Fade would take advantage of this. If he could kill at least one scavenger with his poison and save one more person. He took a deep breath, as if all the wind was entering his lungs, and leveled his stance. The quick movement of the spear was followed not only by an exhalation, but by a release of pent-up rage, his muscles tightening and relaxing like a spring. The spear pierced the darkness, the blurred movement aimed at the unseen horrors lurking beyond sight. Elsewhere, hidden in the shadows, watched another figure with a scarred face that showed the marks of countless battles. A crooked smile played on Fade's lips as he whispered to Jafir that he could no longer ask anything of him. With a vial of glowing liquid in his hand, he mused on the irony of what was happening. Drinking 10 bottles in one sitting, he thought, is the price of power. But 500% more efficiency was a price he was willing to pay. It was a smile of satisfaction, the recognition of a plan set in motion, or perhaps the recognition of an inevitable end to which he had long since resigned himself. In the heart of the battle, the warriors' movements were a dance of death, each spear thrust an artist's stroking. Weapons thundered through the air, a symphony of destruction that left behind arcs of force whose tip left a venom hungry for the blood of his enemies. The screams of his opponents were the dissonant notes of this deadly melody, a cacophony that only drove him forward. As the warriors struggled, a voice, cold and impassive, a harbinger of the power of the poison, invaded the chaos. The words hung in the air like a curse, a reminder that the poison was a legacy of suffering, the sadism of its creator immortalized in every drop that ran down the blade of the sword. The clock was ticking, every second a precious grain in the hourglass of survival. At any moment, the poison would be completely unable to spread, and Jafir understood that. Those words echoed ominously in his head, a relentless countdown that reduced his attention to the immediate moment. Every beat of his heart was a drum that pushed him forward. Every breath was a gust that fanned the flames of his determination. His adversary, the Leviathan of the Deep, loomed before him, a monstrous silhouette against the stormy sky. With a roar that shook the heavens, it swooped down to meet the warrior's wrath. The sound was like thunder, the impact of the spear against the scales a declaration of his refusal to surrender. Japhier's onslaught was merciless. The air hissed with each blow, and the blade of the spear formed a silver lightning bolt that caused light wounds in the darkness. His movements were a blur, a whirlwind of precision and fury that even the shadows could not elude. With a smooth motion that belied the ferocity behind him, Japhir completed his bow, and his spear cut a graceful passage through the air. It was the sound of the end, the last note of a deadly overture of blood and venom. There, in the center of the storm he had provoked, the warrior faced the beast, his silhouette standing out sharply against the creature's towering body. The moment was frozen, an image of man against monster, each the embodiment of a different world. With a last cry that contained all his hopes and fears, Japhir lunged forward. The boy's quick word was an explosion, the sound of the inevitable clash between the kiss of the spear and the death of the beast. It was the sound of victory, of survival, and above all, the sound of a battle that will go down in the annals of legends. Japhir's silhouette stood out against the chaos of battle, his weapon a mere extension of his indomitable will. A toxic mixture dripped from the blade, a green poison that glowed with an ominous light. Japhir growled something for them to take the object, quietly, overlaying the noise of battle. The poison, a gift from the Middle Ages, promised agony to any who tasted its kiss. With a burst of energy that made ripples in the air, the warrior pounced on the towering beast before him. The world seemed to slow down as he struck, and the spear hit the target with a force that could be seen and felt. The sound of the blow was a loud scream that echoed throughout the camp, a testament to his strength and determination. The beast recoiled, its monstrous form contorted, showing excruciating pain. The warrior's attack hit its target, the poison penetrating the creature's defenses. Immediately the beast screamed very loudly, and this sound pierced the noise of the battle, which was a clear sign of the warrior's effectiveness. Once again the creature howled, desperate, causing it to echo in the ether. The pain was palpable, filling the space between the two, fighting with palpable fear. Poison was a cruel master, and Japhir used it with precision. Time, however, was the warrior's true enemy, as relentless as any beast he faced. His eyes narrowed, a mental countdown counted down the moments. Japhir thought about the fact that there were 2 minutes left, only to correct himself by further insisting that there was 1 more minute to go. The sands of time were quickly slipping away, and with them the possibility of victory, or something even more important. In this dance with death, the warrior was both choreographer and host. His movements a series of desperate acrobatics, each second precious to the one before it. Poison was his ally, but time was an implacable judge, and he intended to win this race. In the pale moonlight, the warrior clenched his weapon tighter, a silent oath imprinted on his wiry hands. The sound of jog cut through the air, as quick and sharp as his resolve, and was a prelude to the violence to come. Japhir moved vaguely, the world around him a swath of indistinct shapes and shadows. The wind whistled loudly, following the arc of his weapon, and the sound was the harbinger of a blow ready to rend air and flesh. Time stood still, a fragile thread on which fate swayed. Shoulders raised, the warrior braced himself to bear the weight of the moment. Japhir thought he could only hold out for another minute, his inner monologue drowned out by the rumbling of his heartbeat in his ears. The decision was made in a thunderous heartbeat, but immediately Japhir shouted that all that was left was to deliver a critical blow to the monster, and his body unfolded like a spring, unleashing a spiraling attack that withstood the weight of his will and the sharpness of his intent. In the immediacy of battle, where every breath could be his last, the warrior's concentration narrowed. The whistling sounded again, a testament to the speed and ferocity of his actions, an echo in the vast night that spoke of a predator delivering deadly blows. The sound of battle sounded like the silent cry of a warrior's soul. He stood behind the beast, his giant figure staggering from the critical blow delivered with such fury. A loud sound cut through the air, a poetic note for a battle ballet, a dance that was both beautiful and violent. In this dance, Japhir was both choreographer and facilitator. his movements a series of desperate curls on the canvas of the night, each second more precious than the last. He was an artist of survival, his spear his paintbrush, and the battlefield his merciless canvas. Jafir realized it was time to begin. In a blur of motion, Jafir's silver hair contrasted sharply with the swirl of blue and white that painted the background of his furious fall. Muscles tense and veins scarred in his skin, he thrust his staff forward with a force that seemed to split the air around him. His menacing gray eyes bore into an unseen target, with unwavering determination. The scene stopped, focusing on his hands, wrapped in white bandages that spoke of many battles, gripping the staff with such force that his knuckles turned white. The strength of his grip told him that this was no ordinary combat. It was the culmination of a determination, a decisive moment that might have been brewing long before this encounter. As the staff moved toward the arc of pure intent, the frame was dominated by the figure of Jafir, a lone warrior battling an unseen foe. The staff looked like a silver beam in a world of blurred lines, the only thing solid and real in time, seeming to stretch and slow, waiting for the outcome of his actions. The next shot was a close-up of Jafir's face. A bead of sweat ran down his temple, his expression contorted with effort and concentration. Words began to form around him, an unearthly whisper of encouragement. Jafir realized he still had a bit more to go. It was as if the world itself was driving him, the voices of past allies and the silent cries of his opponents fueling his strength. Finally, Jafir's hand opened, releasing the knife, or perhaps releasing the power building up inside. Energy seemed to gush outward, emanating from his core, as if at that moment he was the epicenter of an invisible storm, a force to be reckoned with, a warrior whose determination was as powerful a weapon as any sword or staff. With a shout, Jafir leapt at the monster. His actions were swift and agile. He descended upon the beast with the wrath of the heavens, blue energy crackling from the tip of his weapon, the tail of a comet of light heralding his blow. The moment his feet left the ground, time seemed to dissolve into nothingness. When Jafir fell to the ground, he was a portrait of vengeance, a silhouette against the sky where light and darkness danced in an eternal struggle. The staff hit the ground with catastrophic fury, a brilliant flash of light as the shockwave rolled outward, a testament to his indomitable spirit. In the heat of battle, Lysander's concentration never wavered. His muscles, tense and aching, handled the staff with precision. The shock of the blow reverberated in his hands, and the ground itself seemed to tremble under the force. Dust and debris rose like ghosts following his force, a spectacle of destruction caused by his unwavering determination. But the battle was far from over. Jafir cursed the only one left, and his voice became a steely whisper amidst the din of chaos. His hand, slick with the sweat of exertion, gained new strength as it closed over the hilt of a sword created from the very essence of his will, a second breath in the form of sharp steel. The aftermath of the attack caused him to gasp, each breath staggered by the silence that descended like a shroud over the battlefield. The beast, defeated or simply retreating, disappeared from sight, leaving Lysander alone as a guardian among the ruins of its ferocity. When the dust settled and his breathing steadied, he reached out to pull his staff from the scarred earth, a silent symbol of his readiness to face whatever darkness loomed on the horizon. There was a soft echo of Jafir's strident breathing, a human note amidst the symphony of his courage, a reminder that even heroes are limited by the weaknesses of the flesh. In the dim light of twilight, the night reflected on the newly acquired skill, imprinted in the fabric of his soul, an ability so powerful that the rarest elixirs pale in comparison. As the last drop of potion passed his lips, a surge of energy burst from within him, and his fist glowed with a sky-blue light. The power of the gods flowed through his veins, the once dormant power that had now awakened. Jafir surpassed his mortal limits, if only for a moment, and tasted the divine. "Let us speak quickly," he suggested, though the air around him crackled with the strain of unspoken words and unspent animus. The scene changed, and the ensuing silence was broken by the clinking of chains and the pleas of a frightened man. "No, it wasn't me," he muttered, his eyes wide with vivid fear of being unjustly accused. In the shadows, an armor-clad figure watched the transformation with a calculating gaze. The armored knight wondered if he could join a team of hunters. Acknowledging Jeffrey's newfound power was a silent bow to his growing fortune. But reality proved to be a harsh mistress. Jafir, now known for his work as a miner rather than his warrior's heart, was at a crossroads. The armored figure's words echoed in the cold air. He was now just a miner who could not even enter the dungeon. The knight shouted that he was not a beggar, the armored figure stated with a contemptuous tone and inflexible eyes. The cobalt dungeon is not enough for him to accept the request. His pride was a fortress, invulnerable to the boy's accomplishments. However, not everyone was impressed by this display of might. "You are co-workers who entered the temple together, right?" He progressed, the question rhetorical, the answer already cursed in his eyes. Despair broke through the man's defenses. His voice cracked like dry earth. "He is not a devil worshipper," he insisted, but his protest was a feeble shield against the dark wave racing to meet him. From the shadows, a figure shrouded in mystery gave the command, his smile a crescent of malice. Jafir turned and his silhouette contrasted against the twilight. He needed a bill in his shape. It was an affirmation of himself, a realization that the key to the door he wanted to open lay within him. In the dying light of the fickle day, the man's name cut through the silence, spoken by a stern and determined man. The gray-haired man, known as Jeffer, contrasted sharply against the faded sky, and his voice carried the weight of impending doom. Then a monster emerged from the bowels of the earth, a millipede of titanic proportions whose body was a grotesque canvas of nightmares and shadows. The air thickened with menace from it. The ground shook with its fury. Suddenly, however, someone took notice, a detached observation amidst the chaos. The parasitic millipede made its presence known. It was a statement devoid of surprise, as if the creature's appearance was the final, inevitable note of a long-composed symphony of fear. In this world where light has faded and darkness approaches, the lines between allies and enemies have blurred, and mythical monsters have been woven into the fabric of reality. Each character has prepared for the tumultuous battle ahead. As twilight turned to night, the very air seemed to buzz with the arrival of the monstrous parasitic centipede, risen from the bowels of the earth. Its menacing form pierced the silence, foreshadowing the chaos seeping into the very soil of the troubled earth. In the midst of this commotion rose a ghostly figure with a sword that shone like a captured star. The glow of the sword cut through the darkness as the figure spoke a truth that hung in the air. Indeed, he was a devil worshipper. The words were not a question, but a statement that revealed the hidden treachery of hearts, once hidden by deceit. In a room awash in the golden hues of the setting sun, two silhouettes conversed. Someone pondered the probability of their predicament, pondering the improbability of their situation with the squadron of philosophers. If it's 1 in 7, isn't it a low probability? The question was answered with the reflective silence that usually precedes a storm. The dialogue turned to the subject of morality and sacrifice. Yes, so they rioted enough to deem it worthy, burning down the entire house to hunt down a single bug. Words were a metaphorical dance around the flames of rebellion, decisions weighing the price of lives and legacies. Equisor. Matthias, an authoritative figure with a gaze as piercing as the sword he spoke of, pondered the machinations of unseen enemies. He was good at shadows and subterfuge, and the conversation hinted at a plan, moves that moved in the dark, each move as important as the mystery. Startled by the coming conflict, Matthias spoke of the countdown to the raid, the 1 month that stood between them and an event that could change the course of their world. If they don't drive the heretics out of the temple as soon as possible, he warned, the insistence in his voice emphasizing the gravity of their situation. Failure was not an option, for the cost would have been unbearable. In his eyes burned the determination to confront the heresy that threatened to undermine his very existence. It was a game of strength and danger, and the stakes had never been higher. The tension in the air was palpable as the negotiations reached their climax. With a heavy heart but clear eyes, The cloaked figure nodded briefly. For his part, he will concede the hunting team's complaint, he admitted, his voice carrying the weight of command and the shadow of compromise. But at the same time, he continued, his silhouette standing out sharply against the flickering light. They had better get results. It was a decree pronounced with authority, a binding agreement in which failure was impossible. His warning was clear. For a scholar of heresy, rash action was as dangerous as inaction. Inside the austere walls of the headquarters, Goethe, head of the intelligence team, was enveloped in bureaucracy. The administrative officer's voice was monotonous as he ordered him. First, fill out the application form. The mundane task contrasted sharply with the seriousness of his ordinary business. The officer's gaze then drifted to the newcomer, a recent recruit named Jeffir, from the mining team. He has asked to be given a minute, the officer said hoarsely, holding his pen over the document that would determine the young recruit's fate. The conditions were formulated with clinical precision. If Jeffir made a mistake, the entire team's ranking would suffer. He was a long shot in his covert operations. It was a risk, but it had to be taken. Obviously, he agreed, was the confident reply from the shadowy figure, his face hidden, but his determination unmistakable. The decision was made, the die was cast. In a world of hunters and heretics, any choice could tip the balance, and each new ally was a chess piece in a game that encompassed the darker side of a society on the brink of turmoil. In the dimly lit corridors of power, where the sharp edges of politics met the ghostly world of combat, stood a helmeted figure with a smirk on his face. If he proved his worth, it would be to his credit, he reflected, and the twinkle in his eye betrayed his anticipation of the reward for organizing the rookie's success. Every victory of his subordinate was a feather in his cap, another rung in the treacherous hierarchy in which they traveled. He smiled, and the sound echoed off the stone walls, filled with the wisdom of the streets and the hard-earned knowledge that, in his world, luck was a currency as valuable as gold. The man whispered to himself that his whole life had been a fluke, enjoying the happy accident of the moment. The irony was not lost on him that fate would provide him with such an opportunity. As the echo of his laughter died away, a conversation unfolded in the shadows, a discussion of sinister overtones and veiled threats. "Do you want to pretend it doesn't exist, Predator?" a voice full of meaning asked. The Predator was a force to be reckoned with, a legend many feared and some wanted to forget. The helmeted figure's tone grew gruff as he demanded confirmation. "You mean you're going to get rid of the monster's body?" The reality they faced was brutal, and the consequences of their encounters with the creatures of the night were a tangle of politics and practicality. "Just a predator. He'll leave the cobalt," was the cold reply. The plan was clear: report that this was a cobalt lair and tailor the narrative to suit their purposes. It was as strategic a maneuver as any battlefield tactic, a sleight of hand that changed perceptions and shifted the balance of power. In this world, where every creature's existence depended on its ability to wield both sword and ruse, the lines between hero and villain were blurred. Their lives were a chessboard, and they were pawns and knights, each taking risks, each victory as fleeting as the flicker of a candle in the wind. In a world where the secret and the oppressive intermingle, the spires of the temple cast long shadows over the lives of those bound to its ministry. Among the relics of power, a horned helm that whispered ancient wars, an orb that seemed to capture time itself, a folio that held the secrets of the cosmos, and swords that hummed with the promise of untold power, were the temple's slaves who were forbidden to claim any treasure for themselves. To the temple, these objects were sacred, but to the slaves they were a cruel reminder of their enslavement. Everything they found in their forced labor was required by law and magic for the temple. In the twilight gloom, a muscular man, marked with the ink of his slavery, gazed at the glittering prize in his calloused palm. His eyes, the color of storm clouds, reflected not only the light of the object, but also a glint of defiance. He was acutely aware of the rules that bound him. Any loot he collected would only bring him a meager bonus, a pittance compared to the true value of his fins. A thought dangerous and tempting, danced in his head. Runners. They would offer more, much more. The risk was high, but so was the reward. No sooner was hope born, however, than the cold voice of reality shattered it. Clad in the armor of power, another enforcer of the temple's will stepped out of the shadows. Holding a fresh heart in his gloved hand, a clear symbol of his control. He spoke of a surveillance team, invisible watchers who made sure nothing escaped the temple's control. The post-processing team soon arrived to claim what was rightfully theirs, leaving nothing to those who dared to dream of freedom. As the words of the executioner floated through the air, a blue light illuminated the features of the young man, whose face became an impassive mask that poorly concealed his inner turmoil. He murmured positively, reluctantly accepting the relentless grip on his temple. But as the light cast upon him an unearthly glow, his voice dropped to a whisper, defying the inflexible edict of his captors. But he asked what would happen next, with a note of slyness in his tone. At that moment, a spark of rebellion ignited in him, a spark that could ignite the flame of revolution. In the midst of the desolate space, where only the brave or the enslaved dared to tread, a vortex of arcane energy burst forth from the ground, its tentacles of light spiraling upward toward the heavens. It was a spectacle, a phenomenon of power that distorted the very fabric of reality, leaving a void where the monstrous creature had once been. But it was not here. The wind seemed to whisper, and a mysterious enigma revealed itself beneath the stars. The armored figure, whose very essence was intertwined with the dogma of the temple, beheld this spectacle with wide eyes, unable to believe his eyes. He cried out that he had fallen into subspace, and fear and awe mingled in his voice. The laws of magic, as he knew them, were inflexible. Subspace, a pocket hidden in the folds of existence, was only supposed to yield to the most powerful artifacts, not mere trinkets. However, there was evidence to the contrary. Disobedience to the established order had provoked a wave of doubts about their firm beliefs. When the storm subsided, there was an eerie silence. The beast they had defeated, the monster whose blood stained the earth, was engulfed by the vortex, wiped from the face of the earth without a scar to mark its passing. Such totality was unheard of, an inexplicable anomaly, one that sent the minds of those who witnessed it teetering on the edge of sanity. Behind the maelstrom stood a man marked by fate, his wiry body outlined by the residual glow of the subspace anomaly. He asked a question, his voice calm but imbued with the promise of agitation. Didn't he want a promotion? The words floated between them not as a question, but as an invitation to a dance of ambition and cunning. It was clear that he possessed the secret, the knowledge of the vortex that could elevate their situation beyond slavery. The scene had changed from the wild freedom of the open lands to the wealthy confines of the inner sanctum of the temple. There, the man with the slave mark stood erect, while the other, once clad in the power of the temple, now sat and prayed. He let him pass through 3 more dungeons, the former captive offered, his terms spoken with the confidence of a man who had made a difference. I could have been rewarded for the sweep, he continued, his gesture magnanimous but calculated. But in return, I got monsters. In the shadowy corridors of ambition, where the clink of armor echoed off the ancient stone, a lone figure stood contemplative. He was a warrior of thought, a strategist of steel. The helmeted leader, whose reign had lasted 3 grueling years, believed that the sweep of the dungeons would affect his prospects within the rigid temple hierarchy. Even smaller worlds, such as Cobalt's Lair, had their place in the grand calculus of development. As part of his role as patrol group commander, he was well aware of his deficiencies in combat, deficiencies that marked his progress. However, among the trials they faced, he saw an opportunity, an anomaly in the form of a strong ally. Such an addition to their ranks could shatter the status quo, granting them unprecedented control over the dungeons at their feet, hitherto unclaimed domains ripe for conquest. As patrol leader, the first to penetrate the dungeon's depths, he envisioned the path to ascend. A covert dungeon sweeping operation with minimal forces could bolster his rank, taking him from the shadows of obscurity to the bright halls of power. His ambition was a flame that could not be extinguished, fanned by the opportunity to turn the hierarchy upside down. Money, the omnipresent siren call, motivated others like Jafir, but for our helmeted tactician, it was the lure of advancement, the sweet taste of a higher position that drove his plans. His musings were pragmatic, a good deal, a careful move. All it took was eluding the prying eyes of those who could see through the veil of his intentions. Clinging to the artifact that was the key to his liberation, he allowed himself to dream of a life beyond the oppressive reach of the temple. Debt is a chain, but the right sail can be the hammer that breaks it. Freedom was near, it was tangible. Its fragrance on the wind whispered worlds beyond the suffocating embrace of the temple. All was ready for the big event, a raid by the knights of the temple that promised to shake the very foundations of their world. Rumors had begun to spread of an object of indescribable power, a secret that would soon be revealed, bringing with it a wave of change that could sweep across the entire continent. The leader's eyes gleamed in the shadows of his helmet. The game had begun, and he was no mere pawn. He was a player poised to make a move that would impact history. In the silence before the storm, where the weight of fate pressed upon the fabric of the present, the protagonist stood firm, with the fire of determination casting shadows in his eyes. He knew that the assault looming on the horizon was more than just an event. It was the fulcrum upon which his future would be balanced. He must participate in this raid, whatever the cost, he vowed quietly to himself, realizing that the object he sought was a key that would open a new path, that would change the course of time itself. As golden light flooded the tall temple building, the announcement was made. Jafir, a name that spoke of change, now appeared as part of the hunting team. Jafir ordered them to gather all the material they would need, a directive that set the wheels of fate turning. The gears of preparation turned, matching the silent promise of the hunt ahead. Reflecting on a past life, a ghost of its former self, the protagonist lamented the lost opportunity that slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. This time he would not be so late nor so unprepared. The number of members of the hunting team does not exceed 20, he said, a fact that underscored the need for notable accomplishments or influential connections. His participation was not only welcome, but necessary. He had a plan, wrapped in confidence that his strategy was the right one. He was in charge of managing the intricacies of this plan, and his success lay in the delicate balance between timing and precision. It's just a matter of when to carry out this plan, he reflected, like a chess player ready to make the decisive move on the board that was his world. Amidst the bustle and murmurs of the assembled forces, he moved purposefully through the temple grounds. He signaled the warrior to head for the supply depot, a place where activity was bustling as preparations for the raid intensified. However, even as the war machine swirled around him, his thoughts turned to his comrades. Then he would go to the infirmary. He decided that his duty to check on Dale and Marco was a test of the ties that bound him to those alongside whom he had fought. In the looming shadow of the great raid, as the temple knights readied their weapons, the protagonist stood like a beacon of intent. He would grasp the object that promised the coup de grâce, enter combat and grasp the future with decisive hands. He carried in his heart the unshakable belief that the path to change was paved by those brave enough to walk it. In the vast temple courtyard, where the air hummed with the tension of unseen battles and whispers of loyalty, the helmeted figure relayed final instructions to an unseen companion. If he had any baggage he could bring back, the words lingered, an echo of the ordinary against the extraordinary. It was then that the air changed, and it was a palpable change as the presence of the force approached. With a sharp, insistent hiss, the helmeted figure was ordered to bow his head. Power echoed in the brief command, leaving no room for hesitation. In this world, deference was not just politeness. It was survival, a shield against the capricious whims of those who used power as a weapon. The courtyard was a tableau of bowed heads, a forest of bent necks paying homage to the procession that ran through it like a sword through silk. Among them, the protagonist bowed, the relief in his posture vanishing fleetingly as he exhaled a silent sigh. When the danger had passed, he straightened like a reed in the wind, unwavering but not inflexible. The retinue was an unusual entourage. They were the heresy experts, a name that evoked fear as surely as a shadow announces the night. They were the direct slaves of the reviewer, and this fact distinguished them, made them inviolable, and endowed them with a terrifying power of life and death over those they investigated. The helmeted figure continued to speak in a low murmur intended only for trusted ears. They were to be treated as superior ranks, not mere slaves. His words were a warning brought by the wind of caution. The examiners were a law unto themselves, known for their arbitrary cruelty, unpredictable as a storm and merciless as the desert sun. To welcome them was to invite danger, to ignore them, disaster. They were known to curse gratuitously and took offense at the slightest insult. Even those who bumped shoulders in a crowded square were stripped of their humanity, a warning to all those who would forget their place in this rigid hierarchy. In the dying light of twilight, as the silhouette of the temple cast long shadows across the stone courtyard, a figure clad in robes of power stopped halfway down the street. "Especially Mad Dog Sahaku," he warned, and there was a heaviness of unspoken menace in his voice that hung in the air like a bare leaf. Sahaku earned his nickname not from a joke, but from a bloodlust that was both his honor and his curse. He chose the path of the heresy scouts for the sole purpose of quenching his thirst for violence, which was a clear indication of the darkness that dwelled within him. As the procession continued, Sahaku's predatory gaze found its target, singling out the man in the crowd. Someone shouted to someone. His voice cut through the whispers and footsteps like a cold wind. The protagonist, who was at the center of Sahaku's attention, felt the chill of danger. The scream was a harbinger of potential anger, and the air around him tightened, electrified by the electricity of impending conflict. Sahaku's tall figure obscured the dying light, and his presence was an imminent omen. He apologized. The nonchalance in his tone belied the seriousness of his words. Something was bothering him a little. Her statement was an enigma wrapped in power, the kind that portended misfortune to whomever had inadvertently aroused her ire. With a turn as deliberate as it was threatening, Sahaku addressed the protagonist directly. He was there, dressed as a minor. There was contempt in the words, an indictment of the protagonist's appearance, containing an unspoken accusation. It was the kind of investigation that could unravel a person's fate, thread by unreliable thread. Unfolding with the ease of a snake, Sahaku's eyes flashed with a cruel light. His name was Sahaku, of the heresy experts, he said, his voice velvety stone. "State your name and department." It was not a request, but a command, the kind of command that etched lines in the very stone they stood upon. At that moment, the protagonist found himself at the crossroads of fate. Sahaku, the temple's rabid dog, was an unbridled and indomitable force, a test of character and will. The protagonist's response must be measured but courageous, for in the world they inhabit, even words have the power to decide life or death. In the dim light of the temple grounds, an exchange of formidable desires unfolded. A cloaked figure with the posture of a leader and the weight of responsibility on his shoulders stepped forward. He began in a firm but cautious voice. That friend was Japhir, who had just joined my team. His entrance was diplomatic, the pretense of a man who knew the delicate balance of power and the need to negotiate it carefully. But Sahaku, the mad dog, was an impulsive being, not prone to the niceties of protocol or the intricacies of hierarchy. Roaring, he told the man to shut up because no one was asking him, his words like the crack of a whip, breaking the politeness that hovered precariously in the air. The air filled with tension. A palpable blanket enveloped those gathered with a suffocating density. The cloaked figure leaned back. A sigh escaped his lips as if the very words were a blow to him. He wheezed with a choked sound, testament to the terror that Sahaku's mere presence could inspire. From Sahaku came not only the threat of violence, but the promise of it. An aura that spoke of dark alleys and blood spilled in silence. Mad Dog stared at him, and for a moment the world seemed to shrink, the noisy noise of the courtyard replaced by silence. Someone whispered that some sort of murderous aura had appeared, the words barely audible, but they spread through the crowd, a general recognition of the predator in their midst. Sahaku's gaze stopped on the protagonist. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light. The man roared, and that single word had the weight of an order. The protagonist watched undeterred, as the voiceover revealed the truth known only to those with the keenest senses. A mistake, even when he's just standing there. If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't have noticed, the voice commented, a note of respect suffused with fear. The protagonist's eyes narrowed, tacitly confirming his enhanced abilities. But you have been known to have very heightened senses, he admitted to himself without looking away from Sahaku. Unspoken words hovered between them. A silent clash of titans. In this dance of power, the protagonist was the only one who could truly see in Sahaku the threat he posed. A man who was not only dangerous, but the embodiment of death. Yet he stood his ground, a testament to his own strength and the courage that coursed through his veins. In the heart of the Colosseum, surrounded by walls that had witnessed countless tests of character, he stood as a solitary figure in front of the blue hell. It was a sight that defied the ordinary. The protagonist was the epicenter of power, a high-level expert whose very aura spoke of untold power and unbridled potential. The electric blue light swirling around him was not just a display of his abilities, but a statement of his dominance in a world where power was the only currency. His clothes, simple and modest, belied the enormity of his presence. He was dressed as one would expect of a miner, a worker in the deep tunnels, and yet here he was, in the arena, his new battleground. Transferred to the hunting team, he was told, and the phrase promised transformation. His skills had not gone unnoticed, and his appointment to the hunting team was a testament to his abilities, a hint of the power hidden within him. All around him, the bodies of the fallen served as a stark reminder of the trials every slave must endure. The temple's rigorous performance tests, battles of power, feats of magic, were designed to separate the wheat from the chaff and find those worthy of ascending the ranks. Only the most formidable could rise in this brutal test. Jafir was such an individual. His talent, originally wasted on the mining equipment, was now coming to the fore. But there was such a high-level expert on the mining team, the voices murmured in disbelief, their words silenced at the sight of a man who defied expectations, who turned the very notion of order upside down. As he stood in the wake of his triumph, his gaze steady and unperturbed, it was clear that this was a defining moment in his history. Jafir turned out to be not only a survivor, but a harbinger of change. He was whispering the winds of a new era, ready to sweep the halls of power and challenge the status quo. He was not just a participant in the temple games, he was a force that could redefine them. Sahaku stood in front of Jafir, his eyes bright with the thrill of the hunt. "He is not so strong that he cannot be caught," he declared with the smug confidence of a cat cornering a mouse. Still, his voice betrayed the slightest latent respect for the one in front of him. He asked him a few questions, he declared, disguising them as an invitation, a confirmation of the game they were about to play. The protagonist looked at Sahaku with a calm, almost disinterested expression. Sahaku commanded him to answer sincerely and calmly, but the words were nothing more than a formality, a dance of decorum before the inevitable confrontation. The air between them crackled, filled with a current that could catch fire at any moment. The protagonist's response was a derisive laugh, and that sound dissipated the tension. He sneered at him, calling him a bastard, and the bravado contrasted sharply with the deference expected of him. Why is he coming out of his hole like that? How kind. His words were a blade, sharp and dangerous, an open challenge to Sahaku's authority. Then, in a moment of quiet tension, the protagonist's voice dropped to a murmur filled with ominous knowledge. Had they ever heard of a worshipper of the demon god? He asked, the question hanging in the air, the key in the lock long since turned. The narrative changed. revealing the terrifying appearance of a creature engulfed in flames, the embodiment of the fervor of the faithful. It was not just a figment of faith, but a real threat, a presence that roamed the periphery of their world, biding its time. As the protagonist stood, his silhouette standing out sharply against the darkened edicons, he credited himself with unprecedented insight. There was no one who knew them better than he did, he said in a calm, confident voice. The image of the worshippers of the demon god, a pantheon of shadows and fire, appeared before them. They were fanatical devotees, lost souls who had bound their fate to the harbinger of the abyss, Tartarus. The sun cast a warm glow over the courtyard, flooding the stone with a light that seemed too soft for the tension crackling in the air. The protagonist remained shrouded in mystery under the guise of a miner, with a carefree posture, but his eyes betrayed a depth of knowledge that belied his appearance. By now, the only thing the lower-ranking members needed to know, he began in a firm, confident voice, was the fact that they were a newly established opposition religion in conflict with the pre-existing order. His words were careful, measured, revealing just enough to keep the Inquisitor on the hook. Saku, an authoritative figure dressed in the cloak of heretical inquisitors, listened intently. His eyes narrowed as he processed the information, his mind working to unravel the layers of the puzzle before him. There were some facts about them that set them apart from most people, he replied, and his tone suggested he was piecing together a puzzle that only he could see. The protagonist watched as Sahaku's confidence seemed to grow with his speech. He was renowned for his ability to recognize these small discrepancies, Saku boasted with a note of pride in his voice, declaring his loyalty to Lord Martias and his respected role among the Inquisitors. It was then that Sahaku's eyes lit up with a different light, sharp and piercing. His instincts right now told him it was dangerous, he said, and the words fell like a hammer, weighed down by the burden of judgment and power. The air around him seemed to thicken, filled with the potential of what was yet to be said. Sahaku's warning was clear, his stance unwavering, as his sword pointed straight to the heart of the matter. From now on, you will answer the question about me, as a member of the inquisitorial heretics with the truth, he commanded. Anything they said and did could be used against them. Jafir remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on Sahak. He knew what game he was playing, knew there was more at stake than it seemed. As Sahak waited for an answer, Jafir's silence spoke volumes. It was a silence full of mystery, of knowledge yet to be revealed, of a battle of wills that had just begun. There was a tense silence in the dimly lit hallway of the ancient temple among the stones. A young warrior with eyes like smoldering embers stopped midway and turned to his mysterious companion. Jafir began with a seriousness beyond his years, wondering if he could ask him something. The question hung in the air, a thin thread of intrigue. The cloaked figure in front of him, a menacing silhouette, responded with a chuckle. His voice, a somber melody, was a challenge wrapped in a mask of resolve. Ignoring the hidden threat, the young warrior's gaze never wavered. Could they change location? His request was met with a mocking raise of the hooded figure's eyebrow. A reply followed, with a hint of impatience in the words. With the briefest of glances over his shoulder, Jeffer responded on whether there were too many eyes paying attention to them. It was an acknowledgement of an unwelcome audience, many observers hidden within the temple walls. Their exchange continued, a dance of words and will. Jafir, with his unwavering stance, spoke of honor and duty, a subtle challenge to the integrity of the cloaked figure. Just in case they saw something unfortunate, he hoped he could continue to defend his honor as a member of the heretic inquisitors. A laugh, cold and mirthless, broke the tension. So the guy said he could handle 5 men by himself. The cloaked figure's taunt was a sword, sharp and ready. But the young warrior had the last word, his voice rising above the taunts of the cloaked figure. The prouder he was of his work, he declared, and a radiant surge of energy engulfed him, a palpable demonstration of his will and strength. The ancient stones of the temple bore witness to their exchange, a story of courage, defiance, and a search for a place away from prying eyes where secrets could be revealed and true power unleashed. An ancient power had awakened among the crumbling ruins, its red glow casting a ghostly glow on the weathered stones. The magic circle that had lain dormant for ages came alive with a chorus of arcane symbols, dancing like fireflies caught in an eternal waltz. A solitary figure stood in her heart, her eyes reflecting a newfound wonder at the most unexpected challenge. He whispered something, a smirk brushing the corner of his lips. It was a little more interesting now. A flash of interest shone in his gaze, ignited by the flame of curiosity and the thrill of the unknown. With the nonchalant grace of a seasoned warrior, he braced himself, waving his hands deliberately. He declared that the time had come for them, the silent guardians of the past, and his voice echoed through the silent stones. From the shadows, another observer noticed him, eyes narrowed in calculation. The warrior's stance was unconventional, a martial discipline unlike any other known to the unseen onlooker. He marveled at the strange posture. It is a strange martial art. He should wait, he reflected, weighing the risk of entering the fray with the lure of observing from afar. But patience quickly gave way to the intoxication of battle when the cloaked opponent leapt into the circle, upsetting the delicate balance of energies with his presence. It was useless. As he was above everyone within the red field, he shouted. His confidence was a tangible force that sought to crush everything in its path. There was a clash of wills, a storm of power and fury that electrified the air. They moved like shadows in the twilight, blows and parries weaving a canvas of combat that transcended the physical world. The circle throbbed, its edges a cage of titans clinging to battle. At the center of the storm stood an unyielding warrior, whose determination was a beacon in the midst of the chaos. He responded with a sudden jolt, turning his body into a conduit for the ancient power of the circle. The air cracked with the sound of his tearing, a movement so precise, so imbued with the essence of the circle, that even the stones seemed to hold their breath. The confrontation reached its climax as the energies collided, a crescendo of power and magic that will be recorded in the annals of the temple's history. At that moment, the warrior stood triumphant, a testament to the resilient spirit of those who dare to tread the path of arcane magic. Victory shone on the boy's face, a triumph carved in the very essence of determination. It worked. The words welled up from within him as he took a step back, observing the fruits of his labor with a mixture of awe and satisfaction. The plan, risky as it was, worked exactly as he had imagined. The trap, carefully set, worked. The air was heavy with the smell of dust and tension, a mute witness to the fight that had just taken a dramatic turn. The opponent, a monster of muscle and sinew, responded to the boy's blow with a foot as unyielding as iron. His foot. "It's like kicking a steel pipe," exclaimed the boy's comrade, disbelief evident in his voice. A blow that should have knocked any man down hardly made the giant flinch. As the giant's shadow loomed over the cobblestone, the enemy ally stretched, the impact of his missed attack leaving him vulnerable. He was a crumpled echo of defiance, his figure standing out against the billowing dust raised by the fight. From the periphery, a shrill cry pierced the chaos. Jeffer was right. It was a call to arms, a warning that echoed with urgency. Callan, known to his comrades as Jeffer for the way he moved like the wind, stood at attention. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swerved to the right, just in time to catch a glimpse of danger. With the grace of a dancer and the ferocity of a storm, Jafir turned around. His body curved and relaxed in a fluid motion, a counterattack that combined elegance and strength. There was a crackle of contact, testament to his speed and precision. It was a movement born of countless hours of training, with every muscle memory honed to instinctive perfection. The giant staggered, the blow coming with a thud that echoed through the silent spectators. It was the sound of a spinning wave, the meeting of an indomitable will with an irresistible force. And in this frozen stretch of time, Jafir stood at the center, a lone warrior against the current, his resolve unwavering, his spirit unbreakable. The tension in the air was palpable, as thick as the dust raised by shuffling feet on the stone floor. A laugh, dark and mocking, escaped from the throat of the tall man occupying the center of the ring. His eyes flashed with wild defiance. He beckoned her to play with him as well, an ominous invitation to the dance of battle. At the other end of the ring, his opponent, Jafir, stood impassive. He did not respond with fists, but with a cold refusal, and said that he had been able to talk all along. He also suggested that he try talking to other people. It was a verbal parade, sharp and cutting, meant to disarm the pride of the monster before him. There was contempt in his voice. "They might think it's his pet," he added, and a smile tugged at his lips as he turned his back on it, a final gesture of contempt. The giant's rage found another outlet. The chains that had remained silent came to life, bursting with the force of his anger, scattering rocks and shrapnel like hail. The spectators, once anxious for the spectacle, were now trying to escape, their screams piercing the noise. Out of the maelstrom emerged a voice, calm in the midst of the chaos. A scary guy. It was not an acknowledgement of fear, but of respect for the power possessed by the man they were all watching. It was a power that demanded distance, a power that spoke of unconfessed histories and battles fought in the shadows. The arena, the crucible of will, became the stage for Jafir's cold determination and the giant's unbridled fury. A story of conflict where words were weapons and the environment witnessed the destructive dance of their rivalry. After a collision that shook the very stones of the ancient Colosseum, a warrior sprawled on the cobblestones. A muffled murmur rippled through the crowd as spectators looked on, some in awe, others with incipient understanding of the shift in power they had just witnessed. The figure lying on the ground was Saha, a rival known for his brute strength, now defeated in the blink of an eye by a martial art so strange and so fast that witnesses had difficulty understanding it. There was a voice from the stands shouting that Jafir was strong. He realized this when he saw him fight in the dungeon. But the spectacle they had just witnessed surpassed previous displays of courage. It wasn't just strength, it was artistry in combat, a dance of deadly grace that incapacitated Saha before the crowd even had a chance to gasp. Meanwhile, the big guy, as the crowd nicknamed him, rallied and made a last-ditch effort. His Dawn Star chain, itself a weapon of mass destruction, crashed to the ground, leaving a network of cracks in the arena floor. Bits of rock and dust flew through the air, in a desperate attempt to salvage his faltering superiority in the battle. But Jafir, still victorious, remained immovable. His form resembled that of an island in the midst of a storm, every piece of debris deflected with an ease bordering on insouciance. The chains that attempted to bind him shattered against the invisible shield of his skill and fell like rain from the edge of a roof. There were murmurs of tactical considerations among the onlookers. What if he wins like this, they pondered, and the implications of Jafir's victory went far beyond personal glory. They knew that Saha's defeat would not only bruise his ego, but rob him of the dignity necessary to meet the higher echelons of his hierarchy if he admitted that he had defeated an unknown martial art. The strategy was clear in his words spoken in whispers. If he won, they would no longer need to be interrogated and could leave. Freedom hovered on the threshold of Jafir's next move. They applauded, and the mood was heightened with a sharp warning. The knight thought to himself as he hoped Jafir did not lose. The air was saturated with the coppery smell of blood and the heavy breathing of the combatants. In the arena, once filled with the sounds of a vanishing crowd, there was now the haunting laughter of a man who believed the end was near. "Recess is over," he roared, his voice sounding ominous, echoing off the ancient stone walls. He stood there, the antagonist of this story, his sword gleaming in the daylight, his figure illuminated by the flames of his own creation. He should have sat quietly. He smiled, pausing to savor the seriousness of his next words, begging for your life and asking to be sent to prison. His eyes glinted mischievously. He was sure his opponent's fate was sealed. But in the midst of the chaos there was a laugh that rose above the noise, a laugh born not of despair, but of confidence. Jafir clasped his hands together and mirrored the fragments of reality thrown at him by the antagonist. Responding to the taunt, His voice was a razor cutting through the tension. His silhouette, calm and still amidst the maelstrom of violence, was an immovable object to the overwhelming force of his opponent. The antagonist, with his astonishing speed and enhanced skills, declared with great confidence. All his abilities increased by 80%. There was nothing they could do in the face of such astounding speed. Yet Jafir stood, unharmed and untouched, with a smile on his lips, as if he knew a secret that the others did not. For every move, for every augmented ability his opponent boasted, Jafir had an answer, a counterattack, a defense that came as naturally to him as breathing. His opponent's confidence, once as solid as the ground beneath his feet, began to crack like the rocks Jafir now used as a shield. Only one would emerge victorious from this dance of death. And as the final act approached, Jafir's eyes glowed not with fear, but defiance. It was not an ending of his own writing. It was the crescendo of his defiance. In the midst of a clash of wills where the outcome hung on the tip of the sword, the voice of the antagonist echoed amidst the cacophony, gloating, overwhelmed by the weight of impending doom. He grinned, his wild, harsh laugh cutting through the tension. It was not Jafir, however, who trembled. With the grace of a warrior, he dodged the killing blow. His movements were fluid, in a dance of defiance against the dark designs of his opponent. The clink of metal was heard, proof of his endurance, as his opponent's confidence began to crumble like brittle stone. Jafir's voice was calm, and there was an unfathomable depth to his simple statement. It was not just a challenge. It was a sentence that encompassed all who dared oppose him in this maelstrom of violence. Mocking the very idea of unity among his enemies, Jafir quipped that what was wrong with their teamwork. His question was rhetorical and dealt a blow to the illusion of their solidarity as he systematically laid out his insults with a deft precision that belied his calm demeanor. The next moment the antagonist lay defeated, the ground around him a testament to the ferocity of Jafir's counterattack. Jafir's tall silhouette cast a long shadow over the fallen warrior. Since he was still flying like a fly, the big guy would have nothing to do, he reflected, his tone a mixture of pity and contempt for his opponent's shaken might. The dust settled, and the reality of the new hierarchy became as clear as daylight breaking through the darkness of battle. Jafir stood firm, victorious, not only in fight, but also in spirit. The spectators could only stunnedly watch as their former confidence was shattered, their fates now intertwined with the whims of the undisputed champion among them. In the desolate space of the rubble-strewn battlefield, two figures contrasted with the chaos. The first, the defeated warrior, lay prostrate in the dust, his breathing interrupted. He was muttering something, a testament to his endurance despite the fall. Another fighter towered over him, a smile on his lips as he watched the fallen enemy. Since he was still flying like a fly, there's nothing for the big guy to do, he said, and there was a mixture of contempt and amusement in his voice. The warrior, self-confident, lean and lithe, looked to the horizon, where a recalcitrant figure was silhouetted. If they wanted to brag about their speed, they should have worked with a more stable tanker, he shouted, his defiance cutting through the distance. The monster, whose muscles quivered with restrained strength, tugged at the chains that bound him to his opponents. He roared for the one to come at him, the fury in his voice making the ground tremble. Ignoring the giant's fury, the smiling warrior clenched his fist, and the chains around him clinked silently. He raised a chained fist, its metal links gleaming with ghostly energy. Why was he there fiddling all the way and not making that setup? He sneered, his voice itself a weapon, provoking the giant into action. His eyes narrowed, the warrior's gaze piercing the haze of battle. She asked him if he feared melee combat, and the basic challenge echoed with the provocateur's grace. Surrounded by a halo of blue energy, the warrior stood his ground, memories of his past life fueling his determination. In Jafir's past life, if his subordinates had led their teams with this kind of management, he would have taught them a lesson, he reflected, his breath visible in the cold air as he exhaled sharply. He raised his hand and extended two fingers, a simple gesture that belied the complexity of the magic at his disposal. He enunciated basic enhancement skills, a mantra to focus his growing power. Then, with a sudden release, the energy around him burst outward in a vivid spectacle, the pure power of his will manifesting as a burst of magic. The sound of the elements obeying his command echoed like the rumble of thunder, signaling the release of his power onto the battlefield. The warrior's unleashed power was a spectacle that cut through the very fabric of the battlefield, and the chains that bound him were now a shining extension of his will. His opponents, once formidable, scattered like chaff in the wind, their forms imprinted by the light of his fury. The observers, shrouded in the anonymity of war, stood in stunned silence, their faces turning from expectation to shock. Amid the dust and debris, the warrior's silhouette seemed an immovable monolith, a testament to the unshakable power lurking within. Barely containing a smirk, the warrior exhaled a single confident, "Huh." It was not just a sigh. It was the epitome of victory, the sound of triumph over an opponent unworthy of the challenge he had thrown down. Among the onlookers, one dared to ask a question that hung in the air. It was a plea, a desire for understanding in the face of overwhelming force. The warrior turned his back to him and relaxed his shoulders in an expression of aloofness. With a mocking look, he said they intended to ask him interesting questions. The condescension in his tone was palpable. It was a verbal taunt at the inadequate challenge to his power. It was the only question he had in mind, he continued, insisting with every word on the importance of research. His position was clear. Some truths are not meant for the unworthy. They had no right to hear that answer, Jafir declared, finally passing judgment. In his world, knowledge was power, and not everyone was worthy to share that power. Somewhere off to the side, a shadowy figure hesitated, delicately placing a hand to his chin. The pause was filled with understanding, a confluence of facts leading to a startling conclusion. There was an expression of understanding on their faces, a mixture of awe and fear. He sent him here for them, they whispered, and the pieces of the great puzzle fell into place. It was a revelation that hinted at the strings being pulled from above, a story of manipulation in which the warrior could be a mere pawn, or perhaps a king, in a game much bigger than the skirmish that had just unfolded. Sahach, once a formidable presence on the battlefield, was now defeated. His strength was leaving him, his life force seeping into the ground beneath him. Over his bowed head loomed a grim specter of judgment. Sahach lost. A few paces away, the victor, a bone-white-haired warrior, was walking away with the serene confidence of a man whose objective has been accomplished. The grizzled warrior's thoughts were a whirlwind, though outwardly he remained serene. At least I have accomplished the first step of my plan, he mused quietly, already contemplating the implications of his victory. His every move was weighed, the weight of his unrevealed plan as heavy as the chains he wore in battle. His thoughts took on a darker cast, tinged by the foreboding of the inevitable consequences that were to come. The problem is that when he finds out, he reflected, the he in question was a ghostly figure in the warrior's military strategy, someone who has the power to unravel or tighten the threads of the plan he has so carefully woven. Next, his thoughts were silenced, the next phase of the plan already looming on the horizon of his mind. Jafir knew what needed to be done. He knew the roles and the moves that awaited his team. But as he was about to contemplate his next maneuver, a sudden weakness came over him. Jafir couldn't move a finger, he realized with a shudder. A chilling numbness swept through his limbs, a treacherous rush that robbed him of free will. Panic, alien to his experienced heart, raced through his chest as he struggled against invisible bonds. Tension gripped him, a vice in his flesh. The sudden tension and pain in his body. He exhaled, the discomfort growing into an agony that threatened to break his towering spirit. It was an internal betrayal. His own body was turning against him on the threshold of triumph. In that moment of vulnerability, the warrior was immobilized, a stark reminder that even those who dance with victory can be trapped by unseen enemies, and that every plan, no matter how well crafted, is but a house of cards before the capricious winds of fate. The battlefield fell silent, and the moonlight-haired warrior collapsed in exhaustion. His breathing was heavy and his energy was draining faster than he had expected. Since Jeffer had used the technique, he had depleted his mana faster than he thought, a tinge of regret running through his thoughts. He realized, even despite his efforts to increase his mana, his body, a relic of the past decade, was failing under the strain. As Jafir struggled with his vulnerability, the air around him began to thicken, and the atmosphere was filled with an ominous presence. From the depths of the shadows emerged a figure at once majestic and formidable, a spirit in chains, whose form was a tapestry of darkness and power. "It is the spirit of Shylock," he declared, and the power echoed in his voice. He proclaimed his allegiance to the enigmatic Sir Uzra, the god of loans, whose name whispered promises of binding contracts and high obligations. The spirit Shylock followed the warrior with eyes that held ancient secrets and unwavering purpose. Since Jeffer has confirmed that the user's mana has dropped to 0, the Iron Wall skill will begin its collection. His words were a verdict, the final clause of a contract that the warrior had perhaps made too hastily. The very skill that had been his bulwark was now a harbinger of debts to come. The warrior's eyes narrowed, jaws clenched tight, as realization pierced the fog of his fatigue. "Iron Wall is not just a skill that increases defense and endurance," he muttered, the bitterness of truth biting his tongue. Reality was a cruel teacher, proving that the power he had relied so heavily on was actually a double-edged sword, a protector turned collector. After this revelation, the warrior realized the gravity of his situation. The abilities he possessed, the strength he had perfected, had a cost that went beyond mere physical exertion. His power had a price, which the spirit called Shylock was to receive under the watchful eye of a deity, whose mercy was as unfathomable as the void from which the spirit had emerged. And so, the warrior found himself at the mercy of the very forces he once commanded. Bound by an ancient covenant, his fate was now in the hands of the unseen spirit, and God he served. The battle may have been won, but the war seemed to be fought on terms that were not his own. As the dust of battle settled, the warrior with the alabaster mane became aware of something new. The Iron Wall, his once reliable bulwark, had taken a hidden toll on him. Fatigue and damage piling up in debt as he used skills, he recalled the cursed conditions, and his heart sank when the truth was revealed. The magic he wielded so skillfully was a borrowed power, its value accruing with each use, and it could be repaid in full without mercy, like a loan shark's debt. Then appeared before his mental gaze the majestic countenance of the lone god, Uzra, a deity clothed in robes of insight and power. Whispered among the adventurers, it is a grim and cautionary tale of how many of them overreached themselves, lured by the lure of the Iron Wall, only to fall victim to dungeons beyond their strength, and their ambition led them to an early grave. In the shadows of his calculations, Jeffer's eyes burned with fury, and his face expressed a silent snarl. Surely he was drooling as he watched him fight. Those words were a poisoned arrow aimed at the divine voyeur he imagined reveling in the spectacle of their fight. The ethereal Shylock hovered now, his form both ethereal and sinister, and the grim arithmetic of military duties began. The spirit's hands danced with otherworldly precision, calculating the damages due, the ghostly accountant calculating the value of the life force lent. And then, with the inevitability of fate, sentence was passed, calculation completed. The countdown begins. 10. The figure of Jafir, once indomitable and determined, has become a mere petitioner before the altar of his past decisions. He knelt, trapped in chains of his own making, as the specter of his pact with arcane magic began its inexorable countdown. Every second that passed was another step closer to revenge, a payment that might rob him of more than just his strength. In the quiet aftermath of his triumph, the warrior had to face the looming specter of consequences, his fate hanging in the balance, suspended on a thin countdown that bore the weight of eternity. The weight of his own flesh felt like chains as the warrior lay on the ground, his mana depleted, and his body turned into a prison. Jeffer's body seemed too heavy, he thought, and as the countdown continued, a sense of dread gripped his mind. 8. The number echoed in his head, a harbinger of the impending doom the iron wall promised to bring. Panic reigned, cold and unwelcome. Jeffir could not move. Jeffir let out a groan, feeling the invisible shackles of his own body tighten around him. His situation was becoming more desperate with each passing moment, and the countdown was inexorable. But then a spark ignited from the depths of his fading consciousness, a reminder of the salvation he carried with him. Emergency recovery potion. It was his last hope, his possible salvation from a mysterious retribution. With a tremendous effort that belied his weakened state, his hand twitched and his fingers closed around the vial. He gripped the potion tightly, like a lifeline against the wave of darkness that threatened to engulf him. The clinking of the glass was a loud call, flowing in the cascade of vitality. As the contents of the potion poured into him, a surge of energy followed, a wave lashing the shores of his fading spirit. A light enveloped him, a warm glow that contrasted with the coldness of his despair. And then, like the breaking of a spell, the words appeared. The mana meter has increased. The collection countdown has risen. The relentless march of the countdown has stopped. The threat of the iron wall has diminished for the moment. The warrior lay there, and the glow of the potion washed over him with radiant relief. His breathing, once shallow from fear, was now deeper from the influx of mana. He was safe from the collector's clutches, saved by the grace of the potion. After the quiet aftermath, the warrior was left with the knowledge of how close he had come to a terrible fate, and the realization that his battle was not only against flesh and blood, but against the very essence of magic itself. The spirit of Shylock, with a countenance of supernatural power, hovered before the weary warrior. His words were a decree, albeit a temporary one, granting a reprieve from the magical debt that clung to the warrior's soul. They will postpone the collection of funds until next time, the body said. A pause in the relentless quest for reparations, a momentary sigh in the endless cycle of cosmic retribution. The warrior, lying on the ground, smiled defiantly, his eyes, weighed down by the burden of past battles, shone with an irrepressible glow. "Uzra, you have underestimated me," sneered the absent deity, his voice a hoarse whisper but full of triumph. Did he really believe he would have been unprepared for such a situation? In the face of divine calculation, Jafir found a loophole, a contingency plan woven into the fabric of his destiny. His statement echoed in the still air, a testament to his resilience. Jafir was a professional who survived for a year, even after humans became extinct. It's not hard to avoid his collection. The words painted a portrait of a solitary figure in the midst of desolation, a survivor of cataclysms both human and divine, a master at eluding even the most ruthless of creditors. The warrior's mind wandered then, tracing the contours of his strategic prowess. He had always known that the iron wall was a bastion of security, a skill that maximized his mana efficiency. In his past life, such a skill was worth its weight in gold, a valuable tool in the arsenal of anyone who dared to face the unknown dangers that awaited in the darkness of the dungeons. Lying in the dust, he remembered the price of his skill, a coin from another life. Jafir reflected on the fact that he was owed 500 gold pieces, and a sad smile tugged at his lips. This skill was coveted, sought after by many reckless souls who would rush headlong into action, blinded by the lure of power and without foresight. In these moments of respite, the warrior's story unfolded, a chronicle of cunning and preparation, a dance with destiny, where the steps were measured not in tact, but in the careful control of mystical energies. Jeffer lay there, a schemer whose plans allowed him to resist the inevitable, a player whose actions in the dark realms of magic were as deft as those on the physical battlefields of the past. As the warrior's consciousness teetered on the edge of the precipice, the brutal clarity of his predicament hit him like a cold wind. Either way, this ability is too expensive for someone in my situation, he muttered to himself, the weight of the iron wall weighing on his spirit. It was a luxury he could not afford, a price too high for his dwindling reserves. Yet, even as he was aware of the gravity of his situation, a glimmer of his indomitable will shone within him. With a gesture at once defiant and reckless, he raised his middle finger skyward, his words like a sardonic taunt directed at the unseen forces that dared to bind him. Jeffer spat a hoarse whisper in which the fire of his defiance burned. In the next breath, his world plunged into darkness, and he had no choice but to wonder if he had slipped into the void. The question hung in the air, unanswered, as he plunged into a sea of uncertainty, and events blurred into shadows at the edge of his memory. As he awoke from the darkness, a soft voice greeted him, with sweetly mocking words. The nun asked him if he had slept well. The face that returned her gaze was unfamiliar, its tone suspicious, almost playful. It was a stark contrast to the grim reality he had just encountered, and for a moment he was lost in the dissonance between the two worlds. Jafir asked his sister what that meant, and her voice pierced the confused silence. The surroundings were unfamiliar to him. The atmosphere did not match the battlefield he remembered. His eyes, sharp as a warrior's, searched her face for answers, for any sign of the reality he knew. The warrior found himself in the hands of a mysterious figure, a mysterious woman, whose presence brought him more questions than comfort. Jeffer lay there, his body still reflecting the remnants of battle, and Jeffer's mind raced to piece together the puzzle of his current situation. Whether this was an unexpected ally, a figment of a tired mind, or a new adversary disguised as kindness, only time will reveal the truth about the intentions of their mysterious savior. In the dimly lit room, the warrior's eyes widened at the sight of a cassock-clad woman, her face a strange mixture of concern and amusement. "Ah, customer, you were surprised, weren't you, since you woke up in someone else's house?" she cooed, her voice a soothing balm to the anxiety gnawing at his mind. The comfort he offered her was brief, as she hastened to add, a statement that should have been comforting, but contained something more, something unspoken. The warrior's pause was short-lived, as the woman's tone took on a playfully mocking tone. Jafir seemed to be very tired. The girl said he was sound asleep. Her words were light, but the meaning they carried was heavy and had consequences. Jafir did not miss the joke in her voice, nor the seriousness of the situation he was in. His attitude changed and the warmth in his voice was replaced by a sharp sarcasm. "Isn't your client crazy?" he asked, his eyes wide with mock surprise. It was a rhetorical question that underlined the recklessness of his previous actions. The girl heard it all. "Jafir did dangerous things," she reprimanded, wagging her finger as if scolding a child before delivering the final blow. As if revealing the additional debt wasn't enough, he leaned closer, his face inches from hers, his eyes burning with a mixture of anger and defiance. The girl immediately screamed if the bastard was going to pay them. The change in her was radical. The nun figure had become a formidable creditor, and her patience had been stretched to the limit. The warrior lay there, his head blank, and realized that the battlefield had followed him to this room. The debt he owed, the collateral he had put up, all of it was about to be paid, and the woman in front of him was keeping track of it. Her transformation from caregiver to enforcer was a stark reminder of the fine line between asylum and prison. Through the pain of exhaustion and the fog of his recovery, the warrior realized that his battle was far from over. He simply changed the scenario from a clash of steel and spells to a silent war of words and debt. His adversary was no longer just an enemy on the battlefield, but the very conditions of survival to which he had desperately agreed. The chains of commitment weighed heavy on him, and as the woman's face loomed over him, he realized that the struggle for his freedom had only just begun. In the dimly lit corners of a world ruled by magic and power, a desperate soul found himself trapped in the heavy chains of debt. Black-haired and wide-eyed as he realized his plight, the young wizard muttered curses to himself. The weight of his commitment hung in the air like a noose, ready to tighten at the slightest incantation of his forbidden arts. He knew well the price of magic at that moment, his own freedom. So she vowed to follow a path paved with words, not sticks, and her voice was the only instrument she had left. Across the room, shrouded in power and menace, stood a recreator, a figure shrouded in the darkness she herself had created. Her eyes, sharp and unyielding, promised no mercy as she declared her intention to demand her future earnings from him. Her voice echoed coldly in the stone chamber. She probed him with sharp words, each one a stab that hinted at the futility of his plight. The daily loans, the mounting interest, the missed payments, like so many fallen soldiers on a battlefield he himself had created. He spoke of the Cobalt Lair, the reward for his last trip to the treacherous dungeons that permeated the land like a honeycomb. But his tone left no room for hope. He saw no value in his reward, no worth in his victory. He said they were pennies compared to the mountain of debt he owed. The magician's eyes, golden like the coin he so desperately needed, reflected not only the flickering light of the room, but also the flicker of fear within him. The lender's next words were a whisper, a hiss that threatened to wound deeper than any sword. "We should claim what is rightfully ours in the flesh?" she asked, not taking her eyes off him. His henchmen, two bald, violent thugs, stood beside him, their devotion as evident as the baldness on their heads. And there she was, the architect of his misery, with a smile on her lips like the devil's dance. She thought of the limbs he might leave her, perhaps a finger to hasten her understanding. His sneer was a velvet glove over an iron fist as he reminded her of the power of the temple, so often underestimated, so often ignored, until he got his comeuppance. The stage was set. The players were ready. What was at stake was life and limb. In a world where words could be magic wands and debts could be a dungeon, one man's tongue was his only ally in the fight against the darkness that threatened to consume him. The tension in the air was palpable, a living thing as thick as the stone walls that surrounded them. The young wizard, turning away from the cold reality of his debts, found a glimmer of hope, or was it despair, flickering within him. Jafir shouted to his sister to wait a moment, with a heartbreaking panic and epiphany in his voice. The words seemed to burst from his throat, as if he were trying to cling to the promise of a fleeting salvation. The creditor, cocooned by the unyielding power of his position, did not flinch. Her orders were swift and brutal, a stark contrast to the indecision in her debtor's eyes. The girl ordered Jafir's fingers to be cut off, her voice a harbinger of the grim consequences of non-payment of his debts. The blade, cold and indifferent, hovered over the wizard's vulnerable flesh, a breath away from cutting off more than a finger. But the blade stopped in its fall at the debtor's desperate plea. There was a moment, brief as a heartbeat, when the inevitability of this act seemed to be in doubt. And then came the shock that spread across the pawnbroker's face like the first ray of dawn. "That bastard, did he just—" His voice faltered and the room held its breath. Now standing, he looked at the wizard with new eyes. Behind his gaze read a torrent of unspoken questions, namely who he was. The question was an arrow aimed straight at the heart of the mystery that suddenly enveloped the debtor like a cloak. There was recognition in his unchanging facade, a hint of uncertainty. His minions, always instruments of his will, were adrift in the sudden change, their confusion palpable. They asked the sister what the problem was. They asked her for advice, for orders, which always came swiftly and surely, but none came. Instead, she ordered an abrupt retreat, leaving no room for protest. It was an order that could not be postponed. His authority sounded as clear as the ringing of a bell, and they obeyed. The departure of the henchmen was as sudden as their appearance. The noise of their departure reflected their anger. There was a great silence in the room, the oppressive heaviness of the order of the creditor hovering like smoke. History was suspended on a razor's edge. The next words, the next breath could turn the world on its axis. In the dimly lit confines of the creditor's domain, a question hovered in the air, sharp and unexpected as the point of a dagger. The girl was startled to learn how Jafir knew that name. The lender's voice, once imperious and authoritative, now trembled with a tinge of uncertainty. The shadows seemed to lean closer, as if anxious to hear the debtor's answer. Jafir, prostrate and seemingly defeated until that moment, smiled with a newfound confidence bordering on insolence. Jafir objected, for how could he not know the name? And his tone was suffused with a mocking astonishment that did not reach his eyes. His knowledge broke the veil of the creditor's double life, revealing a hidden truth that suddenly put them on an equal footing. With the look of a man revealing a great secret, he spoke again, his words deliberate. Jafir should have called the girl the White Rose Monster Broker. The name fell between them like a thrown gauntlet, defying the carefully constructed boundaries of their relationship. The accreditor, known to the world as Anna Primrose, a devout sister of the Temple of Light, has now revealed herself to be the infamous White Rose, a runner from the underworld. Her secret identity, who traded monster corpses, equipment, and secret information, was revealed after the debtor was unmasked. The image changed, becoming a visualization of shattered shields and broken swords, representing the folly of facing monstrous dangers without sufficient preparation. It was a bitter reminder of the foolishness of the debtor, and perhaps a subtle hint of the creditor's complicity in his plight. Within the confines of this room, the balance of power has shifted. Jaffer, armed with his opponent's secret, stripped off his victim's robe. He was now an equal, a man with influence over the mysterious figure before him. The creditor, for his part, was in an unfamiliar position, not as the holder of the debt, but as the keeper of secrets that were now in danger of coming to light. The air was saturated with the promise of stories yet to be revealed, stories of darkness, redemption, and the inescapable past that binds them all. Under the warm lamplight, the power dynamic in the room shifted perceptibly. The debtor, who had previously felt manhandled and at the mercy of his creditor, now spoke of negotiating with a confidence that seemed to come from an unexpectedly gained advantage. Jafir wondered why he would have to negotiate with that woman to get some utensils, in a firm and confident voice. The creditor looked at him tensely, with calculation and surprise in the depths of her eyes. Jafir continued, and in his tone there was a note of ironic amusement. Jafir stated that he was already going to come after you, as if he had foreseen this confrontation, or perhaps even planned it. His subsequent comment, that he was glad to be caught like this, was tinged with a hint of sarcasm, hinting at some shared history or deeper context to their interaction. With the pragmatism of a seasoned negotiator, he pointed out the absurdity of their current situation. Why not untie the girl first? Jafir asked the girl if she didn't think it wise to negotiate while he was in bed. The humor of the situation was not lost on them, and even the pawnbroker seemed to recognize the unusualness of his situation. When the narrative unfolded outside the building, the debtor's offer of privacy promised the possibility of frank conversation away from prying eyes and ears. Jaffer offered the girl a productive conversation for the two of them, and the moonlight cast a peaceful glow over the scene, providing a respite from the tension in the room. The tranquility was short-lived, however. Back in the house, the debtor became a storm of movement and excitement. When the attendants tried to calm him down, his discontent erupted, and his voice cracked at their attempts to calm him. They hovered around him, white against his brooding silhouette, and their pleas to reassure him were as fruitless as whispers against a storm. With a final show of defiance, Jafir, or rather his image, emerged in Sahaki's memory, his stature and the steadiness of his voice breaking the tension. Sahaku asserted that that was really all he had, and said that the guy didn't deserve that power, asserting his authority and asserting himself powerfully. The clerk, stunned at the debtor's conviction, could only utter a muffled curse. Behind the disorder and discord in the hallowed halls of the hospital, a declaration of vengeance was heard. Sahaki, whose eyes burned with unquenchable fire, vowed revenge. Sahaki shouted that he would kill Jafir, and his voice cut through the silence like a serrated blade. Sahaki said he would be sure to kill him himself. His promise was a grim oath, echoing ominously off the barren walls. A sudden noise caught his attention, and already new footsteps were approaching the epicenter of the noise. A quiet voice cut through the noise. Sir Ned entered the room and asked what the noise was, if someone had decided to make a fuss in the infirmary. The owner of the voice paid no attention to the heaviness that had invaded the room a moment before. When a man named Sir Ned entered, the atmosphere changed perceptibly. His presence was like a balm, and his bearing spoke of his ability to soothe even the most troubled souls. Someone uttered Ned's name with relief. Sister Ned surveyed the scene with an experienced eye, and then dismissed the healers with a gesture of command that seemed to emanate from his very being. He turned, motioning him to lie down, to the agitated man on the bed, and his voice sounded like a command wrapped in velvet. Ned said the healer could go, for he would take care of it. Sahaki remained silent, her eyes lowered, her spirit wrestling with the chasm between who she was and who she had become in the eyes of her companions. The sermon he received was a mirror reflecting his tarnished image, a hero diminished not by the enemy, but by his own actions. It was a story about fallacy, the distance between expectations and reality, and the difficult road to redemption. In the silence that followed the storm, the golden-haired man remained standing, his posture expressing remorse, and words of apology were uttered in a barely audible whisper. Sahaki uttered something to the effect that he was sorry in front of Ned and that he had made a mistake. But his sentence was cut short, as if the weight of his wrong was too heavy to bear at all. Yet there was a glint of defiance in his eyes, a subtle hint that he was not entirely resigned to the situation. The room shook, the air filled with the energy of confrontation as another voice interrupted his unfinished confession. You could feel the weight of authority in that voice and the barely contained anger. Sir Ned asked what, and didn't have to worry about it. You could hear the distrust in that tone. Everyone Ned had crossed paths with tonight had been talking about it all evening. The accusation was a verbal jab that struck with precision at the man's, already fragile, armor of composure. The rebuke continued, unfurling like a military banner in the silence of the room. Sir Ned pronounced that Lord Matthias had always told him not to do anything that might bring them eternal disgrace. The words weighed heavy, like a reminder of a broken code of honor. The accusation was a verbal blow that struck with precision at the man's already fragile armor of composure. Ned immediately exclaimed that Sahaki still dared to beat them like worthless dogs in front of all these slaves. The contempt in his voice was palpable, and it filled the room with a choking force. The man bowed his head. The figure stepped forward, his silhouette towering over the golden-haired man. Ned believed that the reason Sahaki had gotten away with such acts was because people expected from him what he could do. When he first encountered the demon, God-worshipper, Ned thought that Sahaki had a special talent. Ned reflected. The history between them was a tapestry of victories and now defeats that stained the fabric of their shared past. The gravity of his mistake was clear. His actions had turned his hallowed apartment into an object of ridicule. Echoes of the laughter and scorn his mistake provoked among the crowd draped a heavy blanket over his shoulders. After the rebuke, the man's desperate plea filled the space between them. Sahaki asked the Lord to grant him another hour. His body bowed in supplication, and his voice was a strained whisper on the cold stone floor. This plea was a testament to her fall, a last attempt to redeem herself. The figure responded dryly, not so much commanding as walking away. Sir Ned said they would continue to do what they had always done. It was an order to stand up, and perhaps an indication that the man would be given a chance to make amends for his mistakes, however insignificant that chance might be. In the dimly lit hallway of the Order's fortress, a drama as old as time was unfolding, a confrontation between honor and survival. Sahaki stood with his head down, a paragon of regret in the face of his implacable superior. The weight of a stern order hung in the air between them. Ned ordered that those who would bring shame upon them were not to be left alive. These words were not just a statement, but a verdict that hung over his head like a sword of Damocles. The uniform, once a symbol of status and a source of pride, now seemed like chains that shackled their impending doom. Sahaki realized that if he could not do even that, his crimson uniform would be taken away. The reality of his eventual downfall was a bitter pill, a poison that threatened to squeeze the life out of his once brilliant career. The warden, whose silhouette was visible in the torchlight, handed him a package with a solemn order for his use. It was an offering fraught with danger and potential, a lifeline thrown into the tempestuous sea in which this man's honor was now sinking. As he unwrapped the cloth, he saw a sphere pulsing with the dark energy of the forbidden and unholy, an artifact of the demon god worshipper. It was an object of immense power, and with it came a choice that was a test in itself. The chief's words confirmed the artifact's sinister origin. It was in the room of the demonic deity he had once captured, but Ned said it was up to Sahaki whether or not to use the artifact, leaving the weight of the decision in the man's hands. The man known as Sahaki realized the unspoken challenge. To use the orb is to dance with darkness itself, to risk your soul for a chance at redemption. To refuse, it would mean accepting his shame and losing everything he held dear. The eyes of the Order were upon him, and within these walls he had a decision to make, a decision that would restore his tarnished legacy or condemn him to ignominy. In the shadows of the Order's sanctuary, Sahaki, known among his brethren as Mad Dog, stood before his superior, his fate hanging in the balance. The heaviness of expectation and the sharp tang of fear hung in the air. The overseer's words were a stern reminder. Sir Ned said that Sahaki was not at liberty to choose the means of accomplishing the task. Sahachi's eyes, in which once burned the fire of defiance, flickered now as he realized the difficult situation. The superior's orders were clear. Ned continued, telling Sahaki to make a decision he would not regret later. It was an instruction that left no room for doubt, an order to dive into the abyss with eyes wide open. The reputation he had forged, the very essence of his personality among the hunters, was now shackled at the ankles. The Mad Dog of Sahaki, the terror of enemies, the scourge of hunters, was at a crossroads. Whispers of his past exploits, of the number of hunters who had shed blood, were like ghosts in the room, his silent verdict echoing off the walls. The laughter that followed, cruel and mocking, was a sound that would haunt Sahaki. It was the laughter of his superior, a sound that stripped him of his dignity and exposed the depth of his downfall. For him, to return to slavery, to succumb to the very chains he was so desperately trying to break, was tantamount to death. Death of spirit and name. In his hand he held an orb, an obscure relic of a past victory. It was a symbol of his possible redemption, but at what price? It pulsed with immeasurable power, a seductive whisper of power and magic. Sahaki's voice broke the silence. She shouted at Ned not to play with him. There was a glimmer of something more in her life mired in servitude, and she didn't want to miss it. Sahaki thought that at last her life was better. In the silence of the subway chamber, Sahaki clutched the orb tightly, its ominous glow reflected in her determined eyes. Sahaki told himself that he could not let it all end here, in the shadows, and it was more a promise to himself than a defiance of fate. The sphere pulsing with forbidden power seemed to respond to his determination with a surge of dark energy. Above the ground, the night sky silently watched the fury of Sahaki's soul. As he emerged from the darkness, his silhouette was silhouetted against the moonlight, a lone figure battling the looming specter of death. Sahaki proclaimed that it was not he who would die, but Jafir, and his voice cut through the cold air with a blade of steel. In the halls of power, Sir Ned's words weighed. A veil of vigilance hung over Sahach. Ned ordered the knight to keep an eye on Sahaki to make sure he would not cause them any more trouble, his gaze as sharp as the sword he held at the ready. Loyalty and distrust danced a dangerous tango in the dimly lit corridors. Sir Ned paused, his profile against the stone walls of the Order looking thoughtful. Jafir reflected on the need for people to examine their situations from an objective point of view, and an enigmatic smile played on his lips. These words were a lesson and a warning, a guide for those swimming in the treacherous waters of their ranks. And in a moment of unvarnished candor, Sir Ned revealed the cruel joke of talent, the invisible threads that bound them all together. Sahach, the fierce Mad Dog, was both pawn and player in a game whose depths he had yet to fathom. Ned whispered that Sahaki did not understand the real reason they had decided to take a man like him into their service. Sir Ned whispered these words to the knight, his eyes reflecting a game that only he could see. In the dimly lit corridors of the ancient fortress, shadows were gathering in secret. Ned Striere, disciple of the demon god, stood beside his interlocutor, both hidden from view by dark robes. Their conversation was quiet but tense. Ned recognized that he was indebted to Saha, whose machinations had diverted the suspicions of the knights from themselves. There was an air of conspiracies and whispers of alliances. As the night deepened, their plan unfolded like a dark tapestry. They intended to infiltrate the ranks of the temple knights and intercept the coveted items during the chaos of the dungeon. The plan was audacious and fraught with danger. It involved destroying the captain of the temple knights and capturing the Shrine of Light in the third ward for their sinister patron, the demon god. If successful, this mission would shift the balance of power in the order, and a coup could reshape the dominance of the demon god's followers. Ned and his silent companion continued their clandestine journey, their boots clacking softly on the cold stone. Ned was determined that nothing should interfere with his purpose. Their conversation drifted to an unexpected topic, namely that of a certain person whose presence had become a variable in their equation. His identity provoked in Ned's ally a moment of recognition and surprise. Elsewhere, a figure emerged from the shadows with a physique sculpted by discipline and a posture reminiscent of the ancient martial arts of a secret school. His mere existence was questionable. His techniques were not intended for outsiders, known only to the school's master and his 4 devoted brothers. Ned, upon learning of this master's existence, was plunged into thought. Was this man a messenger from their master, called to aid them in their dark mission? Or perhaps a spy sent to thwart their plans? The silence that reigned between the brothers spoke volumes, and Ned realized that the mystery had to be solved. After all, if the master had sent this warrior, why didn't he use the established channels to communicate with them? In a tangled dance of shadows and deception, every player was a potential enemy, every ally a possible traitor. In the subway echelons of the demon god's disciples, distrust was as common as the shadows that concealed their figures. One of them, a figure shrouded in mystery, pondered a disturbing suspicion. The object of his scrutiny was an enigma, an individual whose allegiance was as yet unknown and therefore dangerously unpredictable. The conspirator was cautious, aware that rash action might reveal closely guarded secrets. The conspirator devised a plan and decided to hire Sahaki, whose name seemed to bear the mark of secrecy and intelligence. This Sahaki would be the key, the means to determine whether this suspicious person was friend or foe, and without risk of discovery. The scene was then reduced to a hand whose fingers tightly gripped the hilt of a dagger, whose blade glinted ominously. The implication was obvious. If the stranger turned out to be an adversary, swift and silent punishment awaited him. The threat to his cause could not go unheeded. A mask of determination froze on the face of the conspirator, whose eyes burned with the dark fire of determination. Eliminating the threat was not only a necessity, it was a duty. The decision was made with the cold finality of steel. Elsewhere, disbelief furrowed the brows of another, perhaps a compatriot, who considered the stranger nothing more than a madman. A silence sounded in response. Just then, a sigh was heard in which bewilderment and revelation mingled. A twist of fate, the unfolding of events took them by surprise. But the astonishment would not take long to increase, for before them rose a creature out of nightmares, a monster from the abyss, from the darkest legends. Its claws were like scythes, and its numerous eyes glowed with eldritch light. The improbability of this monster's presence inspired awe and undisguised respect. What they had once considered madness was now a display of immense power, an incredible challenge that could change the course of the Shadow War. In this realm of intrigue and dark arts, even the most unusual techniques were weapons to be wielded with precision, a lesson that would be written in the chapters of their secret history. In the sun-drenched interior of a quaint room decorated with the trappings of the ancient and arcane world, a muscular man with a prominent arm asked a question of his companion. a woman dressed in the white robes of a cleric. Jafir asked the girl if she liked him, and his question hung in the air between them. The woman, whose features were etched with symbols of sanctity, was surprised. Her answer was curt, tinged with expletives that did not fit her holy attire. The girl, with a twinkle in her eye, asked aloud if it didn't show that she liked him, and the incongruity of her words with her appearance startled any observer. After a moment she pulled herself together, and the initial shock passed like a cloud over the sun. She cleared her throat. A small cough escaped her lips as if to cancel the previous outburst. The girl mumbled that anyway. Let the guy let her set them straight. There was determination in her tone now, not anger, indicating that she was back to some task that required her attention and concern. Her attention was then diverted to a scroll, the sales list on which was written Predator Corpse. The creature, once a huge mass of muscle and sinew, now lay lifeless, its value diminished by the lack of magical essence and the damage sustained by its corporeal form. Such was the trade of this realm, where the remains of fallen beasts were a commodity, byproducts of their existence that were traded and bartered. The second list revealed a whole series of objects steeped in mysticism and divine craftsmanship. The advanced sacred enchanters, a miraculous healing engraved rosary, and a rare salamander stone. They were artifacts of a world where the miraculous mingled with the ordinary, where sorcerers worked at their craft as diligently as a blacksmith at his forge. Finally, the woman, with a serious and calm demeanor, moved on to the main question. The girl said there was nothing on that list that we couldn't get, but money was the problem, and her eyes reflected the gravity of economic reality even in the realm of magic. The amount came to the considerable sum of 5,000 gold. To gather such riches, they needed to capture more predators, no easy task, involving dangerous hunts and encounters with nightmarish creatures. A man with a tattooed arm stood confidently in the weathered stone hall, awash in the golden glow of midday. He faced the woman out of habit, with a firm voice and confident posture. Jafir said there was no problem. He also said he would have them ready in 3 weeks, so let the girl prepare the issue by then. There was a promise in his words, tying him to a deadline, to an important task that both he and the nun seemed to understand well. The air changed as he leaned forward slightly, the light casting shadows on his sharp features. Jafir decided to ask one more favor of the girl, assuming their agreement had depth beyond simple transactions. There was trust here, or at least a semblance of it, forged in the fire of mutual need and benefit. The scene then shifted to a modest wooden table, where a man sat with his companions around him. It was a motley group, each bearing the stamp of his own merits. There was a hushed tension in the room as they pondered their next moves, and the man's murmur floated among them like a string to be pulled. The silence was broken by laughter, and a broad-shouldered man holding a cup aloft interrupted the reflection. Goethe immediately said that, although they had met before, they should have introduced themselves, and good humor took over his voice. The Goethe emblem was a hallmark, perhaps a code name or a nickname from a past life. Their easy demeanor indicated that, despite the seriousness of their mission, the camaraderie was not lost on them. The familiarity continued when a sandy-haired man with a carefree smile announced his presence. Goethe announced that the guy sitting next to him was his team's forward tanker, waving his hand at the burly figure. Marco's smile was warm, welcoming, and he greeted him nonchalantly. Marco smiled and said it was a pleasure to meet Jafir, and there was an unspoken promise of protection and strength in his tone. Beneath the quiet murmur of camaraderie, the dynamics of the group subtly revealed themselves. They gathered in the subdued warmth of their usual place, where the wooden tables showed the scars of countless meetings. It was here that they praised Dale, a figure wrapped in an anonymous hood. Although he has only been with the company for 3 months, his skills have caught on with the team, and he has become a valuable employee whose potential has yet to be tapped. When Jafir was introduced, the conversation shifted, and there was silence at the table. He was an enigma, a so-called newcomer to the group, with high hopes riding on his name. Despite being a rookie, He was greeted with palpable enthusiasm, a promise of fresh energy and untapped possibilities. Laughter cut through the silence as a member of the group shouted encouragement, trying to melt the ice and ignite the spirit of togetherness. A small keg was poured, perhaps an offer of a drink, a gesture beyond words, a sign of the ties that bind the group together. But beneath the cloak of joy hovered unease. Goethe, who always maintained the team's fighting spirit, addressed his comrades with a chuckle and earnestness, urging them to defuse the situation. His words were a wake-up call, a reminder that the newly arrived Jafir was to be the cornerstone of their future endeavors. Therefore, it was very important that he feel as much a part of the team as the experienced members. During this exchange, Marco, the perpetual guardian of the front line, was struggling with an internal dilemma. With a frown and a thoughtful look on his face, he pondered the delicate task of integrating Jafir into the team. Marco's concern was obvious. He cared about team cohesion, the comfort of the rookies, and the unspoken promise that each team member should be welcomed as family. In a dimly lit room, the group members gathered around a modest table set with simple viands, a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, modest pastries. The host of the gathering was perplexed at the modesty of their welcoming ceremony. Jafir wondered aloud if it wasn't because his ceremony wasn't grand enough. There was concern in his voice. He did his best to offer a decent meal, but doubts crept into his mind as to whether it was enough. There was a thoughtful hush in the room as Jafir, a new addition to their ranks, leaned forward. His presence was imposing, even as he was about to break the silence. Jafir asked for one thing to be shown to the others first, drawing all eyes to him. Expectation hung in the air. His companions were waiting for him to speak his mind. With a smile that played on the borderline between arrogance and jest, Jafir raised his glass and launched a scathing critique of the drink he was offering. Jafir immediately stated that he did not drink horse urine, but in a light tone, as if challenging his companions to a joke. The group erupted in astonishment and laughter, shocked by his insolence and the unexpected turn of the ceremony. Jafir's next revelation only added to the intrigue. He ceremoniously shook the flask, revealing that it contained a liquor exclusive to the White Rose, a name that evoked a sense of rarity and luxury. Jafir went on to say that this was a luxury that slaves like them could not even dream of. There was a note of pride and disdain in his voice, as if challenging their current situation with this small act of indulgence. The dynamics of the group changed markedly, as Jafir's actions hinted at depths and stories yet to be shared. His entrance was not just an initiation into the team, but a subtle statement about his background, his tastes, and perhaps his intentions. As evening fell, the bread and cheese were forgotten and the stories and toasts began, heralding the start of Jafir's journey with his new teammates. In the warmth of a secluded corner, the group gathered, and amidst the clinking of glasses and the sharing of bread from a meager feast, camaraderie was born. There was a note of uncertainty in the air. New alliances hung in the balance. The man who had earlier doubted the appropriateness of his welcoming ceremony now held out a cup to Jafir, a gesture of goodwill to which the man unexpectedly responded with a frank compliment. Jafir was prettier than he had realized. Those words were a slight ripple in the calm waters of their newfound camaraderie. Raising their glasses, they silently recited their oaths, sealed by the amber liquid in their cups. They were warriors united in a common cause, united against the lurking shadows that threatened their lands. The battle against the monsters was not only a fight for survival, but also a test of their cohesion. Jafir, his silver hair reflecting the dim light, nodded stoically, accepting the unspoken terms of the alliance. Jafir declared that, like it or not, they were now comrades before the raid. And there was a low rumble in his voice that emphasized the seriousness of the challenge before them. Amidst the general hubbub, one member of the group, known in the past as Goethe, watched Jafir with the knowing look of a mentor. His past experience with the team had taught him the value of leadership, and he was willing to mold the raw talent in front of him. Just needing a good teacher to improve, he could certainly be the catalyst for Jafir's transformation. However, While the group basked in the glow of the new camaraderie, there were still secrets. Mentor, for his part, pondered the other two, and the silence that followed his words was filled with questions. They were people who had nothing to do with his past life. Mysteries wrapped in the cloak of the present. Marco's hand froze in the air. The cold surface of the cup pressed against his lips. A thought flashed through her mind. A whisper of a question. Should she have tried to work with him? It was a matter of alliance and trust, of the unspoken dance of give and take that sustained the fragile bonds of their newly formed group. Dale's gaze, sitting across from him, was hard and contemplative. There was a deep strategy lurking in his eyes, thoughts silently pulsing in them. Jafir wondered if he should have gotten rid of those guys as soon as possible. His mind was set on the long game, always calculating his next move, even under the guise of camaraderie. Time flowed imperceptibly. He was a silent observer of their internal discussions. Jafir's fingers were quietly drumming on his chin, the shadow of a smile on his lips. Jafir declared that he had plenty of time to deal with this, allowing himself the luxury of patience, a momentary respite from the hustle and bustle of decision-making. When it dawned on them, the coins glittered in the gloom like promises, and the chest opened to show them the results of their activities. There was a clear message within the stone walls of their meeting place that spoke of giving money to those who needed it, of providing success to those who sought it, and of giving respect to those who demanded it. Goethe followed his experience and his knowledge closely. He reflected thoughtfully that he had already been on the same team with Goethe in a past life, and that gave him an idea of how to behave with him. Goethe recognized that there was a subtle connection between them, and sometimes a guiding hand was needed to help them navigate the uncharted waters of their relationship. However, though he tried to teach and guide, uncertainty lingered at the edge of his thoughts like a shadow. He stammered as he wanted to say, however, these two were enigmas, unknown variables that defied the patterns of his past experiences. Jafir's eyes flashed like a lone beacon in the gloom of his shelter as he voiced the unspoken truth. It was an understanding of the complexities hidden beneath the surface of his code, a realization that the human heart doesn't always follow the transactional rhythm of give and take. Dale's posture tensed. A shadow ran across his features. His world consisted of absolutes, lines drawn in the sand. He reflected that he was not one to be kind to those who constantly tried to pick fights with him. His words were a clear declaration of war against anyone who dared to challenge his sovereignty. A glint of hostility flashed in Marcus's gaze, which clearly reflected his inner turmoil. He had come to the conclusion that he did not like the man at all, and this admission offered no doubt. The tension eased, and the quiet storm began to grow with each sip of the bitter beer they drank together. The room seemed to shrink as they discussed the details of their ranks and the delicate balance of power that held them together. One of them pointed out that he was a level 4 and the other a level 5. The affirmation hung between them like a status symbol. In this world, value was determined by rank, and each level was a rung on the ladder of respect. And then, through the raging storm, a voice was heard calling for unity that could not be ignored. The hooded figure, the mediator trying to bridge the chasm that separated them, told them to find common ground with this man. She also reminded them to greet him when he arrived. A chuckle arose in response, reminding them of how many winding roads they had had to travel to be together at this moment. In the dimly lit room of the makeshift headquarters, a tense conversation was going on between two members of the motley crew of rebels. The weight of recent decisions hung in the air, and the leader, a man named Goethe, stood in full stature, his authority unquestioned, but his decisions controversial. His second in command, a man with piercing eyes and blonde hair, bowed toward him, his voice expressing respect and reproach. He recognized that Goethe, being the leader, had every right to do so, but expressed the idea that it would be better if they discussed it with him first. The blonde-haired man, with a bitter note in his voice, joked by asking who could have done it, pointing a finger in the air to emphasize the earlier transaction. The third participant, who had remained silent until then, intervened in the conversation sharply, comparing it to the point of a dagger. He warned them to stop, looking toward the door, where the silhouette of a passerby loomed. He reminded them that the walls have ears and that their rebellion can be heard. The tension eased like a wave as the blonde shrugged, a smirk on his lips. He announced that they had already decided to accept him into their squadron, and a conspiratorial smile shone in his eyes. He also added that they had already decided to split the reward among the three of them. His disregard for protocol, the ease with which he leaned back in his chair and shrugged off the gravity of the situation, spoke of a man accustomed to walking the razor's edge. He reflected that letting things take their course might not be a bad idea, and he felt comfortable with the chaos in which they were moving. This chaos could both shape them as leaders of the new world and fracture them into forgotten whispers of rebellion. In a secluded corner of their lair, tensions had reached boiling point. One member of the group, sensing disappointment, clutched his head furiously and expressed his displeasure at letting things take their course. There was contempt in his voice. The air around him seemed to vibrate with the fury of his thoughts, in which he condemned his companions for their gullibility and carelessness. He did not know how to hide his distrust, and it flared openly when he confronted another member of his group, whose figure stood out in the darkness. He stated that he still did not trust that member, and his voice became a harsh line drawn in the sand. He blamed the newcomer for daring to take his place in the established order. To him, such insolence was not only insulting, but threatening. The blond man, whose cunning was as powerful a weapon as the sword he probably carried, let his facial features reflect his skill. He commented that, with the passage of time, we would soon know the truth of what had happened, and he said it calmly and confidently. His words hung between them like a prediction of impending exposure. He knew that thieves became more vulnerable with the relentless passage of time. He stared off into the distance, pondering the inevitable nature of his world. His words expressed who the hunters were and what lessons the dungeons taught. They pointed to the reality of this world, where the merciless landscape of the dungeons was both a battlefield and a furnace, where the strength of those who dared to venture into its depths was forged. Then their story transported them from shadowy rooms and whispered conspiracies to the grandeur of history itself. The action shifts to the majestic cave city of Edelweiss, an ancient marvel of human endurance and ingenuity. A city born in the womb of towering mountains. Its walls chronicle centuries. Here, in a place where the past meets the present, the group will soon find their bonds tested and strained under the weight of legacy and survival. Their journey took them through stark and majestic landscapes, but nothing could have prepared them for the astonishing spectacle that opened before them after only 2 days of travel from the temple. One of the hooded travelers could not hide his surprise and exclaimed that he had no idea such a place existed 2 days' journey from the temple. His gaze was fixed on the unusual houses nestled in the natural fortress of the mountains. He pondered aloud, perhaps more to himself than to his companions, wondering if all those structures really served as human habitation. The idea seemed as mysterious as it was fascinating. His companion, armed with a spear and well-versed in the terrain, nodded with pride in his voice. He boasted that the interior of these houses was even better, noting the comfortable living spaces designed for recreation and healing. He described the place as a haven for those temporarily leaving the temple or coming to help. Another listener, overhearing this conversation, expressed slight envy for the lost experience in the past and said that the chief could have taken it with him then. But his reverie was cut short as soon as it arose. The ground shook beneath them, and the air was filled with a gloomy foreboding. One of them voiced his notes of accusation and fear in his voice, asking why she had decided to bring him here after this place had become a nest of monsters. The question was serious and suggested treachery, or a grave miscalculation that had led them into danger. At this threat, the calm hand reached out, fingers outstretched as if to grasp the invisible threads of magic that ran through the world. He announced his mana ability called mana detection, summoning arcana as naturally as a person breathes. His ability became a beacon that helped them penetrate the darkness and confront the terrible reality that lurked in the shadows of the cavernous city of Edelweiss. Their adventure suddenly took an unexpected turn, and now their only goal was to survive. In the shadowy corridors of the dungeon stood a lone figure, representing a conduit of arcane energy. When he channeled mana through his body, it spread like a spider's web, invisible but omnipresent, extending the reach of his senses far beyond flesh and bone. He was a beacon in the darkness, and every pulse and pattern of the hidden life of the dungeon presented itself to him. He whispered the shape of objects within his detection radius, his voice merging with the flow of magic, sounding like a low hum. Any movement or disturbance of the fine grid of his spell would immediately give away the presence of his target. Above them, under the protection of the cave mouth, their comrades gathered, weapons ready for action. They discussed the next steps in whispers, aware of the gravity of the task before them. One of them asked what was inside the place we were heading for. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, seeking confirmation. Another member of the group replied that this could be determined by the signs left at the entrance, as he looked carefully around the area. The signs were there for those with searching skills, barely visible traces of passage, disturbances in the dust, and traces of magic. The leader stated that this was the plan, and his words cut through the tension like a blade. His gaze was hard and his determination unwavering. They had faced danger many times before, danced on the brink of death in different circumstances, and each time they had emerged victorious. This time would be different. After mapping out a plan, they moved stealthily, trying to avoid the cobwebs that dotted the dungeon like woven traps. Their task was to find a nest of spiderlings, which were a threat at a young age, but became deadly if left to grow. The leader instructed them in a low, clear voice that they should first go through the dungeon, avoiding touching the webs, and reach the burrow where the spider hatchlings were. The plan was simple, but also fraught with danger. One false step, one accidental touch of the web, and a whole herd of poisonous spiders would descend upon them. 6 out of 8. The leader continued to explain the strategy, also pouring a paralyzing potion into the hole and hoping to destroy them easily. This plan arose from an urgent need, and the realization that sometimes the direct path is not the wisest. In the dark dungeon, guided only by reason and will, the group of adventurers was prepared. The wizard's hands glowed slightly as he prepared to cast a spell, and in that moment, they became more than a battle group. It was a force united against the darkness, a light that would not be extinguished. The mouth of the cave opened before them, silently indicating the threats within. The white-haired wizard held his wand tightly in his hand and spoke of the arcane challenge ahead. He recognized that he would have to maintain the ability to detect mana during his stay here, and his young face already expressed concentration. His companions, hidden under the hoods of their robes, nodded sympathetically. They were aware that the monsters they were to hunt constituted a serious threat, and that their quest was dangerous. However, since they must sleep during the day, if we are careful, their voice cracked, leaving the suggestion hanging in the air like a promise. It was a faint hope, but in the dangerous world they were navigating, one had to settle for little. The urgency of their mission was palpable, and when one of the hooded men interjected into the conversation, it was clear that it was a hesitation, a reluctance born of wisdom and experience. The doubt was short-lived, however, as the reality of the situation descended upon them like a veil. "It is not a question of whether it is difficult or not," said the second figure, with a seriousness that did not match his appearance of camouflage. It was the voice of reason, the voice of a seasoned warrior who realized that some battles choose them, not them the battles. The danger they faced was not a matter of choice but of urgent necessity. The seriousness of the task was accentuated by a stern statement. "The four of us can't do it." His words echoed off the stone walls, foreshadowing the dark battle ahead. Then, as if summoned by their conversation, the monsters themselves appeared, the black steel spiders. They were nightmarish creatures with carcasses that glowed like wrought iron and eyes that gleamed maliciously. Their very presence was an insult and a test of courage to these adventurers. One of them whispered that they were monsters with a carapace hard as steel on the outside. There was fear and dread in his voice. These creatures were not mere spiders. They were a threat to life, a scourge that could not be allowed to flourish. The menacing nature of the spiders was further detailed. Their aggressive capabilities were unparalleled in attack, but the real nightmare lay in their high fecundity and unquestionable reproduction. The wizard concluded that facing a nest of black steel spiders was more difficult than the adult predators themselves, and his words left a heavy sense of anguish in the air. At that moment, it became clear to them that their quest was not just a hunt, but a race, with an ever-increasing threat of contagion that, if not stopped, could take over the entire Earth. The four stood against the darkness, their determination as strong as the enemy's armor. This was their mission, and they would meet it face to face using steel and spells mixed with bravery and cunning. In their hearts burned the unquenchable fire of heroes, and this fire lit their way through the darkness. The dimly lighted cave seemed to close around them, becoming a tomb of echoes and shadows. One of them, hidden under a hood, expressed his doubts with a seriousness that demanded attention. He declared that this was not a place the four of them could handle, and the gravity of their situation was clearly captured in his words. It was a recognition of their limitations, and a tactical decision to return with reinforcements capable of countering the terror that stalked them. He offered to return and report back, in the hope that they could regroup and return with combat reinforcements. This offered them the opportunity to shift the balance of power in their favor. The other white-haired man nodded approvingly, his eyes expressing unwavering determination. He murmured that it was a good idea, and his agreement resembled the calm before the storm. But the next moment, the white-haired figure's tone changed and his confidence flared like a sword. He said that if anyone felt unsure of himself, he would not be forced to go with them, turning his back on his companion, indicating his willingness to face danger alone. He then went on to say that he could easily handle it himself, expressing his willingness to fulfill his role, and his statement mixed both the arrogance of the strong and the naivete of the inexperienced. 617. Behind him, his comrade's eyes narrowed as he silently watched this unexpected development. He reflected that he had not expected things to turn out this way, and the distrust in his attitude toward the white-haired man was growing. Doubt was sown and was beginning to take root unstoppably. He concluded that the incident had made him more confident in his position with a cold certainty in his voice. This man is a fraud. It was a wordless accusation as a thought, and a sentence passed in the courtroom of his mind. With the group at the crossroads of trust and betrayal, their future actions were going to be a dance with danger, a gambit against darkness. And in that moment, they realized that the monsters lurking in the heart of the cave were not the only threat they faced. Among them lurked an impostor, an enemy as lethal as any venomous or fanged beast. Tension gripped the group like a living thing as they found themselves facing the terrifying maw of the dungeon. The first of them, clad in a hood, expressed his doubts, saying that the four of them could not make it this far. His offer to retreat and return with reinforcements expressed caution, and an awareness that it was useless to demonstrate bravery without the necessary strength. His opinion was seconded by another pale-haired warrior, whose look expressed determination and practicality. He nodded at the suggestion, and it was evident from the expression on his face that he already had a plan. In this text, the protagonist has shown his stance by not using direct speech. He raised his voice, expressing a note of defiance in the chorus of retreat. He claimed to be able to go on alone without trouble, like a lone wolf willing to fight the darkness unaided. His companion remained a silent observer of the situation, becoming a shadowy figure among the other shadows. The hero was defiant in his statements, which only increased his suspicions, and his confidence in the rightness of his decision grew stronger. He reflected on the fact that they both possessed knowledge that he himself did not have, and this caused him some anxiety, which was evident in his frown. He realized that his comrade's confidence was but a mask, as cunning as the tricks of illusionists. A smile appeared on the watchman's lips. Apparently, he had not counted on the fact that, after all the precautions he had taken, he would still be followed. In the silent theater of his mind, the pieces of information fell into place, and the puzzle formed into a clear picture of the deception. He watched the white-haired man's actions with the utmost scrutiny, like a predator waiting for its prey to betray its weakness. The watcher wondered with sardonic amusement how long his self-control and equanimity could last. The situation became a game of coloring a dangerous dance between truth and lies. As events unfolded, however, an unexpected twist occurred. The unsuspecting warrior, left to his own devices, was fighting against something invisible, and his frustration was palpable. Self-recrimination for his mistake echoed in his thoughts, and his self-control began to slip away like sand through his fingers. The sudden question of why the situation wasn't going according to his plan became a chink in the armor of his confidence, revealing a moment of vulnerability and the complexity of his character. In the shadowy realm of the dungeon, where monsters lurked beyond sight, the real monster of deception was unraveling, and with it, the very fabric of trust that bound the group together. The path, shrouded in fog and full of betrayal, was unclear, and only time would tell whether the truth would be their ally or their undoing. In the bottomless gloom of the dungeon, the ambush was as swift and silent as death itself. Black steel spiders whose eyes gleamed with malicious intelligence descended upon him. The man, entangled in the deadly silken threads, was a model of tranquility, a fixed point in a swirl of flailing paws and bared fangs. He murmured that they were approaching, and there was a ghostly expectancy in his voice. The spiders, as if they had heard the call, began to advance, their movements becoming an eerie dance reminiscent of a predatory instinct honed over centuries. With a grace that belied the gravity of the situation, the white-haired warrior leapt to his feet. His body moved with the precision of a sharp sword, and each strike was a deadly promise to the monstrous arachnids. He was like a hurricane, his every move opening a deadly path through the swarm of creatures trying to overwhelm him. The spider lunged, its fangs seeking the warmth of life, but was met with the cold rejection of the warrior. The creature recoiled, unable to resist his attack, and immediately mocking words echoed through the cave. He asked if the spider was surprised it couldn't bite him. Her confidence was a shining beacon in the darkness, her skill a hammer striking the anvil of his despair. But this was no mere boast. The fire of knowledge burned in his eyes, the realization that the battle was his doing. With each falling spider, the truth of his skill became more and more apparent. They were witnessing more than a lone warrior battling the darkness. They were seeing a demonstration of exceptional power that would become legend. Treachery. Under the dome of the cave, shrouded in shadows, the air crackled with the energy of impending doom. The white-haired warrior stood at the center of the storm, arm raised, and serving as a conduit for the pulsating blue energy swirling around him. It was not a simple show of strength, but the prelude to an attack that would decide his fate. The order has been given. Everyone get moving. His voice cut through the chaos and served as a point of reference to his comrades in the darkness. They realized the importance of his order, and, obeying, moved towards him, forming a strong alliance against the surrounding darkness. Together they stood as a constellation of warriors, ready to face the terrors of the night. Their formation was an impressive display of determination and fearlessness against the slowly moving shadows. They were an unbreakable chain in which each link had been hardened in the fire of shared battles and unwavering trust. The white-haired leader recognized that his plan hung in the balance. He reflected on the fact that it was, after all, only a plan, and he had no idea what might happen in the dungeon, whispering these thoughts to the beating of his heart. However, his determination did not change, for in the unknown that the monster hid he found the only certainty. To express his camaraderie, he handed his scarf to Marco, showing attentive gestures. That scarf covering the weapon became a symbol of their joint will, a hidden threat that could fall on an unsuspecting enemy. There was a pause, a respite between the calm and the storm before the battle resumed with renewed vigor. In the depths of the dungeon, where the light dared not pause, warriors prepared for battle, each on guard against the darkness, each heart beating the drum of war. In the depths of a shadowy cavern, entangled in a maze of silken threads, stood a lone warrior. The task was clear: to use the arsenal at hand to free himself from the web that threatened to immobilize and entangle him. As the warrior brandished his weapon, he was overcome with a sense of unwavering purpose. He swung his hammer with a force born of necessity and created a whirlwind that tore through the delicate traps set by unseen enemies. Despite the cobwebs clinging to the hammer, he smiled at the corners of his lips. They were weak, those silken threads, and one by one he could tear them apart. His sense of triumph was short-lived, however, for he soon realized the reality of what was happening. Many opponents emerged from the shadows, and their number seemed endless. The question of how many arose in his mind, reinforcing the realization of his isolation and the gravity of the task. Determined not to give in to the threats, the warrior pursed his lips with unwavering determination. Snarling at the little bastards to bugger off, he rebuffed the swarm's attack with defiance. His movements were as if in a fog, each blow a symphony of survival and endurance. And then, in the midst of the chaos, a new adversary emerged, a creature more formidable than all the others. It was a true test, a dance with death as the warrior met it with a flurry of blows. The battle was intense. The stakes were life and death. The warrior dodged and struck with all her might. This moment was a test for the warrior, a moment that would define him not by the results, but by his endurance and determination to face impossible odds. The battle continued, and amidst the chaos of sounds, including the clicks and hisses of the monstrous opponents, came a strategic moment. The leader, with unwavering gaze and steely determination, called for the monsters to unite. He muttered mentally as they gathered all the monsters, devising a plan that would require all their cunning and strength. A comrade with a tuft of blonde hair advanced beside him, a confident light in his eyes. He expressed a willingness to look out for others, and his voice provided a calm contrast to the surrounding chaos. Together they threw themselves into battle, forming a unit of courage and pent-up rage. The combat was like a whirlwind of events, of jumbled and confused movements, in which the outcome of the fight and the possibility of survival hung in the balance. After the dust fell, the warriors stood breathing heavily, letting out short, sharp sighs. Around them, like the aftermath of a hurricane, lay the nets of fallen enemies, tangled and entangled. The brief moment of triumph was quickly cut short. One of the warriors began to stagger, holding a hand to his side. He cursed silently under his breath, and the pain left strained features on his face. The battle had taken its toll, leaving marks on his body as a stark reminder that no victory comes easy. There was bitterness in his voice when he said he shouldn't have relaxed and assumed things would be easy. His eyes closed for a brief moment, and in them were pain and remorse. He also expressed regret that he had asked a certain person for help and had become an object of ridicule. In the silence that followed, his words weighed heavily. The monsters may have been defeated for now, but the scars of battle remained deep, imprinted not only on the flesh, but also on the warrior's pride. The battle was over, but it seemed that the war was far from won. After an intense combat, the golden-haired warrior sat crouched down, his face reflecting signs of fatigue and pain. An ally approached him from the shadows and held out a bottle with a direct order to drink. The word hovered in the air like a lifeline thrown in a warrior's agitation. The bottle contained a mixture of healing water and herbs that promised to heal like an elixir. It glowed with hope and promised relief. The weary warrior looked at the bottle with some doubt, and his face expressed surprise. As the healing properties of the liquid began to permeate his body, the blonde-haired warrior wondered about the combat abilities of his ally. Throughout the battle, this ally showed amazing insight into what was happening. He was silently amazed at his excessive receptiveness, which seemed almost supernatural. Jafir, sensing the unspoken approval, averted his gaze to his wounded comrade, and sympathy flashed across his face. He suggested that everyone makes mistakes. Next time he would be more careful. His words sounded like consolation and a show of camaraderie. It was a gentle admonition, befitting brothers in arms. The golden-haired fighter took another look at the potion and fiddled with a smile. He admitted that such things had become habitual for him. His words carried notes of both submission and defiance. It was an acknowledgement of the path he had chosen, full of danger and conflict, where injuries were as natural as breathing. In this brief respite, the warriors shared a moment of understanding, an unspoken recognition of the dangers they faced and the unspoken ties that bound their fates. They were kindred spirits, united by the battlefield, their camaraderie forged in the crucible of battle. In a time that was not yet his own, a time that whispered of past lives and old battles, he mentored warriors. In his mind danced images of soldiers in formation, with faces that mingled determination and confusion. He was their guide, their teacher, and on his shoulders rested the heavy burden of their inexperience. Many times he would show them the way, but despite his clear instructions, they would stray from it. Now, in his current life of sword and shadow, he was once again acting like a seasoned veteran. But his approach changed. He realized that lessons learned through personal experience are far more indelible than those that can be conveyed in words. He thought it best to give young men the opportunity to falter, to find their own balance in the tumultuous dance of battle. He could see the wariness in their eyes, the questioning looks that seemed to pierce him. They wondered about him, about his past, about his secrets. Still, he hoped that in time, through the trials and tribulations of the dungeon they now found themselves in, they would come to understand each other. There was a clink of steel, and the blond warrior leapt to his feet, his movements precise and graceful. His weapon cleaved the air, bringing down monstrous foes with a force that did not match his earlier thoughts. Each blow was a word in the language of combat he possessed so fluently. With a fierce cry, he delivered the decisive blow, and his opponent's defeat was marked by the sharp sounds of battle. The echoes of his victory resounded throughout the neighborhood, attesting to his prowess and reminding those he led of the power of the lessons learned in the heat of battle. As the dust and din of battle rose up around him, through this chaos, he heard the voice of a warrior exclaiming victoriously. His heart began to pound harder and adrenaline pumped through his veins, and he watched the monsters. Their movements seemed slow, and their reactions slowed, due to the effects of the alchemical potion. A figure appeared on the periphery, silhouetted by the flickering light of the skirmish. The flesh surrounding its stomach was softer than that of its back. Jafir ordered a kick to the guy's stomach, and his voice sounded like a beacon of tactical wisdom in the melee. The blonde-haired warrior confirmed the strategic thought with a quick glance and a nod. It was indeed true. The mentor had extensive knowledge, detailed the habits of the monsters, their weaknesses and the hierarchy of status within their ranks. It was as if he had a folio of ancient strategies stored in his head, and the best ways to kill were spread out before them like a victory map. When the blonde-haired warrior faced his opponent, his sword gleamed like the silver of death. He marveled at how deeply his comrade understood his situation. Dale wondered where Jafir had gotten so much knowledge, and his thoughts ran swift as a sword. Each of his blows was precise and well-timed, a testament to his experience and intelligence gained in battle. In the heat of battle, when the enemy fell before him, the warrior's face contorted with astonishment and distrust. The boy whispered to himself who he was, and the words were lost in the din of his shout of victory. The question hung in the air, unanswered, as they stood among the defeated monsters, and the warrior's respect for his ally grew, spiced by the mystery of his profound knowledge. In the dying light of the battle-worn sky, Dale towered over the defeated beast, his massive figure prostrate beneath him. He shouted that they would make it, and in his voice could be heard the triumph of their struggle. Below, his comrades stood motionless, their faces mottled with the marks of war. Goethe shouted that Dale had done a great job, and a smile broke through the dirt on his face. Dale, leaning on his gun, replied nonchalantly that it had been easy, though the sweat on his brow indicated that the battle had been hard indeed. As they gathered in the shadows of victory, an experienced warrior approached Dale, with confident stride and commanding presence. Jafir said the battle had not been bad for a first-time fighter, with a sense of experience in his voice. Jafir told Dale to continue as well. His words were few, but they conveyed his mentor's deep approval. Dale, standing guard over the corpse of a defeated enemy, was the image of a warrior born in the chaos of battle, a silent guardian among the spoils of war. One of the younger warriors watching him soon felt an epiphany. His words dissolved into the cold air, with audible awe and wonder as he pondered the possibilities of his comrade. As he realized their combined strength, the leader's voice broke the reflection. Jafir decided to regroup and go to lunch with Goethe. It was a call to pause, to refresh after the hard work. A simple response followed, a recognition that even warriors must rest. After the confrontation, the warriors were united not only by battle, but by a common humanity that longed for respite and a camaraderie that would help them survive more than one more fight. When the dust of the last skirmish settled, the warriors' armor still echoed with the echoes of battle. In the midst of the quiet, one of them, shrouded in mystery, turned to the other, his curiosity piercing the silence. The warrior with hair as pale as moonlight paused, a smile on his lips. Jafir said he was an explorer, that he imagined his past as a canvas of adventures never told, but the questioner was not convinced. Searching for a deeper truth, he continued. He was a member of a great guild or apprentice to someone famous. His eyes narrowed in search of a sign, the solution to the riddle. The third comrade from the side leaned toward him, intrigue in his voice. Someone said he was also very interested. Their gazes were fixed on Jafir, eager for tales of a past shrouded in whispers and rumors. In an instant, the scene changed and Jafir stood in combat stance, his physique honed by countless fights, and his mentor, a shadowy figure shrouded in a cloak of mystery. The image spoke of careful training, of knowledge passed on in silent communication. Finally, the warriors gathered, their breath audible in the cold air and faces full of determination. One of the warriors said that only the chief's room remained, in a firm voice and without letting the adrenaline boiling in each of them show. At that moment, a simple, almost muffled reply was heard. Another moment passed, overwhelmed by the gravity of the ordeal before them, before the question of what they should do now rose into the air. Their future actions hung in the balance, the anticipation of the final confrontation weighing palpably upon them. They were together, bound by a brotherhood forged in the crucible of battle, with a common past and future intertwined like threads of destiny. Amidst the silence that followed their victory, a questioning glance turned to Yair. Goethe asked Yair what he used to do, his voice barely audible in the silence of the battlefield. With a careless wave of his hand, the warrior Yair replied in a soft, confident voice that he was a scout. His past was a map of untold stories, each step a story inscribed in the tales of his memory. The question was unsatisfied, and made the masked figure continue. He asked if Jafir belonged to an important guild or was a disciple of someone famous. This question hung between them like a thread of curiosity tugging at the seams of the unknown. A blond observer joined them from the side, interested, for he too was curious. His eyes, burning with a thirst for knowledge, sought the truth in Jafira, the enigma before him. A scene from the past unfolded, showing a warrior in a moment of intense struggle, his body a testament to the battles he had lived through, his mentor a ghost shrouded in mystery. There, in the pre-dawn silence, his skills were honed and his spirit tempered. The warrior spoke of his time on the hunting team, soft-spoken in the gloom. That was how long Jafir had been on the hunting team. In those 4 years, many hunters died, but he, fortunately, survived. His survival was not luck, but the result of a deliberate dance with danger. He was standing in front of a bridge, shattered and suggestive, a metaphor for the dangerous roads he had chosen to avoid. There was a reason for this. Jafir had always avoided the dangerous bridge, he reflected. his wisdom born of the scars of survival. In those moments, the warrior's story was revealed, a tapestry of trials and triumphs. He was a creature of strength, a survivor of the strongest. His life was written in the ink of fortitude and the blood of the fallen. In the shadowy corridors of the Cobalt dungeon, a group of warriors stood amidst the wreckage of their conquest. One of them, clad in the weight of leadership, was pondering aloud, and there was a note of exclusivity in his voice. He said it was a shame to share this easy dungeon with the others. The prudence of the path he had chosen was evident in his words, and take only the safe route. Dale, the man laughed, and his voice echoed off the stone, and said he didn't even think it was that easy. The ease of their journey seemed to mock their preparation, a joke about danger. As they made their way through the treacherous terrain, a basic principle emerged, a mantra of survival. Dale always pursued strong leaders. That promise was quickly put to the test when a shout pierced the stillness to make the boy duck, prompting an instinctive fall to safety, a dance with the danger they already mastered. One of them stood to the side, bowing his helmeted head in thought. Despite the camaraderie, there was a lonely resignation in his thoughts. He didn't get promoted for it, but there was nothing he could do about it. It wasn't like they were protecting his life or anything. His role was clear. He was a defender not by title, but by fact. The leader, with hair like silver strands of moonlight, Jafir, made a statement that pierced the air with finality. It was all they could do. Jafir ordered them to leave immediately. His order was non-negotiable. It was an order born of deep conviction and concern for his comrades. The others took notice like the first rays of dawn. Goethe muttered that Jafir had planned all along to catch the chief alone, with astonishment and understanding evident in his words. They realized that their presence would not help him in his lonely battle, would become a burden in his silent war. One of them, Dale, reluctantly agreed, and the air was charged with unspoken respect and the solemn seriousness of the moment. They withdrew, leaving their leader alone to face the darkness, a lone guardian against the final storm that awaited him in the heart of the abyss. In the gloom of the dungeon threshold, the figures stood at the crossroads of fate. The one in the argyle suit, whose eyes remained closed in silent contemplation, opened them to see a glimmer of hope. The guy said, since they were there, why not go all the way? The offer hung in the air of the cave like a delicate invitation to travel together. The next moment, however, the hooded figure's calm was interrupted by confusion. Eyes narrowed at the unexpected response. They immediately uttered their companion's name, Marco, once in disbelief. The question of what Marco meant was not merely a demand for clarity. It was a plea for understanding. For, with each beat of silence, the fabric of their camaraderie seemed to disintegrate. A figure with hair as golden as the wheat of the autumn fields stepped out of the shadows. They announced their agreement, and the firmness of their voices contrasted sharply with the hooded figure's disbelief. Two heads thought better than one. The hooded figure known as Dale recoiled as if struck, and a star of surprise shone next to his head. The solidarity of an unexpected ally was as unsettling as it was uplifting. As the echoes of agreement faded, Neil's face hardened like steel forged in the heat of battle. Jafir ordered them to assemble, his gaze as piercing as the point of a sword. A stern, grim warning followed. If you overestimate yourself, you will die in a second. It was a reminder of the cruel truth that ruled the ruinous depths they dared to tread. In the midst of this exchange of fiery wills and tempered spirits, another presence emerged, a figure crowned with curls as white as the first winter snow. The Jafirs, as they were called, stood with silent authority, and their posture alone indicated incalculable power. Goethe turned to them, despair in his voice. Goethe immediately thought that the Jafirs were saying something, and that they were not useless. It was a call for affirmation, a search for camaraderie and vulnerability. Jafir, whose eyes saw through the shroud of deception and truth, uttered with a resonance that filled the emptiness of the cave. It turned out that everyone was wrong. His words, cryptic but clear, cut through the tension like a scythe through wheat. With a last look and a newfound authority, Japhir continued that he had told her to leave. From now on, he would choose his roles. It was not just a declaration, but the proclamation of a new order, a new way forward. As the group tried to realize the gravity of Japhir's words, the air itself seemed to tremble with anticipation. Japhir, once a silent observer, and now an unquestioned leader, turned toward the heart of the dungeon, his gaze fixed on the vast horizon, and in a voice that seemed to echo from time itself, that there lay the main point of the dungeon. In the labyrinthine depths of the dungeon, where light and shadow danced an eternal waltz, a pact was made, based not only on necessity, but on newfound respect and the unspoken promise of the trials they would face together. Their journey began not at the beginning of their descent, but here and now, in the quiet understanding of shared hardship and the whisper of unfolding destiny. In the murky depths of an ancient cave, the adventurers stumbled upon the heart of darkness, the nest of the Spider Queen. Shadows danced across the walls and countless spiders scampered through the silken chaos. The nest was filled with the creaking of legs on webs, a symphony of terror that echoed throughout the cave. Guarding the entrance stood the Spider Knights, a legion as silent as the tomb. Their exoskeletons gleamed like polished obsidian, and each limb was a spear of midnight steel. They were the defenders of the nest, unwavering sentries with a single task: to protect the hatchlings and their queen at all costs. At the rear of the nest, the Spider Queen reigned. Her appearance was both majestic and terrifying, a lady wrapped in the velvet of shadows. She was the undisputed mistress of the Spider Cave, her presence omnipotent and pressing the air. A lone figure made her way through the treacherous paths woven by the Queen's subjects. With each cautious step along the interwoven threads, she whispered to herself that this was the only safe place. The irony of safety being at the heart of danger never left them, but the path offered a narrow margin between life and death. The Spider Knights clung with unwavering determination, their eyes glowing in the gloom like emerald lanterns. They formed an impenetrable ring around the spawning room, a fortress of limbs and fangs, so that their queen could safely fulfill her role. No creature dared disturb her silent vigil. In the midst of the oppressive gloom, a silvery glint shone in the gloom. The adventurer, wrapped in a semblance of calm, held out the key. It glowed with a ghostly radiance, a beacon of hope in the impenetrable darkness. The key was not just a tool, but a symbol, a promise that even in the darkest abyss a path to salvation could be found. As suddenly as the key appeared, however, the scene inexplicably changed. Sacks of flour appeared, their mundane appearance in stark contrast to the previous danger. It was an unusual and abrupt transition, which made one wonder whether this was a normal pantry or a cleverly disguised trap. The gloomy silence of the cave was broken by the creak of a drawn bow. In the gloom stood a silver-haired figure, bow in hand and string drawn. The arrow stuck in the bow was no mere projectile. It buzzed with a charge of energy, a harbinger of destruction about to occur. With a sigh that seemed to freeze the air in the cave, the archer released the arrow. The arrow pierced the darkness, a bolt of destined fury, and struck its target with a force that turned the stone into fragments and sparks. These sparks, eager to fulfill their involuntary purpose, fell on the flour sacks scattered on the ground. In an instant, the beneficial particles became fierce flames. The explosion bloomed like a deadly flower, petals of flame and power unfurling in a rapid and destructive chain reaction. The archer was well aware of the instability of flour dust suspended in the air, an ancient method of warfare repurposed for modern trapping. This phenomenon, known as dust explosion, turned the very particles of sustenance into instruments of destruction. As the firestorm raged, the archer, the epitome of calculated calm, leapt out of the maelstrom. Nimble and unharmed, he landed at a safe distance, with the orange glow of hell reflected in his eyes. His lips curved into a sympathetic smile as he responded softly and briefly, but the words came out in a whisper, lost in the roar of the flames. The explosion, though catastrophic, was no accident. It was an elaborate event, a testament to the archer's cunning and mastery of the situation. As the flames licked the cave ceiling and the echoes of the explosion subsided, it became clear that this encounter was but one move in a grand plan, a deadly dance of strategy and survival. After the explosion, Jafir looked around the battlefield. The flames devouring the interior of the dungeon cast an ominous light, revealing the silhouettes of his opponents who remained unharmed. Jafir muttered that this alone would not kill them, with a note of disappointment in his voice. The creatures, black as the charred stones that surrounded them, loomed defiantly over him, their eyes glowing predatorily through the fire. Reluctantly, the archer reached into his quiver for another arrow, a darker one whose tip glowed with a deadly compound. Everyone immediately shouted out that it was a poisoned arrow. It was a tacit concession to the gravity of the situation. A more insidious approach was called for. When the archer released the poisoned arrow, the creatures advanced, not stopping short of the fire that would be the undoing of any smaller creature. Their chitinous bodies were designed to survive, to hunt, to kill. Pausing, the archer displayed a spherical iron extracted from one of the dead creatures. It was the spider gland of black iron. Jafir explained it to them, demonstrating its use to his companions. It was a tool, an opportunity, a weapon turned against their former masters. Moreover, Jafir said, if squeezed, a spider's web would come out. The companions, armed and attentive, nodded understandingly. The question of whether the webs would work, almost rhetorical, received a confident answer about the sticky nature of these creatures' secretions. A plan was forming, a trap was being set. Jafir ordered the boys to spread the webs in the places he commanded, his tone calm but firm and full of authority. He held up his hand, pointing to strategic places invisible in the shadows. Jafir immediately signaled Goethe, Mark, and Dale to prepare to leave. The team spread out, moving with determination and precision. They were not just fighters, they were survivors, thinkers, warriors who understood that sometimes the best way to counter the power of nature is to use it to your advantage. In the fiery silence that followed, the archer waited, the poisoned arrow silently promising the confrontation to come. It wasn't just a fight, it was a game of chess, and the archer was playing with several moves to his advantage. Jafir stood at the precipice of the boss dungeon, squinting, assessing the dense maze of cobwebs that stretched before him. Jafir thought it was even more difficult in the cobwebbed boss dungeon to himself, realizing that engaging in direct combat in such a cramped room would be foolish. Jafir realized that they had no chance of winning there. With the clarity that comes from experience and the insight of a seasoned warrior, he said decisively. Jafir understood then that he had to take them outside. His voice was low and authoritative, with the confidence of a plan formed in it. This was not an act of retreat, but a tactical change. As he prepared, the archer let out a mighty whir, setting his plan in motion. His body twisted like a spring, every muscle ready for the explosive action that would follow. There came a moment when preparation and opportunity collided. He shifted into a sprint, and his silhouette became a blur against the ominous dungeon. With each heartbeat, he brought the battle closer to the open field, where he had the advantage. His movements were purposeful, each step a measured dance of predator and prey. As he stepped out into the open, the reality of the battle became apparent. Jafir realized that only one last spider knight remained. The gravity of the battle felt in his voice. And yet, one could not help but notice a note of triumph in his voice. Where once there were many, now only one opponent remained, a testament to his strategy, skill, and indomitable will. The last spider knight stood in the fading light, his face menacing and majestic. Archer was to perform the last act of this deadly ballet. He knew that the hardest battles often lead to the greatest victories, and he was ready to win his. Expectation hung in the smoky air. The silence before the storm barely contained Archer's calm breathing. Jafir whispered as he approached him, more to himself than to anyone else, straightening to his full height, and the arrow was already set and ready to fly. The ground beneath him vibrated with the impending impact, and as the walls of the narrow passageway to the dungeon began to shake, the archer's warning sounded again, echoing silently in the chaos around him. He walked over it. A monster appeared from the depths of the shadows. The Spider Queen, a monstrous creature out of nightmares, lashed out with fury and fire. Her green eyes, glowing with rage, glared at the archer, deadly blood dripping from her fangs. The archer, however, remained motionless. In his hands he held the Spider Queen's poison, a deadly irony aimed at the monster's heart. Jeffir cried out that it was the Spider Queen's poison, and his voice defied the roaring fire. With the calm reserved for true masters of war, he drew the bowstring taut, aiming the poisonous projectile with deadly accuracy. The narration changed, and a voice broke through the cacophony, explaining the terrifying nature of the Spider Queen's poison. Her venom was highly acidic, but more terrifying was the special effect it produced. The words dragged on, becoming a grim prelude to the unseen powers the archer was about to unleash. In a quiet room, far from the battlefield, the archer meticulously outlined his plans. A defense ability, a curse-disabling regeneration ability. Jeffir explained these things to his companions, pointing to anatomical drawings of the beast. They listened attentively, realizing the gravity of their enemy's capabilities. A person with little magical defense would melt before they knew it. Not only did they have to fight against the physical might of the Spider Queen, but also against the clockwork of her cursed biology. Every second, every movement was a carefully calculated step in the dance of death she was leading. And now, as the archer released the arrow, the culmination of his strategy, the synthesis of calm under pressure, knowledge of the enemy, and unwavering determination, reached a unique and poignant point. The arrow flew, silently announcing the end of the game he had orchestrated from the shadows. The air tensed with the venom of battle, as the archer, whose profile was shadowed against the flickering light, sternly warned his comrades. Jeffir told them, if they wanted to live, not to come into contact with him. Jeffir also ordered them to avoid him at all costs. There was a threat of imminent death in his voice. He spoke of the deadly poison that was their best chance of survival, and at the same time, a threat to their own lives. Wasting no time to dwell on the danger, the archer rushed into action. He leaped with the grace of a panther, barely dodging the splash of a viscous purple liquid. The poison, a deadly compound capable of dissolving flesh and bone, landed on the stone where it had been moments ago. The Spider Queen, the monstrous matriarch of evil, loomed over him, her every move promising death. She unleashed her venomous attack on the archer with a force that made the very air corrosive. But he was ready, his silhouette rising against the chaos like an immovable pillar of steadfastness. His voice cut through the cacophony of the clash with a command that was both a rallying cry and a beacon of hope. Jeffir shouted for everyone to take their seats. It was a call to arms, a signal to the allies that the time had come to attack. As the last Spider Knight prepared to unleash the full fury of his venom, the archer steadied himself. The tension of the bowstring was a whisper of death, a silent promise to end the Spider Queen's reign. With a poisoned arrow at the ready, he was the epitome of purposeful vengeance, the culmination of cunning and bravery brought together at a decisive moment. He took aim, knowing that the fate of all depended on the flight of his arrow. The Spider Queen's acid poison was formidable, but the determination of the one who dared to use it was no less so. When the bowstring slackened, she intoned a song of victory and vengeance that would echo through the history of her saga for centuries to come. Amidst the chaos of battle, the archer stood tall, the desert wind stirring his silver hair, proclaiming his pivotal role. Jeffir declared what he would tank, holding his bow at the ready, for he was the only one who could defeat the chief. His words were not mere bravado, but a stern acknowledgement of his unique ability to endure, to survive. His eyes, steely and calm, did not betray the storm raging inside him as he laid out the next phase of his strategy. Jeffir said he would distract the boss. His plan was based on a dangerous dance to draw the enemy's attention. The team, decked out in their combat armor, reacted with surprise and amazement. Jeffir went on to say that it would be the boys who would catch the boss, setting them a task that would take them out of their comfort zone and throw them into the very jaws of danger. One of them, an experienced warrior with a cautious heart, wondered what had brought him here. He recalled his past, cautious steps and risk avoidance, recounting a life that had always been safe. He always lived his life avoiding the dangerous bridge because his safety was always the top priority. But the battle had changed him, as it had changed them all. In a moment of unity, another voice joined in, correcting itself with a new sense of camaraderie. It was a statement of collective determination, a shared understanding that the burden of battle was not theirs alone. The sun was sinking below the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, where they were preparing for the final act. It signaled their transformation from lone combatants into a cohesive unit, united by the trust developed in the heat of battle. As the archer released his arrow and his companions readied their nets, it became clear that they were no longer individuals, but a band of brothers ready to face each other on a perilous bridge to victory. The line between life and death was as thin as the line between heroism and recklessness. At that moment, they were indistinguishable, and they crossed it together. In a desolate, war-torn world, a lone warrior faced the shadow of a vast enemy. Tension hung in the air. The ground was covered with scars of past violence. This warrior, with spear in hand and determination on his face, was the last bastion against the enemy that loomed over him, like a mountain of darkness and fire. Otherwise, a strict hierarchy could be perceived in the group of fighters. The orders given by the invisible leader reduced the three subordinates to the level of servants. Wrapped in cloaks and bearing the marks of battle, the men busied themselves with the tasks of cooking and cleaning, while their swords lay idle and eager for battle. As fate would have it, one of the members of the hunting team, caught off guard and wide-eyed with bewilderment, murmured about the unexpected reunion with familiar faces. Memories of camaraderie and battles together came flooding back, mingling with the uncertainty of the present. As night fell over the land, a melancholy figure appeared above the pile of defeated creatures under the cold gaze of the stars. The warrior reflected on the seismic shift the group had undergone since the arrival of the mysterious newcomer had changed the very nature of their struggle. Determination echoed in the night air, and through the silence came the voice of another warrior, urging his companions to trust again in Jafir, a name that seemed to carry the weight of hope. His message was clear. Unity under an elected leader is the only way forward. However, not all hearts were won. There was one man among them who was racked with disappointment, and his faith in unity had been shattered. Clenched fists and furrowed brows betrayed his inner turmoil. He cursed the stubbornness that threatened to splinter an already fragile alliance, and his words attested to the difficulties of leadership and the difficult task of maintaining the integrity of the team. Amidst the chaos of clanging steel and war cries, a lone figure stood on the battlefield with weapon drawn. His eyes mingled fear with defiance, a silent oath that he would not back down as long as the power to fight flowed through his veins. His shout, echoing loudly across the field, was a challenge both to his enemies and to the fear that gnawed at his resolve. The battle continued, and now the opportunity presented itself, a fleeting moment when the enemy, a hulk of muscle and sinew, was vulnerable. The warrior, seizing the moment after the explosion that broke through the monster's defenses, realized the precarious edge on which victory balanced. The inner strategist calculated the moment to strike when the monster's thick skin split open and showed its weakness. With new clarity, the warrior shouted his revelation to the world. Beneath the monster's armored facade was soft flesh. The only barrier to defeat was the sturdy carapace that served as its shield. His heart raced with adrenaline. The realization of his opponent's weakness spurred his fervor. Then, dancing an ancestral dance, the warrior unloaded on his opponent a blow capable of piercing the centuries. His weapon split the air with the force of his will and the weight of his hope. Light and shadow played around him, enveloping his figure in a halo of ferocity as his blow found its target. It was not just the swing of a sword, it was the culmination of fear, courage, and a desperate desire to protect what he held most dear. As the weapon met flesh, the earth itself seemed to recognize the gravity of his blow, shuddering beneath him. In the din of a desperate struggle, the combatants moved in circles, each seeking an advantage. And then, the hawk-eyed warrior saw a glimmer of hope, a weakness in a formidable opponent. The creature's leg, a massive column of sinew and bone, contained a fine network of nerves, the lifeline exposed. With expert precision, the warrior lunged, his poisoned blade slicing the air with a promise of silence. His target was the bundle of nerves that concealed the monster's fragility. The blow was a beautiful arc of desperation and precision, a dance with death in which the slightest slip meant doom. His muscles tensed, the warrior's face became a mask of determination, and the sword an extension of his will. He stepped back to strike a decisive blow, the air around his sword crackling with the tension of the moment. It was the blow that should have ended the combat, the culmination of strategy and skill. But the tides of battle are fickle. In the midst of the attack, the warrior's senses screamed a warning. The attack, swift and merciless, was coming, and he could not hope to dodge it. His eyes widened. Realization hovered over his heart like a shadow. Dale groaned at once because he could not dodge, and then the world exploded with light and pain. The warrior was thrown backwards, and his body became a blade under the creature's storm of rage. As he flew, he saw the monster, its eyes like emerald lights in the darkness, its maw full of despair. It stood, bearing witness to the ferocity of the desert, unyielding and ferocious. The warrior's gambit failed, the moment of victory snatched from him by the unpredictable savagery of battle. But even as he prepared to attack, his spirit intact, he knew that the fight was not over. The warrior's unquenchable flame burned in his heart, the desire to rise up and fight on, even against the monstrous darkness. In the flickering light of battle, the warrior's gaze was sharp, his defiance thrown like a gauntlet at the feet of the monster that dared to oppose him. Jafir smiled and asked Dale where he was looking, preparing to attack. The creature, a monster woven of nightmares and darkness, planted itself before him, its many eyes glowing with malicious fire. It struck with the fury of a hurricane, but the warrior was a whirlwind of steel and precision. His body moved with an unearthly grace, a ballet of violence against the backdrop of war. A battle-weary, blonde-haired spectator watched from the side with disbelief on his face. Dale was muttering what was now complete madness to no one in particular, with admiration and disbelief audible in his voice. The warrior seemed to respond to the Spider Queen's every attack, his movements too fast for even an experienced eye to follow. Meanwhile, in the mind of the other comrade, who squinted in contemplation, a strategy was being born. Jafir reflected on the fact that they lacked the strength to overpower that spider. Recognizing the stark reality of their helplessness, his words hung in the air as a sobering reminder of their perilous situation. But despair was not their choice. The warriors rallied, their determination as unwavering as the rock beneath their feet. The white-haired warrior, scarred with the scars of previous victories, laid out his plan. He had made his enemy's balls sizzle, earning her ire, and now he was the focus of her wrath, a distraction that could be his salvation. Jafir shouted at once to stop the others. His voice was calm in the storm. He explained his role: stay in sight of the Spider Queen, keep her attention fixed and enraged. His strategy was clear. While she writhed in rage, consumed by a thirst for vengeance, her allies would attack, a cunning ploy to draw her attention to them. The warriors understood. It was a gambit, a game of cunning with brute force, and in the silent company of battle-hardened soldiers they prepared to act. Their bond had been forged in the fire of countless battles and, in the shadow of the Spider Queen's fury, they found their way out. It was not just a fight for survival. It was a testament to their brotherhood, their skill, and their unwavering will to triumph over the insurmountable. As the twilight of battle cast long shadows over the battlefield, a strategist among them, his hair as pale as moonlight, shared his most important insight. Jifir muttered that the most important thing was that the Spider Queen had a habit of emphatically raising a finger. His revelation hung in the air as a hint of the creature's ferocity. The golden-haired warrior tensed his muscles and recognized the wisdom of the strategist's words. Time was his ally and invisible enemy. 5 minutes had passed, and with every second the Spider Queen's habit became his opportunity. His thoughts, though weighed down by fatigue, were clear with his newfound understanding. The Spider Queen, a colossus created from the darkest depths of his nightmares, was an unstoppable force, her presence dominating the battlefield. And yet she remained almost motionless, like a spider in her web, waiting and watching, focused on destroying her opponents. The strategist's sharp gaze was not only fixed on her immobility. The Spider Queen's hind legs, adapted to the narrow spawning nest, gave away that she was a creature of habit, a pattern, her actions predictable, her movements limited. In the cradle where she was born, she learned to strike, not to dance. Her plan unfurled like a banner in the wind. The warrior, with the grace of a predator, understood the rhythm of the Spider Queen's attack. The deadliest blows, the deadliest fury came from the top of her grotesque head. This was exactly what they were waiting for. When the dance of death resumed, the warriors took heart at the hope that the knowledge gave them. Every web woven, every rumble that tried to crush them, was a touch on the deadly melody they now read as if from a score. The critical attacks, always heralded by the descent of its ugly head, were no longer unexpected, but expected. In the ebb and flow of this deadly ballet, the warriors found their opportunities. With every attack repulsed, with every counterattack made, they drew closer to their triumph. In the words of the strategist was the path to victory, and in their hearts burned the unquenchable fire of warriors who would not retreat until they defeated the monster at their feet. In the heat of battle, with every second fractured into many possible outcomes, the warrior's determination crystallized into action. Jafir tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, silently confirming that he was ready. His voice, firm and confident, betrayed a strategy born of hard experience. It was a technique Jafir had practiced while fighting huge spiders in the dungeons. His comrade, the golden-haired fighter, rose to his feet with a furious shout, a plan already unfolding in his mind. Since Jafir had the Spider Queen's full attention, they had a decisive advantage. The poison of the strategy was no less potent than any physical poison, an anesthetic that seeped into the creature's limbs, robbing it of its ability to move, making it a prisoner of its own formidable body. A chorus of determination grew around them, each warrior echoing that they could do it. Written on their faces was the concentration of those who had traversed the valleys of fear and emerged unscathed. They were not just a group of fighters. They were the harbingers of the Spider Queen's downfall. Each oath they swore to each other was a link in the chain that would bind her to defeat. And yet the Spider Queen, in her dark majesty, in a whirlwind of rage and motherly anger, refused to bend. The Queen snarled that she would not miss these wretched humans entangled in a poisonous web of retribution. People dared to defy her, to harm her children. Their audacity was as unforgivable as it was unexpected. The battle was raging, a cacophony of steel and sorcery, each move answered by an equal and opposite reaction, a deadly dance that swayed precariously between triumph and tragedy. But the warriors were united, their spirits broken and their wills unbreakable. For they fought with more than swords and spells. They fought with the power of a plan devised by the experienced mind of one who had looked into the abyss and emerged from it to tell the tale. The cavernous lair of the Spider Queen echoed with the echoes of battle. She towered over her human opponents, and her appearance was a grotesque tapestry of shadows and malice. In a voice laden with venom, she declared that crushing them would be too merciful. The Spider Queen immediately screamed that she was about to melt the warriors with her venom, presaging death. But the warriors were not deterred. One of the warriors danced under the rain of death with the agility of countless battles, his movements blurred. Green bolts of poison flew past, narrowly dodging his target as he twisted and turned under the Spider Queen's furious attack. Her sword flashed silver in the gloom, opening a clearing in the poisonous stream. Each strike was precise, each parry a challenge to the Spider Queen's might. The warrior's determination was as indestructible as his sword. And then there was silence. The Spider Queen's venom was a relentless hurricane, but now it was gone. A bubble of dialogue floated in the silence that followed. Jafir said that now the Spider Queen would not be able to use her poison for a while. The warrior's plan succeeded. The Spider Queen's deadliest weapon was invalidated. With the taste of the coming victory on his lips, the white-haired warrior's voice sounded soft and confident. Jafir pronounced that they had nothing to fear, and his words became a beacon for his comrades. They weathered the storm. The Spider Queen was vulnerable, her armor cracked. Her sword rose again, becoming not just a blade but a symbol of her indomitable spirit. It split the air, a blow destined to end the nightmare they had all endured. The Spider Queen's reign was coming to an end. Her tyranny over the dungeons, over fear itself, was to be destroyed by the hands of the brave few who dared to oppose her. The feverish noise of battle echoed in the cave, a symphony of steel and survival. The warrior, whose silhouette loomed against the imposing figure of the Spider Queen, leveled his breathing. A mantra flashed through my head, a whisper that overrode the rumbling of my pounding heart. Jafir told her to take her time and do everything with precision. Every move was a deliberate dance with fate. Every decision walked the razor's edge of life and death. His eyes, fixed on his monstrous foe, burned with a clarity forged in the crucible of battle. Jafir thought of this fight, and the air around him crackled with the electric tension of the moment. The Spider Queen, a nightmarish deity in her own right, towered over him with terrifying majesty. Yet a spark of uncertainty shone in his eyes, a reflection of the warrior's unwavering gaze, a premonition of the end, triumph or tragedy unhung in the air. Jafir continued, thinking that whoever was not confused would win. These unspoken words became the common creed of the warriors surrounding the beast, and their camaraderie became an unbreakable chain. They moved as one, each blow a note in their deadly harmony, each parry a beat in the rhythm of battle. Then with a crescendo of rage and fearlessness they attacked. The terrifying roar of the Spider Queen tore through the abyss, a sound forever etched in the darkest corners of their memories. But it was not a cry of triumph, but of defeat. When the dust settled, the warriors remained in the silence of victory. Their bodies bore the marks of battle, but their spirits shone brighter. Immediately, they all began to shout for joy, saying that they had won. Those words were a declaration, an emotional release of all the tension that was building up like a hurricane. As they looked at each other, their faces told a story of sacrifice and strength. After the tumultuous battle against the Spider Queen, the warriors stood amidst the ruins of victory, and the silence of the lair echoed around them. The voice of the golden-haired warrior broke the silence, a note of uncertainty in the midst of triumph. Dale thought about how the word victory was not entirely appropriate in this situation, looking off into the distance, and unspoken thoughts churned in his head. As the dust motes danced under the light shining in the gloom, realization dawned in his eyes. Dale recognized that Jafir was the one who had allowed them to rise to victory over the Spider Queen, and there was a reluctant respect in his tone. It was an acknowledgement of the unseen hand that guided them. The strategist whose insight turned the tables in their favor gave them the edge they needed to survive and win. The warrior's icy gaze softened with reflection. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple, and so Dale realized that, depending on the person giving the orders, the matter of battle changed considerably. This revelation, whispering in his soul, spoke of a hierarchy within their ranks, a subordination that could change as subtly as the shadows. The thought persisted, sprouting in the fertile soil of his ambition. Dale thought that if he continued to follow Jafir, he would become much stronger. This thought remained unfinished, but full of possibilities, the future unfolding in his mind, with unexplored paths and untapped potential. The strategist, whose white hair contrasted sharply against the dim background, pondered the practicalities of their success. They could not erase the battle marks, the scars on the ground that attested to the death of the Spider Queen. Jeffer pronounced that since they could not dispose of any trace of the Spider Queen's stay, they could not take all the spoils as they had done with the Predator, his voice the epitome of pragmatism. Then he turned away, pondering the spoils of his conquest. Jafir decided that he would take a couple of larger spiders and bring them to the White Rose, already thinking about how to proceed, distributing the wealth as a token of his hard-won success. Amidst the harsh expanse of the desert, Sir Jafir stood resolute, a figure of serene authority, his white hair in stark contrast to the somber background. His spectacles caught the reflections of the receding sun as he addressed his faithful comrades with a firm directive. Jafir immediately ordered the boys to take only what was necessary. An air of respect hung in the air as one of the fighters quickly responded by saying, "Sir," a sign not only of agreement but of willingness to carry out his orders. As the shadows thickened, the blonde-haired lieutenant, his muscles tense with effort, grabbed the heavy sack, insisting on relieving his commanding officer of this duty. Dale immediately pronounced that Jafir must have been tired during this time, unwrapping the load with a sense of duty that was as heavy as the load itself. Dale immediately exclaimed, telling Sir Jafir to do nothing and let him take care of everything. Concern and unwavering loyalty could be heard in his voice. Near him, Sir Jafir, quiet for a moment, took a modest sip from his flask. The soft murmur of the water was interrupted by a distant conversation in which someone praised his ability to dissect monsters, an unusual talent he acknowledged modestly without a word. The quiet was broken by Dale's anxious voice, which asked how long the boys were going to stay there and whether they would keep Sir Jafir waiting. The question was curt, as a reminder of the respect Sir Jafir demanded. As the day drew to a close, Sir Jafir reflected on the efforts of his team, and the fact that it was thanks to their contributions that he had been able to maintain his strength. Thanks to their contribution, I was able to save some energy, he reflected, feeling grateful. Strategically, he reflected on a future in which the dangers of the hunt would be mitigated by the cohesion and skill of his squadron. Watching the trio from afar, their silhouettes looming in the twilight, he noticed one of them victoriously brandishing his spear. He could sense the camaraderie in them, their spirit unwavering in the face of hardship. Sir Jafir's lips curved into a rare smile, and his inner monologue emitted a silent praise. The three of them, not too bad. It was a silent acknowledgement of their merits, a sign of tacit approval from those who stood with him against the desert. In the gloom of reflection, doubt shone in Sir Jeffers' keen eyes. Although he recognized the merits of his comrades, he was haunted by a thought. Yet that is all they are, he mused, feeling the weight of unspoken words in the air. There was admiration in his gaze, but it was clouded by the harsh realism that not all battles are won by courage alone. The scene abruptly shifted to the night sky, where a figure shrouded in mystery and darkness loomed. The silhouette seemed to pulsate with sinister energy, contrasting sharply with the celestial background. Words flashed through his mind. They wouldn't do much good in a fight with him. A shiver ran down Sir Jeffers' spine at the thought of the formidable opponent before him, the specter of a challenge his team was not yet prepared for. His hand clutching the bottle tightly became a symbol of his current state, a yearning for strength, for resources, for hope. Experience, equipment, people ran through my head, and every word was weighed down by the weight of truth. Not enough for what is to come. Realization came with the finality of twilight. The conflict ahead demanded more of what they had, more of who they were. Sir Jeffer, his profile imposing in the gloom, felt the weight of leadership pressing down on him. I have to think of something, he whispered to himself. It was not just a thought, but a promise to find a way, a strategy that would help them through the storm brewing on the horizon. As the narrative drew to a close, the majestic edifice of the cathedral stood proud and unwavering. It was in these hallowed halls that the revelation took place, when the silence was broken by a reverent voice. Oh, So he really is a predator. There was a sense of surprise in the speaker's voice as he acknowledged the unexpected good fortune. I didn't think you would come back with such a valuable find. Yes, it was a triumph, but it hinted at the unleashing of a dangerous game in which the hunter might well become the prey. In the hallowed halls of the temple, an exchange took place, shrouded not in mystery but in the frankness of shared commitment. The sack, laden with promise and potential, passed from one weathered hand to another, the giver sure of its usefulness, the receiver shocked by the magnitude of the gift. "Oh God, all this," the recipient murmured, and the heaviness of the bag sank not only into her palm, but into her mind. A woman dressed in the white robes of the divine order, with the symbol of her faith on her head, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. The goddess will reward you for this good deed," she proclaimed with a smile as warm as the light filtering through the stained glass windows. He offered more help in the form of subspace bags, indicating an abundance of resources and generosity of heart. However, among the shadows cast by the flickering candles stood a figure whose thoughts were shrouded in darkness deeper than the temple alcoves. He watched the exchange with the interest of a scholar and a skeptic, noting the irony of shady dealings in an iconic place. "It's interesting to watch," he mused quietly. His cynicism contrasted with the obvious sanctity of the place. He reflected that the world knows that corruption can infiltrate even the holiest of places. Outside stretched a city, testimony to the temple's influence, a civilization built around the spires of faith. Coins clinked and clinked. A river of gold flowed from the hands of the devout into the treasury of the deity, offering wealth as a sacrifice of protection. It was the knights and battle slaves who pledged allegiance to the temple, ensuring that no monstrous entity could disturb the peace bought by prosperity. The watcher, whose gaze was as piercing as a knight's sword, pondered the true nature of security in this world where the divine intersected with the daily grind. "Well, I suppose security is an expensive luxury," he agreed, his words coming out in a whisper, lost amidst the chants of prayer. "Better yet, at least now we can buy it with money." Those words, though spoken softly, carried the weight of truth in a world where the cost of living was measured by the ability to survive, and survival itself was a bargaining chip among those willing to pay for it. In the world in which they lived, a providential voice whispered a formidable prophecy. "Later, it will be difficult for you to guarantee your safety even if you sell your body." This prophecy hung in the air, a silent ghost hovering over the bustling streets, where the two figures floated on the current of destiny. The priestess, whose robes reflected the golden hues of the setting sun, walked beside her companion with a sense of accomplishment. Predator and Blacksteel Spider, big names with weight in their profession, were sold. The buyers were punctual, the deal was favorable, and their steps as light, as if they had completed an assignment. Yet there was a sense of surprise and newfound respect in their exchange. "I never thought you would get me Blacksteel Spiders so quickly," the priestess admitted, with a tinge of surprise in her voice. The man next to her, known for his calm demeanor and silver hair, acknowledged the compliment with a nod of his head. His next question, practical as always, went to the heart of his business. "How much did we make?" The answer came not with a smile but with a somber nod. 48% of the target," the priestess admitted, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. 20% of the sales went to pay off the debt owed to the temple. She wanted to say something else, but the continuation remained between them, loaded with meaning. That man, possibly Sir Jeffer, had already moved on to the next phase of his plan, the details of which were as securely hidden as the contents of the bag he held in his hands. "I have asked for the laboratory to be cleaned," he said, a statement at once innocuous and loaded with secret intentions. She presented her work clothes and a pass, a ticket to the place where her next act would take place. The priestess unfolded the scroll, a list of the silver alchemist's silver set purchase rented for a reason. The priestess spoke of how they had very little time, the lab's schedule, and the need to leave no trace. It was clear that their mission went far beyond everyday business. hinting at alchemical experiments that required secrecy, precision, and perhaps a touch of the forbidden. As the evening light turned to twilight, Sir Geoffrey held his ground, hatching a plan in the quiet chambers of his mind. Agreed. It's still safer than trying to steal it, he reflected with calculated calm. The quiet corridors of the laboratory awaited his secret touch, and he was prepared. A possible call to duty was a disguise for his true intentions. The priestess, a beacon of faith in her white robes, offered the solemn man words full of tantalizing comfort. "You're paid too, Mr. Well, so don't worry," she told him, with a gentle ribbing that dispelled the heavy air that often surrounded her efforts. But his smile was fragile, threatened by the burden they both carried. The respite was short-lived. A new figure emerged from the embrace of the shadows, imperiously addressing the priestess in a respectful but demanding tone. "So that's where you've been, sister," he said, relief and seriousness in his voice. "I was looking for you to tell you the news." His request for time suggested a conversation that could turn the tide, change the tides. Sir Geoffrey, who had always remained stoic in the face of the winds of change, could only utter a brief "ha" as the appearance of the new man stirred a silent storm within him. A torrent of thoughts raced through my mind, hidden behind the cold facade. The timing was inopportune. The best-laid plans of mice and men are often thwarted, and now they were on the brink. When the newcomer entered the gloom, his personality shattered any pretense of normalcy. Ned, known among saints and damned alike as a first-class heresy examiner, is one among a dozen. His reputation was a storm capable of bending an iron will and breaking the chains of petty secrets. His appearance was not just an interruption, but a harbinger of the trials to come. Sir Geoffrey's mind, a fortress of strategies and secrets, realized the gravity of Ned's presence. He had not expected to meet the man here or now. The silver-haired tactician knew that with the appearance of Ned, the heresy expert, the game had changed. The Templars' recognition of Ned's prowess indicated a power they could not ignore. He was not just another player on the board, but a master of the game whose moves could not be predicted even by the uninitiated. In the waning light, Sir Geoffrey's gaze was a silent harbinger of unspoken thoughts. His ways, a tapestry of untrodden paths and unspoken battles, hung in the balance. "And as for my path," he mused, and the unfinished sentence was the beginning of an epic unfolding in the depths of his steel-blue eyes. The atmosphere, charged with the underlying seriousness of the situation, was for a moment mollified by the priestess's banter. Her voice, full of mirth, danced around Ned's solemn mood. "What's the problem? Surely it's not a request for an appointment. Have you come to ask for a loan?" The lightness of his banter served as a subtle reminder of their shared past, a camaraderie forged in the crucible of the temple's shadow. Behind the playful facade, however, lurked the priestess's keen mind. She was acutely aware of what was happening at that moment, the subtle play of power and pursuit unfolding before her. "Although she is talking to me, her target is the one behind my back," she reflected, conducting an internal monologue of strategic foresight. Ned, Sahaka's superior, had not come merely as a courtesy. His presence was a chess move in a game in which Sir Geoffrey was the unwitting king. His inner observation continued, quietly commenting on their boldness. "They are very brave. I never thought they would try to fight when they had a member of the clergy in front of them," she commented, surprised by their boldness as clearly as the setting sun. Turning away gracefully, she offered to postpone the meeting until another time to unravel the threads of their conversation. "Can we talk about this another time?" he offered, promising to lower the rate of interest like a silken olive branch extended into the future. Ned, shrouded in the mystery befitting a heresy examiner, accepted the conversational digression with a polite nod toward the inevitable. "Oh, so is it all right if I at least ask about something urgent?" His question was as smooth as the tea he had promised to serve, a blend of the mundane and the honorable, a balance between urgent matters and the politeness that made his world go round. Ned's suggestion hung in the air, a seemingly innocuous invitation with an undertone. "Why don't you come with us? What do you think, Jeffer?" There was a carefree note in his voice, but everyone present couldn't help but notice the implication. It was a dance of diplomacy and subtle power play, where every word and gesture could be a veiled challenge or an inquisitive question. Sir Jafir remained standing, the dim light casting long shadows that mirrored those flickering in his thoughts. When Ned hinted at a connection to Sahaki, his response was a deft parade, a dismissal wrapped in feigned oblivion. "I'm not sure who he is. I don't have a very good memory. I don't remember the useless ones." It was a statement as sharp as the point of a sword, making it clear that Jafir was not one to maneuver easily on the tangled chessboard of his world. The priestess, trapped between the two men, was a picture of serenity until a sudden burst of magical energy shattered that facade. How? It couldn't be. "Such sharp magical energy," she muttered, her surprise manifesting itself as a physical reaction. Ned, with his questions and insinuations, may have hoped to elicit secrets or establish an alliance, but in the face of Sir Jafir's impenetrable facade and the priestess's newfound awareness, it was clear that the road ahead was fraught with dangers and silent battles yet to be fought. Ned's invitation was like a stone thrown into still water, and its ripples traveled far into the depths of the unknown. "Why don't you come with us? What do you think, Jafir?" he asked, and the smile on his lips did not reach his eyes. Her tone was playful, but beneath it lurked the steel of undisclosed intentions. As he spoke, the priestess realized something. "No, it may even be bigger," she thought, looking off into the distance. The true measure of Sir Jeffers' power was not what she had supposed. It was something far greater, something not even the knights of the temple could eclipse. Ned, provocative as ever, continued to subtly tease, mentioning the mysterious Sahaki and hinting at a connection to Sir Jeffer. His words were light-hearted, but they were barbed hooks, eager to latch onto secrets that might have been better left untouched. "Now that I am close, I understand why Sahaki could not resist going against him," he reflected, and the gravity of the implication felt heavy in his words. Sir Jeffer, whose countenance was as unreadable as ever, replied in a scornful tone. "I'm not sure who it is," he said, feigning ignorance. It was his way of trying to hide his past from prying eyes. "My memory is not so good. I don't remember the useless ones." It was a diversion, a shield directed against Ned's interrogation. But the calm before the storm was short-lived. The priestess, caught off guard, felt a sudden surge of magic. A sharp, powerful energy coursed through the air. What? It couldn't be. That piercing magical energy. She muttered, gasping, feeling her composure loosen from the raw power that resonated with Sir Jafir's presence. The priestess's revelation came in a whisper, thoughts running wild as she pieced together the puzzle that was Sir Jafir. He is no mere battle slave. He's on a par with the knights of the temple. Her realization sounded like silent thunder, echoing her shock and awe. And then the priestess imperiously commanded, as imperiously as any decree. "Kneel down, both of you," she demanded, and her voice cut through the tension. There was power in her command to bend the will of peace, if only for a moment. Ned, the enigmatic examiner of heresies, and Sir Jeffer, wrapped in the mantle of power, found themselves on their knees, their defiance crushed by the weight of sacred law. The ground beneath them was more than ground. It was the altar of their submission to the priestess's commands. In that instant, the hierarchy became clear, the boundaries of power clearly delineated in the arena. The priestess, clad in the symbols of her faith, towered over Ned, and her words were like the crack of a whip. "Where do you think you are, you madman? You want to die." Her command was absolute, unobjectionable. Her authority radiated from her like a halo of divine mandate. She was a doomsayer, ready to teach a lesson to anyone who dared to upset the order of things. Her gaze rested on Sir Jeffer, the supposed plaything in her hands. Her announcement was chilling, a harbinger of death, whispered in an angelic voice. "As this child is my plaything, if you try anything, I will kill you." The threat was veiled in velvet, but it had the hardness of steel, reminding her that her favor was a choice, not a fact. There was a silence after the collision, in which echoes of power and shudders of fear could be heard. The priestess towering over Sir Zephyrus issued a warning disguised as concern. "Hey you, can't you try to fight everyone around you? That bastard is too dangerous, okay?" His words were a mixture of scolding and admiration, an acknowledgement of the dangerous power Sir Zephyrus represented. And there, in the shadow of the temple spires, Sir Zephyr could only silently acknowledge him. "Ah, I am still trembling." It was an acknowledgement of the consequences, a testament to the strain of the power struggle they had all just endured. In the dim light of day, Ned's words cast a long shadow over the entire conversation, testifying to its mysterious power. "Since he's a Class 1 examiner, it means he's strong," he mused, the confidence of a person who realizes his strength echoing in his voice. But what followed was an unspoken truth that reeked of coldness. No one had lived to tell how she had mastered that power. The priestess of sacred authority turned to Zephyr with an almost maternal admonition. "Do you realize how hard it is for me for you to do such dangerous things?" she scolded her, breaking through the blanket of discontent. Her threat to finish him off herself if he caused any more trouble was harsh, but not without affection. He was her ward, a treasure not to be squandered. Her anxiety was palpable as she warned Sir Zephyr to be careful. "I won't be able to protect you outside the temple," he said, and a rare chink appeared in his armor of invulnerability. It was a moment of vulnerability, a recognition that even his abilities have limits. Sir Zephyr, ever enigmatic, wrapped in a cloak of indifference, brushed aside the tension of the moment with a sly comment. "I was just saying hello," he shrugged off, though behind his words was a deep strategy and foresight. As the day declined, Sir Zephyr excused himself with clear and determined purpose. The fact that he is showing himself should mean that they are almost ready. "I have to hurry too," he said, feeling rushed. The priestess looked behind him, and the question that hung in the air, "Where are you going?" was answered with an ominous word: laboratory. In the dim light of dusk, a man with hair as white as the first snow of winter turned slightly, a hint of mischief glinting in his eyes. "Let me ask one more favor of you," he said, and there was a steely note in his voice, soft as velvet, that indicated it was not a simple request. Not far from him, amid the swirling dust of a place forgotten by time, another figure appeared, dressed in a robe that had seen better days. He laughed, with a sound that danced between triumph and madness. "Ha ha ah ha ah. There it is. The power of engraving," he marveled, and a wild grin played on his lips at the unprecedented power that had just awakened in him. Meanwhile, the third heroine, with curls of rich crimson, leaned back in the shadows, her eyes narrowed in discontent. "You're putting me in a bad mood," she hissed, and the air around her crackled with barely contained rage. Those words were a warning, a harbinger of the storm brewing beneath his calm exterior. In the sacred hall, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the sacred lights, the disciple looked up, betrayal written on his face. "Master, what does that mean? Do you want me to enter the temple of light and become a slave?" The question weighed heavily, as a testimony to his disillusionment and the collapse of his once unshakable faith. Above them all, in the sanctity of a room filled with ancient texts and wisdom, stood a figure dressed in white and blue, the embodiment of royal defiance. Turning his back on the world, he addressed his invisible opponent, contempt in his voice. "Do you want me to mark the engraving of this filthy slave?" He spat the words, each one scornful of the fate they were trying to impose on him. In the clandestine corridors of power, a cloaked figure pondered the mistakes of the past. Long brown hair framed a face marked by history and hatred. "You must know the resentment I hold for these people." But still, these words hung in the air like an echo of unresolved conflicts and a prelude to grudging decisions. The man, adorned with a golden filigree symbol on his robe, recounted the fate of his comrades in somber tones. Two of our brothers who infiltrated the temple disguised as priests were recently discovered and executed. This news was a cold reminder of the danger they were in, a testament to the cost of their secret struggle. Elsewhere, shrouded in shadows, a figure with a cascade of blue hair and wearing a mask spoke of the difficulties ahead. They have tightened security. All the brothers left there are doing everything they can not to be discovered. There was urgency in those words. They attested to the danger their compatriots were in as they walked the razor's edge between shadow and light. But hope was not yet lost. The scythe, a silent harbinger of doom, gleamed in the gloom, unfolding a new plan. However, there was another way to get our people in. There was an unspoken strategy in the air, a last gambit in the face of tightening chains. The scene changed to a symbol, ethereal and glowing with an unearthly light. The revelation was explicit. Followers of the light do not suspect those who have been marked. On the great chessboard of their conflict, the marked moved stealthily, undetectable, their curses a hidden force. For in the shadow of the light, the enemy's greatest weapon was their unwitting ignorance that there were marked among them. In the dying light of twilight, a figure clad in the dark tapestry of night stood before the council, and the unearthly glow of his scythe cast long shadows. With hair as blue as the twilight sky, she spoke of possibilities born of enemy supervision. As long as you are marked, they will limit their actions. We will use it to our advantage, they declared, their voices holding the promise of cunning strategies yet to be realized. The air crackled with the tension of impending action as they continued. You will receive the mark and infiltrate the Temple of Light, and you will steal the loot they collect in the dungeons from the raids. Their plan was a gambit, a dance on the edge of danger and deception. All eyes turned to Ned, his brown hair falling silently in a blanket of shadows. He was singled out, chosen. This is a task only you can do, Ned, the leader proclaimed, anointing him with the confidence and weight of his hopes. Ned's eyes shone with determination. He was the linchpin of their machinations. The scene shifted, focusing on a symbol across in a circle torn by lightning, a stark revelation. The followers of the light would not realize that we had found a way to destroy the mark. The council had created a secret weapon, an antidote to the curse that had held them back for so long. And yet, with wisdom gained through years of loss and sacrifice, the figure in the shadows warned against restraint. However, we cannot use it now. Wait for the right time. His words were a reminder that patience is as deadly a weapon as the sharpest sword. Ned, his profile silhouetted against the impending darkness, absorbed in the gravity of the task before him. The fire of vengeance burned within him, a silent oath to make the followers of the light atone for their transgressions. Then we will make sure they pay. Those filthy followers of the light. Her voice was a whisper, but one could sense in it the power of the impending storm, a harbinger of the retribution that would soon befall the unsuspecting students. The golden hue of the late sun was falling on the town square, where the day's work was turning to evening silence. Amid the soft clinking of dishes and the homely aroma of cooked food, the man in the wide-brimmed hat paused, his work-weary hands stilled as he heard a call from across the courtyard. "Hey, eat first," called a warm, insistent voice. Turning with a smile creasing the corners of his eyes, he replied with mild surprise, "Oh, is it really lunchtime already?" The day flew by, each hour marked not so much by the passage of time as by the pace of work. The two villagers walked side by side, their conversation a low murmur amid the general chatter. "I guess this is how we work every fucking month," one of them muttered, with a hint of disappointment in his voice. He glanced around the perimeter of the village. Come on, why is the barrier still being damaged? The question hung in the air, attesting to their fatigue and the incessant cycle of repair and destruction. "Protecting the temple is an unacceptable luxury," the other replied with a resigned sigh. "That's why we have to build that barrier." There was a self-confidence born of necessity in his words, a community building defenses with its own hands. In the shadow of a wooden palisade, one of the villagers demonstrated a defensive move, a practiced and precise gesture toward an imaginary enemy. "This is how I'm going to hit the head," he explained, and there was a confidence in his movements that belied the simplicity of his defense. The routine was abruptly interrupted by a call. "Hey guys, I think it's someone from the temple." Surprise flashed across all faces, and a wave of alarm swept through the crowd as all eyes turned to the unexpected guest. A figure stood at the edge of the village, imposing and out of place among the rustic nature. The villager, clad in the humility of his position, approached the newcomer with cautious deference. "What brings you to this humble place?" he asked. The stranger with the temple emblem, reeking of another world, was a messenger of change, and the reasons for his visit to his humble village were as yet unknown. In the quiet of the village, the air became tense with anticipation when the temple stranger asked the assembled villagers a question. "How many inhabitants are there here?" His voice lacked warmth, with some purpose yet to be revealed. The peasant, a simple man dressed in a modest cloak, answered the question with a frown. "What? I guess about 50 people or so," he replied with a note of confusion in his voice. He didn't understand why such a detail would interest the imposing newcomer. "Not bad," was the reply, and the corners of the temple visitor's lips turned up in the semblance of a smile that never appeared in his cold eyes. His words hung in the air. There was a veiled meaning in them that caused the villagers to exchange anxious glances. Suddenly, the scene changed, rippled with ripples like a churning pond, and a memory appeared. A memory of shame and anger. "What a humiliation he has given me," the stranger muttered, turning his thoughts back to the moment when he was brutally attacked and his pride was shattered. The pain of that moment seemed to fuel a grim determination, and he declared with venomous resolve, "I will never forgive this. I will make sure he pays for it 100-fold. His oath was a whisper of malice, a promise of vengeance, chilling and absolute. And then with a laugh, he broke the stillness of the night. "Ha ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, let out the full force of his bitterness. Behind him, a shadow stirred, monstrous and terrifying, a ghost of anger at the depth of his hatred. The villagers could only watch in horror as the night began to distort, with the dark energies of an ancient grudge. Beneath the indigo blanket of the night sky, the Temple of Light stood like a beacon guarding secrets. Within its mysterious walls was the laboratory, a sanctuary dedicated to the arcane art of potion brewing and the creation of formidable equipment. It was here that forbidden knowledge was whispered in the hallowed halls. Within the laboratory's stone walls, shelves held the rarest of ingredients, blue herbs that left traces of power, the bark of Lita's tree covered in parasitic fungi, slimy liquids from decayed kobolds, mushrooms sprouting from the fallen, and gray millipedes scuttling in the gloom. They were components not fit for the faint-hearted, but necessary for the concoctions simmering in the alchemical cauldron. As the moon rose, flooding the laboratory windows with silvery light, a figure hunched over a boiling cauldron cast a spell. If you boil these ingredients together with the Spider Queen's poison. It was a recipe that danced on the edge of darkness, a potion that held the whispers of death. The moment of revelation came when the glass vial was raised to the light and a liquid appeared in it that glowed with the midnight hues of a starless sky. "All is ready," announced the alchemist, with triumph and expectation in his voice. He lifted the vial containing the 72nd of the deadly elixirs of the King of Poison Fade, the infamous Zagan, whose reputation was as deadly as the night was dark. In the silence that followed, the silence was broken by a plea for refuge. "I will die if Ned and the other inquisitors interfere with my work, so help me," the alchemist pleaded, turning to the nun who had sworn him protection. His reasoning was cold and calculating. His life was a coin in the temple treasury, and his death was a loss they could not afford. The nun, dressed in the habit of her order, faced a dilemma. The oath to protect was sacred, but instigating such dark deeds was a path fraught with shadows. He wasn't wrong, and I helped him, but the thought flashed, a tacit admission that perhaps some oaths were too dangerous to keep. In the dimly lit laboratory of the Temple of Light, an intricate diagram of a human figure lay on the table, covered with lines and markings like ancient runes. At the sight of this spectacle, the man watching the scene made a puzzled face and frowned, muttering to himself, "What is this?" The bewilderment in his voice reverberated off the stone walls, becoming a mirror image of the enigma. The alchemist, a man of sharp mind and sharp facial features, looked away from the scroll, his attention drawn to the essence of the arcane tree. Arcane wood, hard as metal, proclaimed a fact known to few, a secret that promised untapped potential. Among the alchemical devices and vials, an alchemist was explaining the art of acupuncture to a curious nun, deftly handling fine needles. "They are called acupuncture needles," he said with the patience of a master. "In the East they are used for medicinal purposes." Her voice was a bridge between worlds, between mysticism and medicine. The scene shifted to the needles, which were now immersed in a carefully diluted mixture in exact proportions. "Immerse the needles in diluted Belial and Zagon at 1/100 for 10 minutes, he ordered. The precision of the task was as important as the ritual itself, a dance of time and concentration. When the last needle was removed from the vat, a glint of new-found truth shone in the alchemist's eyes. "The poison is very simple. Its only use is to kill a man without much effort," he began, and the statement had the weight of common knowledge. But when his gaze returned to the shadowy corners of the room, he finished, or so everyone thought. The subtext hung in the air, laden with the promise of forthcoming revelations. In the undergrounds of the Temple of Light, a new chapter was being written in which the deadly dance of poison would find a new partner, a target capable of transcending death and perhaps taking over life. In the shadowy corners of the Temple of Light, where the scents of herbs and the alchemy of poisons floated, a lone figure worked with skilled and tenacious hands. With each needle dipped in the green elixir, she pondered the world upside down. Who would have thought? His thoughts were a tapestry of history and regret, woven from the dark threads of a time when demons walked the earth and the gods, in their distant abodes, stripped humanity of the powers it once possessed. As the man thrust fine needles into the enclosure, there was in his voice a whisper of protest against the past. When a race of demons invaded our world, and the gods took from us the power they had given us. The betrayal of the divine was a wound that time had not healed, and to think that we all depended on poisons. The revelation rang not with pride, but with grim resignation. Needles, now glowing with the emerald hue of poison, were an unlikely choice for salvation, proof that they desperately relied on mortal art to defend themselves. The tale took a sharp turn when, without warning, the man collapsed. His body convulsing, a harsh cough escaped his lips and he clutched his chest. The nun, whose robes contrasted with the dark tile, rushed to his aid with a cry of alarm. "Wow, wow! Dear customer." There was panic in her voice as she saw him fall and the poisoned needle plates scatter at his side. However, all was not as it seemed. The man stood up, his body showing snake-like vein marks, untouched by the poison that affected smaller creatures. He turned to the nun, mystery and confidence in his tone. "Don't be surprised at what will happen. When I give you the signal, do it." His words were cryptic. It was a riddle she had not yet solved. The nun's eyes widened with confusion and incipient fear. "But what? What are you trying to do?" she asked, feeling her duty to the temple clash with her concern for the man before her. The unknown plan he was hatching shadowed her heart, an omen that whispered of grim events to come. In the silent chamber, where the air hummed with latent energy, stood a man with a newfound sense of power. "Upgrade," he announced, and there was confidence in his voice. The word was not just an affirmation, but a testament to the amazing transformation he was about to undergo. A metamorphosis promised, by the alchemy of poison transformed into panacea. He discovered an ancient secret that tells the story of Fade's 72 deadly poisons and their chameleon-like nature. He learned that, when carefully diluted, these deadly substances transform into enhancing agents that, balanced against each other, can amplify a person's natural abilities to unprecedented levels. In preparing for the procedure, the man was aware of the risks. He knew that the volatile mixture of Belial, which caused excruciating pain, and Zagan, the essence of instability, could wreak havoc on his system. "Gansho!" he gasped as the first wave of pain shot through him, a grim harbinger of the ordeal he was about to suffer. "I will suffer greatly, and stability will diminish," he muttered to himself, resigning himself to the price of his ambition. The suffering was intense, as if fire and ice were coursing through his veins, but he was determined, his eyes burning with the fire of determination. Concentrating, the man fell into a deep state of meditation. His mind was focused on the inner flow of energy, on the technique of utilizing and circulating the magical power within him to suppress the unbridled dance of poison. It was a delicate balance, an arcane art that required her to exert all her strength. Against the light, he looked like a statue, all his muscles tense with the effort of controlling the raging energy that threatened to overwhelm him. "If I succeed, I can move on to the next phase," he whispered, swearing a silent oath to the powers that were testing him. In the hallowed silence of the room, only the whisper of his breathing and the faint hum of magic in the air could be heard. A man on the threshold of pain and power, he was a solitary figure forging his destiny with the forbidden knowledge of an alchemist. There was a tension in the silence of the unknown place that seemed to thicken the very air. One of the heroes, stern and serene, said with unwavering determination, "It's all nonsense." These words floated in the air, bearing witness to an unshakable will that would not relent. Reiterated, "You can't call it a crisis or pain." It was a flat denial of the gravity of the situation, a refusal to allow himself to be tormented in a way that would paralyze the soul of a lesser man. Meanwhile, the nun in the robe of faith watched in amazement as the miracle unfolded before her eyes. "The color of her blood vessels has returned to normal?" she exclaimed with amazement and disbelief in her voice. What was happening was a departure from the natural order of things, a violation of the expectations set by both medicine and prayer. Elsewhere, a figure in the shadows was preparing for a task of dire consequences, so difficult that the price of carrying it out was viewed with grim approval. "When I complete it, I probably won't be able to move." There was no fear in those words, but agreement, a recognition that sacrifices had to be made to achieve the goal. The silver-haired orchestrator of this unfolding drama stood at the center of the maelstrom of events. His orders were clear. "Keep an eye on the situation. When I give the signal," this directive laid the groundwork for what was to come. They were the eyes of the storm, calm and determined in the midst of the chaos. Then a name was spoken, perhaps a code, and a question was asked that seemed to cut the tension. "Are you ready, White Rose?" It was a call to arms, a call to readiness before the storm broke. The command was as quick as lightning. Now! It was a moment of action, a turn of the key in the lock of destiny. The nun, with a mask of determination on her face, held a needle glowing with poisonous intent. A poisoned needle, high above her head. These words spoke of an action so dangerous, so fraught with finality, that a shiver ran down the spine of the bravest heart. At the climax of this perilous action, all the gravity of the moment was laid bare in a silent confession. "I can tell you what will happen if I fail, even if I don't ask you to." Death. It was a recognition of the harsh reality they faced, the delicate balance between life and death at the tip of a needle. The heroes were on the brink of destiny, and their actions in those fleeting moments could tip the balance in an irreversible and absolute direction. As the last rays of day gave way to twilight, Sister Abigail's eyes lit up with emotion. The weight of a momentous decision seized her, the simplicity of her monastic life contrasting sharply with the complexity of the situation. "What should I do?" she whispered, her breath barely audible in the silence of the sanctuary. The question was a silent plea for help, for in her hands lay the balance between life and death. Time passed, and as the heavens wore their nightly mantle, flecked with the distant lights of countless stars, the scene shifted to the northern forest that protected the Temple of Light. Here, under the gaze of the sky, destiny was already being fulfilled. The serenity of the night was interrupted by a cacophony of terror. Desperate figures clad in dark robes rushed through the thicket, gasping in fear. "We are being cornered." There was a scream that foreshadowed the horror that swept through their ranks. Monstrous birds, nightmarish creatures, approached them with eyes like coals and claws like daggers. "Fuck! Those bastards from the recon team, didn't they say it was just a nest?" The accusation pierced the night, the bitter realization of betrayal. Their mission, based on misinformation, had failed, plunging them into a nightmare of merciless wings and spikes. Panic was quickly replaced by throat-scratching despair. Did someone call for reinforcements? The question was flung into the darkness like a hope for salvation. In the midst of the chaos, a glimmer of hope pierced the darkness. One of them, with determination etched on his face, declared, "A minute ago I fired a flare. Reinforcements would not be long in coming." His words were a lifeline, a promise that their struggle had not gone unnoticed, that their fate was not yet sealed. In this tapestry of fear and faint hope, Sister Abigail's inner torment is reflected in a tangible struggle for survival in the heart of the forest. Her moment of indecision, fraught with unseen consequences, reflected the immediate danger facing the sibling group under the trees. While they clung to life, she clung to clarity, each hoping for deliverance in their own way. Under cover of night, the forest came alive with stomps and desperate breaths. Brother Matthias, hooded in brown, pushed his weakened legs forward. "Run to the temple," he gasped, repeating a mantra that invigorated his spirit. But his call was abruptly interrupted. A guttural kiok burst from him as unseen forces gripped his body in a brutal grip. The world was reduced to his heartbeat and the visceral need to survive. "It's about 5 kilometers to the temple," he thought, and the distance echoed in his mind with a mocking echo. "And it takes more than 20 minutes to walk to the temple, even in broad daylight." The darkness seemed to laugh at him, and the temple was an elusive shrine that mocked his misfortune with its distance. As he plodded through the thicket, the night scene draped in a tapestry of indigo and silver was obscured by the monstrous shapes of birds. Matthias looked up, and his heart was filled with horror. The creatures were swooping down upon him, their eyes glowing with vicious hunger. Their screams were the sounds of nightmares made flesh, harbingers of a violent end. A moment later, the nightmare was upon him. The bird, whose beak was a spear of death, descended upon him with the force of a hammer blow. Matthias's scream was lost in a flurry of feathers and rage, and his body became a picture of shock and agony as the creature's beak found its target. The attack was relentless. More winged attackers joined him, their claws like daggers aimed at his soul. Once on the ground, Matthias could only cover himself with his hands, his sword useless against the onslaught. Each bird was a shadow of death, and in his unyielding eyes, Matthias saw the end of his desperate flight. In the heart of the forest, the struggle between man and beast raged with a primal ferocity. Every moment was a battle, every breath a victory over the inevitable. And yet, as the claws descended, Matthias' thoughts turned to the temple, to the light that seemed so far away, and the hope that, against all odds, he could still reach it. In the very center of the chaos, where the ground was scarred by the fury of battle, stood a lone warrior. Silver hair crowned his head, and his skin was adorned with markings that spoke of an ancient power. Kneeling amidst the rubble and disembodied flames, he was the eye of the storm, the calm in a world gone mad with violence. Energy flowed through him, Blue flames licked the air, silently witnessing the power he summoned from within. Suddenly, the warrior rose to his full height. His body became a pillar amidst the maelstrom of dust and spiritual fire. His presence was a challenge to heaven, an insult to the winged horrors that descended upon him. From his lips came a sound that was part war cry, part war song. Gale! He broke through the noise of the monstrous screams. Birds of prey circled overhead with malicious intent, but the warrior was undeterred, his mind a fortress. 12 monsters left outside the dungeon. He counted silently, and that number was fixed in his mind. Total number of bird monster neck bones, copy 012. It was a grim tally, a list of enemies to defeat, a score to settle with his hand alone. Immediately, a glimmer of hope flickered in the air. Temple reinforcements. Have they arrived yet? Those words were a balm to his spirit, the promise of help a pleasant melody amidst the cacophony of battle. But the mark on his shoulder, symbol of alliances and oaths, seemed to throb with a question that had no answer. Meanwhile, Brother Matthias, a fragment of chaos, his face mottled with panic and confusion, scanned the horizon. But is he alone? The realization of this fact came upon him like a physical blow, and his mind shuddered. Where is the nest? Where it is? Yes! A piece of the puzzle fell into place, and the dawn of realization flashed in his eyes. In the moonlit clearing stood a silver-haired figure that reeked of untold authority. His presence was imposing, an invisible force that compelled obedience. "If you continue on this path," he said, his voice lost in the night with a thoughtful, Brother Matthias, shocked by the encounter, nodded silently, whispering, "Okay, okay." As a flare flashed at his feet, casting long shadows that danced wildly around him, an expression of confusion appeared on his face, and a silent H betrayed his inner turmoil. The forest seemed to freeze as Matthias tried to comprehend the aura of the young man before him. I felt such overwhelming intimidation from this young man, he reflected, and the words sounded like a haunting melody in his head, as if he was taking orders from someone in a far superior position. Realizing that fact was disconcerting. It upset the balance of his world. As Matthias watched the carnage, the reality of his actions became clear to him. Surrounded by the remains of the monstrous birds, he realized his submission. And then, by reflex, I told him where the entrance to the dungeon was. It was a whispered confession in the night, a secret that the silver-haired mystery now shared with him. When clarity returned, it was too late. The figure disappeared like a ghost from the forest. Matthias, alone with the dead man, felt regret. When I came to myself, I regretted not having told him something important, he lamented, losing his words in the darkness, but he had long since disappeared. In the silence that followed, Matthias could only reflect on the gravity of the knowledge he had imparted and the true intentions of the mysterious figure. In the aftermath of the fierce battle, a grim truth was whispered in the shadows of the forest. The lone survivor, haunted by memories of his fallen comrades, told a heartbreaking story. 4 of the 7 members of my group died in that dungeon, he recalled with a heavy heart. And of the 3 who made it out, I was the only survivor. The revelation hung in the air, becoming a vivid reminder of the danger that lurked in the depths of the dungeon. Brother Matthias, on whose face was written suffering, was seized by an agonizing thought. He had to stop it, he lamented, his voice echoing painfully through the trees. We should have waited for reinforcements. I had to stop him from leaving on his own. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him, the weight of what might have been if he had intervened. Meanwhile, the silver-haired figure was rising in silent victory over the colossal form of the main monster. Its defeated mass lay beneath him, testament to the warrior's strength. There was a scent of triumph in the air, and the ground was hallowed by the end of the battle. When the dust settled and calm returned to the warrior, he exhaled a breath of air that seemed to carry with it all the tension of the battle. Phew, he exhaled, and that simple phrase marked the end of the tension. Now there was calm in his posture, the calm of a battle-hardened soul who had defeated the beast. And with peace came realization, a sense of newfound strength coursing through his veins. I feel lightness in my body. My performance seems to have increased by a factor of 2 or 2.5, he observed, inwardly assessing his increased prowess. It was a success. The experience made him new, stronger, and more capable. With the right equipment, it's worth a try, he reflected, contemplating the future with the wisdom of a man who knows the true price of victory. As the noise of battle settled beneath the night sky, Jafir stared upward. A green flash, like a comet born from the earth, swept over him, drawing a line of hope against the darkness. It was a beacon whispering crises averted and battles won. In its light, he pondered his future actions, the tools he would need on unfamiliar paths. What gear should I bring? He pondered, and the question hung in the cold air. The days bloomed like the petals of a new flower, and the grandeur of the Temple of Light appeared before my eyes. Its spires towered skyward, silently attesting that it promised refuge to those who stood in its stone embrace. Rumors of the warrior's exploits spread like wildfire. The out-of-control nest of cockatrices, a medium-sized bastion of monsters with a colossus at its head, was destroyed. Cleansed by a slave, said the tradition, and every word was tinged with reverence. It was an impossible feat to believe, but the evidence was there. In the sacred halls of the temple, 2 figures held a conversation in hushed tones. The survivors' testimonies and the results of the field investigation were adding up to a coherent whole. It's getting really attractive for the raid in 20 days, one of them commented, with intrigue and suspicion in his voice. The implication was obvious. The warrior had intentions beyond what was visible to the naked eye, ambitions that attracted the attention of the powerful. The other, trained to distinguish truth from heresy, pondered the way forward. The heresy expert Matthias Grimmer, whose name had become synonymous with the harsh justice of the Temple of Light, weighed his words with the seriousness of a judge. Should we question him? To see if he is a worshipper of the demon god, he suggested, and the severity of the consequences and the echo of the coming Inquisition echoed in his question. Lucius Giornetti, the head of the Knights of the Temple, stood resolute in the dimly lit corridor of the Temple of Light. His word was final. No, leave him alone. His voice conveyed the gravity of the order, drowning out the murmurs of dissent with a calm authority befitting his rank. Matthias, the senior examiner of heresies, wrapped in the seriousness of his office, expressed concern for the integrity of his ranks. But if we do not properly screen those suspected of worshipping demonic gods before the raid— His voice cracked, weighed down by the weight of possible sabotage from within. Lucius turned his back on him, an imposing wall of conviction, and interrupted him with cold pragmatism. As long as they are useful, I don't care if they worship demon gods. It was a statement that reflected the hard truths of their holy war, where the end could justify the most ungodly means. They wouldn't have the strength to get to the warden's room anyway, Lucius continued, dismissing the very idea that these suspects could pose a serious threat. It was a rejection not only of his power, but of his own importance. Matthias, whose features were marked by the shadows of the torchlit passageway, mentally plotted his strategy. Then we use them to help us get to the boss room, and destroy them along with the boss. His plan was as ruthless as it was effective. He envisioned the use of unwilling people as meat to fulfill his sacred mission. Inside the hallowed walls of the Temple of Light, 2 old friends walked down a dimly lit corridor, their cloaks rustling against the ancient stones. Matthias, the chief examiner of the heresy, addressed the vanguard leader of the raiding party, Lucius Giornetti, not by his title, but as a friend with whom he had maintained a friendship for 2 decades. He outlined his plans, and their shared history was clearly evident in his words. Lucius, the head of the Knights of the Temple, responded with a chuckle that echoed in the cold air of the hallway, a rare sound of mirth in a place so often filled with solemnity. Ha 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 ha! He laughed, and that sound signaled their connection. With the warmth of long-standing trust, he teased Matthias by saying, "That's why I'm showing you this, my best friend, since you're so worried." They stopped in front of a door, grand and imposing, whose design was testament to the power and mystery it held. In a gesture of intimacy and privilege, Lucius presented Matthias with the imposing sight of the spear of radiant light and the winged shield of Michael. These were not mere weapons but legendary relics, whose very existence belonged to the domain of sacred texts and divine wisdom. Lucius, head bowed nonchalantly and proudly, admitted that these artifacts demanded a personal sacrifice from him, a third of his immense fortune. Matthias, hardened by years of service and the Inquisition for heresy, could not hide his surprise. Before him lay legendary objects he had only seen in books. His voice betrayed his astonishment, something not usually befitting a man in his position. As a last consolation, Lucius placed a comforting hand on Matthias's shoulder, reinforcing to him the reality of his victory. That tedious dungeon, which we had spent 10 years of our lives clearing, was over. You don't have to worry about anything. The confidence in his voice promised the end of their ordeal together, the closing of a chapter that left behind the echoes of battle and the heaviness of vigilance. In the morning gloom, the training field was filled with metallic clangs and determined shouts. At the head of it all stood a figure with long, wavy blonde hair, whose eyes burned with the fire of ambition. "I will be invincible in this raid," he said, with an almost prophetic confidence in his voice. Elsewhere in a large room, 3 young warriors were preparing. One of them, sandy-haired, stretched with a groan. "Damn, I haven't warmed up yet," he complained, his muscles aching from the action. "Why are there so many people in the training camp?" his partner asked, looking out the window curiously at the noisy scene outside. The question hung in the air until the orange-haired member of their trio, holding the bottle carelessly in his hand, made a nonchalant suggestion. "Probably because of the raid," he mused, taking a sip. "Rumor has it that there are only 2 or 3 places left for slaves. So they're trying to stand out." His words painted a clear picture of despair and hope in the ranks, in stark contrast to his own aloof demeanor. "Tut-tut, we have nothing to do," he continued, dispelling his feelings with a swig from the bottle. The other warriors exchanged glances, and one of them wrinkled his face in confusion, not understanding his comrade's indifference. In the hallway of a neighboring building, a white-clad figure moved silently with the grace of a dove. She stopped, and the sunlight illuminated her with a heavenly glow. Something caught her attention, whispers from the training camp, or perhaps snatches of phrases from the young warriors' conversations. "Oh God," he said softly, and on his calm face was an expression of mild surprise, and his green eyes reflected a story yet to be told. When a group of warriors greeted the white-clad woman, one of them could not hide his disdain. "Hello, sister," she replied with mock politeness, colliding with the smile of another who couldn't resist hissing. "Hello. Pay your interest on time, cunt." A mixture of reverence and contempt hung in the air. Their faces reflected confusion as they watched the nun retreat from her quarters. "What's going on? Why is that demon sister coming out of our room?" muttered one of them, with distrust and fear in his voice. The nickname of Demon Sister was a paradox for her serene appearance, hinting at unspeakable stories and rumors. In a secluded room, far from prying eyes, a man with hair as white as the first snow of winter sat in quiet repose. His presence was like that of a still, deep, and peaceful lake. "You are here," he said, greeting his visitors with an unnerving calm that did not hide the tension that stalked them like a shadow. The warrior's eyes were drawn to a glint on the man's finger. A ring, simple but striking. He was with his sister until now. The ring on his finger. "Could it be?" whispered one of the warriors, and the dots joined in a silent storm of understanding. "You?" "What is that ring?" stammered the other, and the fear in his voice tinged the words with shades of horror. The white-haired man looked at the ring with an impassive gaze, as if it were a mere trinket. "Someone gave it to me," he replied, without the heaviness in his voice that his companions attributed to the gold ring. His indifference only added to the mystery, wrapping the moment in a shroud that was neither wholly menacing nor wholly benign. In a world woven of magic and machinations, the Ring of Purification was more than just jewelry. Hidden in its golden lasso was the power to alter the flows of mana, a beacon of defense against the darkest of curses. Its power, framed in the ancient text, spoke of daily deliverance from the power of evil. A single use of the curse nullifier that could change the course of destiny. The ring appeared on the finger of a man marked by alabaster curls, his silhouette bathed in the soft glow of magic. The white rose gave me something quite good, she thought, and her lips curved into a sympathetic smile. The gift was no mere token, but a testament to the grace and favor of the giver. A blessing from an ally clothed in robes of piety. The white rose herself, a nun whose eyes danced with a mixture of piety and skill, rose with a confidence that echoed through the halls. After the booster comes the team, she proclaimed, her voice a melody of strength and confidence. The ring was just a token of her capabilities, a hint of the treasures she could bestow. "Tell me anything you want. I'll get it all for you," he offered, his words the bridge between desire and satisfaction. The man, whose white hair stood out sharply against the shadows, acknowledged her abilities with the respect characteristic of those who act not only with intent, but with understanding. He had prepared something for me before I asked him. "You have common sense," he admitted with admiration and intrigue perceptible in his tone. Her foresight was a rare commodity that he, in moments of quiet reflection, knew how to appreciate. He let out a soft but meaningful chuckle. "She has a nose for money," he commented. This statement painted a portrait of the White Rose as not only a saintly figure, but as a player in a greater game, a game in which perception was as valuable as the gold in her pockets. In the shadow-shrouded corners of the kingdom, where secrets were the lifeblood of power, Sister Agnes stood, clad in her habit, her eyes betraying the seriousness of her secret dealings. "I heard about it from a black market informant," she admitted, in a whispering voice in which one could feel the weight of her vast network, which crawled through the underbelly of society as deftly as a snake in the grass. History became a dark tapestry of intrigue when the Persephone Assassins Guild became known. This guild was once whispered throughout the land. They were an enigma, a shadow dancing away from the light. They were an invisible hand, their touch as deadly as the poison they wielded, a poison that granted them powers unfathomable to ordinary men. In the midst of this chaos stood a man with hair as white as moonlight, with the composure of a man who has faced death and emerged victorious from it. His figure, scarred by the scars of countless battles, moved with the grace of a predator. Suspiciously good hunting skills and poison body strengthening, he mused, piecing together the scattered evidence. Things are starting to fall into place. It was then, in the midst of the tumultuous dance, that he discovered a truth that hung in the air, like the smell of blood. "My dear client was Persephone's killer," he announced, and the knowledge of his connection to the guild unfurled like a conqueror's banner. However, even legends crumble, and Persephone was no exception. Due to internal conflict, Persephone fell into decline a few years ago, Sister Agnes reflected, her words painting a picture of a once mighty empire reduced to ruins and a whispering legacy. The high nobles, those puppeteers of power, still coveted the poisonous talents of the remnants of the guild. But I hear that the high nobles who were their clients are searching for the survivors and the poisons they used. He shared information that could buy both loyalty and hostility. In the glittering corridors of power, where whispers carry more weight than gold, White Rose came forward with the conviction of a man who knows the value of secrets. "The nobles are willing to spend a lot of money to get the best talent and the best poison," he declared. And in his gaze she could read the realization that, on the nobles' chessboard, such weapons were priceless. His thoughts were not preoccupied with petty gains or fleeting acquisitions. With the zeal of a zealot, she spun on her heels, her tunic billowing behind her. Now is not the time to cash in on monstrous trade commissions, she mused, plans swirling in her head. I must make my dear client mine while I have the chance. His ambitions were as clear as daybreak. He wanted to put the formidable assassin at his service to use his dark skills for his own ends. Oblivious, the alabaster-haired man watched her machinations with distant amusement. He seems to have made a big mistake, he whispered in the silence of his chambers, a smile on his lips. Murderer, my ass. Her chuckle was a soft sound that spoke of unsolved mysteries and plans within plans. Yet in the misinterpretation, she saw a silver lining, a thread of opportunity in a tapestry of complexities. It's going to be all right. No, that's even good, he reflected, squinting mischievously. The rumors spread by Rosa Blanca could serve as bait, a siren song for those she wanted to bring out of the shadows. As night enveloped the world with its obsidian grasp, a cloaked figure appeared against the starless sky. If the white rose spreads rumors about me, he will find me himself, he murmured, his silhouette etched in the darkness. There was promise in her tone, a certainty that the turmoil she would provoke would lead to a long-awaited confrontation at her doorstep. There was an air of camaraderie and banter around the white-haired interlocutor in the dimly lit room. One of them, sweat glistening on his forehead, leaned toward him with a mixture of awe and envy. When did you develop this relationship with your sister? You're amazing. A gift ring, he said, mistaking the sign of a wedding ring for a symbol of a more intimate connection. Laughter and teasing followed, and then another comrade slapped him on the back. So that's why you haven't been back all night, he said, and the admiration of the group was evident in their smiles and jeers. As a man, you deserve my respect, big brother. The white-haired man received the praise with a raised eyebrow, tacitly acknowledging his fallacy. In an effort to get off the subject, he cleared his throat, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Anyway, I have a lot to tell you about the dungeon, he began, ready to relate the dangers and depths of the bowels of his world. But no sooner had he begun his tale than a sudden knock at the door cut through the din like a knife through silk. Silence fell in the room. Heads turned in the direction of the sound, everyone tense, preparing for action. Who is it? One of them asked, his voice low but cautious. The door creaked open, revealing an empty hallway, but it wasn't the absence that caught their attention. It was a knife, stuck firmly in the wooden door and held by a note that fluttered like a captive bird. Squinting, the white-haired man approached, his movements cautious but gentle. The note, a silent harbinger of defiance or threat, was an untimely end to his brief respite. Everyone knew that, in his work, such reports rarely augured good news. On the wooden table, lit by the slanting rays of dawn, lay the crisp parchment of an urgent order sheet. On it was written an order, hastily scrawled but unmistakable in its urgency. Leave immediately and return after analyzing the situation. The map, sketched with precision, spoke of the journey ahead, the mission of Goethe's group shrouded in mystery. In the cramped room, two members of the group leaned over the letter, expressing curiosity and bewilderment. What kind of person leaves such an urgent order sheet in secret? Wondered one of them with skepticism in his voice. Strange man, agreed his companion, but their attention was focused on a stamp engraved in the corner, a sign of authority from the head of the hunting team. But it looks like an official document, he added, realizing the reality of the situation. The signature is really his, and the contents are written by Ned. These words hung in the air, confirming the authenticity of the call to action. It could not be ignored. Holding the order in his hands, a man with hair as white as winter frost looked at him sternly. He prepared this invitation. I will go alone, he declared. It was a solitary journey he had decided to undertake alone, guided by motives still hidden behind the shroud of his impassive exterior. As he folded the parchment, a distant thought came to his mind, a whispered countdown that seemed to echo in the silence of his mind. It was about 20 days until the raid by the Knights of the Temple. The words, barely audible, were full of anticipation. It was a term that promised conflict and convergence of fates, a term that gave rise to the unleashing of events that could change the balance of power. In the silence of his room, the white-haired man allowed himself time to reflect. The pieces were moving, the players were prepared, and the game was in full swing. The days ahead would be fraught with danger and opportunity, but deep down he knew that the path he would take was marked with the inevitability of fate. In the realm of shadows and whispers, a legend was told with awe and fear. The tomb of the abominable princess, shrouded in the mystery of the 8 mysteries of the world. Its dark maw opened to a labyrinthine subterranean realm, luring the reckless and foolhardy with a call of glory and mortal danger. Above the abyss rose the ruins of Medea's ancient kingdom. Skeletons of warriors roamed the ruined halls, remnants of a once great civilization. For more than a decade, warriors had defied the fortress of bone and dust, but the heart of the dungeon remained untouched. Its secrets locked behind the door of the last chamber, its mystery as eternal as the stones themselves. The call to arms was not for the faint of heart. Only the elite, those whose courage and bravery placed them in the highest echelon, were deemed worthy to participate in the raid. The criteria were as strict as the guards were ruthless. Only a hunting team of rank 5 or higher could take on the darkness. However, for the cunning and the blessed, fate left a loophole. A blessing from a priest or a written commendation from an immediate slave could tip the balance, granting a rite of passage where rank did not reach. It was a game of politics and power in which influence could be sharper than any sword. In the barracks, the white-haired commander pondered the discovery. His team had no rank. It was a group of warriors whose exploits had not yet been sung. It is impossible, as of now, to achieve enough accomplishments to reach rank 5, he reflected, and in his voice came a faint murmur of agreement. However, his eyes did not reflect defeat, but a spark of defiant strategy. There was more than one path to the goal, and where strength was lacking, cunning helped. The raid was a crucible, and he guided his comrades through the fire to become legends or fade into obscurity. In a tangled web of strategy and power, the protagonist, a man with a mane as white as fallen snow, has found his linchpin, Ned. With the clarity of a hawk discerning its prey, he realized the influence Ned possessed as a direct slave of Matthias, the examiner of heresy. It was a thin but strong thread he could pull on to unravel the thick tapestry of hierarchy and influence. In the dimness of the room, his thoughts danced with possibilities. "I will use Ned in this life," she vowed. And the words were more a decree than a declaration, but they carried the weight of unspoken plans. He needed a letter of recommendation, a key to unlock a door to the raiding club inaccessible by ordinary means. As the shadows around him whispered secrets and plans, he reflected on the ties of the martial arts that bound him and Ned, ties that went beyond mere physical movement, etched into the very spirit of their practice. It is impossible for Ned, faced with a mission that cannot fail, to ignore me using the same martial arts as he does, he reflected. It was a call to which Ned, bound by duty and discipline, would have been compelled to respond. The protagonist wondered how Ned would perceive him. Would Ned see him as an ally, a compatriot sent by his own master, or would he mistake him for a deserter, a thief who had stolen his sect's sacred fighting techniques? Each of the options played out in my head like a chess game, moves and counter-moves that could lead to triumph or disaster. The next steps were clear, imbued with the light of cunning and necessity. If I am the force he must bring with him, he thought, and the idea unfurled like a flag in the wind of his thoughts. No doubt it was a tactic, but he was willing to carry it out. The raid was not just an adventure. It was a crucible where his resolve was tested, where he could forge his destiny or watch it crack on the rocks of failure. In the shadowy realm of whispers and power, a lone figure stood resolute, his eyes burning with the ardor of 1,000 silent battles. "How strong am I?" he pondered, and the question echoed in the caverns of his mind like a challenge to which there was as yet no answer. As fate would have it, the silence was broken by a sudden attention-grabbing apparition. Dust and echoes announced the appearance of an invisible force, and the observer, hidden by the darkness, exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, that's the entrance." The moment was filled with anticipation. The scent of the coming confrontation lingered in the air. Sahaki, wrapped in a mysterious cloak, appeared out of the swirling mist, and his appearance was as unexpected as a thunderstorm on a clear day. "Have you come alone?" he asked with curiosity and an unspoken challenge in his voice. Sahaki's name floated in the air in recognition and surprise from the assembled crowd. In response, a figure emerged from the shadows, disdain and disinterest in his appearance. "Go home. I don't feel like playing with you," he said, pushing away the importance of the encounter as one pushes away an annoying insect. It was a rejection of the game Sahaki seemed so eager to play. The laughter that followed, however, was neither light nor dismissive. It was the sound of an obsession, a thought tightly coiled in his opponent's face. "I've been thinking about you for 10 days, he chuckled, each syllable evidencing a fixation that had been building up for days and nights, a prelude to the inevitable confrontation. Amidst the harsh landscape, where every whisper of the wind carried the weight of ancient battles, stood Jeffer, with his back to the world. He was an enigma wrapped in a cloak of solitude. The scars that speckled his mouth were not just a physical defect, but a testament to the restless nights they engendered. "Because of the pain of the scars I have on my lips because of you, I can't sleep well," he proclaimed, and a mute oath hung between the unspoken words. Not far behind him, his opponent wielded his sword with the confidence of a man who believes in the edge of his steel. "I will show you my new power. Get ready," he boasted, and the phrase hung in the air like a challenge. But the bravado was soon over. The ground enveloped him roughly, and he was defeated. The victor rose, his cloak billowing softly, his gaze cold and contemptuous. "Fool," spat the epitaph of his opponent's stupidity. The victor, however, was no fool. His thoughts churned like a storm. "Ned is a brutal perfectionist. It's impossible for him to test me with Sahaku alone," he reflected, squinting. The pieces were falling into place, each one a move in the chess game they were unwittingly playing. He clenched his fist, but not in anger, but in anticipation. A single muscle twitched, the only proof that he was prepared. He must have prepared something else, he concluded. There was no fear or hesitation in his voice, only the serene confidence of a warrior, weathered in the fire of countless battles, ready for the next challenge, whatever it was, and whenever it came. On the desolate battlefield, a cloud of debris hung in the air, obscuring from view what was happening below. The protagonist stood unwavering in the center of this chaos, and his voice cut through the noise with a challenge that was both a call to arms and courage. "Stop watching and come out," he said firmly. "I will welcome you all." It was not just a battle proclamation. It was a testament to his unwavering courage. A shadowy figure emerged from the swirling dust. His laughter echoed ominously to the bone. The sound was a grim prelude to the atrocity to come. The figure, shrouded in an aura of darkness, seemed to attract light, representing the harbinger of doom. This harbinger of retribution, with a hidden face and a voice pierced with bitterness, accused the protagonist with words full of contempt. "You have ignored me again," he said, and there was in his tone a heaviness of betrayal and forgotten battles. The figure's presence was both a mystery and a threat, and his unsettling demeanor hinted at incalculable power. The figure's distorted face revealed itself, a grotesque mask of hatred and intent to harm. "I will kill you. Slowly and painfully I will tear you to pieces," he swore, his eyes alight with the promise of pain and vengeance. The air crackled with the energy of his rage, promising a personal and deadly confrontation. The protagonist's face contorted in astonishment. His eyes widened as he realized the unforeseen danger he now faced. "What the hell? What is this thing doing here?" he gasped, and the foundations of his confidence shook. The unexpected appearance of this opponent brought a new layer of danger to the fight, turning what he thought was a battle of power into a fight that might well consume his soul. In the noise of battle, terror flashed across the enemy's face. "What? How did he—" He stammered, fear and disbelief in his voice. He saw something unfathomable, something that shattered his confidence and turned his certainty into terror. Meanwhile, the protagonist was standing on the ground, his body a conduit of otherworldly power. He was the eye of the storm, a calm anchor amidst the seething chaos of energy gathered around him. It was a spectacle of raw power, a visual symphony of force summoned from within or without. Recognition came to him like a grim dawn. "Biological weapons of demon worshippers, Shoggoth," he exclaimed, and the words came out of his mouth with a mixture of awe and horror. The name carried weight, the weight of ancient fears and dark legends. Then, in the course of the narrative, all the veils of mystery lifted to reveal the true nature of Shoggoth. It was a nightmarish entity, asleep in its egg-shaped cocoon, awakened only by the ghostly melody of an instrument infused with hypnosis. This creature was not just a monster. It was a weapon that could be controlled with the precision of a conductor's wand. And here it is, the ocarina of Hypnos, lying amidst the chaos like an ancient relic. This instrument was the key to mastering Shoggoth, an instrument that could issue commands through melodic incantations and protect its owner from the monster's mental attack. When the protagonist's fingers touched ocarinas, the fate of battle loomed on the edge of the notes that would soon fill the air. Shoggoth, the terror of the ancient world, was now a pawn in a game that transcended time, a creature of destruction that could become the protagonist's greatest ally, or his most formidable undoing. In a realm where the impossible mingled with the real, stood Shoggoth, a creature of the abyss, devoid of reason and insatiable with hunger. Against him, swords and spells were as useless as whispers against a storm. Physical blows merely pierced him, leaving no mark on his ever-changing form. With each soul absorbed, Shoggoth increased not only in size, but also the arcane power he possessed. The very mana that nourished the essence of humanity became its food, and with each bite its power grew like a tide, inexorable and irresistible. However, this unyielding strength and the terror its mere presence inspired was not what struck pure fear into the hearts of the warriors. It was something more sinister, a threat that penetrated not the flesh, but the very psyche of the victim. Shoggoth so powerfully affected the mind that mere contact with its essence was enough to strike terror. A terror that grew into paralyzing fear, a reflection of a primal fear of the unknown, of the unseen, of what lurks in the shadowy corners of the world. As decadence took hold of people, reason began to crack at the edges, reality distorted like a reflection in rippling water. Hallucinations twisted the senses, distorted perception until the mind no longer clung to reason. At the zenith of this decomposition, when the psyche could no longer resist it, the victim would fall into a mad frenzy, becoming a puppet, dancing on the strings of the Shoggoth's evil will. An ancient and malevolent energy hung in the air, turning even the bravest hearts to stone and the sharpest minds to dust. Men, once sane and balanced, succumbed to the Shoggoth's insidious madness. Their eyes clouded over, and they turned on each other in a cruel dance of death. It was an indiscriminate massacre by a creature that fed on chaos and destruction. The midst of this pandemonium was the protagonist, his laughter cutting through the cacophony, a sound as chilling to the soul as the whisper of fate itself. In his tone you could hear the wild exultation that comes when you see the enemy about to die. His once calm eyes now glowed with red fire, a sign of his impending transformation. The red color was the harbinger of madness, the visual proof of the mind's surrender to the will of the Shoggoth. "It is a sign that you are about to enter a state of frenzy," he sneered, almost relishing the thought of soon losing control over his enemy. "The destruction of consciousness is about to reach 100%. His words were both a prophecy and a verdict, but there was a stillness about him, a center of calm in the midst of the storm raging around him. He stood, bathed in the heavenly light that seemed to pierce the blanket of darkness, a beacon of determination amidst the shadows that loomed over him. In the midst of the chaos, there was a moment of deep reflection. There was a time when I thought only of keeping myself and others alive. Those words were a confession, an acknowledgement of a time when survival was the only creed he lived by. But times have changed, and with them, so has he. Above a world shrouded in shadows, the protagonist's eyes followed the flight of crows in the smoky twilight. I had long believed that, in this cruel world, the only virtue was to survive. To survive is to endure, and to endure is to give up everything but oneself. But as the silent birds parted from the ashen sky, a whisper of doubt crept into his battle-hardened soul. What if he had more comrades who knew how to fight? The question breached his fortress of solitude, letting in a torrent of forbidden thoughts about unity and comradeship. These musings evolved into deeper introspection. What if the people left behind started working more closely together? This thought fluttered like a flag in the wind, the possibility that strength would be found not in isolation, but in the collective pulse of human hearts. Visions of loved ones came to mind, as ephemeral as fading light. If that were to happen, the people I love. His voice broke, choked by the thought that perhaps, united, his loved ones could live a moment longer. He was alone in silence, and the silence around him was as oppressive as a tomb. The weight of reflection pinned him to the spot, a solitary figure amid the general indifference. And then his reverie was interrupted by another voice. This guy, what's he talking about? There was confusion in his words, tinged with fear. It was clear that those around him did not see the ghosts that haunted him, ghosts of a past that might have been. In the fading light, the protagonist's resolve crystallized into a steely edge. So this time, he whispered, an oath woven into the fading day. The air around him trembled under the weight of his new purpose. Gone was the man who sought only to survive. In his place stood a guardian of hope, a beacon in the coming darkness. He reached out to the fallen, to those who longed to find the strength to resist the despair that came with it. I saved those I could have saved, she said, and in her voice there was a quiet storm of conviction. With every word he told of his transformation from a lone fighter to a leader of souls. And he gave a chance to those who have the desire to become stronger. But there was also one who could not be saved, one whose heart was consumed by shadows. But you will not be one of them, he said with contempt in his voice, like a sharp blade stabbing into the gloom. The silhouette of the antagonist loomed on the horizon of the war-torn world, like the specter of betrayal. The protagonist fixed his gaze on his interlocutor, and his question cut through the silence. How many people have you fed that monster? He asked. The answer was engraved in the emptiness of the antagonist's soul, in the lives ruined by an empty victory. Damn trash. The protagonist's condemnation was a thunderous roar, a righteous anger for every innocent dragged into the abyss. His wrath was a storm, a whirlwind of justice for the blood spilled in the footsteps of an antagonist. He pounced, and his figure became a vengeful blur. The protagonist struck not only with the strength of his arm, but also with all the power of his spirit. It was not just a battle of flesh and blood, it was a clash of ideals, a final confrontation with an enemy who had abandoned humanity for his own benefit. In the silence of the impending storm, the protagonist assumed a position of unwavering strength. He invoked an ancient technique known as the dragon's roar, whispered with awe and fear in the east. It was the art of the invisible, of the unspoken, reserved for those moments when only the extraordinary could pierce the darkness. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a flurry of blows, a dance of destruction that blurred the line between human and divine capabilities. The very air seemed to tremble with anticipation as the hand, guided by the wisdom of forgotten masters, prepared for the final blow. The palm struck an accurate blow not only to the flesh, but to the very essence of the enemy. A mist of blood coughed up by the enemy met the protagonist's blow, and the world held its breath. In the same instant, drops of blood burst forth, his purple shroud torn by the force of his will. And from the shreds of the bloody mist a bolt of lightning was born. It swept through the air, becoming a living testament to the protagonist's strength, a vivid display of the secret art of the Dragon King's style. With a wave of his palm, he summoned a storm of electric fury, and each bolt of lightning became a piercing spear aimed at the enemy. The antagonist's body shuddered under the blows, each thrust a symphony of pain, an elegy for the end of time. Instant death, proclaimed the hero, and his voice sounded like a quiet rumor against the fury of the storm. It must have been very painful, for there was electricity coursing through his body. As he stood beside the defeated man, there was a final phrase in his tone. "It's a worthy death for a bastard like you." These words were not a mere condemnation, but a declaration that the world would no longer be bound by the tyranny of the fallen. He averted his gaze to Shoggoth, an abomination that defied the laws of nature. Physical attacks don't work on a Shoggoth, he thought, almost to himself, as if recalling a passage from an ancient tome. His eyes, bright with the knowledge of past battles, recognized the need for the fury of the elements and sacred power to purge the land of this evil. The protagonist, trusting in the power of the elements as an ally, realized that the creature was vulnerable. Its time had come to an end. "It is smaller," he observed with cold precision. "So if I attack it again, it will be destroyed." In a realm where arcana were as real as the wind, a lone figure stood amidst a storm of dark energy, the ground beneath it seared by the force of the power it contained. Eldritch whispers fluttered around her, but she restrained herself, a faint smile on her lips. "But there is no reason for me to waste my magical power," she muttered, making the decision not out of fear but out of strategy. A man in a cloak that fluttered like the edge of a shadow raised an ocarina to his lips. This instrument was an anomaly amidst the chaos, a simple thing that held secrets that even ancient stones could not whisper. It played a melody that seemed to permeate the very fabric of reality, each note a thread that pulled at the seams of the world. The melody was known as the Shoggoth rupture chord, a sonic key capable of unraveling the bonds of magic itself. As the last note resounded, a voice carried on the wind expressed surprise. "You know how to play this song?" "I am surprised." There was genuine surprise in his voice, for the song was a secret jealously guarded by the cult of the demon god. It was a tune that was not to be known to anyone outside their secret circles, a tune with the power to destroy the indestructible. In the secret chambers of the cult, the whispers became screams. "This song is the secret of our demon god cult. The temple intelligence could not lay hands on it." The words hung with a heavy cloud of suspicion that perhaps there was a traitor among them, a whisper in the shadows that would betray their most sacred trust. And then, as if summoned by the notes of a forbidden melody, another figure emerged from the swirling mist. Her hair was combed in an autumnal cascade, and her eyes glittered with secrets and stories untold. "You know a lot, Ned," someone acknowledged, respect and suspicion in his voice. Ned's reputation preceded him, connoisseur of the occult, keeper of forbidden knowledge. In a realm where the line between shadow and light was as thin as a whisper, a warrior stood on the threshold of destiny. His hand, fingers curled around the graceful curves of an ancient amulet, remained unwavering despite the storm of battle raging around him. This was no ordinary skirmish, but a dance of fate and will, in which every movement was a word in the language of power. Ned, an enigmatic figure as mysterious as the twilight, was the key to the warrior's cunning ruse. The warrior knew that, to infiltrate the squadron, he had to win Ned's elusive trust. He planned to weave a web of deception, and so convincingly that Ned would hand him the letter of recommendation, without a shadow of a doubt. As the time for action approached, the warrior's thoughts thickened like storm clouds. "The time has come at last," he whispered to himself, and his voice became a murmur lost in the cacophony of the world's heartbeat. He had to pass Ned's test, to prove that he was an acolyte devoted to the worshippers of the demon god. For him, this charade was not just a ruse, but a crucial step on a path that promised to change the course of the future. The echoes of his past life haunted him incessantly, like the chorus of what-ifs and the echoes of unpaid debts. There, in a clearing covered by the ghosts of ancient trees, he faced a cloaked adversary, a ghost from a past life. The warrior's body, muscles, and sinews exposed to the cold air was a map of battles fought and scars received, each one a story etched into his skin. In the final act of this silent opera, the warrior's fists clenched tightly, but not out of anger, but out of a determination as unshakable as the earth itself. I want it to end differently this time, he decided, and his determination became a sword sharpened on the stone of his convictions. Under the relentless sun, the warrior's cloak waved like a flag of defiance. His mind was a fortress, his determination an indestructible wall behind which was hidden one goal: to deceive Ned, to weave such a web of illusion that would drag him into the depths of trust. For that, I need the opportunity to get close to Ned by deceiving him. Any way I can, he vowed to himself, and the weight of necessity weighed on his shoulders. He hadn't realized that he was being watched by eyes as sharp as a hawk's, tracking his every move, picking up on the intentions hidden behind the stone facade. I've been watching you until now. Ned's voice was calm, but there was not a hint of insight in it. He discerned the masquerade, and his conclusions were as sharp as the sword he wielded. The statement hung in the air, the verdict pronounced with the firmness of the grave. "You are a target for destruction," Ned said, his figure glowing with righteous anger against fire and shadow. The dance of battle had begun, a deadly ballet choreographed by fate and haunted on the stone of survival. They clashed in the dust in a symphony of steel and swiftness. The warriors' defenses were a spectacle, deft dodges from which Ned's blows cleaved only air. It was a performance worthy of the gods, each move a testament to his skill. Ned, masterful and relentless, saw his skill challenged by this riddle. Ned raised his eyebrows in what was a rare display of his composure. "The feeling in my hand. Have all my attacks failed?" The question echoed like a whisper of doubt at the temple of his confidence. Admiration shone in Ned's eyes, normally as inscrutable as a still pond. "Impressive." He nodded, and the word cut through the heavy air like a blade. His opponent, a warrior shrouded in shadows and mystery, danced through the storm of attacks with a grace that made it hard to believe he was ordinary. Just to think that you could slip past all that, and even counterattack, Ned mused aloud, the thought leaving a rare trace of warmth in his voice. The cloaked warrior met Ned's gaze, his facial features like the mask of a quiet provocateur. "Hey," he exclaimed, his voice as calm as a storm. "You take on an unarmed man with a sword?" Those words hung between them like a challenge, a taunt, a realization of the clear imbalance between them. But beneath the surface of that calm was the trump card that helped the warrior remain unharmed. He invoked the secret art of the Dragon King's style, and his bodies became a conduit for a storm of electric fury. A technique that replicated the principles of the Thunder Palm, enveloped him in a blanket of lightning, a spectacle that transformed him into a figure of immense, untouchable power. Ned, however, was not easily defeated. His knowledge of technology spoke of his pedigree, of a shared heritage with the one before him. He knew the counters, the subtle interplay of forces that could unravel an electrical sheath. But those who belong to the same clan know how to reject this welcome, he reflected, tacitly acknowledging the bond that united their destinies. The protagonist rose to his feet, hands crackling with the polar energies of yin and yang electricity, the secret arts of the Dragon King's style flowing over him like a second skin. "Running cloud," he whispered, naming the technique that turned the tables, leveled the playing field between sword and flesh. Electricity crackled in the air, tension could be felt as the two fighters clashed, their auras lit up in a dance of yin and yang. The warrior stood in the middle of the storm, his presence the eye of an electric whirlwind. Skillfully controlling the yang electricity, he reflected Ned's relentless torrent of blows, each blow reflected in an invisible shield of power. Ned, a master of his craft, could not help but express his undisguised respect. The principle was simple: the same kind of electricity repels, but the execution was not. How could you slip past all that and even counterattack? He mused, and his voice sounded like a low rumble against the buzz of charged particles in the air. The warrior's stance was unwavering, his concentration absolute. He shielded vital points with yang electricity, allowing fierce blows to be deflected harmlessly. The art of electric combat was a ballet performed at the speed of light, and he was its principal dancer, Ned squinted and realized that it took very little time to adapt to such an attack. "It can be done, but only this instant," he admitted, nodding at the warrior's split-second precision. It dawned on him that this was no cheap imitation, no copy of a skill that could simply be reproduced. It was skill, pure and hard-earned. The explanation was simple and clear, like a lesson for eternity. The balance of electricity was the key. Too little, and the attack would hit the target; too much, and it would be deflected. The timing, the place of the attack, the amount of electricity, all these factors required perfect harmony. The warrior's technique was a secret art, requiring a level of mastery that spoke of years, if not decades, of hard training. The Dragon King style was not just a set of moves to learn, but a path to walk, and he walked it with diligence and honor. And when the dust settled and the sparks faded, there was a new recognition in Ned's gaze. Real, he declared, and the truth was undeniable. The warrior before him was no pretender to the throne of the electric martial arts. He was their master, a master of the Dragon King style, his power resonating with the ancient rhythm of battle, a symphony of lightning and inheritance. Confusion creased Ned's brow, a line drawn deep under the weight of his thoughts. "But it's even more confusing," he muttered, and the revelation discouraged him. The sacred art of the Dragon King's style was a jealously guarded secret, the knowledge of which had been passed down to only two people, himself and his older brother. The warrior before him, wielding the same art, was a mystery, an impossibility that should not be. "Who the hell are you?" The question escaped Ned's lips. The demand for truth echoed across the battlefield. His eyes narrowed, trying to peek through the veil of mystery that shrouded his opponent. The air seemed to freeze as a new presence appeared in the narrative. The figure of Jin Ryang, the lone dragon, materialized out of the mists of legend. His title of worshipper of the demon god and his rank in the cult allowed him to be in the highest echelons of power. His journey from the Far East across the treacherous desert of Saraha earned him the title of master of both terrain and arcana. Legends told of Jin Ryang's rise to the leadership position of the demon god sect, his martial prowess imprinted in the Dragon King style, a mysterious and profound technique. Of the many students who tried to learn the secrets of his art, only two became the true inheritors of his legacy. They were the vessels into which the full depth of the Dragon King's style was poured. One of them, his biological son, carried the power of the bloodline in his veins. The other, Ned, was a man molded by the hand of a master, plucked from the continent of Aslan, and transformed into a formidable warrior. They were the two pillars of the Jin Ryang martial dynasty, each bearing the burden and honor of the future style of the Dragon King. High on the craggy cliffs where the pines whispered their secrets to the wind, Ned's world tilted on its axis. In the air hung an unsolved mystery about the warrior before him. It takes two successors to achieve a deep understanding in combat, the truth echoed in his mind. A Dragon King-style mantra that had been pounded into him since his initiation. The realization that these teachings were only for a select few gnawed at him, deepening the mystery. Ned's eyes, sharp as the sword he wielded, narrowed. "I've never seen your face among the regular students," he accused, and his voice sounded like a low growl against nature. The discovery that the stranger had mastered her sacred art without her knowledge was a thorn in her side, a mystery that could never be solved. The accusation flew from her lips like an arrow, true and deadly. "You destroyed the cult's prized possession, Shoggoth." The word Shoggoth felt the weight of sacrifice, of lives given for a singular purpose. Their suspicion was as palpable as the wall that separated them. "I don't even know if you worship the demon god," he admitted, and the foundations of his beliefs trembled. The warrior stood unwavering, like an immovable force in the face of Ned's avalanche of doubt. "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" Ned demanded, screaming for clarity in the midst of the chaos. And then, in a moment as fleeting as the morning mist, a simple gesture cut through the complexity. A hand with two fingers raised, a silent but powerful hint. It's very simple if you think about it, the gesture seemed to say. There are only two successors who will learn the secret art. The word but hovered in the air, laden with innuendo, with the promise of an answer on the horizon. Ned's heart raced as all the pieces began to fit together, and the puzzle succumbed to the inexorable pressure of his logic. The warrior's posture, the electrified air, the unspoken words, all pointed to a truth as profound as it was disturbing. As the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, the mystery that had hidden the warrior began to unravel, thread by thread, bringing Ned to the brink of a revelation that would change everything. The twilight whispered secrets as Ned and the mysterious warrior stood face to face, with the weight of the legacy between them. What would happen if one of them died? The question hung in the air, haunting the hallowed ground where they stood with a ghostly presence. Ned, with the gravity befitting his species etched on his features, voiced the dire consequences of such a loss. If one dies and the other is left alone, there will be no one to train with, he said, and the truth weighed on his tongue. The Dragon King's style required an analog, a mirror to reflect the depths of the ancient art. Without it, the art would languish, and the race would fade. He furrowed his brow, and realization struck Ned with the force of a physical blow. "This can't be happening," he exclaimed, and the pieces of the puzzle clicked into place, forming a picture he had never expected to see. The warrior stopped before him, no longer bewildered, and his silence was broken by a statement that broke through the shadows. "I am a shadow apprentice," he said in an even voice, "trained in case one of you dies." The words hung between them, a hint of a plan long in the making. The revelation unfolded like a scroll of ancient wisdom, explaining the existence of the shadow disciples. In the tradition of the Eastern masters, these secret warriors were the silent guardians of their arts, invisible and unknown even to the inner world, ready to step forward at the fall of a successor. Ned's eyes, always so sure, always so penetrating, now looked at the warrior with a new understanding. The warrior before him was a support, a hidden defense against the unthinkable. He was a shadow forged in silence, bearing the weight of the future of his art, with silent strength. In that moment, Ned realized that his tradition, the very essence of the Dragon King's style, was far more enduring and wide-ranging than he had ever imagined. In the hidden corners of the sect, there existed a tradition as hard as it was secret, the tradition of the shadow disciple. It was a card played in the shadows, an invisible guarantee of the sect's unquenchable flame, even amidst the harshest winds of extraordinary circumstances. The path of the shadow apprentice was paved with oaths uttered in whispers and silent sacrifices. They were the successor's invisible doubles, just as skilled, just as formidable, but unlike their counterpart, their fate was sealed in darkness. If the official successor prospered and acquired the mantle of master, the shadow was extinguished, the life extinguished to prevent the erosion of power, to prevent the threat of infighting. The protagonist, cloaked in the anonymity of his role, confirmed the harsh truth of his existence. "Yes, it's not something I just made up," he murmured, his voice like a thread of steel whispering in the still air. His personality was real, as tangible as the swords he wielded, as defined as the tradition from which he came. And yet he was subject to a single caveat, a rule that chained him to the shadows. He could not ascend to the hallowed halls of the temple, could not join the ranks of the raid. He had lived a life on the periphery, close enough to touch the fabric of the sect's destiny, but never wearing it. Altair, a regal figure, now appeared in chains, chained not only by steel, but by expectations, by comrades, by unwavering duty. And it was in those chains that the shadow saw an opening, a crack of opportunity in the austere frame that contained Altair. The protagonist's lips curved into a grimace, the corners of his lips lifting with the weight of knowledge and the lightness of strategy. "You're probably doing things unworthy of a princess right now," he sneered, acting as an observer, one who watches and waits. As the last words left her lips, I will take advantage of the situation. It became clear that the shadow had come to the fore not as a successor but as a strategist, as a player, in a game whose rules were as fluid as the shadows she had once called home. In the dark corridors of the ancient temple, a tense conversation was taking place between two mysterious figures. The first of them, possessed of a penetrating gaze and a stern character, disputed the presence of his interlocutor with a suspicion as sharp as a sword in its scabbard. "If you are telling the truth," she said, and the light cast deep shadows on her face, "then your existence must be a very intimate secret. Then why did the master send you here?" He listened attentively to the answer, without taking his eyes off the figure before him, but the answer did not satisfy him. Later, alone with his thoughts, he reflected on the conversation. "I had already contacted the master for consultation," he recalled, "but he told me that he had never sent a student like you here." The cold wind whispered through the open windows, bringing with it the smell of approaching rain. In the silence of his lair, he paced the room like a caged animal, and the truth gnawed at him. "It's a lie," he concluded, and with each step his conviction grew stronger. If the stranger was an impostor, the deception would be exposed, and he would invent some pathetic excuse to conceal the truth. He paused, reflecting on the teachings of the temple that honored the demon god. It was a shrine where communication with the outside world was a thin and fragile thread. It is difficult for the worshippers of the demon god in the temple to get in touch with the outside world, he admitted to himself, and those words felt like a betrayal of his own sanctuary. "It's normal. A person must make his own decisions depending on the situation," he reasoned, trying to find comfort in the doctrine by which he had always been guided. The decision weighed on him. His hands clenched into fists, his knuckles white with determination. "I will destroy him if he suspects me even a little," he swore, and in his inner voice was a firm determination. The storm raging inside him was equal to the one raging outside. And he knew a storm was coming, both within the temple walls and within his soul. In the hidden chambers of the temple, shrouded in shadows and mystery, stood a mysterious figure clad in a dark fabric of intrigue. His voice was steady and spoke of a mission shrouded in mystery. "The orders I have received," he began with a note of disdain in his voice, "are to conceal my identity from the other worshippers of the demon god. The mission was solitary and required stealth and considerable personal power, and to participate in the raid with your own forces," they continued, not taking their eyes off the interrogator. "They were a backup plan, an invisible trump card for unforeseen circumstances. I must take over your mission if anything happens to you," they said with a confidence that echoed off the stone walls. Tension hung in the air of the room. The questioner's skepticism tinged the features of his face with doubt. "Do you know my mission?" he asked, and there was a challenge in his voice that reverberated off the ancient stones. The confident figure did not hesitate. The answer cut through the air with unwavering certainty. What else could it be? They answered with a smile on their lips, as if they had the upper hand in a game only they understood. "You're going to escape with the dragon heart." A pause followed, overwhelmed by the gravity of the revelation, as Dragonheart's words hung in the balance. The Dragonheart, a mythical artifact of immense power, was the central theme of their dialogue. A magical stone formed in the heart of a dragon and promising power beyond mortal comprehension. The last fragment of the narrative clicked, explaining that the flight was so swift it bordered on the supernatural. The figure stood, ready to use Dragon King-style electric acceleration, a technique that promised freedom and power. "Once you get your hands on the dragon heart," they declared, and the energy around them crackled as if to confirm their confidence. "No one will be able to stop you from escaping." As the two figures stood in the dimly lit room, an air of defiance emanated from the skeptic. His gaze, sharp and unyielding, expressed a silent defiance. "But what you can do, I can do," he said with the confidence of a seasoned warrior in his voice. It was a claim of equality, a refusal to be considered inferior in the face of mystery and doubt. They were having fun as they laughed and chatted about various topics, the guy in the foreground raising his glass with a heady gulp. The shadowy figure, who contrasted with the other's brashness, spoke calmly, with a hint of manipulation. "The professor only wanted you on this assignment," he said, carefully choosing his words to make his interlocutor uncomfortable, to suggest that he was incompetent or inadequate. Lifting the veil of his cunning, the cloaked figure admitted the bold maneuver. He broke orders by luring his interlocutor with something shiny to avoid the difficult conditions of the raid. "I don't want to take the hard way when I have the easy way in front of me." He shrugged casually, relaxed but calculating. It was an admission of opportunism, a preference for cunning over brute force. The room seemed to shrink as he leaned forward, mystery dancing in his eyes. "To tell you the truth, I personally have something to tell you," he murmured, lowering his voice to an almost confessional tone. He was hinting at a revelation beyond orders and missions, a personal agenda hidden under the cloak of duty. The expression on the skeptic's face became rigid, his posture tense with anticipation. "Is there something you want to tell me?" he repeated with intrigue and suspicion perceptible in his tone. He stood on the threshold of discovery, ready to peel back all the layers of deception to reveal the truth hidden beneath. Under cover of night, the revelation sounded like a whisper, but it spread through the room with the force of a shout. "It's about tears of blood," the white-haired man said, and his proximity bridged the gap between conspiracy and trust. His words, full of meaning, floated in the air between them like a mystery revealing its crimson petals in the darkness. The skeptic's eyes widened. A flash of astonishment shattered his calm. His thoughts crowded into his mind, sharp as a razor. How did he know this? Tears of blood, a name that evoked memories of flame and loss, was the treasure stolen from his family, a legacy shrouded in betrayal, and a thirst for vengeance. It was a secret shrouded in shadows that he could only share with the master he had sworn to follow. An oath intertwined with a promise of vengeance against the very temple where their confrontation was now taking place. The air grew heavy as he stood, and his voice became a sword forged in the fire of his anger. "Tell me what you know of tears of blood." The demand sounded like a clink of steel, like a challenge trying to pierce the veil of deception. The answer was measured, calm as the eye of the storm. "I'll tell you when I decide you're trustworthy," the white-haired man replied, not a hint of secrecy in his voice as he released it from a distance. He was playing a deeper game, bartering and dealing. "First of all, why don't you make it easy for me? You can add me to the raid, can't you?" It was an offer that carried the weight of negotiation, a token of trust that had to be exchanged to enter a circle of complicity. Resentment lodged deep inside him like a lingering chill. "I'm sick of the stinking living quarters reserved for the lower ranks of the hunting party," he muttered, contempt in every word. His words vividly portrayed a reality in which the musty air of desolation clung to him, as tenaciously as the shadows to the corners of his quarters. It was not only the stench that offended him, but the dishonor of his rank, the humiliation of his position. A reluctant truth began to loom in the depths of his thoughts, a reluctant surrender to what he resisted. "It's impossible for me not to believe him," he admitted to himself, fighting and losing an internal struggle. The walls he had built brick by brick of skepticism and doubt began to crumble under the weight of necessity. Heaping the full weight of revelation upon him, he beckoned to the white-haired enigma with a command that brooked no objection. "Follow me. You must come with me to a place," he demanded. The sense of importance in his voice cut through the air, a clear sign that there was a turning point in their game. The path led them to an abandoned building, shrouded in gloom and whispers of the past. Its silhouette contrasted against the night sky, like an abandoned sentinel guarding forgotten secrets. The climax of his journey unfolded in the darkness of an abandoned room. Standing before the flock, wrapped in expectation, he solemnly announced, "My brothers, I have brought the last one." The words echoed, filling the space with their meaning. It was a moment of revelation, the last piece placed on the board of a game that crossed the chasm between vengeance and union. In the cold gloom of the night's events, the skeptical figure now known as the successor to the Master of the East took another look at the white-haired figure at his side. "His name is Jeffir," he announced, and his voice sounded authoritative. "He has been sent by the Master to assist me in my mission." With that simple statement, he dispelled the shadows of doubt that had crept into Jeffir's soul, confirming his purpose and his place in their ranks. Confirming his identity was not a mere formality. It was the key that gave Jeffir entry into the circle of trust. Jeffir himself, still a silent observer, finally spoke, and there was a note of respect and perhaps curiosity in his voice. "I found you very attractive," he said, recognizing the seriousness and importance of the successor's role in his mysterious brotherhood. The air stirred as a new figure emerged from the depths of the room. Matthias Grimmer, whose name signified authority in the hierarchy of demon worshippers, gave Jeffir an honorable acknowledgement. "Be honored to assist the successor to the Master of the East, young brother," he said, with reverence and expectation in his deep voice. The successor then revealed the magnitude of the action ahead. "The slave candidates for the raiding party," he began, raising his hand in a gesture of command, "who will follow the heresy investigators and the hunting party, have decided to become 40 of us, worshippers of the demon god," he said. It was a statement that spoke of scale, of an elaborate plan involving many, each a cog in a vast machine of vengeance and dark faith. Matthias Grimmer, realizing the importance of the moment, decided to reinforce his objective with clarity and conviction. "Since there is a newcomer here," he said, giving Jeffir a penetrating look, "I will explain the raid strategy to you again. You must memorize it. There shouldn't be any mistakes." His words, like a blacksmith's hammer on an anvil, cemented the last link in his unit's chain. It was a decree that left no room for error, for in the complex dance of shadows and deception they were about to undertake, the slightest misstep could lead to death. In the shadowy enclave where whispers of devotion stirred the air, a voice rang out, clear and resolute, proclaiming allegiance to the glory of the cult of the demon god. It was an oath uttered in all earnestness, a testament to the fervor that fueled the hearts of those who stood in the sanctuary of shadows. Jeffir, enigmatic among them, his silver hair shining pale in the dim light, looked skeptically at those assembled. The idea that the 40 souls gathered among them were true worshippers of the demon god seemed ludicrous to him. It was too bizarre a thought to accept, a twist on his dark image that bordered on the comical. As he stood motionless, his mind traced the lines of his history, drawing a contrast with Sahaki, who had once sought power through the crutches of artifacts and beasts, and his own past, driven by stark, untamed, unrefined ambition. But this meeting was different. They were not bound by the same chains of dependency or simple dreams of grandeur. They evolved. They became something more. They were an elite force, each a sharp blade with the sole purpose of this mission. Their combined power was a formidable arsenal destined to execute a plan that had been set in motion by unseen forces, and their determination was unwavering. Yet Jeffir, standing amidst the murmurs of his brothers, wondered, if such power flows through their veins, if each of them is himself a bastion of power, what is the use of their worship? Then why do they follow the demon god? He pondered, and the question floated in the air like a phantom, challenging the foundations of their gathering. Distrust and exposure hung in the air, as the skeptic, hidden under the weight of his paper, faced the unsettling truth. Jeffir's revelation was an unspoken message from his master, a whisper of doubt echoing loudly in his mind. The fact that it was revealed meant that the master did not fully trust me. It was not an easy pill to swallow. The bitter taste of betrayal was palpable in his thoughts. The shadow of tears of blood loomed over him, a secret that should have been kept in the deepest recesses of his pact. But Jeffir knew of the holy vengeance that pulsed in his veins. How close are they to sharing such sensitive information? He wondered, and his suspicion gnawed at the beast in his chest. Realizing that the master's confidential information might extend beyond him, perhaps to Jeffir's benefit, was a silent blow to his loyalty. But as he stood motionless, his resolve hardened like steel in the forge of his will. He did not let his convictions waver. The master had promised him. He promised him retribution, which became the grim refrain of his life. No, I must not waver. The master promised me. He whispered to the shadows like a mantra to calm his swirling thoughts. A figure emerged from the gloom of potential allies, with a presence as imposing as their shared history. If you become important to me, I will fulfill your revenge. His words were a lifeline, tentative but powerful, a pact of blood for blood, honor for honor. It was a guarantee that his vengeance would not be a lonely journey into obscurity. He clenched his fists at his sides, making a silent oath to himself and to the silent gods they served. I need the master for my vengeance, he confirmed, a determined growl in his voice. He will take possession of the dragon heart, not as a shadow hiding behind the light of others, but as himself, a rightful avenger whose wrath belongs to him. Not the shadow, me, he declared, and his eyes lit with a fire of conviction, as unwavering as the stone upon which his temple was built. In a closed room where conspiracies were as common as prayers, the skeptical character had a gaze carved in contemplation. He watched his fate, weighing the implications of Jaffir's sudden appearance. If he is the shadow apprentice they were training to replace me, he mused, the thought coiling around him like a snake. Then he may want something to happen to me. This suspicion was the crux of his concern. The successor's path is usually paved by the fall of the incumbent. The idea that Jaffir might be accepted as official successor in the event of his fall shadowed his heart. It was a game of thrones, played with stealth and subtlety, in which the specter of death was a constant companion. Maybe, he thought, bitterly uttering the words under his breath, he'll aim for my throat. The conspiratorial minds around him turned their attention to mission strategy, casting their lot with the fate of the division. Now that I have explained our strategy, announced the organizer of their dark conclave, I will divide you into groups. These words sounded like a call to order and purpose. With methodical precision, roles were assigned. The escort group was tasked with bringing Brother Ned to safety, and the attack group with taking on the formidable Knight Captain Lucius. Each participant was a piece on the board, each group a moving part of a plane greater than themselves. The skeptic, with the heavy mantle of his role resting on his shoulders, turned to Jaffir, trying to unite their fates through logic and necessity. Since we have been assigned the same mission, he suggested, is it not natural that we be in the same group? It was a question that left no room for discussion, a statement that united them in the intricate dance of their dark ballet. In the dim light of twilight, as the shadows cast long, uncertain lines across the room, Aiden stood at the window, a flood of thoughts reflected in his golden eyes. The world on the other side of the window was unforgiving and filled with those who would not hesitate to take away the gains he had fought so hard for, and even life itself. As the day drew to a close, Aiden contemplated his options. The threat was real, and his conclusion was obvious. It was far better to keep a potential enemy in his circle, to watch and manipulate him, than to let him hide in the dark. Across the room, Victor waited with a patient immobility that belied the tension of the moment. His snow-white hair, in stark contrast to the darkness of the room, seemed almost to glow. When Aiden turned away from the window, their gazes met and there was an unspoken agreement between them. Victor held out his hand, his voice firm. I'll be in your care. It was a declaration of trust, a surrender to Aiden's guardianship, and a partnership that could change the course of their intertwined destinies. Aiden's thoughts, constantly looking ahead, could not help but return to the fragments of his past life, reflected like a broken mirror on the floor of his memories. He had seen this scene before, felt this trust, and had been compromised. It was a past filled with vengeance and misguided faith that had led to his undoing. But history would not repeat itself this time. He was sure of it. A figure appeared out of the shadows, shrouded in nameless gloom. Known for his loyalty and patience, this observer, Nolan, was a chess piece yet to be played. Aiden knew his worth, realizing that an ally like Nolan, while loyal, was far more valuable than an adversary. Looking down on Nolan from above, Aiden was almost contemplative. If he could get this man on his side, Nolan's unwavering character would prove invaluable in the turbulent times ahead. It was about shifting the balance, taking Nolan's loyalty and turning it into a linchpin for future victories. As if echoing Aiden's thoughts, Victor's voice broke the silence again, confirming their newfound bond. I will be in your care as well. It was a mutual understanding, a shared commitment to move forward on a path filled with unknowns but promising victory over adversity. In the pre-dawn silence, under the cover of the last shadows of night, Silas was left alone. He was haunted by the ghostly threads of connections he had once cherished, but now all of them had been lost to the winds of fate and recklessness. They were countless, each one a whispered promise or a broken link, but there was one he knew he had to pull from the abyss, the link that was the key to unlocking his full potential. It was not a connection to anyone, but to a formidable figure wreathed in flames, a silhouette filled with power and mystery. This was the same mentor who had once suggested to Silas that he walk the labyrinth of superior martial arts techniques. His mentor's voice seemed to echo in the flames, a challenge that was both a suggestion and a plea. Would Silas help him escape his common purgatory? And then, in the crucible of decision, Silas's face hardened and his eyes glowed with the fire of determination. A scathing grimace escaped his lips, a challenge thrown at the feet of his former mentor. Would he choose death, or, hardened and transformed, would he become the epitome of survival, as tough and resilient as Jerky? The narrative then reveals the truth, a memory sealed in the core of Silas's soul. His teacher Ned, who taught him Dragon King style, was the eccentric connection that made Silas the strongest of men. Ned's lessons were not only lessons in combat, but also lessons in life and endurance. When dawn broke and the world awoke, the sky itself seemed to hold its breath, a canvas of the world painted with blue and white strokes. It was a new day, heralding change and speaking of battles to come. A proclamation sounded in the heart of the city. Cutting through the usual noise of life, it announced the names of those chosen for the unusual walk. The raiding party would enter the depths of the dungeon of the tomb of the abominable princess, a task as dangerous as it was prestigious. The recruits were enrolled on a roster, their fate sealed by the call of the heroes, and their new lives as warriors in training began at 6 a.m. In the halls of the secret assembly, a group of hooded men bent over tattered maps and ancient texts. Their faces were shrouded in mystery, their identities as guarded as the mission they were to accomplish. In front of them was a scroll with a decree of silence. Mouths were to be sealed, conversations limited to the circle of trust. The weight of impending mystery hung in the air, and all participants knew the price of indiscretion. An alabaster-haired figure rose among them, his gaze piercing the cloak of shadows. It was Kylam, the architect of their grand plan, whose mind was a fortress of strategies and plots. In his eyes, I could faintly see the satisfaction of having accomplished what he had planned. He whispered under his breath, "It's time to set things right," a mantra to carefully orchestrate the chaos that was coming. The scene changed, and the story plunged into an abyss of danger. The Black Steel Spider Dungeon appeared, a place where nightmares come true, and its arachnid guardian a harbinger of the trials to come. Nearby, the cockatoo's nest roared, a cacophony of screams and anger that promised a battle, where only the fierce or the foolish would dare to tread. And yet, in the midst of this picture of danger, a cunning ruse was revealed. A village in a canyon, cloaked by a den of goblins using false documents. It was the work of Kylam, a masterstroke to fulfill a promise made to a mysterious benefactor known only as Goethe. The dungeons had been cleared, and the loot was ready. In the silence that followed the tumultuous preparations, gratitude flowed freely from the lips of the comrades. The two team members bowed deeply to their mentor, with reverence in their voices. "Thank you, Jafir. Big brother, thank you for everything so far. They said goodbye with the bittersweet taste of departure. "Please take care of yourselves," they added, their words becoming a talisman to ward off the troubles of the uncertain road ahead. In the silence of the gloomy, sunlit room, a group of serious figures gathered, tensely watching every word of their alabaster-haired leader. "Now you all have accomplishments," he said in a voice firm but devoid of triumph, "and many vacancies because 40 slaves have been sent on a special mission they call a raid." He paused, looking around. "You will be promoted very soon." There was a whiff of expectation in the air, but one of them, a young man with the fire of youth still burning in his eyes, realized the seriousness hidden beneath the promise of rank. "The road will be even harder after the promotion, so hang in there," he began, but the weight of unspoken thoughts pressed down on him. "Hey, big brother," he murmured, wanting to express his deep desire to follow him, to learn more, to be more. But the words stuck in his throat, a plea, "Please let me follow you. I want to learn more from you," were stuck in his mind. He couldn't. He didn't want to burden his mentor with his insecurities. "Okay," he muttered, swearing to himself to carry his insecurities alone. Later, the white-haired leader stood at the edge of the cliff, his silhouette silhouetted solitarily against the vast sky. His thoughts were an unspoken ode to the journey ahead, an acknowledgement of the brevity of his company. "Though our time together was brief, I understand," she reflected, and her heart realized the enormity of their purpose. "This man has a purpose," he reflected, "and that purpose is far greater than ordinary people can imagine." The young man watched from the sidelines, and in his eyes respect and understanding crystallized into painful clarity. "We weaklings have no right to follow him," he admitted to himself, bitterly aware of his place in the shadow of a man who was destined to walk a path fraught with difficulties beyond his comprehension. In the gloom of the training room, the white-haired leader, who commanded attention by his mere presence, gave an order that had the seriousness of an ancient prophecy. "If you train yourself to death," he proclaimed, and there was a cascade of determination in his voice, "the day will come when you will be able to walk beside me." The young man, tormented before by doubts, and now that the gauntlet was thrown at his feet, could only look at him questioningly, and his heart raced at such an honor. "Follow me, then," waved the leader, turning on his heel and throwing on a cloak that whispered stories of 1,000 battles. The room, filled with tension and ambition, looked over his shoulder. "I will expect great things from you," he said, and the young man and his companions bowed deeply with words of gratitude and reverence in their voices. The leader looked into the faces of the young warriors, whose eyes burned with the fire of new purpose and determination. "Two people who should be dead by now are alive," he said with a smile at the corners of his lips. Their survival was a testament to his good judgment, and in their bright looks he saw a reflection of his own indomitable spirit. But as the day faded and the shadows stretched across the walls of the room, the leader's thoughts became as dark as the coming night. "But those guys are already dead," he reflected, and a shiver of foreboding ran down his spine. 3 years later, a cataclysm was coming, a summoning of the demonic gods that threatened to consume them all. His thoughts raced like clockwork. "Many people, including these boys, will lose their lives," he admitted, feeling the weight of future loss weighing on his soul. He had one hope left, one chance to cut the thread of this grim fate. The dragon heart. It was the key, the pulse of a decision shrouded in mystery and danger. In the sacred hall where the light danced on the ancient stone, stood a man of imposing stature, his white hair in stark contrast to the somber background. Beside him, a woman dressed in sacred robes, with a symbol of faith on her head, listened attentively to his speech. "What do you think? Do you like it?" she asked, and her voice echoed lightly off the cold walls, seeking his advice. His eyes, reflecting wisdom beyond his years, turned to the equipment before them. Gleaming armor stood guard next to the combat weapons, each piece meticulously crafted and bathed in the golden rays of the setting sun streaming through the tall windows. "This is the equipment I acquired," he said with a touch of pride, crossing his arms over his chest and presenting the arsenal to his companion. As she looked at the equipment, he turned to her, and a small, knowing smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "They're good," he said, approving not only of the craftsmanship, but also of the latent power of each object. The weapon, unobtrusive in its blunt form, was a mana conductor, chosen for its ability to channel the arcane energies that flowed through the realm like invisible rivers. He nodded his head, fixing his gaze on the weapon, understanding the significance of his choice. They were indeed blunt instruments, but in the hands of those who knew how to harness the etheric forces, they had great potential. "Just as I ordered," he added, confirming that the choice had not been random, but the result of careful planning and knowledge. The narrative changed from the quiet reverence of the armory to a vision of the danger that awaited them. The tomb of the abominable princess was not just a resting place for the dead, it was an abyss of evil, replete with the reanimated bones of the fallen, a place where death itself was only the beginning of a much darker existence. In the dim light of the armory, with the scent of greased steel and ancient leather in the air, a warrior of noble figure turned to his companion, a woman marked with divine cloth. "What do you think? Do you like it?" he asked, and his voice echoed in the sacred space, weighed down by the weight of impending war. She stood silently as sentinel, observing the weapons he had gathered. Each object reflected not only the flickering light of the torch, but also the necessity of its purpose. "This is the equipment I have acquired," he announced, his posture as firm as the armor he presented. A smile of quiet confidence graced his lips as he assessed the cache. "They're good," he confirmed with evident satisfaction. Each weapon, each shield, each armor had been chosen not for its ability to maim or bleed, but for a far more important trait, its ability to channel the etheric force of mana. Among this multitude was one weapon, unremarkable to the untrained eye but priceless to those versed in harness. Dumb, yes, but built to harness magical energies, it was perfect for the task at hand. "Just as I asked," he muttered, more to himself than to his interlocutor, satisfied with the job done. They were headed for the tomb of the abominable princess, a furnace of reanimated bones and evil spirits. Living skeletons, if such a term can be applied to the dead, roamed its cursed halls, mocking the natural order of things with their mere existence. That was what he was preparing for. To defeat a skeleton, you have to break it with a blunt weapon, he explained, and this statement was not just a lesson in tactics, but a rule of combat. Blades that cut flesh and squeezed blood were of little use against those horrible creatures. Only the crushing power of blunt weapons was enough. When the man promised to buy her the entire arsenal, the woman looked at him with obvious disbelief in her question. "Really?" she asked. But he was already picking up the weapon that had caught her eye, a sword that glowed with an inner light, its tip singing of battles past and victories to come. "I especially like this one," he said, raising the twilight sword, an artifact of ancient power shrouded in mystery and legend. It was not just a weapon, it was the key to victory, a beacon of hope against the darkness they were about to face. In the muffled silence of the temple armory, the faithful woman cocked her head to one side, furrowing her brows thoughtfully. "I bought it at the request of an esteemed customer," she murmured, with a note of skepticism in her voice. "But against skeletons, the longsword is not very effective." He looked the warrior in the eye, searching for an answer, pondering his logic. The warrior, a man whose experience was imprinted in the features of his face and his calm demeanor, did not hesitate. His inner monologue revealed a broader perspective. "It's not just the skeletons I should be worried about in this dungeon." Her fears were deeper, woven into the story that the skeletons were but a facade for the greater threats lurking within the ancient walls. As if invoked by his thoughts, the narrative unfolded, presenting a being of light, a figure shrouded in the grandeur of the Temple of Light. The creature was interwoven with its destiny, seeking to complete a chapter that had lasted 10 long years, a crusade to purge the dungeon of darkness. The story took an increasingly dark turn. It was whispered that there were worshippers of demonic gods, fanatics willing to throw themselves into the abyss for the survival of their creed. Their presence hinted at unspoken rituals, sacrificial altars hidden in the heart of the dungeon, where blood and shadow mingled. In the midst of these revelations, the warrior stood as a solitary figure against the raging storm, his silhouette crackling with the energy of determination. "The whole group are my enemies," he proclaimed, resolutely ready to take on the legion of cultists. His journey was set against the backdrop of arcane warfare, where every spell cast and every sword wielded could tip the balance between light and darkness. Under the cover of twilight, a lone knight stood firm within the crumbling walls of the ancient castle. His task was clear: to traverse the perilous labyrinth and obtain the elusive dragon heart. It was an object of immense power. Legend said it would grant its possessor untold power, a prize worthy of facing the legion of shadows that stood in his way. The knight known as Ned bore the weight of this campaign with stoic determination, though doubts swirled around him like the fog that enveloped the castle. Trust was a scarce currency, and his path lay not only through enemy territory, but also through the treacherous terrain of divided alliances. In the silence of the castle, Ned's name rang out. He who held the knight's trust, he whose loyalty was as mysterious as the secret prophecies engraved on the stones of the castle itself. Ned's face was a mask of reflection that revealed no secret, and held a story yet to be unveiled. As he pondered the journey ahead, the knight realized that he had more than the task of convincing Ned of the truth, a truth so profound and terrifying that it could shatter the very fabric of his reality. It would take more than words to win the heart and mind of a man like Ned. It would take evidence woven with sincerity and the unwavering power of persuasion. However, if words failed and steel spoke instead, the knight realized the grim reality that loomed over him in this confrontation. It would not be a skirmish that could end in retreat or truce. It would be a battle to the victorious end, a duel in which the only outcome would be the death of one soul or another. In the midst of these disturbing thoughts, there suddenly appeared a woman dressed as a sorceress, whose eyes reflected the wisdom of the ancients. Her appearance, though belated, was a reminder that the threads of this campaign are intertwined with many, and each player has his or her own map to reveal. "Sorry, I'm late, right?" she murmured, and her voice echoed through the stone corridors with a timbre that spoke of arcane knowledge and hidden intentions. She introduced herself as a sorceress from the Research Institute, Angela, and her name was one more piece in the tangled puzzle the knight was slowly piecing together. Who is she? An ally sent by Anna, or another challenge he will have to face in his quest for the dragon heart? Only time will tell, and in quests like this, time is as much an enemy as any flesh and blood opponent. In the hallowed halls of the ancient temple, a sacred ritual was taking place. Arcane energy crackled in the air. A lone sword lay on the altar, bathed in a celestial radiance, and over it hovered hands wrapped in the glow, weaving a tapestry of divine power into the very essence of the metal. It was the art of enchantment, a delicate art in which the power of reversed magic attested to the skill of the enchanter. Deep in thought, a figure stood off to the side with a dance of reflected light in her eyes. "If I remember correctly, Angelia is one of the temple's greatest sorceresses," she murmured, reverence and respect in her voice. His words floated in the air as an acknowledgement of extraordinary skill. The scene changed, and the seriousness of sorcery gave way to levity. His task accomplished, the sorcerer turned to another, beckoning him to continue with his sacred duty. Then I commend it to you," was the soft command, wrapped in confidence. The response was light-hearted and teasing. "Ho ho, sure you can, handsome Appa." Their companionship echoed through the stone corridors, reminding them that even in this place, imbued with ancient power, there was still human warmth. In another room stood a figure clad in the robes of the temple, a vision of devotion. Angelia, clasping her hands around the beads of the rosary, pleaded in a melodious whisper, "Our mother, grant us your light." Her supplication was a silken thread reaching heaven in search of divine blessing. When the spell reached its zenith, the vault of the temple resounded with a symphony of released power. Before the sorcerer lay objects of great power, now glowing with sacred light. The blessed twilight sword, the griffin-feathered robe, the sturdy leather boots, the testing mace. Each was a masterpiece of magical skill. The enchantment was complete. The items were ready to aid those who chose them in the trials to come. The temple is once again a crucible of miracles, and at its heart is Angelia's unparalleled ability to channel the light of the gods into the mortal world. Amidst the luminescent glow of the amulets, the warrior stood tall, his figure shrouded in the glow of the newly forged magical artifacts. Each item, from the blessed mace of adversity to the black steel spider hook, attested to his unwavering determination. "Although I have to prepare for battle with my party members, I cannot put off preparing for the dungeon," he mused with a steely note in his voice. The weight of responsibility weighed on him, the battle ahead and the treacherous depths of the dungeon. "At this moment," he whispered, and there was a silent storm brewing in his hard gaze, "the basic preparations are complete." A surge of power coursed through his veins, a silent promise of battles to come. He was ready, armed not only with enchanted steel, but with the fortitude of a hardened warrior. The scene became a mundane exchange of gold for services rendered. 5 items for a total of 3,000 gold. A voice rang out, breaking the solemnity of the moment. "How are you going to pay?" Without wasting any time, the warrior extended a heavy bag of coins. "It's all here, Uni," he said, and the tinkling of the gold spoke eloquently of the cost of the journey. However, as he contemplated the deal, distrust took hold of him. Only 3,000 gold for a spell cast by Angelia, that's very cheap. He had an uneasy feeling, realizing that such deals not only have a financial cost, but perhaps a hidden cost. The White Rose must have pulled some strings, he concluded, and the name brought to mind a whole series of alliances and favors in the shadowy backroom of the temple. Finally, amidst the cold stone and the echoing echo of the corridors, a conversation about logistics ensued. "Now let's calculate our expenses, shall we?" suggested one of the figures for whom the practical side of the adventure often takes a back seat to the glory of combat. "Are you sure?" A questioning answer rang out, a note of uncertainty in the air. The warrior stood before the nun, his face reflecting relief and solemnity. "Aren't you the reason I almost didn't pay commission?" he acknowledged, and there was a gratitude in his voice that spoke of battles not only physical, but strategic and economic. The nun, with immaculate attire and a naively stern expression on her face, accepted the confession. "There are more than just 1 or 2 teams here," she reminded him. With a slight chuckle, he added, "I set myself up for some losses to earn points." His words, carefree but calculated, hinted at a game of give and take, a sacrifice not only of gold, but of favors and alliances. "Come on, we're not strangers," he joked, and his eyes shone with the lights of camaraderie and a shared history that went back centuries beyond the walls of this temple. The warrior's gaze softened, a rare vulnerability flickering in his eyes. "Surely you didn't have much time either." "Thank you." His words were a bow, an expression of respect for the nun's battles in the silence between prayers and the whispering of sacred texts. When she stepped back, her face expressed humble triumph. "Ahem. Well, now that you know." But the warrior was already deep in thought, and the gears in his head were turning, weighing his next move. But what to do? He pondered aloud, and the rhetorical question echoed in the emptiness of the stone. Then, with a heaviness that seemed to take all the light out of the room, he confessed, "I have no more money." The words fell like a hammer blow, and the finality of his statement contrasted sharply with the glowing charm and promise of glory that lay beyond the horizon. A sigh broke the silence. "What? Dear customer, what did you say?" The merchant's face reflected shock, his features contorted in bewilderment. The warrior's problem spread throughout the world, affecting the lives of people in the web of trade and survival that bound them all together. In the dim light of a dimly lit room, an unusually serious exchange of views was taking place between two different figures. The first, dressed in the humility of apology, stood with shoulders weighted down by the weight of failure. There was disappointment in this figure's words. The hoped-for treasures of Canyon Village, once thought to be very valuable, had turned out to be worthless, and the village itself was not the dungeon of riches they had hoped for. The second figure, wrapped in a halo of expectation, listened with a growing anxiety that was almost palpable in the tense silence that followed the confession. Then, as if grasping at straws, the first offered an alternative, a couple of vials of ominously shiny liquids, whose labels read deadly poisons. It was a long shot to present these sinister concoctions as a reward. At this revelation, the air seemed to thicken, and time itself stood still as the second character contemplated the seriousness of the proposal. The initial shock deeply imprinted on their faces was replaced by an understanding of the true value of the poisons. The conversation, which had begun on a note of despair, quickly turned in another direction. The shock of the second figure was replaced by unbridled enthusiasm, a fervor emanating from himself. With an enthusiasm bordering on awe, they declared that they were more than satisfied with the deadly vials, and there was a hunger in their voices that betrayed their keen desire to possess such a rare artifact. Finally, the narrative reached its climax when the waiting figures, unable to contain their anticipation any longer, insistently demanded the poisons. The desperation that had once belonged to the first character was now reflected in the impatient gestures of the second, the outstretched hand, the eyes alight with the excitement of the impending transaction. It was a moment that reflected the peculiarity of their world, where poisons can be treasures, and the value of objects is as unpredictable as the fates themselves. The air in the room was still charged with the tension of a closed deal. The personage who had just delivered the vials of poison turned, and with a solemn look gave a last recommendation to the other. He told him to be careful when selling them, and the name of Mole fell from his lips like a stone into the maelstrom of his interlocutor's mind, warning him of the dangers of that contact. The recipient of the vials confirmed it with an indifferent nod. The weight of the words was understood, but he did not seem to feel the gravity. As the first figure began to walk away down the dim corridor, a warm and familiar voice was heard behind him. The girl immediately shouted for her client to come back with them. In that voice there was something more than a salesman's concern for the customer. There was in it a sense of genuine affection, a promise to wait for his return. Jeffers said he would give payment after the raid. Those words hung in the air, full of hope for future encounters, like an anchor of normalcy in the midst of her turbulent daily life. The scene changed, and the narration was set in the background of some gathering. Two figures were standing in conversation, amidst the shadows of 100 people. One of them asked how many people were around, if the nights were still to be counted, and the question floated between them like a heavy cloak. Jafir replied that there were about 100 people in what seemed like a premonition of something grand. One of the characters stood apart from the others, immersed in thoughts that seemed to transcend the present moment, delving into the past. He recounted his memories, grimly counting the number of those who had survived a similar meeting in a past life, but they were disastrously few. There was a fatalistic determination in their voices. They were resigned to the fact that history might repeat itself. In the last image, there is a collective pause, as if all those gathered were holding their breath. One of the characters looked at the crowd and commented. Jafir stated that it seemed like everyone was at each other's throats. It was a confession that set everything in motion, a silent bell heralding the beginning of an expected and dreaded event. A call to arms sounded beneath the high vaults of the hallowed halls, and the raiding party began to assemble. Lucius stood in the front ranks, his golden armor glinting in the sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows. His gaze was stern, and his determination unwavering. He was the chosen leader of the squad, the captain of the Knights of the Temple, who had been entrusted with a daunting task. The composition of the group attested to the seriousness of his task. The Order of the Knights Templar, led by its official priest, had sent the strongest, 18 knights hardened in 1,000 battles, and 10 healers ready to give their lives for a just cause. They were a bulwark against the darkness, a shield for their people. But this was no ordinary raid. Out of the shadows emerged the hunt team, 20 enslaved souls, each a silent predator in the complex hierarchy of the Order of the Knights of the Temple. Their presence spoke of the complexity of the task, of the need for stealth and cunning amidst the clang of steel. There were those who walked in the light, but were close to the darkness. The Inquisitors of Heresy, 12 combat inquisitors and 6 healers, bore the cross of salvation and judgment. Their purpose was twofold: to heal and to judge, to defend the sanctity of their order with fire and faith. Completing the mosaic were the Agents Inquisitors of Heresy, 20 other men of slave rank, shrouded in mystery as much as the capes. It was a silent oath, a promise to act in the shadow of the great plan, to be that unseen hand that would guide the outcome of the coming confrontation. As dawn broke over the sacred grounds, the formation of the detachment was consecrated. 86 souls, sealed with a solemn oath, were divided into 2 groups, determined by martial prowess and magical skill. A vanguard unit representing power and strength stood ready with sword and shield. Their duty was clear: melee combat, guarding the roads, exploring the unknown, and keeping their fellow vanguards safe. The last group, consisting of mages and healers, was the heart and soul of the group. They carried staffs that conveyed the very essence of support and restoration from a distance beyond the reach of the sword. Command of these divided forces was entrusted to 4 distinguished individuals. Healing Captain Arno, with a gaze as serene as the still waters of a sacred pool, was a beacon of hope and recovery. Captain Leona's escort captain was at her side, her presence as calm as it was formidable, and a testament to the power contained in protection and support. Rising above all those assembled was the captain of the party, Lucius. His command was not just a strategy, but a blessing. His raised hand not only directed the course of battle, but bestowed a silent blessing on his wards. His authority was absolute, not only by virtue of his rank, but also by virtue of the divine favor he bore. The concept of stigmata, a divine gift that marked those loved by the gods, was revered. These sacred bearers, called saints, were living conduits of the celestial will, their hands shining with the light of the patron deities. And Lucius, the Saint of Light, was a revered figure marqued from childhood with the luminous seal of a deity who promised him, after his earthly demise, to ascend to the celestial halls. The participants in the raid stood at the threshold of their sacred work, their roles predetermined both by their abilities and by the divine hierarchy that blessed their mission. They were not mere warriors. They were the chosen instruments of a higher will, each step forward a step in a great cosmic gambit. Each breath a whispered prayer for victory and survival. In the silence that precedes the storm of an arduous trek, the assailants gathered, their spirits buoyed by the presence of those they considered almost otherworldly. Among them, the saints and holy sisters were revered. Their aura equaled that of angels, and their presence alone was an honor that many carried with them as a sacred memento. One of those gathered, a humble warrior with faith shining in his eyes, marveled at the blessing of seeing the saints in the flesh. He clasped his hands together in silent prayer, his heart filled with gratitude, embodying the awe felt by all present. But among the whispered prayers and reverent murmurs, there was one who bore the weight of their veneration with quiet solemnity. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, betrayed the gravity of his role. For the others, his revelation was an exceptional gift, a moment of sharing grace with the high spheres of his sacred order. It was the moment of prophetic utterances, when an authoritative figure, attired in the regal robes of his position, spoke with a voice that resonated with the power of foresight. Lucius pronounced that he had prophesied a thing, and the words hung in the air, seeming to have an echo of divine power in them. The proclamation was bold, its implications as vast as the sky above them. With this foray, they would conclude a saga that had lasted 10 grueling years. The tomb of the abominable princess, a name whispered throughout the land, would cease to be a mystery that haunted their world. It was an oath that carried the weight of many destinies, a challenge to an enigma that defied the bravest of hearts. At the threshold of the perilous undertaking, the assembled warriors listened as their fates were inscribed in the annals of the Holy Church. Lucius pronounced that the names of each person who participated in the raid would be recorded, imbued with the weight of history. That voice promised not only fame, but immortality of memory and spirit. There was a revelation in the ranks of the participants that brought about a profound change. The slaves, chained by invisible chains but felt at every step, were to be freed from their shackles. Lucius indicated that all slaves would become free men, echoing in the stone of the hearts of those who had known nothing but slavery. It was the promise of a new dawn, a future in which the shackles of the past would be broken and forgotten. The captain of the party, Lucius, the saint of light, whose very presence was inspiring, urged his comrades to be prepared for the trials ahead. Lucius urged the people to endure the rigors of the training that would begin today, and there was a call to arms and hope in his voice, and together with him they would walk the path to glory. His call to arms was an oath, a shared vow to strive for greatness beyond self. The voices of the raid participants rose to heaven in unison, a chorus of faith and fervent joy. All the people immediately began to pray to the almighty Arya to grant salvation to the people through her eternal light, and their words became a tapestry of devotion, permeating the air and weaving themselves into the very fabric of the divine. The path to salvation lay at the summit of Screaming Peak, a monolith created by nature's design that became a crucible to temper his will and skill. A special training camp, as formidable as it was majestic, awaited to test their mettle, break them, and turn them into warriors of legend. Amidst the stark landscape of Peak Creek, where the winds whispered of forgotten valor, stood a solitary figure. His hands were calloused, his breathing was intermittent, but mostly his thoughts overwhelmed him. Jeffir only smiled as he gazed at the glory, his voice a mere thread against the howling wind. Jeffir immediately wondered who this glory was for. He knew the stories, the songs sung by the bards, and the toasts given in the mead halls. Stories of the honors that followed the brave upon their return from the depths of treacherous dungeons. And yet, pressed against the unyielding rock, he realized that beneath the glittering surface of these stories lay the unvarnished truth. Raids, despite their avowed nobility, were transactions whose currency was blood and steel, and whose profit was cold, hard gold. In the bustling halls of power where the game was played, a piece of stone from the very dungeon they sought to conquer was displayed like a talisman. Matisse pronounced that the knights should become accustomed to the dark power emanating from the crystal, reminding them that the darkness they would face was not just a physical opponent, but a ghostly one, an evil that clung to the soul. The reality of their activities was not exposed in the heat of battle, but in the clinking of coins. Not only did they fight monsters, but they also engaged in a political dance to defend the right to win in these sacred dungeons. Assembling a raiding party, securing investments, supplying equipment and potions. Everything was a carefully calibrated piece of the complex puzzle. That was their journey. The narrative of heroism unraveled thread by thread, revealing a complex and pragmatic tapestry. For the raiders, the ascent was not just a physical climb, but an existential realization of the nature of their path, a realization that in the pursuit of glory, they were also pawns in a greater plan, pieces moving on a board, where the hands of unseen players guided them not toward the light of legend, but toward the glitter of gold. The long years of preparation had borne fruit. The labyrinths of the dungeon had fallen silent, overcome by the age of struggle. The raiders, with crumpled armor and faces marked by fatigue and triumph, emerged into the light of a world awaiting their transformation. As the shadows of the dungeon receded, the once forgotten lands came to life. The land freed from the shackles of darkness became the basis for new roads and cities. What was once a realm of whispers and fears now echoed with the sounds of construction and the laughter of those who dared to claim it. The victors saw the gold-filled coffers of investors swell and the value of the land rise like the sun on a new day. They fought not only for glory and honor, but for the promise of prosperity that attracted the ambitious and bold. It was an enterprise of grand proportions, in which the threads of valor and commerce were woven into a single victorious tapestry. However, beneath the cloak of acquired prosperity lay hidden the truth of its conquest. It turned out that the great Temple of Light, beacon for the pious and hopeful, was nothing more than a strategic post of the venerated Saint Lucius. It was from here that plans were made to clear the tomb of the abominable princess, and it was here that the assailants became instruments of victory. The temple's training ground became a crucible for practicing the raiders' skills. The instructor pronounced for all present to consider these lights as magical attacks by the adversaries, as balls of light danced around the students, mimicking the arcane barrages of an unseen enemy. They ducked and dodged, their bodies reacting with a grace born of tireless training. One assailant grumbled to another about how difficult it was, his voice hoarse with effort. Jafir wondered how this resembled, if anything, real combat. The mock battle was only a shadow of the war they had fought in the depths of the dungeon, but it was a necessary rehearsal before the trials ahead. In silence, the two hardened warriors exchanged words of strategy and restraint. Ned immediately told Jafir that they were not allowed to use the Dragon King's techniques in such a place. His words encapsulated the wisdom and scars of past battles. They were a different breed of warriors. Their skills had been honed not only in the clash of swords, but also in the dance of shadows and the fine art of survival. The sun was sinking into the horizon and cast long shadows over the training ground, where the noise of the weapons had finally been silenced. The trainer immediately shouted that the task of defeating 5,000 golems had been accomplished, giving the weary warriors a brief respite. They lowered their arms, breathing hard, and the golden light of twilight enveloped them like a well-deserved cloak. A veteran with wide-eyed admiration watched them from above. The man immediately pronounced that the knights had done even better than he could have imagined, stopping his gaze on the fallen Nada and Jafira, who dotted the battlefield like strange fruits of the earth after a storm. It was a testament to the increasing skill of the assailants, especially noticeable in those who had previously known nothing but chains. The priest immediately said that it was Ned and Jafir who had done best, nodding to the pair whose interaction on the battlefield was as fluid as a choreographed dance, and whose movements were a language of silent coordination and mutual trust. When the dust settled, an unspoken but palpable question hung in the air. He wondered if this time they would succeed in clearing the dungeon. It was a whisper of hope, a glimmer of faith that perhaps after years of effort and loss, things might turn in their favor. Healers moved through the ranks, their hands glowing with the soft light of recovery. One of the healers announced that she had fully healed the wounds and fatigue, members of the vanguard. Her voice was both a balm and a call to join. Her presence promised not only recovery, but also accelerated learning. 2 weeks under her care would mean a month's worth of progress. At the end of the pause, the trainer's voice cut through the chatter. The trainer immediately pronounced that it was time to start practicing from the beginning. It was a call to get back to work, to the relentless pursuit of excellence that tolerates no weakness or wavering. As the assailants regrouped, the true nature of their plan became clear. It was a battle not only against the physical difficulties of the dungeon, but also against the limitations of their own bodies and minds. Healer magic was an integral part of their training, each spell woven into the overall tapestry of their efforts. The day was coming to an end, and with it the end of an era of relentless preparation. The announcement came from above. The coach shouted that it was the end of training. The sense of accomplishment was palpable. There was a tangible electricity in the air as the warriors were praised for their perseverance. Not a soul had been lost to the grueling regimen. The trainer immediately announced that a hellish march through the dungeons awaited them tomorrow. The real test was yet to come. The warriors were called to the simple pleasures of life, eating, drinking, sleeping. Tomorrow they would demand it all, and they deserved this brief respite. As night hid the sky, the stars bore witness to their determination, the calm before the storm of their greatest challenge. However, not all hearts were swayed by the promise of rest and fun. In the gloom, two figures loomed in the distance, their voices murmuring softly against the evening chill. Jeffir asked Ned if he had not eaten his ration today either, and a furrow of concern ran across his brow. The other, silhouetted against the dying light, replied with a calmness that belied the seriousness of the challenge before him. Ned declared that he had eaten all he needed. The reason was as practical as it was surprising. Ned said he had to maintain his weight to get stronger. It was a strategy, a calculated choice in favor of agility over strength, in favor of speed over endurance. It was the discipline of a warrior who knew his body as well as his sword, who understood that every ounce could tip the balance between victory and defeat. The first warrior, moved by the logic and sacrifice of his comrade, pushed the plate aside, and in that simple action, a tacit pact was born. Jeffir immediately set aside his portion and declared that he would not eat then either. After all, their mission was the same. If one failed, the other would bear the brunt of their shared fate. In the dimly lit room, one could almost feel the tension hanging like dense curtains enveloping the stone walls. Ned, eyes narrowed in a piercing stare, broke the silence with a mocking tone of voice in which a challenge could be heard. Ned wondered if Jeffir was still trying to outdo him, with a smile almost as sharp as the sword he probably wielded. In front of him stood another figure whose expression was carved in stone, unyielding and stern. Jeffir responded coolly, not to let Ned make that face, but the corners of his lips twitched upward in a ghostly semblance of a smile. He held out his hand and displayed a small vial filled with mysterious liquid that glowed, even in the gloom of the room. Jeffir claimed it had brought Ned something good, with mischief and solemnity mingled in his tone. Extending the bottle, he declared with an assurance that belied the simplicity of his gesture. Jeffir pronounced that this drink would warm Ned faster and allow him to move faster. It was an offering, a gesture that spoke the unpronounceable language of battle comrades. The liquid in the vial glowed, promising unknown advantages in agility, or perhaps strength. The scene has changed, and now, against the backdrop of the fading day, the long-haired hero thoughtfully examines the vial he holds in his hands. The dusk colors it with golden and purple hues, contrasting sharply with the cold melancholy in his eyes. Ned asked Jeffir how much information he knew about him, in a barely audible whisper, as if afraid to break the sacred silence that accompanied the sunset. At last, at the top of the wall, where the horizon stretched out before him, a revelation came to him that softened the stern features of his face. Ned said that at first he thought Jeffir wanted to eliminate him and then take his place, and those words carried the weight of his initial distrust. But as the birds rose from the towers, there was a lightness in his voice, a release. Ned realized, however, that Jeffir had no desire to harm him during this training. It was an admission that a change had taken place in his soul, from suspicion to insignificant threads of trust, from rivalry to the edge of unexpected camaraderie. Under cover of night, the two silhouettes merged into one, and secrets whispered between them. Jeffir said they were tears of blood, shrouded in shadows, that spoke of a treasure stolen from his family, a treasure imbued with his family's heritage and pain. In the intimacy of their clandestine meeting, the man revealed the depth of his quest. Revenge against the temple, the shrine-turned adversary. His voice, though calm, conveyed the gravity of his determination. Ned pronounced that he was following the master to return and avenge the temple, and his revelation came in a low whisper, intended for a single soul. In response, the man curved his lips tentatively and smiled before reaching his eyes. Jeffir said he would answer Ned when he deserved his trust, his tone light, but in it was an unspoken challenge. It was a dance of words in which every step was measured, every turn loaded with subtext. The narrative stretched skyward, where twilight indicated the inner turmoil that tormented the seeker of tears of blood. He understood all too well how precarious the power of knowledge was. He realized that secrets were bargaining chips in his game that he was not yet willing to spend. The final scene played out in the bright light of dawn, and the two figures were separated by more than just the space between them. Ned said that Jafir had told him he would tell him about them when he was trustworthy, but his words sounded incredulous, his doubt a palpable force that filled the space between them. This statement reflected the truth of their situation. Trust was not an easy commodity to exchange, and words were but a veil over intentions that had not yet been revealed. In the twilight, questions hung in the air like the last rays of the sun, faint but lingering. Ned immediately asked what Jafir was hiding and what he wanted in return for the information demanded by the long-haired figure, trying to untangle the tangle of unspoken words and hidden desires. His eyes, sharp and searching, sought the truth in the gloom. The other, his gaze fixed on himself, spoke with a measured pause in which the weight of new understanding was felt. Jafir immediately thought that Ned was different in this world, and that simple admission bore the mark of transformation. It was the recognition that something fundamental had changed in the person they were talking about, a shift from what he was to what he could be. Memories flashed like the point of a sword, revealing a time when violence was the only language they used to communicate. Jafir remembered that Ned had tried to kill him first, and his voice had sounded steady, like a symphony of steel and shadow in its deadly dance. The revelation came in a low whisper, like an admission that time had woven magic between the two warriors. I guess the fact that they had been together for 2 weeks had taken effect. It was an admission that their bond had been altered by shared moments and unspoken understanding, by days that had turned enemies into unwanted allies. A correction cut through the conversation, crisp and clear. Jafir said Ned was asking entirely the wrong question and redirected the course of the dialogue. His words were the turning point that brought them to the heart of the problem. With his back to his interlocutor, he asked the question that was at the heart of their quest. Jafir said that Ned should have asked where he should look for the bloody tear. Now it was not just a question of motive, but of the whereabouts and keeper of the elusive blood tear. On the verge of revelation, he looked toward the horizon where the last rays of day cast long shadows. Jafir began to say what he would tell the boy and to speak of his sword, but his voice was cut off as he was about to reveal a long-hidden truth. The last image captures the moment of revelation, one eye wide open in surprise, and the interrogative word echoes loudly in the ensuing silence. It was a cliffhanger, leaving the audience waiting for an unforeseen twist, a mystery that might unravel their intertwined destinies. In this story of veiled truths and shifting alliances, every word, every glance, every memory has the power to change the course of their journey. As night fell, the story of Tears of Blood remained as elusive as the fading light, a puzzle made of whispered confessions and unsuspecting moments. And in the past, the father told his son that the heirloom of his family of barons is the demonic sword Blood Tears, and that his ancestor received it as a trophy after destroying the desert demon. And the ancestor dedicated this ball to God, who, in turn, granted his family the status of barons and ordered them to take care of the bloody tears from generation to generation, and soon accept from him the status of baron, and at the same time inherit such an honorable mission. And he must become an outstanding knight to be fit for the bloody tears. And as soon as the father finished speaking, he asked his son if he had understood, to which the still young Ned replied that he had. Give him something else as an inheritance. This time there should be a good return on investment, and a little later a clear one. During the day, Ned shouted for the return of his sword. After all, he put the bond only in that place, and the baron's estate and the bloody tears did not go there, and they must return the sword now. But the priest Alden began to reply that how could he cause such an uproar in the temple territory, and that in general he was wrong. After all, bloody tears belong neither to him nor to him in the family, but to the defense of Snyder, and instead of Dudas, having staked his own status, he now has no right. And as soon as the young master heard this, his anger overwhelmed him, and he began to draw his sword, and to shout at the priest to take his sword that he was a fool. But as soon as he ran towards him, other knights began to attack him, and in the end they killed him. And all this was watched by his young son, who could not believe that they had just killed his father. And finally the priest began to say that he should be glad that his sword had not touched him. After all, if only a commoner like him was in the Temple of Light. If he had crippled his aristocrat and the son of a bishop, then they would have to execute his son as well. And a similar picture was part of the phenomenon 12 years ago, and the speculation with the dungeons that had been heating up for years was the common investment and dungeon rating powers. And the rating group and the prices of the items shot up like crazy, and the financial assets associated with the dungeons, and at one point the investors were able to make a great deal of money. With the help of this, continued to fail to carry out an investment scam. A fake hobo guild was created, and many unfavorable incidents broke out. Factors in enveloping the dungeon, the bubble burst, and thus an economic crisis occurred, and they began to call it the dungeon bubble bursting, and the Temple of Light that started to work. It made a fortune selling deformed financial assets in the dungeon, even before the economic bubble Lupatia cheated. Countless investors said that the situation was safe, and that it was selling assets not different from shredded paper, and this was done in order to reduce their losses due to profit. And as a result, investors who bought investment products receive a chrome loan as their father went bankrupt and ended up on the street and on the other. High-ranking defenders of the bubble burst in the dungeons. The priests, despite the largest scale of economic fraud in history, did not pay for their crimes. In all this time survived to destroy the temple and take revenge on the priests, especially the priest of Olga, who, under the guise of friendship, deceived his father and took his life. The tears of blood of which there was not a murmur to be heard, and Ned did not know why the master had tears of blood. After all, the master had recently revealed to him the true faces of both the head of the devil's cult and the leadership of the 12 apostles. And the head of the cult and half of the 12 apostles are high officials of the Temple of Light. But as soon as Ned heard it, he could not believe these words that Adam told him, and Adam was sure that he was told that if he becomes an important person to him and carries out his retribution, then this is bullshit, and the master turns out to be a scoundrel and plans to give the dragon heart they brought to the head of the devil sect. If this happens, they probably won't be able to touch even the hairs of his minions in sex, and it will be too late to take revenge. The red-haired man understood that he was being deceived, and that the master he considered his own family had betrayed him, and he could not believe it. However, if this is not true, how does he know the words that the master said to him? And the boy could not understand what he should do now, and a little later, they began to approach the entrance to the dungeon. And looking at her, the red-haired boy realized that this was the tomb. Vile princess, and the level of this dungeon can't be compared to all the places they've been to before. After all, from here you can see an ominous energy that tears you to the core. But other hunters decided it was interesting and worth a try, and as soon as the door began to open, they did not understand that this was one of the great dilemmas of this world. And at that moment the other soldiers and hunters began to sense something. But the leader of the healers began to say that, as was said before, this is the dungeon that Storm has been attacking for 10 years, and now you will discover that there are cleaning objects everywhere, and this means that the floor has been cleaned, and at this moment the cleaning is taking place here. And this dungeon consists of 9 floors, and last time, they were able to clear the dungeon up to the 7th floor. And they were also able to destroy the guards on the 8th floor, but because of the sinister energy that was charged from the lower floors. Terrifying monsters keep appearing here, and with just a glance they can look straight into the depths of your heart. And at that very moment the boys began to prepare for battle, and the detachment had to get into formation number 3. After all, they will now start their match and fight to the death. But at the same time, in the Temple of Light, the leader of the 3rd room of the Temple of Light began to tell the others that he was grateful that they had come here, and that they were very worried because in connection with the assault, his soldiers abandoned the temple, and he can't believe that they came here to lend them a defensive army, and he doesn't even know how to thank them. But the other bishop began to respond, that now in times like this they should help each other. And after the event, the people in the dungeon in the main temple of the 3rd entrance from the central entrance came the knights of the temple. And the man that Cardinal Rasker got here responded to the head of the third parish of the Temple of Light so that they could use him for their health. But at the same time, there was a battle in which many people and hunters fought against evil creatures. And the battle was so great that the whole fortress seemed to be afraid because of the blows of the swords of each side. And some hunters understood that these monsters were endless and they didn't understand why there were so many skeleton monsters. But another hunter started to say that he couldn't handle these skeletons. But suddenly one hunter, with his head and hands bandaged, began to say that he had heard that the mistress of the place was the princess of horror-in-law, that she once was, in great swoop and appears once in 1,000 years, and most likely she will cast a spell on her subjects and lock them alive in this tomb. And who can, in 1,000 years, several hundred or even thousands of robbers probably came here. So there are a lot of human bones here. But in a moment, a bright light appeared from the end of the tunnel, and all the hunters began to pay attention to it. And suddenly bone golems appeared. It was a horror collected from several hundred human remains. And as soon as one of the golems swung and hit the ground, a huge explosion scattered many knights who were near it. And following this, a huge shockwave began to wipe out everyone in its path. But at the same time, the girl nun began to use her magic, a chain of light that was to bind her enemy, and a huge chain that glowed with a bright yellow light began to hinder the movement of the huge golem. And the rest of the soldiers began to attack him, while he was chained to break it, and not release the skeleton warriors. But at that moment the golem began to glow with an intense green color, so it became much stronger than a few minutes ago. And as soon as everyone realized that he was seriously angry, he started to break the huge chain that prevented him from moving. And at the same moment, the main one among all the armies that had gathered here began to raise his sword, and saying that the goddess would guide him, and in the darkness would give him better light. And in an instant, he was able to cut the Great One in half. The force was hundreds of times greater than the tightly packed monster. And the knights watching could not believe their eyes, but at that precise moment they expected nothing else from their lord. But then Matthias began to tell them in a rude tone so that they did not dare to relax. After all, since there are those piles of bones, it means that somewhere nearby there is someone who controls them. And so it was, because in the farthest room there was a skeleton of a mid-level mock, and the monsters possessed some lower-level spells. And the boys began to understand that if they did not deal with the mage, he would continue to summon Golema. It had to be destroyed quickly. But Mr. Matthias began to say that he himself was aware of it, and that there was no need to hurry. After all, be that as it may, under the cover of a defensive detachment they must approach the wizard, and they need to go deep and destroy all the Holloms on the way. And at the same moment Mr. Matthias began to turn his head and consider, where is the one who should finish this fight? And turning his head, he still found his subordinate standing behind him. And the guy with a huge gun started to say that everyone should get out of his way, because now he would use the most powerful weapon that is available at this stage of the battle. And not a moment had passed before he launched a terrifying attack, and the whole tunnel began to burn with a bright yellow color that went straight towards Magu's skeleton standing at the end. And at the same moment the Magu skeleton was defeated, and after that, an ancient tombstone that dealt with energy. The magician's skeleton was also destroyed, and that guy started to say that if you don't break it in the coffin with your spell, although if you destroy them at the same time, it won't matter. And once they realized, with the wizard and his golems, the rest of the knights and hunters started to deal with the rest of the undead, and the nun who was watching all this started to think that in the last raid it took them half an hour to destroy the tombstone, but now the copy of light has an incredible power. And the red-haired man realized that this is the Son of God. And Adam, who was nearby, understood that here is a piece of equipment worth 2 million gold coins. And now this guy is incredibly strong with this weapon, and if you try to kill him it will be very difficult. And soon the 8th floor was captured by hunters and knights, because they didn't understand that the skeletons were no longer getting up, and they began to take care of the wounded and decided that today they would set up camp here. If they don't want to tie horses in a dream, then now they should place a cleaning facility around the perimeter. And at that moment, Adam began to turn the corner and look for the place he knew from a past life, because he understood that it had to be here somewhere. And as soon as he touched one of the bricks in the wall, he realized that he had finally found it. And in the temporary military building, the guys began to carefully discuss the map of the 9th floor. And according to intelligence, it took them about 6 days to get to the main villain's room. And now they are going to carry out an offensive, simultaneously destroying all the tombstones that are found. But the nun did not understand. They really have to destroy everything, because there were 1,000 of them there, and it will take 2 days to destroy the slabs they find along the way. But Lucius began to answer the nun that a year ago they certainly did well in choosing the short route, but in the end they failed miserably. And last year they also arrived at the tomb of the vile queen. But when they got out of the attacks of the guards protecting the passage, they fell back and fell into the ring of a whole legion of dead monsters walking from every crevice. And that day they lost too many fighters. And now they will not step on the same rake. And even if they need more time, they have to destroy these slabs. And even if they fall into a trap before the main tomb, they will lose many good warriors. And the fewer there are, the greater the risk of failure in the decisive battle. And one of the most important tasks this time is to preserve the energy of the commander Lucius and bring him as fresh as possible to the main monster. After all, with him as your current commander, this is possible, and he will be able to defeat the monster. After all, a year ago they all looked away and were horrified at what they saw. And when they looked at each other, they saw a terrifying monster that was so strong that it inspired fear just by looking at it. And that is the guardian of the care of the vile queen's tomb, who under her gaze broke all their fighting spirit. At that very moment a loud shout was heard in the camp, and the leader of the squadron began to enter, without understanding what had happened. But suddenly he saw something he had not even imagined he could see. It was the Shogot monster that ate knights and hunters, and all they could do was scream for help. And the detachment commander couldn't believe it, even though they had prepared 5 Shogots for their strategy. But now was not the time. Yes, and they shouldn't have used them now, and he didn't understand it. What an idiot he did it. And at the same moment the leaders simultaneously looked in the same direction. And it was a premonition, or rather an instinct. The feeling of a hidden danger all over their skin. And as soon as they looked at Adam, who was standing not far from them, he began to answer what they were looking at. And as soon as he pulled the handle coming out of the wall, something strange began to happen under the feet of the leaders and all the other boys. And all of them couldn't understand why this was happening, how it was possible, because last time this didn't happen. And they didn't understand how the dungeon could move at all and who was in control of it all. The day before the list of participants in the raid was announced, at a meeting of the Devil's followers, it was said that the passage to the main evil spirits had been cleared with a powerful magical barrier, and therefore the door would not open until the guards arrived. But after everyone enters the main room, the passage will close again, and remain so until the vile queen is killed. This the reconnaissance party discovered and deciphered the magic runes with which the entire passageway was covered. But another man began to ask if it was possible to simply break the wall, but was told that if it were possible, then he thinks that the raid was delayed for 10 years, and the lower it goes, the stronger the protective magic is, and it can be considered that it cannot be destroyed at all. But they knew that their commander Lucius was not so simple, and so he took some measures, and borrowed from the Holy Pope an object of legendary quality of faith. It was a sacred, indestructible relic that was rented to Lucius for 10,000 gold coins a year, and it occurs to him to jam the door with a stake, preventing it from slamming shut. If these welds were made by the great creator, then it won't be possible to break the sacred object. And the strike force responsible for Commander Lucius will divert attention to it, and the rest will take it as far away from the entrance as possible. After Brother Ned steals the dragon heart and escapes through the designated passage, they must awaken the Shoggoth, and the Shoggoth is a living weapon. This monster eats people and grows stronger with its mana, and the person who touches it goes into madness. And people like Lucius and the rest of the commanders have strong protective magic so that their minds are not clouded. However, Ordinary priests will not be able to resist 5 Shoggoths. And seeing the priests fall into madness and kill their allies, the commander will lose concentration. And to eliminate the disturbed members of the Yes team, as long as the Shoggoths are interfering nearby, it will take at least 3 minutes. And so the monsters will have enough time to deal quietly with Lucius and not leave the field with heavy losses, and report another raid failure to the temple. And that special elixir received from the leaders, if they drink it, then the effect of the slave seal disappears for a while, and the orders of the priests will not act on them, and as soon as they drink it before entering the tomb. To get out, they will need the outskirts. Hypnosis, and should not whistle them thoughtlessly, especially before the onset of an attack. After all, this musical instrument with which you can control this monster, when used, the user is not affected by the powers of the second monster. And holding this instrument in my hands, I realized that the devil's minions were well prepared, and Adam, who was nearby, understood that most of them would die before activating the device. He decided that since there was a large group of doctors here, there would be no serious problems. And as soon as Adam started, the rest of the hunters heard that music that they had heard before, and understood that this music was not leading to anything good. And immediately after that, terrifying monsters started to come out of some of the guys. And other knights, as well as healers and hunters, saw that it was Shogota's terrifying creature, and Adam, who was just around the corner, started shouting to the doctor that they should gather in one place and form a group, so that it would be easier for the doctor to carry out the cleanup. And as soon as those guys heard that they should gather in ranks, Adam realized that this was a great opportunity, and now he could take advantage of it. And running to the wall he knew beforehand, he started to look for the nearest ledge to lean on. But at that very moment he realized that someone was watching him, and he started to turn his head towards those guys. And as soon as he turned his head completely around, he saw that the leaders of the squad he had come with were looking at him, and the main leader began to remember the words that Ned told him, that Adam was sent by his master to help him complete the mission. And then it dawned on him that this was the brother Ned had brought to him, and he didn't understand what he was doing there. And as soon as Adam pressed the secret button, a kind of wheel came out near him and began to tell the squad leader why they were staring at him. And as soon as Adam turned the wheel, which had just opened, it began to operate the mechanism. After all, this device should have been discovered only 3 years after the end of the raid, and by then this dungeon had become a refuge from demon attack. It was a safety mechanism that changed the position of the walls by rearranging the piles and support structures of the tombs. And Adam was once here with his comrades, so he knows the layout of the dungeon like the back of his hand. And all this was being watched by Lucius, who remembered that a slave had cleared out a nest of angry basilisks and was struggling to let himself be seen with just over 20 days left, and perhaps it was worth checking whether he was a follower of the devil or not. Lucius began to remember that silver hair and that tall stature, and that was the same weak-willed one that Matthias had told him about, and maybe he really was a follower of the devil. But Lucius decided it didn't matter. He had the stamp of a slave and would not be able to resist orders, and at that very moment he began to shout at Adam to stop. At that moment something strange started to happen, and the person noticed that Adam started to run more, and he couldn't understand why he didn't stop, because this couldn't happen. But it was all because it was a special elixir received from the leader, and if you drink it, the effect of the slave's seal disappears for a while, and the orders of the priests won't work on them either. And the main thing is that the commander realized that this was the effect of the elixir. And at that very moment, Matthias started getting angry and yelling at Adam's back that he was a son of a dog. And just as he was about to strike directly at the fleeing Adam, he suddenly appeared. Ned inflicted a great deal of damage on Matthias, with whose help he began to hinder his movement. And with the help of his own, the eastern weapon of an elastic sword was flexible enough to hide in a belt, and this terrible blade encircling the skin like a whip and tearing it to shreds.
Matthias could not understand why his friend was doing this.
But Ned immediately after this attack began to run straight after Adam, who had already run far enough. But Ned, running away, began to think that even though he had blocked Matthias's attack, there was still one left. It was Lucius with his huge spear, which he had already begun to use, and a huge attack began to fly towards Adam. And just a few meters away, Adam would have been torn into small pieces. After all, the attack was very strong. Come on. At that very moment, something happened with that attack, and it stopped right in front of Adam. And Lucius, who was looking at him, couldn't believe his eyes, couldn't understand why the attack didn't work. And the running Adam began to say that he would forgive him, but that no attack would affect him now. After all, he is endowed with divine luck, and at the time of the endowment of incredible luck, the number of uses was 3, and at the time when it was used only for the first time, it was the blessing of the goddess Fortuna, divine luck. And at the beginning of his adventure told him what the gods had provided him. Some gifts as support, so that on his return he has an advantage and can check his privileges. After looking at the notification window and the day he went back in time at the time, he saw the list of benefits. This strategy fell on his head like a bolt of lightning, and the security device moves all the structures of the tomb and forms new structures of the dungeon, and that means that for a long time, in the place where there was no path, firewood appears and the checkpoint becomes useless. If you are lucky, you will be able to get to the room with the monster. And now luck is on Adam's side, and he kept running away as fast as he could to quickly approach the vile queen that was waiting for him, and, together with his companion, fight her. And at that very moment Adam realized that his comrade had finally caught up with him. And his comrade, and at the same time mentor, began to say what Adam can do, he can do too. And after these words, Adam smiled, because he didn't understand what kind of determination he had. And a little earlier, when he told him that if the plans of the devil's followers came after they all went to the grave, he would steal the heart of the dragon and could escape with it. Ask him what he thinks about it now. And Adam decided that he would tell him how it would be. If he did this, he would be royally screwed, and they would have to take down the main evil spirits together. But as soon as Ned heard these words, he couldn't understand what he was saying. And jumping up from her seat, she shouted that she was tired of listening to Adam, because he was offering to kill this creature, and that was all these brains could think of. But Adam replied in a confident tone that she should sit back down, and he would tell her an interesting idea. And as soon as Adam finished, he asked his partner if he had any questions, because he had already told him about this whole plan, to which Ned replied that it was a good strategy, and that this could all be accomplished. But there was only one problem. It was trust, because Adam said he was finished if he ran away with his heart, and that was what he meant. For your own information, you can also show the speed of the flow of the actual race. If he starts running, then no one will catch him, and what else will happen if he becomes the owner of the dragon heart? But that Adam began to answer him. He raised his hand and showed 2 fingers that there are 2 things. First, you can take possession of the power of the heart only in a special way. Otherwise, it is simple, and he personally cannot do it, but he knows who can help you with this matter. And the second is the person who came as a bearer to the main temple. The third parish is Cardinal Alden. And if he does not show up at the meeting place, his knights will start the chase in the doubles. Knights are true professionals in their continent. People with such training can be counted on one hand. It is not over yet when the news about him spreads all over the area. The whole devil cult opens a hunt for him. And speaking of the whole cult, he also refers to his master, the master of the royal tiara flow. Poisoned, he finally asked Ned if he was sure he could get them all through without his help. And now Adam and his companion continued on their way to the tomb of the vile queen. I didn't push as hard as I could. And Ned along the way began to think about what his old comrade had told him, that he really wanted to betray the dragon's heart to the head of the sect personally. Why all of a sudden? After all, he would already be sent to the dungeon, and as the person in charge, he can't take action that deviates from the established plan. But as he thought about it, he could not understand if he really thought that they would raise suspicions of the chromium of light, because the bearer was conspicuous. And it seems that he only heard from the master that Cardinal Alden will be the carrier, and he is not aware of how the transport will be carried out, and they have prepared such a safe way. What is better can't be imagined, so he just has to do his job. And by the way, that man from the east told him many things. The structure of his organization is kept in tight secrecy, and therefore the faces of the other brothers, and in particular the leadership, are known to few people, and later the master trusts him very much. And Ned began to understand that all the words of Adam turned out to be true. His sworn enemy, Cardinal Alden, was one of the leading figures of the diabolical cult, and maintained such close relations with the master that he was recommended for such an important mission. And one of them ruined the life of a person close to him with fraud, and the second had been deceiving him since childhood. And approaching the door with Adam, Ned saw a monster coming out of the corner and standing in his way. And angry, he struck it with all his might, saying that he would not forgive anyone for the treachery he was now experiencing, and he will destroy all the followers of the devil and of the Temple of Light, every one of them. But Adam, who was running ahead of him, began to notice that his companion was beginning to do foolish things, and began to tell him to run as fast as he could, because if they slowed down even for a second, then they would finish. But Ned was so angry that he now realized he couldn't contain his anger, and Adam, who was closer in front, though he understood what he was feeling. However, there was no time for mental delusions now. After all, there were only 15 seconds left until the end of the divine lot, and they had to approach the last door quickly. And now they were already approaching the main gate, but in front of them stood a terrifying monster that, by its presence alone, could inspire great fear in all who came here. And at the sight of this monster began to turn towards Adam and his companion, who with all his speed headed straight for him. At that terrible knight began to pull out his huge sword and point it towards our hero. And as soon as he began to swing it, his aura began to rise and this whole room began to plunge into darkness. But Adam started yelling at his partner to jump quickly, and as soon as that dark knight swung, the dark energy started flying towards Adam and his partner, and they didn't know where to go. But he jumped higher, and then realized that there was a place nearby where they could enter. And Ned, immediately after these words, also noticed this hole through which they could enter the last room. And Adam and his comrade jumped off the wall and began to run at full speed through the huge knight guarding the main door. And as soon as the system showed Adam that there was 1 second left for their divine fate, they were still able to enter this room and fell to the floor, or on the floor they began to catch their breath. After all, they fled for how long, and finally they will be able to stop at least a little. And at the same moment, Ned does not know what is more surprise or laughter in him. But now he cannot believe that they were able to get into the room of the main monster in this way. But looking around, Ned did not understand why there was no one, and where was the creature they came to look for. But suddenly they heard a strange voice asking them who they were, and he still felt the energy of the knight outside the door. But how could they get in and escape from him? And at that very moment, a vile princess appeared, and began to tell Adam and his companions that they had disturbed his dream, the dream of a representative of the royal family, and they must answer that they are like that. And at that moment, in another place, the boys began to say that the walls no longer moved, and that they had caught all the Shoggoths. And after these words, the nun began to tell them to gather everyone together and check if there were any survivors. And immediately after that, the other boys began to approach Lucius and ask their commander what his next action was. But Lucius only thought that the release had no effect, because the slave mark was a tattoo that the priests of the light put on the slaves, and with the help of a mark, they can subjugate themselves assault, for you did not understand why. Adam did not stop when ordered because he is the Son of God and can give orders from almost 1 kilometer away. And he really didn't have an Arabic terminal on him, or did he have something that could eliminate the effect of the tattoo? After all, immediately after the appearance of the Shoggoths, this guy started some strange mechanism, and the dungeon began to move, and all this indicated that among them, although there were no followers of the devil, his team was infiltrated, and he gathered a group of the most trusted people and slaves who were directly subordinate to them. I started to ask Arno what were the names of those 2 subordinates who escaped, and Arno began to answer that the one with the gray hair was called Hell, and the one in the red tunic was Ned. And Adam joined them on Ned's recommendation. and Ned served under Lord Matthias Eleusius, who heard this and could not believe his ears. After all, he looked directly at the back of Mr. Matthias, who was standing not far from him, and could not understand why he did so. But at that very moment, Matthias was only thinking about how those fools wore out their pants and ran away, creating such a mess. He had a chance to gain recognition from the evil sect and achieve success in the temple. And now, because of those two, his ideal plan is falling apart, and began to tell his brothers to stop the operation and for everyone to get ready. The real one behind him, one of the hunters, did not understand why, and Matthias turned his head with a bitter look on his face and answered, "Kill or be killed." After all, right behind him were the very serious guys, and Lucius began to ask Matthias if he didn't want to tell him anything. To which Matthias, with a smile on his face, replied that he didn't even know, and that they really needed to find out something. At that moment, something strange was happening inside the tomb of the vile princess, and Adam and his comrade looked at her and couldn't figure out if it was that monster or not. But Ned, looking at her, began to understand that it was the owner of the tomb, Princess Juridica, and he could not believe that the princess, 1,000 years ago, had arranged that cruel bloodshed. She turned out to be such a nice and sweet girl, and now it was obvious that that chronicle had lied to them, and a person with such a bright face simply could not do something so terrible, and it seemed that in vain they had dug in the tombs of the deceased in search of a dragon heart, which might not even be here. After all, he had a very sad look on his face, and Ned began to feel that right now he was willing to do anything, just to soothe his sadness and make him start feeling happy. But at that very moment, as soon as he stepped, the Adam next to him started to grab him by his clothes and thus keep him on his feet, because he was simply falling into the trap he had prepared. And after that, Adam began to tell his friend that he was stupid, and that how could he have fallen for such a cheap trick, and it seems that he was a little changed due to the betrayal of the master. But Ned saw immediately that there was a magic circle under his feet, and that it was a trap, and if they had stepped on it, they would have just died. And immediately after that, the atmosphere inside this room changed, and a terrifying aura began to emanate from the vile princess, and she began to say that it was a pity. And this was a great opportunity to catch them. The real Adam in front of her began to understand that now she would try to attack them, and at the same moment there, a cute little girl started to turn into a huge monster several meters tall. And immediately after that, she started screaming at our hero and his comrade to quickly say goodbye to their lives. After all, the aura emanating from her seemed to have enveloped the entire room, and now there was nowhere to go, and the only thing left was to fight her. As soon as Ned came to his senses, Adam began to tell the heartbroken romantic to watch, because she was his love. But his comrade replied that the illusion was already gone, and to shut his mouth. And immediately after that, the princess started attacking them. Adam and his comrades started jumping in different directions, and the red hand stole the physical resources of the body, and the blue magical energy and jurisprudence can create several hundred such hands at once. And according to the report on this raid, which he managed to skim through in a past life, many members of the team were unable to cope with his ability and became something like flammable vessels for legal matters. And in the end, Lucius barely survived, but still retained the victory over the princess, endlessly regaining his strength at the expense of other fighters. And Adam also felt this look, a gaze colder than an icy river, a gaze that wants him dead, and the iron wall skill he received from the god of debt and fatigue, and the damage received during the use of the skill accumulates in the form of debt, and the moment the user's magic energy level is completely depleted, the full amount is returned to the user. And at the same time, in another place, there were two teams, as they say, good and evil, and Lucius began to ask Matthias why he was trying to disrupt their operations, and when he had already managed to unite with the other side. And Matthias began to understand that the face is no fool, and first those monsters, then a slave who is not affected by the mark, and with such clues he couldn't help but understand that he just wants to interrogate him to make sure of his conjectures. And Matthias began to understand that he could not escape even with the help of the slaves, and he did not know how the structure of the dungeon had changed. And even if he managed to escape, he had failed in such an important mission and had returned empty-handed. The leadership of the evil sect would finish him off. The only thing left for him to do was to finish them off. To survive, he had to kill Lucius here and now. And Matthias began to answer Lucius about what he asked him when. And is this really what you are so concerned about? After all, his fate is shit, and the Son of God, armed with legendary level items, the chief healer and another group of combat priests, and he has to wipe them all out without the Shoguts and the princess. Although there was still a way out, because they only take Matthias as an enemy. But on their side, the brothers went unnoticed, and Matthias understood that if they reached the gaps in their defenses, there would be a chance. And at the same moment, Matthias began to show with his hand to the other slaves standing behind him that by Order 3 all of them were to drink elixirs, was a medicinal tincture, a special elixir, provided by the leadership of the followers of the devil cult, and helps to temporarily remove the effect of the Arabian stigma. And Matthias began to say that they would arrange a duel according to the laws of honor, and if he wins, he will tell everything he wants to know. But however, if he wins, then Lucius will no longer know anything, and will have to accept his defeat with pride and die. And as soon as Matthias began to show his last finger to the slaves behind him, Lucius began to tell the whole squad to get ready. And they attacked Matthias, and at the same moment the mark of a slave, which was a tattoo that was filled by the priests of light. On the body of the slaves, with the help of a mark, the priests obeyed, and forcibly carried out the orders of the bearers of the tattoo. Matthias at that moment realized that he was late, and immediately behind his back a bottle of elixir began to fall to the ground, and the slaves who obeyed Matthias began to draw their weapons and to say that they could not control him, and that they were not doing it of their own free will. But Matthias, who turned his head, began to understand that they were the same despicable scum, and the people standing up began to say that the order of the Son of God is on the same level with his testimony of the Pope. As long as his order is in force, the slaves do not obey other priests. If they do not kill them, they will continue to attack. And lowering his head, Lucio began to tell Matthias that he was very sorry. And although they have been friends since childhood, and fortunately since they entered the academy, now they are 32 years old, and they went through many hardships together, and they were so close that they could understand each other without words. And Lucius can't believe that he stuck a knife in her back. And first he will destroy all the traps that he has set here. And literally a few minutes later, many slaves who drew their swords against Matthias lay dead on the ground. And at that moment an insect began to crawl out of his mouth. It was a stigma insect that parasitizes in the stomachs of the devil. The devil's worshippers and followers are so heavily whipped because of the physical strengthening effect of this insect. Not in the human body, but in the shell of a beetle, and the devil's followers received the abilities of both minions and priests, and this in spite of the rule that slaves and priests can only possess a divine mark. And Lucius, who was at his side, began to tell his old friend Mathis that he had fallen, although the latter believed him, and entrusted him with the selection of the slaves. And who would have thought that all these slaves would turn out to be daring followers? Observing the whole situation, one of the captains began to think that at least, sir, Matthias is strong, no doubt. It won't take him half a minute to take on 36 slaves. However, his commander Lucius is even stronger. And Matthias, who lay bound with a huge chain, began to think about the fact that he suspected it would not be easy, but he did not understand that it would be so difficult. And Matthias never managed to hit Lucius with his sword, and he couldn't understand if there really was such a big difference between them, as if the difference between a son and the fallen of God, and the bonds of this destiny were forged by the Heavenly Father himself. But at that moment something strange began to happen to Matthias, and he began to lower his head, and at the same time he pulled something strange out of his mouth, a strange vial with a symbol of a diabolical cult. But Lucio started to ask him because he wanted to hear the reason for his betrayal. But Matthias began to raise his head and say that Lucius still didn't understand, and since he was so interested, then he should put his goddess to the test. Then he should put his goddess by his side and demand answers from her. And at the same moment he began to bite the vial he had in his mouth. And at the same moment, Matthias was able to free himself from the shackles that held him and began to scream at the top of his lungs. I am the secret weapon of the devil's followers given to him by his mentor. It combines the stone of the apocalypse with the mark of an insect, turning a person into a demon. And the mentor told him to use it only at the last moment, and that after using the stone, it would not be possible to become human again. And Matthias began to tell Lucius that everything that belonged to him should have been his from the beginning. And if a person is destined to be under the power of God, he cannot resist this, and has nothing to make him cling to human life. But Lucius, seeing that Matthias was able to transform into a demonic form, began to shout to his companions to attack him, because after the transformation the power is not controlled. And at the same moment, other priests began to use it. The goddess to shed light on her children, and the ability they activated was the light of war, which significantly increased the ability of the allies and increased physical strength and endurance. The defensive magical energy, the healing abilities, and the effect of light by 120%. And huge beams of light immediately began to fly at Matthias, but he pulled out his huge paw and began to say that it was useless. After all, with the help of the incredible power he possessed, he was able to stop the enemy's attack. But suddenly he saw that Lucius, immediately after that attack, began to run straight towards him. And at that very moment there was a huge explosion, and the rest of the soldiers who were behind began to be surprised at such an enormous force, and that their commander began to fight with all his strength. At the same moment they were surprised by what they saw. Although Matthias was able to stop Lucio's attack by simply raising his hand, he blocked his attack, and the rest of the soldiers began to understand that the commander's attack had no effect, and that they had to help him, but they did not understand how. After all, if an object of legendary quality did not pass against the enemy, then what kind of test of objects of lesser quality? But suddenly the nun began to understand that there was definitely a way out, because there was another legendary item of faith. And she began to remember the words of Lucius when he told her that he entrusted her with this, and that she should use it for something more than wedge the doors of the monster's room, but also in other unforeseen circumstances. And the stake of faith is in the subspace storage. And then he realized that if he used this weapon together with the commander's attack, his chances of victory would increase. But as soon as he wanted to take it out of the space case, he realized that the faith stake was missing. And a little earlier it had been stolen by Ned. And at that moment, when Adam was fighting the evil princess, Ned was holding this case in his hands. He couldn't believe that Adam would think of using this thing, and it rang. Certainly not chivalrous, but the plan was great. But without giving up the fight against this huge monster, Adam and his partner began to fend off its attack. After all, Ned began to remember Adam's words, that when they jumped to the side, then everything is as Adam said. This skill disappears if you dodge for 15 seconds and use Shirokov flank attacks all the time, will not work. And due to the fact that magical abilities use all the capabilities of the brain, using powerful spells several times in a row can simply melt the head, and serious sorcery should be diluted with simple magic to unload the body. But even with sharp equipment, you can quickly reach the lethal limit. Therefore, it is better not to forget about this rule. And they began to understand that they needed to attack him right now. And jumping in different directions, they began to execute the plan in actions, 1 step back and 3 steps forward. And after that, they should jump. And at the same time, using their incredible strength, they began to flank the terrible monster. And even knowing the future, he is still unable to predict absolutely every move of the enemy. And used the Sword of Sunsets. This is a demonic sword with a powerful aura. The power of darkness and light, depending on the magic of the owner, the best weapon that a person who is not a priest can use. Adam began to strike and cut that monster with all his strength. And in this matter, the important thing is what he packed. And if there are enough items, and if he has found comrades he can trust, and if he has the strength and the spirit of endurance not to hesitate. And if he will be able to get out of even the worst situation, if he did everything depends on him, and he was hit with all his might by hell, and started to use the light sword technique in the real shooting range of the dragon ascending to heaven. And in an instant, he was able to cut off the head of that huge creature. But suddenly something strange began to happen. Something else began to appear from that cut place, and Adan and his companion realized that this was not the end. And then something transformed the creature, but the one in hell understood that this was exactly what he expected from it. And seeing how that huge creature began to gather enormous power around it, he began to tell his companion that he had been waiting for this moment. His friend Ned told him that he already knew what he had to do, and jumping up he began to fly straight towards the terrifying creature in front of him, and began to remember Adam's words to him earlier, that it is clear that even if you defeat that monster with everything you have, it is beyond your capabilities to neutralize it completely. If you destroy the bridge, its head will take a second form, and after that, it will only get stronger. However, there is a moment during the video change process when the monster cannot use abilities or move, and they will wait for that exact moment. And at the same moment, Ned started to reach under the space box in which there was a legendary weapon, and having pulled it out completely, he started to attack with it and shot directly at that huge creature. It was a faith-level legendary item that reacted to the energy of an unholy creature and independently released a powerful holy power. And at the same moment, this huge creature began to experience enormous pain. And as soon as the outcome of the battle was clear, Adam began to fly towards that creature and attack it with his sword. After all, most of the damage was caused by the stake of faith, and at this moment they are required to help with the balls so that this creature does not pull the stake out of itself. And although the stake of faith has a legendary level, the holy power it possesses has its limit. Having exhausted the holy power, the stake will become nothing more than a heavy piece of iron. And hell thinks that Lucius, who lent this thing to the Pope for a decent amount of money, was not going to use it for an attack. However, smiling Adam understood that it wasn't his money, so he didn't care. And soon the coal of faith stopped working, and this meant that the weapon detected and neutralized the enemy. And throwing down his sword, Adam realized that because of this stubborn creature, they could not even take a break, and the prepared weapon had already lost all the effect of the holy magic. But even if you remember who your opponent is, I do not spend so much. And drinking the magic elixir that restored the lost Manu, Adam thought about how Lucius was. If Matthias had already become a demon, then it wouldn't be easy for them. But he understood that with the strong support of the goddess of light, he wouldn't just die this time. However, even if it did, it would still be the same. And at that moment, Adam's companion began to look at the monster he had not just defeated. And noticing this, Adam began to tell Ned that it was not necessary, and that this creature could not be reborn in this state. And if they finish him off completely, the door will open, and the guard will lead them here. And first they must quickly find the dragon's heart. And throwing a healing potion to his companion, Adam began to tell him to take it just in case. After all, you never know what kind of crap will happen during the search. And turning around, Adam started to walk away. But Ned, standing in the same place, began to think that the Lord of the Land, which is called one of the great dilemmas of the world, was defeated by only 2 people, and this is just nonsense. And of course he's not a wimp either. But he can't do this. And all this is purely thanks to Adam's efforts and strategy. And this is beyond the bounds of surprise and suspicion, and the feeling that he simply foresaw all of this. But at the same moment, Adam and his companion heard a huge noise. They began to turn their heads towards the huge door behind them, and as soon as they turned, they saw someone knocking on the huge door. It was the gentleman guarding the entrance, and he started to push the door with all his might, and he was making very loud and frightening sounds. And at the same time, through the crack of the door began to pass a dark energy, which rushed straight towards the vile queen, who was badly wounded and lying on the floor. And as soon as he felt this, Manu began to speak. Georges, her knight, once again assisted her, and at the same moment, she was enveloped in a very frightening and dark energy, and began to be reborn. And Adam and his comrade, who were standing next to her, could not understand what was going on here. And Adam began to remember that this was not in Lucius's report of the dungeon raid from a past life, and it turns out that because they came in here without killing the guardian, unlike Lucius, the future changed. And at the same moment, the third phase of that monster began to appear. and as soon as she was fully reanimated, she turned her head towards the divine weapon that killed her last time. And raising her hand, she began to use magic to push that sword away. And at the same moment, a space appeared underneath this ball and began to sink deep. And immediately after that, she began to turn her gaze towards Adam and his comrade, who were standing near the front door. But before she had time to turn her head, Adam and his comrade were already close to her and started swinging their arms to destroy her new form. But as they swung, they didn't realize that something wasn't going according to plan. As if they hadn't been hit, they passed her by the sword and realized that it was the same ancient space-bending magic ability. Ancient space-bending magic. And immediately after this attack, Ned began to notice that a strange pentagram had appeared under his feet. He jumped to the side and immediately huge roots with large thorns began to grow out of it. And as soon as Ned raised his head, he saw the thing rushing towards him. After all, it was very fast, even faster than the last time. But Adam, who was behind it, didn't want to let it go just like that and, reaching up, began to grab it with his spider's web. It was the Queen Spider's web, and with this ability, he managed to grab her and started to pull her away from his comrade. And Adam started to pull her with all his strength to make her change to him, because now he had to come out with something new to defeat her. And at the same moment, Adam started to use his basic method of controlling the amplification energy. He threw that monster aside with all his might, and began to prepare to fight her with all his might. After all, as a form of protection, the curvature of space has proven to be excellent, but due to the fact that everything around it is distorted, the caster's own attacks can't get through it either. This means that at the moment when the Jew is about to attack, he will have the opportunity to strike back. And at the very moment the princess was preparing to attack them, with one of her fumes, she saw Ned flying straight at her, and as soon as he swung, he was able to deliver a good attack. And as soon as he began to realize that his attack was working, something happened. Suddenly something happened that he couldn't even imagine, and he looked down. He saw that he had been wounded by a very strong attack, due to which he began to bleed. And the one that was able to hurt Ned was called Black Mirror. It is ancient magic that reflects the damage received. Depending on the skill of the caster, the reflected damage can increase up to 3 times. He waved his hand, began to use another of his dark techniques, Dark Hand, and Ned at the same moment began to experience terrible pain throughout his body. But at the same time, appeared the fist of our hero, approaching at great speed and with full force straight towards the princess. And after that there was a strong blow, or rather several blows, and Adam continued to hit the vile princess from all sides. But he realized that this was not enough and began to use his thunder ability. And hitting the vile princess with all his might, she began to fly off to the side. And immediately after, Ella dropped down and started to counterattack. But Adam, with the help of his ability, started to aim directly at her hand, and thus blocked the energy pathways going to her fingertips. And with the help of his oriental technique, blocking the veins through which mana flows, he weakened the enemy, and with its help it is impossible to inflict damage equal to that of a melee blow, or a blow with a sword, but with the help of precise movements, it is possible to interfere with opponents. And after numerous strikes, Adam began to understand that the power of her magic flow was incredible, and he would not expect anything else from a great mage. And if he had not had the knowledge to use this technique, he would not have had the opportunity to block her magic veins. And he didn't expect the daily battles with Altair to benefit him. And at that very moment the vile princess began to retreat, but Adam, with the help of his web skill, was able to catch her. And as soon as he saw that the web was securely attached to her body, he began to pull her backwards at full speed. And as soon as she flew towards him, he hit her in the chest with all his might, which caused her to start screaming at the top of her lungs across the room. But that wasn't the end of it. Adam began to use the item he bought from White Roses. Enchanted rosaries are ancient rosary beads that contain something per bead. The Chromium of Light spell can be used by anyone, but a second use of the same spell was impossible. And as soon as he had the rosary beads in his hand, he started firing them directly at the vile princess in front of him. And he also fired them at his comrade lying nearby, and he was glad that thanks to this he would definitely not die. But suddenly there was a loud bang, and Adam began to feel an incredible pain in his body. And the blow will be appreciated. Adam began to fly towards the nearest walls, and as soon as he flew towards it, crashing, he stayed in the hole that he himself had made. And as soon as Adam crashed into the wall, he began to understand that the princess was very offended, and in just a second he freed himself from the magic block. And immediately after that, Adam's hands and his whole body began to be bound by thorny vines. And Adam lost his sight and saw that the princess below him began to summon huge fireballs with the help of her magic. And then he realized that once again he had gotten himself into something terrible, and not a moment had passed when the vile princess began to use her ability and attack Adam, and there was a loud explosion of her magic. But at the same time, the sound of a day breaking was heard in the temple, and the white rose lost the teacup, which broke under her feet, and another nun at that moment entered the room and began to ask her if she was all right, to which the white rose replied that everything was fine. She remained thoughtful for a second, but as she began to pick up the fragments of the broken cup, White Rose began to feel something. After all, she didn't understand what it could be. She began to think about her client, and if everything was all right with him, and if he was using the objects she had given him. But for some reason she was uneasy. She began to think that maybe the rosary she gave him might be able to charge them with more healing power. But the currents she gave him were destroyed, and his bloody hand lay on the floor. And little by little Adam began to come to his senses after the terrifying attack carried out by the vile princess. But when he saw his companion lying unconscious, Adam realized that this was a very bad scenario as the momentum was lost, and this only played in favor of that monster. And it was funny that one of the big 8 insoluble, and before he was reborn, he could finish off that creature because to him it was like 2 fingers. But now he feels his helplessness to the core. And he spent all the objects. His weapon was no longer useful for the battle, and he began to think about what else he had left. Were they brought from the gods that look like candy? In reality, it's all crap, and that bastard definitely decided to ruin everything for him and a good half of the sacred animals known to man. So it looks like his own grave if he suddenly opens it incorrectly. Curtain. And although he was lucky not to have any penalty damage, he had already decided on what he wanted to spend the remaining 2 charges, using them and defeating them somewhere else. Regret and despair will be predetermined after an incredible decision. The best appetizer for the gods. And the fact that the gods gave him this was not at all good-natured and not a gift. It was just for the sake of God's teeth. But for them to look at this spectacle and smile up there. And those chains they hung around his neck amused them. They liked the way he writhes around looking for at least a grain of hope. If Adam has to die here, then all his exploits will be snuff, and he will cast out the end that was not expected. And as soon as he drew that sign with his blood, a bright light appeared and illuminated this whole dark room. And the goddess of light, who stood in front of the bloodied Adam, began to ask him how to understand this, and he was to explain how a person knows this blasphemous sign. Adam smiled because he understood that a great fish had taken his bait, proof of the shameful loss of the gods in the past, and that was all he knew of this symbol. The gods never imposed a ban on him, so he will inevitably receive punishment for representing this sign. The celestial letter is instant death, because whoever violates the divine prohibition is one of the vile rules. As soon as he finishes drawing, he will be a corpse. And the angel who descended from heaven stood before the gravely wounded Adam and looked at him with incomprehension. But Adam, raising his head, began to realize that he did not feel the magic strokes of jurisprudence. And I realized that the angel had put up a barrier, and it was good because during this time he would recover his strength. And at that very moment the angel began to say that he demanded an explanation of how he knew that blasphemous sign. But Adam began to reply that it was somehow strange that a superior creature with a high spiritual rank could not penetrate into the world of lower beings. These are vile rules for your information, and how did you get here? Did Adam really forget that it was she who sent him into the past? An angel who has a connection with a lower being is given the right to visit the lower world. and she allowed him to break the order of the answers, but there would not be a second time, and asked him again how he knew this offensive sign. But Adam answered with only one word, which is why the angel in front of him could not understand what he was saying. But Adam went on and told him that if he was so interested, he should be so kind as to transfer the coin to his cash register first. But the angel was perplexed. He began to ask Adam, "Are you crazy?" And at that very moment he became incredibly angry, and a huge beam of light began to manifest its power, enveloping his body, and a huge wind arose in this room. But Adam suddenly began to realize that he couldn't move his fingertips, and was this really an angelic ability? To which he began to answer so that he did not flatter himself, and although he attracted the interest of the gods, he is still not a saint and certainly not an angel. And because he drew this symbol, many gods got angry, and from time to time they discuss a way to kill him. And he is the ignorance that surpassed morality. And immediately after that, Adam told him to kill him. But the angel could not understand what he was talking about, and Adam went on to say that if she trusts him to deal with the problems that will start immediately after this, then of course, she has the right to do so. After all, if you understand the reverse side of the clues that the gods gave her, then it is clear that each of them wants something. Perhaps some god said that gives him a double sword, and he fights cheerfully and dies. And the fact that they do not need a suicide, and the fact that they will give him great power, he will become their own. A slave, and those who want to see him in the ranks of his legion just do not let his soul go to the god of death, and such a conflict is not beneficial to two people. And so they urgently sent an angel without letting him finish drawing this sign and this angel. I started asking what the hell he needed, and began to tell him to give him more after all on his privileges. He won't last any longer, and it will be more fun if he dies now. And standing up, Adam started shouting that if the gods hear, if he dies they will get nothing. And what will be fun? They will watch and enjoy, and there will be no such luck. If they let him die now, then no one else will distinguish them like him. So they must make bets now, and he is giving them this opportunity now. And at the very moment of the battle, they began to decide the fate of Adam, and all those who were watching began to make their decisions. And the last thing I observed, the goddess of light began to think how interesting it was. And at the same moment, a bright light began to shine across the room, directing its radiance directly at Adam. And as soon as Adam raised his head, he realized that this was what he wanted. And the angel next to him began to ask the wretches why that was his will. And immediately after this bright light, something changed in this room, and no one could say exactly what for sure. But now it will definitely become clear. And the vile princess, looking at the bright light, didn't understand where it came from and what was happening here, because she just destroyed everyone in this room. But what is happening now? And looking closely at the bright light shining directly into her eyes, she began to see the forces coming out of the distance. And as soon as the dust settled, the silhouette of a man was visible, and began to come out directly at her with words, and told her that she really had to wait, my friend, because now the real battle would begin. And at the same moment the vile queen began to smile horribly, because she liked this result that she would continue to fight. And as soon as she used her huge magic and her big magic hands started to fly towards Adam, who is standing in the same place and sees how a huge force is approaching him. And if he was an ordinary person, he would simply die of a blow. Moreover, that silhouette that could be seen from afar was of terrifying power, and he saw it swing its arms to attack. But with a swift wave of his hand, he shook his hell and was able to destroy half of its body. And after that, the Inferno began to cut off all of his huge jigsaw puzzles that were rushing towards him. But raising his hand, Adam began to use a huge sword of light. It was a sacred object. Those who do not have the right to use this ball are burned when they raise it, and now the restriction has been lifted under special conditions. And the goddess Arya, one of the three highest deities, looked at Adam and started laughing very loudly and said that he was a happy and funny little man, and that she did not know what he was really worth. I am that sword. Now he and she will give him the best artifacts from her treasury. And the other god started yelling at the goddess of light what she was doing, And how could she allow a person to use a sacred artifact? But the goddess of light replied that she didn't really care because it wasn't from her collection. And the sky god, one of the three highest deities, also intervened in the conversation and began to say that he, as one of the three, also believed that Adam should live. Therefore, he is suspicious that the god of death, who has never meddled in the human world, has suddenly taken an interest in this man, and until he finds out what he intends, he will not hand him over to him. And at the same moment, Adam began to attack the vile princess with his divine sword. But noticing this, she began to bend space, wanting to avoid a fatal blow in his direction. And although she thought she could escape, Adam thought otherwise, and swinging his huge sword, he cut her big head into several pieces. And finally, Adam decided to tell her to let his plant be big. Mao, she won't be able to protect herself from the sacred object with the help of human magic. And activating his sword, Adam began to summon a huge bright light that hit the forecast princess with all its might. And immediately afterwards, the dark energy that enveloped the vile princess began to disappear, and the natural appearance that was originally in this princess began to appear, and she was completely white. Although her eyes glowed red, she began to look at Adam, who approached her and began to hold her on his lap and ask her whether she had woken up or not. And at the same time, she thought of Jericho, a spell that, together with a powerful holy attack, has the effect of cleansing a high-level curse, and did not expect that she could use it. But thanks to this, she managed to completely dispel the curse of jurisprudence. And looking at her, Adam eventually realized that this was her true appearance. But suddenly the lawyer began to reply that she thought she was dreaming a nightmare, and so long and terrible. And having come to her senses, she began to ask Adam who he was and how he could save her from suffering. To which our hero replied that his name is Adam, and that he is her follower, one of the 12 heroes, princess of the law. And at that very moment she began to remember her past and how one of the knights brought her the heart of the black dragon Caesarus, and he began to ask her to accept it as a gift. To which she replied that she had done a titanic job, Knight Yorkius, and what else. He could address her simply by her name, and began to ask her if she wanted to say anything to him after the victory over Caesarus. And the knight took off his helmet and began to kiss the young princess. And at that moment they believed that all would be well, that everything would be all right, but how stupid it was. And on the top floor of this dormitory there is a certain magic circle that contains a real treasure, the tree of life of the elves. He needed the crumbs here to lift the curse that was never put on the dragon's heart, and took it thanks to the ancient power. He kept his life for a whole millennium using elven magic and managed to cleanse the dragon's heart. But in return, he lost his human appearance, and finally began to tell Adam that it was her comrade who helped her find her way back, and she doesn't even know how to thank him. After all, the end of her briefly prolonged life was already near, and her body was glowing beyond all conceivable limits, and she had almost no time left. But she suddenly decided to ask Adam why they needed a dragon heart, to which he, with a tired look on his face lowering his head, began to say that it was too long a story, and that they needed to speed up now. To which she touched her hand to the palm of his and began to say that she was only joking with her memory, and at the same moment the contract of skill took place. The exceptional skill of jurisprudence allows you to read the feeling and the memory of the one whom it touches. And she began to see these huge creatures that descended to earth and began to destroy all living things, and how Adam fought against the god of monsters and was finally defeated, and how he found himself in a strange place where an angel came to him and reached out to him and allowed him to be reborn again. She saw everything and everyone and different portals and everything else. Adam's whole life flashed before her eyes in a matter of seconds. And at that moment, as she watched all that past, Lucius's battle against his former comrade was taking place in the same temple. And Matthias began to tell Lucius that with his face he found it very amusing to fight with him. And the pilots, taking all the blows, began to understand that even with the help of Arno, such an opponent was too tough for him. He still didn't understand that it was such an anomaly, that with every contact the enhancing spell remitted. But Matthias was very happy to have acquired such an indescribable power, and to have such a feeling of power, all the wielders, and only he enjoyed all this. But Lucius, who was in front of him, did not want to listen to this nonsense, and began to attack him with the help of his ability World Fire, the fire of the world, which enveloped him completely and utterly, and it seemed that Matthias should have been burned alive. After all, huge tongues of flame began to burn everything in their radius, and even some soldiers were attacked, but they managed to escape only after suffering a little. And the healer and the nun who were watching this battle began to think that they were completely trapped with this blind attack devourer, and there was no way they could go into battle. And the priest who was standing behind them thought that this was very wonderful, because those who were watching this whole battle understood that this was the power that the devil's followers were looking for. And smiling sinisterly, he realized that he had to guess the moment when the priests would relax their vigilance. I won't be able to kill several souls, and if they manage to get close to the chief healer or the commander of the vanguard, then maybe he, like Matthias, can get the stone of revelation. Drawing his sword, that ominous priest began to whisper under his breath that they would die. In the name of his religion, there is nothing personal here. But as soon as he began to approach them, a strange aura began to surround him close to his body, and he could not understand what was happening to him, because right now, everything was normal, and at the same moment some huge creatures started to come out of the priests behind him. And as soon as the chief healer turned his head to see what kind of Greeks were there, he realized that among the priests, there were many followers of the devil. But still they died due to the fact that Matthias started to use his exceptional ability of demonic Eichel creature collection, and he was able to take the insect energy of the devil followers located nearby and started to tell them that his brothers, he was grateful to them for giving him their powers, and he uses their meaningless lives in the name of a great purpose. And as soon as Lucius saw this, he began to realize that this was a very dangerous spell, and began to shout to his companions for everyone to use the available defensive abilities. And after a few seconds, a huge bright red fire started to appear everywhere, and most of the priests said goodbye to their lives. But Lucius, who covered himself and the rest with a shield, were still able to defend themselves from such a terrifying attack. But there were still many of those victims, and all of them began to be burned in a fraction of an instant. Lucius, who was watching all this, could not believe that such a huge power existed, and he began to shout at Matthias to stop these evils and calm down, because now they would all die together. Well, these words enraged Matthias even more, and he began to repeat word after word the atrocities, and to answer Lucius so that he would not even dare to tell him about the atrocities, and remembering the past about what they said would happen. It can't be that Lucius received stigmata, and, besides, he never claimed the san of the Son of God and the teenagers. They train until they are 15, and then they compete for the right to stigmata, and this is the oldest tradition. No matter how it is, he already has stigmata, and Matthias thought about what would happen to him then, because from the beginning he claimed the right to be called Son of God, and some people thought that Matthias would become the Son of God because some people invested a lot of money in his family, and now this is a scam. And really, the goddess has fooled everyone around her finger, and be that as it may, they need to quickly return all the money invested in the makeup family. God's fort receives stigmata. The era of disasters and destruction begins, which means that the Temple of Light returns to the hot days. And what did his father do after that? As he was chosen as the Son of God, he deceived his people. Carrying out said that they could survive the apocalypse by receiving his useless blessing and trade with these blessings, helping the believers' funds, and successfully settling his position. And he keeps shouting to Lucius that at least he knows how many people have lost everything because of him, how many have resolved their lives. His family is swindlers, and no, they are worse and not murderers. If this is not a crime, then what is? The Temple of Light at first just turned a blind eye to his machinations, but soon they were completely united with his family and committed so many terrible things that he did not take any responsibility. And the Temple of Light, this is the true evil that needs to be eradicated from this evil land. And at the same time, the young princess took her hand away from Adam's hand And suddenly she realized that such a future could await them in the future, and decided to ask Adam why he lived like that, because it is so sad. But Adam, emptying his head, began to think about how he should respond to such words, and soon realized what he had to say, and began to explain that the demon invasion she was trying to prevent would begin in a few years. But this time she wants to win and does not want to suffer another defeat. Therefore, he has a request for her. I remember the words he told his partner, that the dragon heart power can only be captured with the help of a special ritual if you do not follow everyone. His heart would simply kill the owner, and he himself is not capable of such a thing, but he knows a person who can help with this. I desperately thought of doing everything another way, but since there are legal circumstances nearby, she is changing, she is experienced, she will do a much better job, and she is a great magician of the law. Once she already mated a dragon heart with Georgius, the first dragon slayer, and he began to ask her to do it now for him. But the lawyer sighed heavily and began to say she was sorry because she would not be able to fulfill his request. And horror appeared on Adam's face because he didn't understand what she had just said. About 1,000 years ago, the world was on the brink of total destruction. The strongest of the 7 dragons, the Kaiseros, set most of the world on fire, and the Koisaras. He was never one of the 12 heroes who fought the demons, but the insidious curse deprived him of his mind, drowning the protagonist in his own madness. And death began to drown the earth on both sides of the remaining worthy Basil Kaisaris. Princess Juridica and the knight Yorguis and the golden dragon, who sided with the people in 11, the heroes had to enter into a fierce battle with their former comrade to protect and preserve the peace. And after a long confrontation between the heroes and the black dragon, the knight struck the black dragon and asked him to forgive him for what he was doing now. And in a moment, Yorgius's blow closed Koisarasu's eyes forever. And Adam began to tell the princess that the events that were happening in her era were unfolding only because of the demons who called her world a devil, and about the inviolable rule that the gods cannot descend to the land of the worlds except those that belong to them. But one of the gods violated this rule, and this was the devil Tartarus. His ability to summon demons of all kinds allowed him to infiltrate the human abode. And those devil fanatics who helped Tartarus in this founded the devil cult, and are now preparing a springboard for the next coming of the devil from the underworld, and their goal was the same as yours now. After all, Adam knows that she understood seeing her memories and aristocrats and priests to so many. Influential people did not care about their world. They cared only about the jingle of coins in their wallets and pockets, and greed pushed them into collusion with the followers of the cult, and their indifference bought resistance. The only warrior who stood up to the tyranny of Tartarus were his comrades, and returned to the past not for a good life, but only to fight again and preserve the victory. And Princess Juridica, the strongest mage in the history of mankind, who led a detachment of 12 heroes and convinced them to fight side by side against a common enemy, Adam began to ask her, for her to give him the strength to protect his home. But Princess Law looked directly into Adam's eyes and began to understand that they were so different. But why were they so alike? And remembering the past and that conversation with her knight, who told her that in a few years, she and the golden dragon lifted the curse of the dragon's heart and performed the fusion ritual many times, and he is fine, and on the contrary, he feels confident. And the remnants of the demon army that fled into the desert. The red dragon, foaming at the mouth, looks greedily at the land of the people and have the power to protect the light. But the princess did not quite understand what he meant, to which Georgius told her that he only wanted to give his daughter a world without war. Give his daughter a world without war, and she must believe in him because he is willing to connect with the heart. And soon after, something strange began to happen to Georgius. A terrifying energy began to emerge from him. And the princess, looking at all this, could not understand what was happening, and the maid told her to be careful, because it was very dangerous. And finally Georgius, maddened by such a terrible power, began to lose his mind and to become a monster. And the princess, seeing this, understood that this was the Tagenaria that Kaisaris had when he lost his head. This was a demonic curse, And at the same moment the golden dragon started to appear when the princess said that she had cleansed her heart of dirt. But why is this happening? And the golden dragon cast some magic and created the illusion of dispelling the dark spells, and had fun pretending to be his comrades. But he was entrusted with an important mission. And waving his hand near the princess, a strong magic began to appear that hindered her movements. And the golden dragon began to fulfill the mission that was imposed on him, and used his dragon language ability. This exceptional dragon ability imposes silence, and began to say that the princess will close her mouth forever, and that secret she learned will never be heard by anyone ever again. And as soon as she regained her strength, the golden dragon began to say that it was a pity, and that if she had not hunted the dragon's heart, you and your daughter would have been able to spend happily the years of life allotted to you. And her skill is impressive, and she flawlessly performed the ritual on Georges and the Cursed Heart. And now you will see how your husband, with the help of unlimited power, destroys all living beings. Because now he has become such a terrible monster that everyone who looks at him will immediately experience all his horror and cruelty. And drawing his sword from the earth, he began to show his incredible power. And the princess who stood beside him could not say a word, because the effect of silence had been imposed on her. But in her eyes, one could see that deep in her soul she was screaming very loudly with rage and hatred for the golden dragon. And now the princess went on to explain to Adam that with her own hands she tore the dragon's heart out of George's chest. And since then a whole millennium has passed along with the cleansing of the curse. She has been waiting for a hero to whom she can transfer the dragon heart. And she knew that Adam had earned the right to this, but his case was not ready for the ritual. He would be torn apart or paralyzed forever. There was no way he would be strengthened with the help of potent poisons if he didn't take a break of several months. His energy points would be confused, and the 7 poisons Jagan and Belial can only be used with a low level of training, and it can be said that I use all the methods of rapid growth. However, there is still a chance of success. To which the princess replied that it seems she is thinking of taking advantage of divine luck. If there is at least a chance of getting a better result, then with the help of luck, it can absolutely be done. However, she miscalculated, and divine luck will be needed more than once. But Adam could not understand what she meant, and at that very moment he was surprised at what he saw. As a lawyer wanted to tell him something important, but at that very moment, a spell appeared on his neck that prevented him from saying a word. And realizing this, Adam began to ask the lawyer if everything was all right with her, but she only remembered that even though 1,000 years had passed, the dragon's tongue still held her. But she won't hold on this time, and even if the spell won't let her talk about it, she can still pass on knowledge. And approaching Adam began to say that at that moment, he will have to choose between the person he loves most and another, and he must take all his artifacts and become stronger. And only after that she and the tomb will be able to leave and escape the conflict. But if he needs a dragon heart in his chest right now, then he must take into account all the dangers. After all, the red dragon, blue dragon, ice dragon, green dragon will have to kill all 4 dragons within a year, and only 1 more year of time is not given. And asked Adam for the last time if he could do it. But Adam, in the same turn, continued to listen to her. But suddenly she answered, "Is it possible that according to her, he is a weakling? After all, 1 year is more than enough time to kill 4 dragons." And holding out her hand to him, she told him that she promised him, and that she would show him the world in which she and Georges wanted to raise their daughter. And 6 months will be enough for him, and she will be able to entrust him with this mission, and see him on the other side of the mortal abyss. And at the same moment the lawyer thought she understood. After all, for her it was an unbearable burden, and now she was beginning to feel a strong pacifying calm. But she was so saddened by the fact that she was entrusting a mission that she would not be able to complete then. And at the same moment the castle started to collapse towards me, and the dragon heart appeared from the huge shackles of binding began to take that heart directly into the hands of justice. And suddenly Adam, upon seeing this, realized that this was the very heart of the dragon Kaisares. And the princess of the law, who held it in her hands, told Adam that this was the determination worthy of a hero. and raising her air, the lawyer said that she would now begin preparations, and the hell that lay nearby was ready to accept this mighty heart, and with its help could destroy all its enemies. But the dragon heart that lay in the hands of the princess and Adam's determination deserved respect to become a new hero. And the princess of the law decided it was time to begin. And at that very moment, Adam activated his divine luck ability, and for a while it endowed him with incredible luck. And lying on the ground, he saw a bright light in front of him, and the princess holding the dragon heart above her head. But suddenly, Adam found himself in a strange place and did not understand what it was because there was nothing to be seen there, only darkness. But he soon realized that it was inside his consciousness because he had felt a similar sensation before. And it's not just here, there's something else. And as soon as Adam turned around to see what was behind him, a huge dragon's paw grabbed him and squeezed with all its might, and that dragon started screaming and insulting Adam, saying that he was a bastard, and that he even dared to take possession of his power. But Adam, in turn, began to understand that this was the mind of the dragon Kaiseros that remained in the dragon's heart. And now he began to feel its powerful presence, and so powerful that it was squeezing his soul. And he could not believe that these were the thoughts of a dragon that died 1,000 years ago. But the dragon began to tell him that he smells like the gods. And for him, this is a disgusting sensation. And that he will not transfer his incredible power to someone like him. At the same time, Lucius continued to fight against his opponent, and Matthias destroyed all his henchmen who were nearby. And taking the last 2 doctors and the nun by the head, he began to squeeze them with all his might. And as soon as he was done with them, he began to scream across the room, spitting a terrifying flame that left only him. But Lucius defended himself from their flames, and understood that the same attacks would do nothing to him. And with a retaliatory strike, he began to bring down his even hotter flame directly on Matthias. But the demon Matthias was very fast, and in an instant he was able to move behind Lucius, who could not suspect that he would appear there, and hit Lucius with all his might with a huge red jet of energy. Lucius began to scream in pain because he could not expect that he could receive such a quick blow to his back. Matthias behind him began to understand that Lucius Similar was exhausted, and his speed was limited, and his reaction was dulled. For Lucius, who lay nearby, understood that he was a bastard, and was increasingly using demonic power and his regeneration ability. Both of them received blows, but only he felt their consequences. But at the same moment, Matthias began to continue beating Lucius. But it didn't take long for him to force himself to respond, and Lucius began to hit Matthias in response. But as soon as Lucius wanted to hit Matthias with his huge weapon, he was able to catch him and squeeze him against his body. Thus, he began to lift Lucius into the air, and extending his other free hand and activating his Hellfire ability, began to attack him. And at that very moment, a bright fire appeared and began to incinerate Lucius, who was in the air, and could not do anything because his opponent was holding him by capturing his weapon. And immediately after, Matthias hit with all his strength Lucio, who began to fly against the nearest wall, and crashing against it. And having crashed against it, Lucio began to understand that there were no more of his companions who could help him, and it turned out that there was no escape, and the only thing left was to use his last trump card. However, in this case he would expose himself to mortal danger, but Matthias, who was in front of him, began to raise his hand, and in it began to concentrate a huge jet of mana, which began to turn into a huge fireball and already wanted to end everything here. And as soon as Matthias swung, he already wanted to say goodbye to Tears, because now he would see the last final attack. But suddenly he realized that his fire sphere had disappeared, and something came through the fire and destroyed it. It was a magical feather that suddenly appeared. Lucius began to stand up because behind him stood a powerful being, an angel from heaven. Lucius passed and began to ask him how much he was willing to sacrifice this time. Lucius replied that he was willing to sacrifice a month. But the angel didn't like it and raised his hand and said 1 month. To defeat him, this is not enough and it will take 6 months. And immediately after that, a bright light appeared and moved to Lucius. and he was filled with enormous power and so incredible that everyone who looked at him immediately realized that he was fighting with an ordinary person and with an angel. Well, when Matthias saw this, he couldn't believe what was happening and why he got scared. And looking at it more closely, he could not believe it because he could not know that such a thing could exist at all. And it was completely impossible. After all, now Lucius had become his equal, and at that very moment he attacked him with his bright light that pierced Motivus's chest. And after that, he began to attack them even harder, and many bright jets coming out of Lucius's hand began to pierce through the whole body of his opponent. And Matthias, who fell to the ground, began to tell Lucius that he was a bastard, and that he knew how to keep the family closed and that he couldn't believe that he had been hiding this ability for decades. But Lucius replied that this is a flash of honor, an ability that only the Son of God can use, and he acquires the power of an angel, which he will become in the future. But in exchange, he gives up part of his life, and this is the secret of the temple, which only the Pope and the Cardinal know, and for this reason, the average life expectancy of the children of God is not more than 30 years, and he tries not to use this ability dreaming about the duty of a full life, and sooner or later, he still meets an enemy who will force him to take advantage of this. By ability, and the temple, doing what it does, sends the children of God to deadly dangerous places. They have their own reason to do so. And the son of San de Dios is cruel. He's just a buffoon, a dancing temple. And finally, Lucius decided to ask for his old friend who really wanted this power so much that he was willing to betray his friend for it and give up everything. Lying on the ground and badly wounded, Matthias began to answer him that he was only saying that because he had been chosen as a son of God and thought he was the only one who could make puns here. And the only difference is that the goddess recognized his life, but he did not. And how was he different from Lucius? He was a gifted child on whom hopes were pinned, but he didn't understand why everything turned out that way. And the goddess who gives no answers is infinitely merciless. And at the same time, Adam's companion began to come to his senses and could not understand what had happened, what had been so quiet and what was going on with the main monster. But looking closely, he saw in front of him something he did not expect to see just at that second. He saw that the lawyer was sitting next to Adam and was doing something, and he couldn't understand what it was. At the same time, Lucius began to use his healing magic to heal his companions, and after a moment he was still able to help them, and they started to come to their senses. But Lucius was the only one who survived, and with that their raid was over, and they decided they needed to go back. And at that moment, Adam was still in the terrible jaws of the huge dragon, which with all its strength and power began to snarl at him. But at that very moment the dragon began to feel a strange energy. That came from Adam, who was in his huge paws. Venom in turn also noticed this light himself, and this was due to his divine luck. And it was as if she was trying to protect him. He only had to relax for 5 seconds, but she still does it in her own way. The Caesarus mind will bite them right away. And even if the ritual itself goes perfectly, and he starts to remember who he was before, and opening his arms, he was able to release the huge paw that was holding him. And in Adam, at the same moment, his armor from his past life began to appear, and he himself became much more serious and self-confident. And immediately after that, he began to fly at full speed towards the huge dragon's face. And while he was in the air, he clenched his fist, which contained a strong energy. He was able to hit the terrible face, and beforein he began to jump backwards and watch as the mighty dragon started. And pulling out his sword from under the space, he began to say that if the dragon thinks that he has never played these mind games with other dragons, then if he remembers correctly, and he remembers correctly, and now he will be the 5th one to crush. And slowly approaching him, Adam began to say that dragons all make life difficult for themselves and others, and he died. So he should let him finish the human ritual. But no, he decided to go after him, and started talking about the worthy and the unworthy. And now he will blow his jaw off, and then they will devote themselves to his education. And it's time to teach him a lesson. But the dragon began to reply in his house that he had a sharp tongue. And now that he tried to attack him, and having gathered all his strength in his sword, Adam started to attack the huge dragon that was in front of him in all its horror. But at that moment, Adam's comrade Ned began to come to his senses and saw the juridic princess in front of him. He couldn't understand what was happening at this moment, and Adam seems to be unconscious, and was he really overpowered? And at this turn, the juridic princess does something to him, and he pays no attention to her at all. And getting to his feet, Ned started to realize that now was a good opportunity to attack. But suddenly something strange started to happen to his body, and looking at his hand, he realized that at one point something was blocking his Manu, and at some point he realized that before he turned off all his energy, well, even though it was so, he still understood that he should not miss such an opportunity. But at that very moment, the Princess of the Law began to tell Ned that he couldn't get up now, and that he needed to rest. And turning around, she began to raise her hand, thus directing her energy towards Ned. As soon as that energy approached Ned, he began to experience something strange in himself, and suddenly realizing that he was incredibly sick, he began to bring his hand to his face, and at the same time spit out the energy. And at the same time, he spit out the insect in his mouth, and he realized that it was the same insect that the devil worship had given him, and that he soon swallowed it. And the princess started to tell him that she took out of him this lump of evil, and judging because the insect is in a larval state, he did not use his power at all, and that means that he exclusively demonstrated his own abilities, and this is amazing. And this is only a larva, but its body and internal organs managed to receive minor damages, and it should rest a little. She will share magical powers with it, and therefore after a good sleep everything will be fine. And at the same time, on one of the floors, Lucius began to tell those who were left to look at that place and that thing to purify. It was from the 5th floor. It was moved to here. They didn't decide that they would have to go back to look for a way out, because the plan had changed completely, and it had been 2 days since the last battle. They wondered if they could get out of here before they ran out of supplies, and the chief medic began to ask his commanding officer what new orders he could get. But after a moment's thought, Lucius replied that they would first find a stake of faith. But the doctor and the nun were surprised by this answer, because they were very few, and it was very dangerous, and perhaps it would be better for them to look for a way out of here. But Lucius answered them that no, on the contrary, they only had one chance to get out in time, and they started to run in the direction where Adam ran, because he did not understand that those slaves who stole the Col de Fey were behaving in a strange way and were like devil worshippers, and these slaves did not engage in battle with Matthias, but still they attacked him. I wondered why, and if he does not belong to different divisions of the cult that are hostile to each other, and in this case, the Son of God and the internal political enemy Matthias should have destroyed each other, and this sounds logical, and explains their actions. If Lucius dies, all the money invested here will go down the drain, and the temple will have to put the dungeon up for auction, to somehow put things in order, and since a whole decade of preparations and raids have failed, then there will be nothing left of it. They definitely won't even sell 2 slaves, no. A faction of the devil cult operates on a much larger scale, and they were interested in this place from the beginning. They need the tomb itself, in the depths of which lurks the heart of the dragon. And after the cult buys the property rights to these ruins, those 2 will go into a new reorganized raid and return to these halls with a stake of faith. If they really have such a task, then the cult should have provided an escape implant, or they have something that will help them find their way home, and they have to find them and figure out how to get out of here before leaving the tomb. Was Lucius's plan, but as soon as they approached the main tomb of the princess, a huge knight met them right at the entrance and started to attack them instantly. And the boys couldn't believe it because the stake of faith was inside the last room, but the guardian was still alive, and how is it possible? And the door to the last room opens only after killing the guardian. But the terrifying knight began to scream at the top of his lungs, continuing to attack Lucius with his attacks, so the shield that Lucius was holding started to fly out of his hands, and the nun, along with the main healers, began to fly away from the terrifying wave that was heading directly towards them. And after a great blow, Lucius found himself under the onslaught of a knight's sword that attacked him with all its might. And Lucius realized that he could not use a glimmer of honor, and more than once a week he had to use it in a battle with Matthias 3 days ago, and still had to wait for 4. And, in desperation, Lucius began to realize that the end had come for him, and that he would no longer be able to see his wife and little son. But at that very moment the doors of the main tomb began to open, and Adam began to come out of the tomb. And Lucius, who was looking at him, began to see his wife and his little son. And Lucius, who was looking at him, could not understand what it was. But suddenly, looking closer, he realized that it was that slave, but he did not understand why he came out of the last room. And as soon as Adam opened the door, he began to say that minute by minute he was able to come up here. He was asked why it will help him as a child of God. And at that moment he began to address the huge knight who attacked Lucius, so that he exposes his head, and with the help of his dragon tongue skill, which is an exclusively dragon skill, he imposes silence and limited use due to the dragon heart. And immediately after that, the huge knight was pressed against the earth by Adam's magic. And Lucius, who was watching this, could not believe his eyes, not understanding what had happened. And what confused him the most was that the monster started to obey the slave, but Adam kept watching as the monster tried to free itself from him. And as soon as 8 seconds had passed, and by the 9th second the huge knight was still able to break the magical pathways, and having torn them completely apart at the 10th second, he began to scream at the top of his lungs. But Adam understood that the duration of the dragon's tongue was 10 seconds, and it was not surprising that immediately after completing the ritual, it was not possible to use the dragon's power to the fullest. And that's not all. To protect himself from a heart that could kill him because of the difference between his magical powers, he will only use 1/100th of his power, and even if it was limited, Adam was glad of such a dragon's power. And after that, Adam began to watch. That knight began to raise his huge weapon. He grabbed his sword, which was called Graham. This sword is especially strong in the battle against the fire-breathing asps, and a sword created to kill the strongest of them. And now a worse alliance cannot be imagined. And the knight turned and began to immediately attack Adam, who was in front of him. But immediately after this attack, there was an explosion of bright yellow color, and many yellow rays started to fly away, which was in the hands of the knight. And Adam, with the help of his sword of light, realized that instead of the power of the dragon, he would have to use this holy weapon. Without remembering the words of the goddess that her first task was to save her son, he accepted it. And at the same moment, Adam, with the full power of the amazing weapon he received from the goddess, started to attack the knight. With the words that he could now go and slay dragons, "Let there be light," said Adam. And at that very moment, a bright stream of light and an awesome power invaded the knight. And Lucius, watching this, could not believe his eyes because there was no doubt. He saw a legendary weapon, and this weapon that can only be raised by the chosen priest is the Sword of Light. And he could not believe how to understand that this slave was not a supporter of the cult. And even if he is a priest, he can still use all his powers in the ranks of the devil cult. However, why does he feel the energy of the goddess of light in him? And he became angry and began to understand what he felt. Not only that, and it seems that he experienced the feeling as a child when he met the golden dragon in the royal palace. And then there was unbearable pressure, just as now. And at the same moment, Adam heard a loud sound behind him. And as he turned around, he saw something he didn't expect to see before. Lucius and his team started to kneel down and salute my lord. And a little earlier, the battle with Kaiseres inside his mind lasted 3 days. And in the end, the badly wounded dragon recognized Adam's strength, though that didn't mean he would obey him, and continued to watch over him. And as soon as hell started to open its eyes, it saw something strange. The fact that his comrade lay unconscious and would not get up from his place, and was crumbling into ashes, and thanking him, he clenched his fist and told him that he would not regret his choice. And among the remains of the princess he found 2 things: magic crystals, a grimoire created by crystallizing the main currents of magic, which allows you to master skills through meditation, and contains the ancient magic power of the Bear Kingdom, which was owned by the judiciary and the master key of the judiciary. The key that allows you to use all the functions of the tomb. Adam began to remember the words of the Juridica, that the power of the dragon's heart is equal to only 1/100th, but when it evenly fills your body and increases the safe threshold for use. And this is the message that the Juridica left him on the crystal. However, if the power in the heart increases and exceeds the threshold of 1/4 or 1/3 of its maximum, physical reconstruction of the body will be necessary, and therefore he must find someone who can master the necessary knowledge and replace her and give her the magic crystal. And this child can help. And Adam realized that this is Altair, and the gods know Adam's past life, and only some of them were favorable to him, but still he can't trust them. And if the gods start to act and play some trick on Altair, then he wants to find her right now, but there is still unfinished business. And after some thought, Lucius began to tell Adam and his comrade to show their shoulders. And as soon as he approached them and raised his hand, he started to remove the seal. And once the slave seal was broken, Adam and Ned were free, and immediately after, Adam asked Lucius if he could pay off his debts, to which Lucius replied that of course he saved his life, and now he is in debt to him and is afraid he can't pay it in full. And he cannot believe that for several years he kept secretly in the rear of the cult to destroy their plans, and Lucius was delighted. He is a little ashamed to admit it, but in the Temple of Light, it is not possible to find opponents to the heresy as violent as they are. And he said more to Adam and his comrade about it, that for the Son of God, the elimination of the enemies of the goddess, i.e. the followers of the devil worship, is one of the priority tasks, and that is why he is ready to give them any assistance. But Ned, who was nearby, did not even know if he was trying to join forces with the owner of the dragon's heart, so that he would not be displaced by a rival faction in the Temple of Light. After all, St. Lucius is a tool created by the temple at the expense of people like him, and it is for him that one can only feel disgust. But nevertheless, feelings are feelings. But you had to use what you have, and strength, genius status, and Son of God connections are priceless, and the devil's followers crawled through the temple, reaching up to the very dome, and you'd better keep good relations with him. And exactly the same as since Adam, Lucius started to tell the boys that it was uncomfortable to have a conversation in that environment, and that they could go back to the temple now. The royal healer at his side knew that the commander just wanted to see his wife as soon as possible. But Adam stopped them and told them that they were speaking frankly. Nothing is over yet, and the real massacre is still awaiting them, and by then the temple was probably already crowded with a nest of cult followers. And it's about the battle groups brought by Cardinal Alden and the paired knights included in the 10 strongest on the continent. And as soon as Lucius heard it, he couldn't believe his ears because it was unbearable to even imagine it. But Adam went on to say that although he had acquired the dragon power, there are serious limitations to its use, and it needs thorough preparation. And knowing Alden, you won't get away with just a battle. And as such, Adam opened his hand, in which was the crystal. And at that very moment, the temple they were in began to change, and a secret room opened up, The princess of the Poison Law treasure said it was time to pick up some really interesting artifacts. And as soon as they started to approach the huge golden door, no one had penetrated this treasure trove of jurisprudence for a millennium, and opened this huge door. He wondered what was kept inside. And as soon as the door was opened, Adam, Lucius, and Ned were surprised at what they saw there. And many crystals storing various types of artifacts were floating in the air and glowing with bright colors. And some of them were surprised that the objects were inside the crystals. And Lucius realized that at first glance, it was clear that there were dozens of serious artifacts, and all of this was legal treasure. And Adam started pulling out the crystal they came in here with as soon as he lifted it out of the mountain. Then the energy coming out of it started to draw artifacts directly into Adam's hands, and he realized that it was only possible to go this way. He had to get it. But Lucius, you all, who was standing behind, started to think that they didn't know a way to destroy the crystals and did nothing to defeat the main monster and the owner of these trophies, Adam. and thought about who is helping who here and how arrogant he was. At the next stage, Adam started to ask the guys if anyone had an assessment, and the nun and the doctor also started to answer what they had, and with the help of an assessment that recognizes the characteristics of the subject. The greater the proficiency in a given skill, the more information can be. As soon as they began to examine, they realized that this ancient state of Medea had serious knowledge of magic, and the quality of its magical objects was superior to the current one. And of course, it was possible to set a price for such an artifact, but due to the fact that no one sells them, money does not matter, and relics of the media were priceless. But suddenly Adam started to turn around and saw something surprising. In looking at the magic flask, he could not believe his eyes that she was here. And so he was glad to have seen it, or rather to have found it, and at that very moment his mood started to lift, and the rest of the boys began to take for themselves the artifacts that were in this tomb. It was a precious soul, a tin shield, the skill of a stone, an obsidian bracelet from mirrored chainmail. Ned took the mantle of the raven from the robe of twilight, as well as the bracelet of the mist and the sword of mirage. And Adam also took a huge sword that had once belonged to the knight who guarded the Temple of Jurisprudence, and also a dragon hunter's coat and plastic boots and a set of gloves. And as soon as they picked up the artifacts for them, Lucius began to say about the recent conversation, and that he talked about having to fight Aldine. And Lucius did not say that he doubted. It's just that in his temple there are no ways to recognize demon followers. They are only detected through the use of cult skills and interrogation. But if the suspect denies any affiliation with the devil worshippers, then nothing will come of it. But Ned, who was sitting next to him, started to say there was something else. If you kill the followers and make the body an insect crawls out, and Lucius realized that no matter what method they were going to use, the problem was Alden's parentage and his position. Alden's family, they are also rackers too. They have serious influence, and after his father, he headed the 4th parish, and now when he was appointed cardinal, he assumed responsibility for the central parish. And also, his family has a good relationship with him. And because he maintains neutrality between the factions in the temple, he has no enemies. It is impossible to arrest or kill such a person without evidence. Ned started to suggest what can be done with the material snails after the massacre of him. And although he said something different, he still doesn't believe them because he asks for evidence. And finally Adam joined the conversation and began to talk about the evidence. Of course there is evidence. And picking up the artifact that Adam saw earlier, he started to tell them what they think of it. And at that point Cardinal Alden began to tell Bishop Alphonse to look right, and then look to the left, and then he began to look straight ahead, and as soon as he finished, Cardinal Alden began to ask him how he was feeling, to which Bishop Alphonse responded that he was feeling very good, and Cardinal Alden started to say that it would be much better if he would listen to him right away. And Bishop Alphonse's wife, who was sitting behind him, didn't understand why Cardinal Alden was doing this. But suddenly Cardinal Alden turned his head and began to ask Claudia what she was going to say, because she said that she had prepared something interesting. And he talks about the climate of the insects that is in the stomachs of the followers of the devil, and they allow the use of the demonic power, and the more he uses it, the faster the insect grows. And when the growth is completely stopped, an unusual ability appears. And the special ability of the insect inside is the hive of beetles up to the queen, and now it gives birth. And eaten by the insects from such a hatch allows a person to be under control. And this happens now to the Bishop Alphonse. And bowing his head, he began to tell Claudia what she now understands. Why does he say all this? And she must convince her husband Lucius. But Claudia did not understand what she had to convince her husband Lucius about. And at that very moment the child that was in her arms began to sob loudly, and Cardinal Andino began to approach her, and to tell her that it seemed that the baby was scared. And now everything is all right, and he began to ask Claudia what her name was, to which she answered Marius. And smiling terribly, Cardinal Aldine began to say that this is a wonderful Marius, and that if you like bugs. And at that very second he began to bring his beetle over to her, and tell the child that this would be his little friend, and as soon as the beetle touched the boy's face, he started sobbing even more. Aldine grabbed his hand, and with that he pulled his hand to one side. But suddenly he saw that his whole hand consisted of those beetles, and horror appeared on his face at what he saw, for he could not even imagine this. But Cardinal Aldine started to get angry because she touched him, and he could see her terrifying hand. But at that very moment a guard burst in on them, and began to tell Mr. Alden that they were in trouble, and the fact that Lucius is outside now. And at the same moment Cardinal Alden began to look out with the thought that this couldn't happen so fast, and now the raid should be in full swing, and he didn't understand what Lucius was doing out here. Well, as soon as he looked further down, he saw Lucius fighting everyone who stood in his way, and Lucius, who saw Cardinal Alden at the window, began to reply that he had not seen him for a long time. But Cardinal Aldine began to shout in his face that he was out of his mind, and why was he attacking the priests of his own parish? And why was he abandoning the raid? But Lucius remembered Adam's words when he said that this thing is called the eye of truth, and a drop of the liquid is enough, and then you will be able to see insects inside the followers of the devil. And smiling, Lucius realized that he didn't look so perceptive, and began to shout at Cardinal Aldine that it was Lucius Gurnetti arresting him on suspicion of being involved in cult affairs. And deceiving the Temple of Light is a tough nut to crack, and he will have to atone for it. But the enraged Cardinal Alden looked directly at Lucius with a fierce glare, and realized how arrogant he was, and began to remember that the leader predicted that Lucius would return alive. However, this happened too quickly, and the people with the rest of the group would not have been able to clear the grave. So it soon turned out that Matthias was defeated, and it seems that he was discovered even before the final battle. But I couldn't believe that Matthias gave him away. That worthless scum. But now nothing could be done, and besides, it didn't matter. After all, he was trapped. And as soon as he crossed the threshold of the temple, and suddenly the bishops Alfonso began to come out and ask Ulios what kind of trick was this, and accuse the cardinals of diabolical heresy. How dare he accuse him of such a thing? But looking at his uncle, Lucius began to understand Alden's ability that Adam told him about, and the uncle is now under control. But his uncle kept saying that although he and God are dangerous, there is something that can be accepted, and there is something that cannot be accepted, especially what he is doing now. Lucius came to him, threw letters at him, and told him that this is proof. So Cardinal Alden began to get even angrier. After all, he saw the same cards he had seen long before, the current time, legal maze. They will keep the truth a secret for now and the eye. If people find out about the existence of this thing, they will soon finish it off. And now they will get another, but no less high proof. After all, the Tomb of Jurisprudence is a great labyrinth covering a huge subway territory. And, in truth, the labyrinths are placed all the way to the bottom of the main temple of the third parish. And therefore, if you find the exact place and then buy a chink and climb out, Matthias used and the followers of the devil gathered here, and the physical evidence found in an abandoned building, and this is the letter that exchanged with Matthias, and here is written the plan to steal the heart of the dragon, and laudatory speeches to the devil. Everything is here, but Cardinal Alden could not understand where he got these letters from, because he was ordered to burn the letter after reading it. But for some reason, Matthias decided to keep them just in case he gave it to him. And now you can see immediately how much he trusted him. And at the same moment, Cardinal Alden began to laugh out loud and say that he and what he was up to. But Matthias really felt indebted to him and told him everything. And they were right in thinking that he was one of the leaders of Cardinal Alden's cult Aresker, 11th place in the hierarchy of the devil's followers. And he began to ask Lucius what this gives him because he won't do anything anyway. And he won't be able to lay a finger on him because he took his wife hostage. And as soon as Lucio saw his beloved Claudia, he started to get nervous and furious at the same time. But Claudia, faced with the threat of murder, could not keep the tears from her face, and at the same moment Cardinal Aldine began to say that he would calmly pierce her, even before her eyes burst. And he has a very interesting insect, and the one who eats his offspring becomes his faithful servant. And he specially prepared for him an insect princess who is very brainwashed by him, and he has to choose who he can feed it to his mistress or son. Or he himself will eat this insect. He only has to choose Lucio and end it all. And he has to choose and decide among three who will do it. And at that very moment, Lucius began to scream that he was himself, and not to touch his wife and child. But after the terrifying smile on Cardinal Alden's face, he began to put the insect in the mouth of Lucius's beloved, not to mention that he would feed the bug to his beloved. But at that very moment Ned appeared, and with the help of his new sword pierced the chest of Cardinal Alden. And he in turn could not understand what had happened, and the Cardinal's guards could not understand when this entire floor was searched using detection magic, and he felt nothing. But with the help of my bracelets that possessed my secret and the offering of a couple, only the corresponding legendary level enchantments can be detected. Ned was able to sneak in unnoticed, and immediately after cutting through, he pulled his sword and cut the Cardinal in half. And Ned, who grabbed Claudia, began to tell her to hold on tight. And immediately after this, one of Cardinal Alden's guards started shouting and insulting Ned. And after the loud words, he started to attack him, and a huge wave appeared inside the room. And Ned saw that the elder of the twins was an Iron Knight, and for the first time he fell under his blow, and realized that he was quite powerful. After all, he was one of the 10 strongest warriors on the continent. But at that very moment, Lucius, who was on the street, began to attack with the help of his weapon Cardinal Alden, who was standing by the window. But the older twin noticed this attack and started shouting to his master to go to a safe place. But immediately afterwards there was a huge explosion from Lucius's attack, and the floor of the wall began to crumble in different directions. But the older brother Gemini still managed to protect his master, and took care of the whole attack. But at the same moment another knight approached Ned and Claudia. But Ned, hitting him in the face with his whole fist, started to say that he didn't have time for him either. And that guy started to fly away from the powerful blow, not understanding how he had managed to react so fast. And as soon as he ran away, he started jumping towards a huge destroyed wall, thus escaping from his pursuers. And Cardinal Alden, who was watching all this, could not understand how it had happened. After all, he thought that the disciple of the man from the east had either died at the hands of Lucius or had escaped. If people turned against his cult even before he went to the main monster's hall, then this is obvious. However, why does he appear now? And really, the man from the east groped him and wanted to corner him. He does what is convenient for him. Alden understands that he has lost hostages and will become dangerous if the Holy Sun decides to use flashes of honor. Then the right decision is to avoid him, and began to tell his guard, the eldest son, that he trusts him. But the eldest son, smiling, replied that he could trust him with this matter, and that he would take care of it quickly. And as the younger son led Aldine to safety, the elder son, smiling, began to walk to the side to fight with him. And at the same time, Lucius, who was standing outside, began to see his eldest son approaching him. And as soon as the eldest son came down, he began to draw his huge sword to face Lucius. But Lucius, standing in front of him, began to ask if he had come alone and why not together. After all, he had heard that the two of them were like a couple in love. But the eldest son, smiling, replied that he alone would be enough. And he is the 20th in the hierarchy of the devil's followers. The eldest son of the county will now teach Lucius a lesson. But Lucius began to answer him that he was the first son of the light, representing the 3rd parish of the Temple of Light. He accepts his challenge and can attack. And outside this estate, the guards guarding the entrance began to talk to the ordinary residents, that the knights are currently in training for security reasons. Believers will be forbidden to move, but believers, they could not understand why they came from far away to increase the disease. And now, they are simply not allowed to enter. And the miners who were not far from the castle saw that there were some explosions inside, and they could not understand what had happened there because everything was in the temple and there was smoke. The group of miners were simply dumbfounded when they looked at the temple, and they didn't understand what was going on there. And the White Rose also looked up and began to understand that this could not be just a training. And she began to remember what she told Adam to come by after the raid, and she would give him change, and that he should definitely go to her. She had a bad premonition and tried to stay in the slave area, and it seems she realized that her client Adam was right, and she knew this could happen, and so she told him to stay away from the castle. Having looked at everyone, she still didn't understand what was going on there. And inside the castle, the enraged priests started to go crazy, because there were insects inside them that took control of their consciousness, and they all started attacking the doctor and the monarchy, who successfully defended themselves against them. After all, they had good equipment that they found in the last raid, in the juridical chambers, which cast a petrification curse on the enemy, and also the slowing and the stone soul ability that slowed down the target and dispelled it. Enchant the stone soul ability to remove all abilities of the target, and also in Sedana bracelet that increased the cooldown time of the ability by 50%. The doctor began to think about the fact that the enemies the larvae had brainwashed were his priests. If it turned out that the commander had killed them, the opposing faction of the temple would tear him to pieces. And it was necessary not to kill the priests, but only to neutralize them. And with the help of the fainting skill, this was the one that activated the blow that prevented their movement. The nun, who was close to her comrade, could not understand how he threw those bombs with such precision, to which he replied that he had been a handball player while studying at the academy. It was a team sports game in which the players tried to throw the ball into the opponent's goal with their hands. But at that very moment, the commander realized that something strange was now behind him. In turning around, they saw a huge piece of the castle falling near them. But they did not understand what it was because a protection spell had been cast on the temple castle. And as soon as the commander looked up from where the huge fragment had fallen, he noticed two forces fighting on the roof. It was Lucius who was fighting against his older brother. And the older brother was a bit wounded, but still burning with rage due to the fact that Lucius inflicted many heavy temples on him. And all due to the fact that if a sword clashes with a spear in battle, then basically the latter has the advantage, and because the radius of the spear allows you to hit before it gets close to the enemy. And the older brother understood that he, as a matter, could quietly release the energy of the ball at long distances, or simply dodge the spear to shorten the distance and strike. Therefore, everything that came out was a surprise to him. But as soon as the older brother was able to get close to Lucio and attack him, a huge wave suddenly started to throw him backwards. And all because Lucius had a mirror ring, and it activated the ancient spell Black Mirror. When hit, it reflected 50% of the damage received. And the older brother realized that he had fooled him. He pretended that he had opened up, and almost succeeded in fooling him, and he was very skilled at playing the weakling. On his face, he realized that his enemy had guessed, and about to ask what is the reason why their names are on the list of the 10 strongest continents. And Lucius moved from his place and began to run straight to his older brother, saying that they just did not fight with the strongest. And with all the strength of his spear, he began to attack his older brother. But suddenly, the older brother was still able to block one of the blows of his huge spear. And as soon as he realized this, he began to move to the side to quickly approach his opponent. And approaching Lucius, he began to swing his huge sword towards his face and managed to dodge it. He swung his one hand, which was free, and struck the enemy with enormous force in his ribs. And as soon as the older brother began to fly away from the huge blow Lucius made, and while he was in the air, the older brother realized that immediately after this blow, Lucius was coming towards him at full speed. If it hadn't been for this circumstance, he would never have appeared in the top 10. He hit his older brother with great force, whereupon he began to fall downward like a bright flame of fire, and falling to the ground, he hit with all his strength, and soon Lucio inflicted him on his left side. And at the same time, Lucio began to descend to the ground, and his companions who were behind him began to see their commander appear. Zero Lucio, breathing heavily, began to tell them not to approach. And it turned out that on his left side, he had the same deep wound as his older brother, and Lucius began to guess that he was counterattacked at the moment when he used the skill cut, and head torso members only 5. And although they were not 7, he thought, and the older brother, who was lying on the ground, began to understand that it seemed that the reflection of the damage was in the torso, then it turns out that this effect was not from me. Object and the percentage of reflection is not 100%, but rather about 50%. And I was planning to stop it until Mr. Olden disappeared, but now he changed his mind. And in the evening, in anger, the older brother started shouting towards Lucius that he had started it himself. And with great speed he moved towards Lucius to attack him, and in a few seconds he was behind him. And he was ready to strike the decisive blow right now, and as soon as he swung his huge sword he shouted to send Lucius to the goddess. But at the same moment, Big Brother Castor began to hear the voice of his master, shouting to him where he was and to run quickly to him. Lucius could not hear Lucius' voice or his location, and Castor began to ask him where he was. But at the same moment, Lucius stood next to him for a reason, and began to use his ability Prison of Chains and Paralysis. And from this the older brother with all his strength. There was a loud explosion at the place where the older brother was standing. And after the loud explosion, the older brother still survived and still heard orders from his master about his location and to run quickly to him. At that moment, Adam still reached Cardinal Alden, and as soon as he got close to him, he began to speak. And he was telling him to get up because it was time for him to get punched in the face. And while they were fighting with his older brother, he began to approach him and ask him what it was, and if it really seemed to him that something had happened to his master. But they came expressly to tie him hand and foot, and from the beginning they were going to separate the three of them and finish them off one by one. And he found himself right in their trap. When the older brother raised his head, he began to get terribly angry and look aside, and tell him that they were simply scum. But long before that, Cardinal Alden was in the chambers of his chief, who told him that he knows that his ability is conscience control, and that he can quickly take over the third parish and subjugate even the Holy Sun. And Aldine replied that the safest way to transport Terra is the absence of one, and that he will keep the dragon heart in the temple, and they will only have to go there to transplant it. To which the head of the sect agreed and told him to do so. But now, fleeing with his youngest son, he did not understand why everything had turned out this way. After all, he had developed a plan that included all possible events and the possibility of failure of the raid, and the probability that the disciple of the man from the east, Leonardo's son, would learn that he would be destroyed. And he set traps taking all this into account. And they could not act so fast, but still there might be something he did not foresee. The betrayal of the Eastman, and Slava, who plans to get rid of his pupil, because he became useless, turned out to be a lie, and wanted to confuse and kill by deception, and, in this case, it all comes together. And cannot believe that this vile little man did this, and as soon as they ran to the carriage, one of his subordinates began to tell him to quickly get into the carriage, but Alden continued to think that although Lucius found out who he is, in fact now there are no problems and the cardinals of the temple. The world that counts on his vote in the election of the next pope will defend him, even if he is the very head of the diabolical sect. But he was more concerned about the enemy forces. If the man from the east betrayed him, then he does not know how many more students he has. And if the same man from the east or his son Chingan are involved, then first he lies to the bottom and needs to gather more fighting forces. But suddenly, as he entered the carriage, he touched a strange substance with his hand, and at that very moment he began to look at his hand, not understanding what it was. And looking at it more closely, he began to feel something, as if something was pinching him at the tips of his fingers. And immediately afterwards he began to feel a terrible pain in his whole body. And having fallen to the ground, he began to cry out in terrible pain, and his protector, the younger son, began to run to him, asking him what had happened. He told him that it was poison and it hurt a lot, and it was the 68th and poison of the king's collection of deadly poisons faded away, and the peculiarity of this poison was the sharp pain. And taking off his hood, he showed himself to Adam and began to question Alden, whom he had just insulted. And as soon as he took off his cloak completely and stood in front of Alden, he began to get closer and closer to him. And Cardinal Alden began to say that he was not his subordinate and who he was, but immediately after his words, Adam kicked him in the face with his foot. But continuing to knock him down, Adam told him to shut his mouth. And at the same moment, the younger son began to shout at Adam that he was not afraid of the Silver Knight, one of the 10 strongest on the continent, that if he surrendered right now, he would be forgiven. But at the same moment, a single needle flew at this knight. It made him fall to the ground, and Adam began to say that it was a weak mistake, and that he should have taken the real one instead of this false dying man. But the cardinal of the order, tormented by terrible pains, began to order his own to come to him. And after that he began to tell Adam to let them speak and what he wanted, and who sent him here. If the reason is money, then he will give him 2 or 3 times as much as he promised, and he will pretend that he did not find it. And he also could not believe that, with his exceptional, he still can't regenerate without poison. He can think carefully, after all. It will be more profitable for Adam to join him, and no matter what he wants, he will listen to everything, but not easily. So Cardinal Alden told him this. He was simply buying time until his eldest son arrived, or until he could remove at least some of the poison. But the one in front of him heard it all, and heard that he was being offered to work for him, and would be paid much more. And immediately, with an irritated face, Adam began to ask Alden if he was really waiting for someone, and raising his hand, he showed the helmet, which was covered with blood, and then asked him if he was really waiting for this scum. Well, as soon as Cardinal Alden saw this, he couldn't understand that this was really the body of a real Pollux. But 12 hours earlier in the morning, Lucius, along with Adam and everyone else, looked at this guy lying near the tree, and Lucius began to think that the eyes of the truth and did not believe in it. But as it turned out, he could really distinguish between the followers of the sect, and it was sad. Even the defenders of Cardinal Alden turned out to be minions of the devil. And Ned, who was standing behind me, I remembered my mentor's words about what I should convey. Dragon heart to the brothers waiting at the meeting point, and among them there will be a priest of the temple. So he was to hide immediately and free himself from the mark of a slave, and realize that he had pretended that they had a heart. They were going to subdue him with the help of an Arabian mark and kill him. And the Silver Knight in disguise absolutely guaranteed the success of this plan. And he believed that these goats would help him to take revenge. But in a past life, he miraculously managed to escape from the Silver Knight, and, after long wanderings with the dragon, a heart he could not absorb. His martial brother stole his heart and threw him, completely exhausted, into one of the caves. And Lucius, taken under control by the larva, was simply a walking horror. And all these memories that Adam recalled about those countless atrocities of Alden compelled him to kill him just now. And at that moment, as soon as Adam turned and hit it, a strong lightning flash appeared at the same place. And after a loud explosion, Adam noticed a strange liquid that was near his impact. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the volume was very small, and even if it had been burned by the lightning, the volume could not have been that small. And in that same second, a strange discharge or strike flew towards Adobe. Non-successfully defended himself with his huge sword. And after that, he began to hear the terrifying laughter that was in front of him. And Alden began to say, smiling, that it had been a long time since he had taken this form, and that he always entrusted the battle to the twin knights. Not because he is weak, in truth, he is much stronger than they are. But the reason why he did not fight was because he didn't want to show this appearance where he is in a state of demonization. And Adam, seeing this, began to understand that after the lightning strike, part of his body was torn away, and he became his true image. And in this state, he had most likely already neutralized the poison. And it has been 5 years since he used the Revelation Stone and became a demonic creature. And during this time he acquired the ability of disguise, which allowed him to transform into a human as well as stable demonic power. And of those who saw him in this form, no one was left alive. And he is surprised that he managed to force him to use metamorphosis. And Cardinal Alden went on to tell Adam that he had made a grave mistake. And immediately afterwards there was a huge explosion. And from this the explosion was so great that a great part of the forest became ruins. And Ned at that moment, being close to Lucius's wife and son, began to understand what had already begun. He began to tell her to hide in this cave and not to come out until he let her know. The spell of secrecy was cast upon them, but she didn't understand why he was giving them to her, because what would happen to him. But he turned around and started to tell her that he didn't need them. and at the same time he started running off somewhere. And running through the forest, he thought about the fact that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. The day when he would be able to take revenge on those who killed his father and stole the family heirloom. And one has already died and two are left. And he will send them all, he will send them straight to hell. And at that moment the older brother fought Lucius, inflicting the strongest attack on him. But Lucius, with the help of his blessed shield, repelled everything that came at him, and he understood that evidently the older brother was using the insect's power, and his attack capacity had increased considerably. However, Y's effectiveness was diminishing, and the serious blows he was dealing were fewer and fewer. And apparently he became nervous when he saw that they were defending themselves so much, and at that very moment Lucius began to call out to his comrade Arn, who immediately understood what he had to do. And, with the help of his Arya goddess ability, he began to use his best skills to increase Lucius's strength. Olia's light in battle significantly increased the abilities of the allies. In addition, the attack strengths of the defensive and healing skills increased by 120%. Lucius realized that now he had to act, and some monks stood near him and began to notice that this improvement affected even the spirit of the effect obtained. And at the same moment, the huge star started to become more and more enormous, and a huge star, just like the upgraded Church of Light, began to approach the elder brother. But the elder brother tried with all his might to repel the attacks flying towards him, and continue to dodge the countless attacks. As he continued to dodge the countless attacks of the opponents, Big Brother began to suspect something. That now everything was happening differently, even though he was repelling these slow attacks. But still he realized that now he felt somehow strange, and he got the feeling that the world had started to move a little faster. But as soon as he saw Lucius running towards him very fast, he realized that he was the one who started to move slower. Moreover, towards him flew a shooting star, which, strengthened by the stone spirit, attacked the enemy several times. After all, when the enemy gets close to the spirit, he receives the negative effect of slowing down and reducing characteristics. And with all his might, Lucius attacked his opponent, and was able to inflict very heavy damage with his huge spear. And immediately after Lucius's attack, a huge explosion appeared in the castle. And as soon as his enemy was defeated, pieces of the wish were scattered all over the territory. Lucius, who stood there exhausted, finally realized that they had succeeded in defeating him. But suddenly everyone began to notice that a huge lightning bolt had appeared, and behind Lucius, something strange began to happen. If a piece of a huge castle began to fly to the side, and Lucius, who turned his head, couldn't understand what was happening there. But he saw how the nun who was behind him and covering him all the time started to jump to the side because of an explosion under his feet. And then he realized that this was due to the fact that the sword energy delivered a direct hit to the temple. Although even this was not the case, due to the battle between the Golden Knight and the attack commander, cracks continued to grow in the building. And finally it dawned on them that the Golden Knight's target was not the commander's head, but the resolution of the castle. After all, after numerous attacks, the castle still could not resist and began to disintegrate. And the priests who were under the temple began to see huge fragments of the castle flying towards them. And immediately Lucius ran to see what was going on there. Well, get it through your head. He saw that the priests who had been brainwashed under the temple were now in danger. And also his uncle, who was sitting next to them, was tied up with a golden chain and could not go anywhere. And the Golden Knight, who saw that he could seize the opportunity and escape, began to run into the forest. A few minutes later, the older brother who was running through the forest began to realize that the third larva had burned and reattached his body. But because of the lost larva, his combat power dropped, and he realized that he needed to quickly ask Master Alden to restore his insects, and he couldn't believe that Lucius managed to corner him. But he still did a good job. After all, they intended to hold him, and because of the healers and that armor that reflected the damage, it would take him a long time to manage to finish them off. And for him now, the best option is security, because he remembered those words that Olden told them, that his older sister claimed the right to inherit the Arabian title, and the fact that they had to serve him as a priest is not his omission. This does not happen because they have something. They lack something. But because this world is wrong, and together they will change this so that the world in which the false god deviates will belong to the one true God, and they will become the true righteous of the new world, and continued to flee through the long forest. He came at full speed to catch up quickly with his master. So Lord Alden gave a new meaning to your lives, and he will never allow you to touch this person. And now his master must wait for him. After all, he will instantly run to your aid. But without having had time to run for a long time, the eldest son noticed something strange in front of his eyes. And at the same moment he was surprised by an unexpected attack from Ned. With the help of his mirage sword, he secretly attacked his elder brother. And as soon as the attack was perfectly executed, Ned stopped and waved his sword. For now, he and his together should have triumphed. And the eldest son, who was lying on the ground, realized that this was a pupil of an Eastman, and began to ask him why he was always meddling in his affairs. To which Ned replied that after 12 years had passed since their last meeting, he still recognized their faces. And Ned, angry, began to ask his eldest son in a serious tone, "Have you forgotten that your father, Leonard Strayer, was killed?" And then the eldest son realized that it was a bloody revenge, but replied to Ned that he knew no such thing, because he had killed several hundred people, and it was impossible for him to remember them all by name. And having stripped himself of his armor, the elder brother began to say, what is he going to say now that he does not like? For now he is too lazy to fight. So if he comes out of here right now, he'll pretend he didn't see him and give him a chance to go home with his limbs intact. And the older brother began to understand that this sudden attack was very powerful, and his stealth ability allowed him to pinpoint its location, and cheating his ability to recognize Mana's flows. And although he understood that he should not underestimate this guy, however, since he did not decide to separate them and sneak attack, it means that he is confident that he can win in an open fight. And the older brother started to say that he didn't need to, that he gave him 10 seconds to get out of here. But Ned, who was in front of him, began to reply that it seemed that he had not aroused his interest, so what was he going to say about what he was now going to show him? And as soon as Ned stripped off the tunic that covered the sword, the older brother was surprised at what he saw. It wasn't even that he was surprised. He was in shock because he didn't understand where he had gotten this sword. And by taking this sword, Ned was ready to fight to the death. After all, the Gemini Knight symbols received from Aldine are the components of the Golden Knight's solar ball candle, and the Silver Knight's favorite weapon, the moon sword. And Ned's older brother told him that if he defeated him, he would tell him what his younger brother's last words had been. So the older brother became even more enraged, and began to shout at his opponent to attack, because he would finish him off now. And at the same time, at the other end of the forest, there was another battle between Adam and Alden. And Lord Alden told Adam that it looked good because the Temple Knights would have fallen by now, because of those attacks. And he can't believe that he can move so fast. But suddenly Alden started to use his mimicry ability, which allowed him to change the shape of his body, with the help of larvae placed inside his body, and launching many attacks. He wanted to defeat Adam, who was in front of him, but Adam successfully blocked all his attacks. Not that he blocked and could even respond to attacks with attacks. And as soon as Adam saw his chance, he brandished his huge sword, started hitting Mr. Aldine directly in the head with it. But during the battle, Mr. Alden kept saying that if he concentrated mana, then he could not only change the image, but also create it using a metal tip and the hard armor of a monster. And turning around, he began to attack Adam with all his might with his larva digestive juice. But our hero was no ordinary guy and was able to dodge and thus swing his sword, and with it cut off one of the huge legs of the transformed Alden. And after that, with the help of his royal tiara flow sword technique, Adam cut it into several hundred pieces. But it seems that it was not long after Adam's back that a strong substance was formed from Mr. Alden, with the help of which he began to vomit his gastric juice mist ability and attack Adam with it. And immediately after that, he began to make a huge particle weapon from his body that blew our hero from all sides. Well, of course, Adam tried to repel all his attacks. And after that, Mr. Alden started laughing out loud and telling Adam that he was called Mr. Immortal. Alden, and no matter how much ordinary people try to destroy him, he is reborn again, and an ordinary person's Adam has limits of stamina and mana, and the outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion. And grabbing Adam by his armor, Mr. Alden began to lift him into the air. And he told Adam that he had earned his respect, and that he appreciated his strength and fighting skills, because he is a worthy warrior, and after taking care of him, he will feed him the larva and make him his slave. And immediately after these words, Alden hit Adam with all his strength, sending Adam flying against the nearest rock. And after that, Alden jumped into the air and, gathering mana in his huge paws, started to continue attacking Adam. And upon landing, there was a huge explosion, as a result of which the earth began to burst at the seams, and Alden raised his huge hand in which a huge sword was formed. And swinging, he struck several more times at the place where the inferno was, and after the strongest attacks he began to laugh very loudly, and remember the words of his mentor about the fact that wealth and glory are an unbreakable status, all that a priest from a family of marquises can enjoy. If he swallows the bugs of the mark as his father did, then all this will become his. There is no insect that will give him unlimited power. It all depends on how he will use it, and he must try to grow a larva. And from the first day he took the power of an insect so that he could grow, and with the help of this power he killed people again and again, and when the growth of the beetle was complete, he became a demonic creature with the help of the Stone of Revelation. Well, so it was, thought Mr. Alden. After all, immediately after his words, Adam stood up and began to ask that it is 1% of the force, and that's not bad, but definitely do not give in to it now. But Mr. Alden was surprised that this guy remained intact after such attacks, and did not understand how it was possible. But Adam started to answer him that he and the twin knights did want to take them all down at once, and maybe he would ask him why they separated them in the first place. He needed to make it up to Ned. His revenge would have lost all meaning if he had taken care of them single-handedly. And secondly, now demonic creatures are a rarity, and by raising his hand, hell began, causing a bright light that illuminated half the forest. And after the bright light, Adam began to tell Alden that he had just received the power of the dragon heart, but there was no other place to test it except here, because once a day he can increase the power of the dragon heart, and the duration is 1 minute, and the increase in power occurs at 9%. And for him, the experience gained in battle with demons is especially important, and the fact that he is immortal comes in handy. But when he saw this, Alden was very surprised that he was using a dragon heart, because although he had previously understood that it could not be, because he is not a holy son or a disciple of a man of the East, he is an ordinary rogue, and this is impossible. But experiencing enormous pressure on himself, Alden began to listen to what Adam was telling him to try to resist, because he was trying various techniques on him. But at that very moment, Adam began to see how his opponent began to run away with all his might. After all, Alden didn't just want to die here, and it can't end like this. But at that very moment he felt someone chasing him, and at that very moment he saw a huge hand in front of him that cut him into several pieces. And having fallen to the ground, he began to move with difficulty. But Adam, who was at his side, began to tell him to get up. After all, he still has a lot of things in his arsenal, and he can't just die here. And at the same time, at the other end of the forest, Ned was fighting against the Golden Knight, and after a long battle his sword jumped aside. And the Golden Knight began to tell him that he made him sweat, but that's all, he'll die now. And pressing Ned with all his might, the Golden Knight already wanted to finish him off, but Ned began to remember the words that Adam said about this being the way to deal with the twin knights. And the strategy will not be simple, of course, but success depends on the damage the three of them can inflict on the Golden Knight, and Ned's role is no less important. 25 years ago, the owner of the Magic Tower told the twins' father, Count Hugo, that his sons have an unusual body structure, and thanks to which their energy resonates with each other, and if one of them uses magic, then the energy of the second will receive stimulation, and does not exist by itself away from each other. But if the boys are together, their movements are synchronized that even their faces take the same expression, and this phenomenon is extremely rare, and due to the fact that their innate reserve of mana is large, and they both have a good sense of magic with official training, they can become powerful warriors who complement each other. And the twins' father understood that if they were left, they would live in their own world, and he would have to try. And soon, thanks to the efforts of the twins' father, Counts Hugo Castor and Pollux were able to become knights with promising talents. And Aldin, having considered this in them, secretly invaded the legacy of the Count title of the Hugo family, and made the twins his subordinates, and after that gave them the swords of the sun and the moon resonating with each other to maximize their innate abilities, and the discrediting technique complemented by the sun and moon balls, that after an opponent's attack, as he changes his stance, a flaw in the fighter's movements will definitely be revealed, and this is a weakness that everyone has. However, the Silver Knight's strike seemed to cover up the Golden Knight's vulnerability. Eclipse Storm of Swords flawlessly deals with the enemies, surpassing the limits of speed and accuracy that can only be imagined by freely ignoring the swords in a duel. Due to the connection in the blows with the balls that inflict together, there are no mistakes. And when Adam told him everything, his comrade Ned replied that he understood everything. And Adam went on to say that it is similar to the cloud flow technique of the Royal Tiara. And the Royal Tiara's secret flow technique, flowing clouds, a defensive technique that, in a battle between students of the same mentor, balances the Yan electric field that reflects the enemy's attack. And there is a difference in the sources of the power of lightning, or the magic of the twin knights themselves. However, it is quite similar to a practical technique in that it quickly reverses the attractive and repulsive forces in places, thus successfully completing an attack or defense. And Ned, having mastered the technique of precipitating clouds with the help of the Sword of the Moon, can reproduce the eclipse, summarizing with the Golden Knight. And after that, he calculated the enemy's attacks, getting closer and closer, and then he was able to cut him down. And noticing this, the Golden Knight began to insult his opponent because he thought that this could not happen. And with a sudden movement, the Golden Knight jumped away from his opponent. And as soon as he stopped, he started to think that only Mr. Olding was initiated in the secret of the eclipse, and he didn't understand how this guy knew it. And getting very angry, the Golden Knight began to wonder which famous people his brother had met, and if he had really told them the secret of the technique. And at the same moment his master's voice resounded again in the Golden Knight's head, telling him to come running to help him. But the Golden Knight no longer listened to his braids and decided that he would take care of his enemy in a minute. And he began to swing his sword, sending many of his attacks at his opponent. But Ned understood what he expected if he showed him the sword and the technique. The Silver Knight, no matter how the Golden Knight cares about his master, he will not be able to ignore him if he sends him to Aldin. Then he will make any sacrifice to help him escape and lost the Silver Knight. One is definitely on guard. After all, no one knows who the old man will bring after the soldiers or his master. If not now, then never again. And realizing this, Ned knew he had to catch him. And continuing the fight, the Golden Knight was able to wound his opponent, and Ned himself continued in the same way. And swinging his huge sword of the sun, the Golden Knight was already thinking that he could defeat his opponent by cutting him in half. But it was not so. Literally a second later, he saw that it was just a shell that the guy was hiding behind. After all, Ned, with the help of his Raven Cloak, which teleports the user a short distance leaving clone in place, was able to dodge the Golden Knight's attacks and end up behind him. And with his incredible Thunderpalm ability, he inflicted critical damage to his opponent. And I understand that he stopped his movement in the same way. This was his chance to finish off the Golden Knight. But as soon as Ned swung and thought he had already destroyed his spirit, he saw that the Golden Knight was still able to block his attack. But Ned, not understanding what was happening because he thought his blow had worked, but the sword connected with another sword and stopped moving. And at that very moment the Golden Knight began to turn his head, indicating to his opponent that he had finally been caught, and that the Sword of the Sun and the Sword of the Moon attract. And after that, the Golden Knight turned around and hit Ned in the stomach with all his might, making him fall into a huge hole. Ned realized that he had taken critical damage and started spitting blood. And as soon as his sword fell and stuck into the ground, The Golden Knight began to tell his opponent that he had made him sweat, and now it was all over. And the Golden Knight, who had pressed his opponent, was almost done with him. But Ned just didn't want it to end like that, and started to pull his huge sword away with all his might, even though his hand was cutting at that moment. And he began to remember how his father told him that the time would come, and he would continue his work by becoming Baron Strayer. And the time would come, and he would accept the mission of storing bloody tears. And he would become the greatest knight worthy of this sword. And then the still young son of his father remembered these words and promised him that he would not surrender. And now he did not want to let himself be killed right here. And raising his hand, he began to accumulate energy in it. And with all his power, he was able to throw the sword to the side, which flew out and cut off his opponent's hand. And immediately after, Ned began to place his electric hand directly over his face. And immediately activating his ability, he began to generate a huge electrical discharge from his fingertips, and thus incinerating his eyes so that he could not. Now he could not see anything. And worst of all, because of the super-fast attack, he couldn't recover and started yelling at his opponent that he was a fool and that he would finish him off. And he started to look for his opponent according to his energy traces. Ned used his raven cloak, which teleported him and made clones, and managed to confuse his enemy. And the Golden Knight realized that now there were too many opponents. And as soon as the Golden Knight turned to finish his enemy, who was in different directions, at that very moment, his opponent Ned was already behind him and again inflicted critical damage, so the Golden Knight could not stand still. Ned was very good with his sword, and now he decided that this was the end for him, and it would all end with the Golden Knight. And with the help of his strongest technique, a lightning discharge, he attacked the Golden Knight, and immediately after that a huge wave came out and started to destroy everything that was in the place where he hit. And the only thing that remained of the Golden Knight was his sword, which was lying near Ned's feet. And now the names of the brothers who were in the 10 strongest continents at that time were crossed off the list. And at that moment, everyone in the castle began to help the others out from under the rubble. And although they didn't understand that, thanks to the fact that they destroyed the falling building and used defensive magic, the damage turned out to be less. And it's good that Aldine freed the building from the people. And the chief healer of this castle approached different knights to help them with the healing, although they didn't understand what they were doing here. And although Lucius was watching all this, he understood that these larvae died, so people woke up from hypnosis, which means that Alden is dead or neutralized. And at the same moment, Lucius began to turn around. And as soon as he saw his beloved with the child, he thanked the goddess Aria for helping them. And the grievously wounded Ned walked with Adam and his wife, Lucius. And so, they thwarted Alden's plans and restored the 3rd parsonage of the main temple. In a few days, everyone forgot about rest. After all, everyone began to heal the wounded. And soon they arrested the devil's followers from the central parish and did many other things. But first of all, of course, they secured the support of the allies, whose forces had practically disappeared. And when they were all assembled, Lucius raised his cup, and those who drank from it began to feel a sharp pain in their bodies. And at the same moment, a cleansing of the cult followers who had been wandering among the temple staff for years took place. Alden's ability was terrifying, but they could not believe that a priest like him would completely lose control of his mind, and due to the internal wounds inflicted by the larva, they were unable to get out of bed for several days. But soon Lucius asked his uncle if he was feeling better, to which the latter replied that all was well. He began to thank Adam and his comrade, and he didn't even know how to thank them. After all, they had done him an invaluable service. But smiling, Adam replied that they had done all they had to do. And Adam raised his hand and told him to accept a small gift from them if he recovered. And the cage of Memers appeared. And this is one of the favorite things about the law. Prisoners inside this cage cannot use magic and are kept in the state in which he was imprisoned, and Alden's head was in this cage. To which Lucius's uncle stood up and began to say that it was dangerous, that it had to be burned. To which Adam replied that they killed the real larva and the ability disappeared, so everything was safe, and now he had become obedient, He had been taught a good lesson. After all, he goes to the leadership of the devil sect and may get a lot of useful information from him. And yet after that, Lucius's uncle accepted Adam's gift, though he asked Ned if it was worth giving it to him, to which the latter replied that it didn't matter because they already knew all they needed and caused enough pain. And Ned was very pleased. But more importantly, this is because he knows that he can't keep this matter in his hands. And at that very moment, Adam decided to give Uncle Lucius a magazine and tell him that they had extracted all the information and that it indicated the composition of his sect and other shelters and a plan known to Alden. And Uncle Lucius opened the magazine and began to look at the interesting things inside. But after reading a few pages, he realized that it was true, and the devil's travel plan of destruction of the world and its reconstruction, and the people who promoted this Eastern Alliance. And in the kingdom of Cayenne, which occupies half of the continent of Aslan, there are two forces, the Western Alliance and the Eastern Alliance. Initially, the two factions were equal, but after the appearance of the Queen and the Holy Sun in the Duchy of Giornetti and the Western Union, this balance was broken. Due to some negative factors, the terrible alliance is still in decline, and some of its territories were sold to the West. And at this point, the power difference has become too big. Therefore, for several years now, among the aristocrats of the Eastern Alliance, there are admirers of devil worship, and as a result of this, two great intractables of mankind, the blue dragon Artalis and the ice dragon Myrenia, began to destroy the Western territories. That is why they were in such a hurry with the incursion. The West had no time left. The deep dragon's nest is in the largest cereal region of the continent, and the ice dragon occupied the central port of the West. And if nothing is done with the dragons, there will soon be no time in the South. And in the West, because of the current situation, the people who lost their homes and the united aristocrats joined an evil sect. They did not even believe that all this was planned by a sect. And as Alden said, the devil's followers just pushed the world into the abyss, and the dragons don't help the devil's followers, which means that everything will end after the destruction of the deep ice dragon. And after this long conversation, Adam said that he and Ned would take care of the dragons. But Lucius's uncle thought otherwise and started yelling at them. Are they in their right mind? Killing dragons by themselves sounds crazy, so they also decided to work it out together. But Lucius, sitting next to him, started to say that they didn't need him, to which Adam replied that he must protect the third parish, and he cannot allow the temple to be captured, and the attack is not over yet, and the Son of God is afraid to imagine what will happen if something happens to him or his family. And the person agreed with these words. It was impossible for him to think of anything better, and suddenly he stood up and began to say that in the name of Lucius Giornetti, he names Adam and Ned the Elder as Holy Knights, and also expresses his gratitude to them for their help in the defense of the parish. They will be given precious gold and magic stones, and the senior Holy Knights will be allowed to visit any place under the control of the temple, and he will issue them a certificate stating that they are authorized to gather people and lead them. And they will also be given half of the contributions paid to the temple. But suddenly Adam started to say that the status can be obtained documented, but due to some circumstances, they cannot receive the mark of priest. But Lucius wondered why they could not use the abilities of the light. Well, Adam replied that it doesn't matter, they don't want to go under the control of the goddess. And shaking hands, Lucius said he understood. If suddenly their decision changes, let them say so, and they will try to help with the preparations for the next hunt. And although Lucius's uncle didn't understand about this raid against the dragons, he was worried about them, but since people were staking their name, he can't say anything against the Holy Sun. To begin with, I decided to observe, and at the same moment Lucius asked Adam when they planned to leave because they needed to have a reception before leaving. Adam replied that they shouldn't do that. And at the same moment, something strange started to happen in the same room, and everyone started to turn their heads towards the cage in which Alden's head was imprisoned, and it started to glow very brightly, so all the rooms started to light up with bright lights. And inside this cage was Alden's head, and dark energy was coming out of it. And at the same moment the head, which was imprisoned in a cage, started to say that it was trying to make a connection. It felt Alden's life force dry up and began to say that they were the same heroes who caught Alden. But Lucius shouted out who it was. And immediately after these words, a bright light appeared in the room, shining even brighter than before. And the cage that held Alden's power began to break. And the flying head began to respond by ducking its head until it bit him. After all, he is the head of a diabolical cult. And everyone in this room couldn't believe their ears. Or the critics couldn't understand how he found out that Alden had failed and decided to do it all himself. But the head of the diabolical cult began to look at Adam intently and say that there was an enormous energy emanating from him, and it turns out that he is the owner of the dragon heart. But Adam didn't understand why this creature had already appeared, because he knows that now, for the chapter, it makes no difference whether the dragon heart is simplified or not. And everything that happened was part of a big plan. And he continued to enjoy his double life, and they dealt quietly with Alden and his twins just because they were allowed to do so. And the head of the cult was supposed to remain inactive for several more years. And during that time, Adam was going to eliminate the top leadership of the cult, order Lucius to start a war between the temple factions, and then rip off the main head. But then Adam suddenly wondered if there was some kind of special relationship between the head and Alden. But then he wouldn't stand by and watch Alden being tortured, and this is usually fickleness, or it really is the devil's hands. And most likely he was the one who prepared everything so that now this situation would occur. And at that very moment Ned began to tell Adam to run and hide. They would buy him some time for now. After all, he easily destroyed the cage, the effect of the ban on the use of skills, which means that the head of the sect is at least an archmage, and it would not be easy, but Lucius understood that he had Taz up his sleeve and the technique of the flashes of honor, and now he could not be allowed to take the heart of the dragon. But Ned, who was standing next to him, began to sneer at his face and ask him if he really knew how to use a sword. But what did his face answer him not to be left behind? Lucius, though he understood that if the connecting spell faded, if the connecting intermediary was destroyed, they would just have to chip off Alden's head. And deciding to end it all very quickly and not from both sides, they attacked the cult leader. But as soon as they approached with their swords, a barrier formed near the head that did not allow them to cause damage. And immediately afterwards, dark energy began to bind Ned. He used the mantle on irony without giving them a chance to dodge, and the speed of activation was simply terrifying, and the magic dissipated, and Lucius could do nothing. And at that very moment, the head of the diabolical cult started telling them to retreat, because they couldn't handle this, and his ability is the shadow of an ancient dragon, and the characteristics captured by this ability of the target are greatly reduced, and the use of the magic is completely blocked. And the head of the devil cult continued saying that he could not sense any traces of this woman, and he would like to know if his intervention changed the situation, but apparently he wasted his time. And at that moment he began to activate his curse-linking abilities, Curse of Disease and Curse of Pain and Curse of Decay. And Ned and Lucius began to experience terrible pains all over their bodies. And Lucius' uncle, who was standing nearby, also experienced great fear and pain and began to pray for the goddess Arya to help them. But suddenly Adam, who was standing watching all this, decided to intervene, and with the help of his weapon was able to free his companions. And the head of the devil cult who was watching this attack could not believe his eyes. The fact that Adam used the Sword of Light, because using the Sword of Light requires colossal preparation and serious characteristics, but with the help of the permission, or the piercing command, it can be easily used the truth. Besides that, it has nothing else, and to destroy the curse link, a Sword of Light will not be enough. And in this case, all that is left for him is to increase his characteristics several times and use Adam's dragonization skills and the secret medicine of Meteor's tears. And with the help of such a set, he was able to use the Sword of Light for about 10 seconds without the help of the goddess. Venom began to realize that the worst-case scenario could only be that he had come here on the orders of the devil himself to buy them. And now he has no chance against the head of the devil sect. He can, of course, be destroyed by dealing with his head and sending the genius fool to hell, but the damage will not be proportional, and he needs to avoid a direct confrontation. And now he realized that he needed to pull himself together and use a safe fight. After all, if he wanted to maintain victory without losing anything, then in this situation he would have to be taken away from here. And remember the words I said to the King of Demons, who was the first person who was able to resist him simply because of his amazing tenacity. And they say that he who enters a battle with no chance of victory is a fool, and those who run away from a kind of enemy or surrender are not wise to me. They are ordinary weaklings, and the devil who conquered 10 worlds was beaten by a little man, and this cannot happen. And when the goddess of light told him that she wanted to fight again with victory, Adam understood that Tartarus wants pure victory and wants to defeat the full version of the hero, and that's why killing him now is contrary to his plan. And the fact that the cult leader appeared here of his own free will, and he thought he came here in vain. But he started to say that there was such an interesting shot here, and he began to ask Adam who he was and why the goddess of light had chosen him. Well, Adam became interested and decided that since the head of the cult himself was asking him, he couldn't help but answer. However, it is not interesting to talk for free, and he began to suggest that the pair ask each other a question. And if Adam wins, he will reveal his true face to his comrade, and his comrade can do the same. But the cult leader was surprised to hear these words. So was Lucius, who definitely learned the true face of the cult leader, and Ned thought about it. Because even Olya didn't know this, he wondered how Adam knew this, and the cult leader started to say that his magic search ability allows him to detect lies. And now this guy really knows his true face. But Adam went on to say that now they will act no nonsense if he makes a bloody party here. Of course his comrades will feel bad. But he can't help it, and he has plenty of time, and the sect leader must believe that he will ruin his life. All things being equal, he has no need to reveal the secrets of even a precious existence. To which the cult leader agreed. And immediately after that, Adam flipped a coin and began to say that he would have said it immediately. Because of the flying coin, everyone began to follow it with their eyes, and as soon as the coin landed back in one's hand, he covered it with his other hand. And the head of the sect began to say that he chose tails, and Adam could only then take the eagle for himself, and at that very second he started to raise his hand, and everyone was wondering who would win. A little earlier there was a coin in the palm of his hand, and Adam asked Ned how he could hit it 10 times in a row, to which he replied that he could hit it 100 times, because in the eyes of a trained person, a falling coin is extremely slow. And that day, besides Bishop Alphonse, there was not a single person who did not see it. And on which side did the coin fall before Adam covered it with his hand? Lucius and Ned, who were watching, said it had come up heads. And Ned, looking at Adam, didn't understand why he blindly trusted fate, or was it another trick? If not, why not? He chose a game in which the one who speaks first will win, said the second one who chooses tails. And later they were able to find out the reason for this choice. But at that moment, when Adam covered the coin with his hand, a bright light appeared and began to illuminate the whole room. That began to illuminate the whole room in red and white, and this light was the energy of Adam and the cult leader who collided with each other. The victory or defeat is counted only after the hand covering the coin is completely open, and the winner is the one who flips the coin and breaks the enemy's defense. And in the face of this force, hell began to resist the enormous power of the sect leader. And at that moment the hand began to secure its position before the other side of the coin was revealed. It was an ordinary confrontation of forces, and many believed that this was the essence of the game, and if you compete without certain conditions of victory or defeat, it will be difficult to back down. So Adam set the rules. There finally, everything was decided because Adam flipped the coin as fast as he could. The coin began to fly, and Adam, along with the head of the diabolical sect, began to look at it. And as the coin flew, Adam was able to move and activate his ability. And it's clear that the diabolical cult leader realized that he was using the acceleration electricity of a man from the east. And literally a few seconds later, maybe less than hell, he hit him with all his might. And so he began to break the ground beneath him and fall to the floors below. And as soon as Adam struck the final blow, he realized that it was time for his dragonization and glass. But Adam regretted that there was a tie. Only the building collapsed and Adam managed to drive the cult leader away without serious damage to his side, and the fact that Adam saw through it and figured out how to deal with him and forced him to leave. And the girl sitting across from Ned started asking what kind of bet this was, because the winner had to ask a question and reveal the true face of the opponent, and as it turned out, it was a tie. Adam, who came in, said that they didn't postpone it and decided to fight another time. Because at that moment Adam, along with Mr. Lucius, entered the room where this conversation was taking place. And as soon as they sat down, Ned began to ask Adam if he had figured out how to remove that spell, to which he replied that he had not, and it seemed that the temple had no ideas either. Between two people, if one of the participants violates this agreement, then the time comes for him to be punished. In this case, the ring of the second participant is destroyed, and during the punishment, one of the 5 senses disappears for a month, and ultimately until the beginning of the second battle. And there he cannot reveal to them the true face of the heat of the diabolical cult. And Lucius understood that nothing could be done in this situation. If he acted according to Adam's instructions, not much could be changed. But suddenly Adam said that he wanted to do everything directly. Although Lucius did not understand what he meant, Ned replied that he knew. And Adam began to explain that he could give them a riddle to think for themselves, or the clue would only be a hint. But this story is more dangerous than the Eastern Alliance, and he can only tell it to someone he trusts completely. And as soon as he started talking about the head of the devil cult, at that moment the head of the cult himself was walking with a bouquet of flowers through the huge castle. And suddenly he began to be surprised when he looked at the hand, because he thought it would immediately give away his identity, and the promise ring did not disappear. And when he proposed to compete thus, he thought he was a complete fool, but maybe it was a bluff, or his dastardly motives are all too obvious. In any case, the cult leader was looking forward to Exodus, as long as it did not disappoint him. And moving closer and closer to the lone girl in front of him, he began to turn around, and at the same time congratulated the girl on her 12th birthday, whose name was Altair. She replied that she could not be recognized without the chrome robe, and thanked him for coming. It was the first princess of the kingdom of Cain, Altair Justina Cain, and the one who approached her was the first principal of the kingdom, Cain, the youngest cardinal of the Temple of Light. And that same evening, Lucius and his wife went to rest, did not leave, and the thought about the head of the cult, if it serves all that Adam said, he is practically invulnerable. However, his family cannot avoid the next wallpaper, and so Lucius decided that no matter how hard it is, they will enter the fight and win, and the vendetta is not over yet. The professor, the older student, and the other helpers Alden mentioned, and they won't settle down until they kill them all. And even without Adam, Ned would have been lost and regretted his stupidity after betraying the cult, and the fact that he undoubtedly owes him his life, and swore to himself to repay the debt, even if he had to fight the devil himself. And Adam, sitting in his room, was meditating, but suddenly thought there was none, and he can't understand why the head of the cult appeared. After all, no one changes so easily. Neither man nor the devil is not God, and every effect is preceded by a reason if other actions are performed. And this means that the one who knows the future changed history. But the head of the cult remained in the shadows after the transfer of the plan of revelation to the 12 apostles. So his historical role remained the same, and when he attacked Ned Lucius, he did not feel seriously threatened, and the head seemed to chase the flies away from itself, but no more. And perhaps he wondered who took the dragon's heart, or there is something he does not know and really forgot something. And at the same time, looking at his hand, which was beginning to emit a bright light, he realized that everything would fall into place when he began to act, and there was something left to take care of before he left. But he continued to look at my hand, saw his enhanced silver key, and began to remember those words of the goddess who said that she would expand her abilities in relation to the key, and that she needed to give him something, and that he should look in it how to free himself, and what the angel said, so before disappearing into the legal room when he threatened the gods. And now she is just rushing him, but he decided to listen to what she has to say. But first she has to get dressed, and at the same moment he started to move to another room. In an instant he found himself in another room, which had just glowed with bright colors. And in hell, I realized that this place was connected with the silver key, to which the angel who appeared out of nowhere replied that everything was correct. His key was connected to the guest room of his fork, and greeted Adam, told him to make himself at home. But Adam didn't understand what kind of one-room villa this was, and he still couldn't figure out who had given him the silver key. And that meant it was her. Angels can also provide special abilities, and she began to answer him that after all, she is responsible for him because she has special powers, and besides, the fight is like a show. And if he has a dull ending, his reputation will suffer a lot. And Adam understood this, and began to say that he was so grateful that he was about to cry. But it was still just a joke, and began to tell them to get on with it and what kind of conversation was in store for him. To which the angel asked Adam to move them more comfortably. And with the help of teleportation, they found themselves on comfortable couches, and the angel started to get straight to the point. The conversation would be about rewards and additional rules, and it was certainly interesting, but they would no longer lose rudeness and similar threats. Therefore, with the next such joke, you will be taken away the ability and available skills. And since he is now a prey, and all his abilities will be transferred to the one who is hunting him. And at that very moment, Adam realized that such gods had directed his brains and were saying that if he did not want to give all his goods to the enemy, then he should follow the rules and not resist. And in fact, he knew that such a trick would only work once. If you trick them in the same way twice, can you even consider them gods? And he suddenly decided to ask the angel about the reward, because he had definitely heard that the goddess of light would give him cool stuff, and he shouldn't pull the cat by the balls and throw him out. To which the angel replied that he had already received something, and a relaxation of the requirements for using the ball of light. This privilege had never been granted to a person who was not a priest. And as for the conditions to completely remove the restrictions, he either needs to get permission from the goddess of light, or receive an order from her. I have another new rule. He must carry out the instructions of the gods, and special skills prepared not only by the goddess but also by other gods will be given to him as a reward for completing the mission. And of course only the best was prepared for him, selecting privileges based on the strictest criteria. And as she already said, there is nothing free in the world, and he must serve the gods and carry out his tasks without any hesitation, and prove that he is worthy to possess everything. And although I am now hot, it is very inconvenient for them to send heroes through the tasks of the gates of the mystery, and they will receive them with full honors. After returning, so it was you, the bishop's words, and sitting on my horse, I will give it to him. I realize that now, when approaching the end of the raid, human spies guard the temple with the help of his bracelet of mist, which grants the ability of the unknown. Thanks to this trinket, it is no longer necessary to move at night, but it is better not to go out the main gate. Lucius' wife approached Ned and began to tell him to take what she gave him because she had picked it up. And seeing this basket of Claudia's food that, after consuming it, restores stamina, and Manu, he started to remember that when the golden knight pierced his stomach, she treated him with this, and started to thank Claudia for so much help. And finally Adam turned to the side and told her that he was counting on him, to which Lucius wished them good luck in the battle. And as soon as they were on their way, Lucius understood that there is not only a devil cult, aristocrats, wealthy, travelers, those who go after the dragon's heart. Countless. His role is that he must pretend to be the owner of this artifact, diverting attention to himself and gaining time and space for Adam maneuver. And after they galloped away, the door closed and let no one else out. And from that moment on, the third parish was closed to everyone. And at that moment, the lawyer who was walking around her farm felt Adam's footsteps moving away, and she realized that he seemed to be leaving this place. And at that moment, her fiancé approached the lawyer and said something to her. Yes, they too will go where they have to go. And accepting, she shed a tear, because she understood that this was the end of her role, along with her millennial loneliness. She too can retire and think of nothing else. After all, she is now passing on her mission to the follower, and to the descendant who will go with him. The girl who looked out of the window met the dove who brought her a letter. When she opened it, she read the beginning and realized that it was from Lucio. In it was written that he congratulated her on her birthday and asked her for an apology, because he would not be able to attend the reception, because they would not be able to see each other for some time. As an apology, he sends her a small gift, and he is sure she will like it. Well, at least the princess understood that he kept saying that, and sent her something wonderful. But suddenly the princess heard some noise in the street, and as soon as she looked out of the window, she heard a fight near her window. And looking closer, she saw a man who had beaten up most of the guards below. And then he realized that Lucius's gift was this man, and the letter said that he could help her. Lindell Castle was Altair's territory, and she received it along with the title of Duchess when she was only 16. And when Adam and his comrade approached the main gate of the castle, they were met by guards. But Adam took out the letter and began to tell them that this letter was from the holy son of Lucius Jonet. And the old man who approached them said that he would also accompany them. And Ned remembered the words of Lucius, who said that the letter had his seal on it, and that they should give it to his majesty. And he was sure that the princess would help them. But he did not understand, though his face thought so. But could she help in the dragon hunt? After all, if you think about it, she is one of the aristocrats. And he began to ask his friend if he knew the princess. To which he replied that he saw her once in childhood at a reception at the royal castle. And they say that she is burying her talent, and he doubts that she can somehow help them. But at the same moment, a strange armored warrior flew right at his feet, and Ned didn't understand what had just happened. But the old man who accompanied them began to say that they were surely scared. But the thing was that the princess's favorites were now in front of them, and at the same moment surprise appeared on the face of Adam, his comrade. After all, they didn't think these were henchmen. They thought these were simple thieves. But Princess Altair is beautifully noble and talented, and from birth has everything a shining star needs. Aslan and even luck were on her side, and when her first son fell ill, the king said that the right to the throne would pass to her and her husband, and the crown was handed over without a fight, and the rest of the fools dreamed that if they married the princess, then he would be their son, and they would be kings. But the princess said that before talking about her marriage, she would say something to them all, and she would not exchange a word with anyone who did not show her strength and honor. And a number of nobles willing to win the favor of the princess was a challenge. And they were defeated and returned, and so in a circle, and all of them were controlled by the first Knight Defender, Altair Ophalia Armada. And observing all this chaos, Ned did not understand what was going on, although he must admit he was somewhat surprised. I thought these people were not capable, but they had a pretty good level of training. To which the old man replied that he was right, and that many had been hired to represent the interests of the Britons in the arena. If the aristocrats beat Lady Ophelia in a coordinated manner, then there might be a chance that the princess would recognize their strength, and then even the priests. The real Adam at his side understood that they were not even rivals for him, but he should not despise them for that. And that is the real problem, that the opponent is one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. And looking at her, Adam realized that it had been a long time since he had seen Ophelia, and she looked younger. Apparently they had met earlier than the last time, but suddenly a fool approached one and started asking who they were. And with an angry look, he started saying that the end of the line is in the other direction, and they have been stuck here for 3 days, and not to disturb the order. And looking at his yellow bird on the blue cloths, Adam realized that this was a priest from the Temple of Heaven, a representative of another religion that competed with the Temple of Light. It seems that he came here instead of the aristocrat, and began to answer him with venom that they did not participate in the competition, and that he should not pay any attention to them, and that it would be better for him to go and mind his own business. But for some reason, these words infuriated that guy. I went on to say there that they were coming to deliver a letter from the son of God Lucius to the princess, and that he needed to be taken out for his health. And he said that it was urgent, and that if he was really willing to take responsibility for the delay in delivery. And all of a sudden, the guy's face changed, and he started saying he didn't need it, and of course they could go ahead. But before Adam had time to leave them, they started arguing with Lucius about the fact that he wasn't raiding the dungeon now, and somehow they came running here suspiciously fast. Did the princess really help organize the raid? And the fact that Adam does not know anything after all. After completing the campaigns, people send letters and send them in a special order, and first of all to friends after the temple, and in conclusion to the beloved. As soon as Adam heard these words, he began to turn to that big man with an angry face, who went on to say that all the inhabitants of the capital know that there is a vicious relationship between Lucius and his cousin, and say that they had a son and are raising him secretly in the temple. And as soon as that big guy continued to say something with all his might, Adam punched him in the face. And he started flying several dozen meters to the side, because there is a tense relationship between the temples of light and heaven. And that's why these guys are so enraged that people are superior to them in status. But Adam didn't understand what Altair and what he had just said about the girl who loved only him until her death, and the connection to his second cousin had to do with it. Hadn't he been smacked in the face with his hand for a long time? Adam started to say that the ones next to him should come here too. After all, they are weirdos who have been standing here for 3 days now, to get hit in the head and no one seems to talk to them. So they get bored. And there's no need for them to queue up. He gets them all in at once. And a little later, the old man who was accompanying Adam began to laugh out loud and say that it had been several months since there had been any fights in the queue. But Adam apologized and said that they had insulted a respectable person, and that he could not stand by and say that they had insulted a respectable person, and that he could not stand by. But the old man began to say that it was his fault, because as a butler, he was supposed to avoid conflicts. But the old man began to think that usually if a fight starts, the mistress appears, Ophelia, but this man realized very quickly, and his clothes do not look like a temple or a knight, and maybe these people are not just messengers. But suddenly the princess appeared and started to say if they liked the greenhouse. And as soon as Adam turned his head, he began to understand that in a past life, he would not have met Altair for several years. And his real mission would begin only after training with Ned. I can't believe that this moment has already arrived and I have begun to greet His Highness. But the princess noticed that this guy looked familiar, and he began to talk about how he had read the letter from Lucius and the Knights of the Temple, Adam and Ned. He recommended them, and said that they would tell all the details personally. But now they must answer what they can do for her. And standing behind Ned, who was watching Adam and the princess, something strange struck him. Why was Ophelia, who protects the princess, giving him a disapproving look? Because that noise was made by Adamanihi, or they had already met somewhere before. And the princess began to ask Adam what he could do for her. And after these words, Adam thought that Altair's contact is not yet fully developed, and the princess cannot see other people's memories as a lawyer. But since this talent is innate in her, she's able to recognize people thanks to her special perception. And Altair, retaining the gift, gathered a team and went into battle with the adepts of the sect, and the princess was his comrade in arms and the first to resist. And for him, overwhelmed by a thirst for battle and a sense of revenge, she was a girl who showed the right path and a great dream, and the absurd search for the groom was only necessary to find the best warriors, the cult sent, and gradually took over the kingdom, and the ability of Altair to inherit from his throne could not guarantee victory. She needs a strong ally, and at that moment Adam asked for forgiveness from Her Highness, and activated his power. He said he could become one, and thought it would be the quickest way to prove it to her. And suddenly the princess, along with her guards, saw that this was the power of a dragon, and that Adam had the heart of a dragon. And at that very moment the princess began to ask if Ophelia was competing, or if she was with Adam. She answered no. The new series immediately began to draw her sword, and to say that she would try to inflict 3 blows at home. And being opposite each other, they did not start to emit enormous power, But suddenly Ophelia realized that Adam was standing there, but there were no visible weak points in his stance, and if she mindlessly rushed to attack, she could get into trouble. And she realized that she had to act as carefully as possible. And as soon as she moved, she noticed that Adam, in the first collision, began to reflect the blade of the sword with the help of his hand, and during the second collision, all his blows did not leave him a scratch. And in the third collision, the weapon flew from her hands and was followed by a strong blow with the palm of her hand, which caused her to fly to the side. But immediately after that, Adam's hand was behind her back, and as soon as Ophelia came to, she realized that she had lost because Adam, who was standing behind her, asked her if she wanted to continue, but she didn't understand when he managed to get behind her. And suddenly she said no. The lieutenant had seen enough in this manna of movement and protection. Everything was perfect, but she still didn't understand where it had come from. And after a short battle, the princess began to talk because she had heard that the blue dragon had destroyed the food zones, and they were looking for a solution to this problem. And creating new plows makes no sense. The devil's followers multiply like cockroaches, and these lands will be devastated once again. But nevertheless, because of the new threat, they will have to cultivate the areas of the tournament ridge. And Adam immediately responded to his words that it would then be possible to divert the sect's attention during the journey. If you do everything quickly, then in a month he will bring you the head of a blue dragon. The princess liked this plan but asked him what he wanted, to which he replied that they themselves could determine the reward. And the most important thing is that during the cleaning of the tomb, legal problems have arisen, and now there are not enough people in the third parish, and therefore they have run out of healers, and they need healing power. And that princess realized that it seems that she is not only looking for money and fame, and started to ask what are the possibilities against the blue dragon. But Adam leaned over to the princess and told her that everything depended on her highness. Of Medea, which he studied, remained in it. And the fact that the magic of Medea no longer exists, and Alter was able to master it thanks to one person, and said that the training had reached a dead end by this time, and told the princess that her ancestor entrusted her with the crystal, and ordered her to give it to him. And Alter will gain enormous power if she uses the artifact at this time, and she can control the dragon heart in her chest. But soon Adam said that they would go, and if she needed them, she could send Gons for them. And this first meeting was glorious. Nothing like what happened in a past life, Adam thought. And it wasn't bad. And that he missed her. But now they have found each other thanks to Lucius, and he will be able to show Altair what he is worth, and she will pay attention to him. And the fact that she will find him herself, and he will wait. She, sitting princess, understood that now she had come across such an interesting man. But at that moment the princess began to ask Ophelia what she thought of this, to which she replied that the guy was impressive, but that she was very worried that Sir Lucius would recommend him because he didn't understand people well. But nevertheless, Adam has the skills the princess is looking for, but still thinks he is not too weak for the one who carries the dragon's heart. But the princess replied that it seemed to her that she didn't quite control him, and that he would definitely become stronger soon. Remembering Adam's words that his ancestor entrusted him with the crystal and ordered him to give it to her, and the fact that Adam spoke as if he had personally met Mrs. Juridica, and Juridica was an archmage, so it was no wonder he learned that she was wandering the tomb. And if Adam's words are true, then the ritual was performed on him and his heart by Juridica himself, and that Adam has great possibilities for an unknown character. And perhaps he will help in the execution of his plan. But there was something else that troubled the princess. This is what she always felt, either warmth or dislike for the touch of another person, but what she felt with Adam. She saw something strange she hadn't seen before, and wondered what it was. But at the same time, in another place, the head of the diabolical cult summoned his subordinate to him. As soon as he arrived, he began to ask what the orders were. This was the underboss of the second in the hierarchy of cult followers. And the head of the cult began to say that there was a free place among the 12 apostles. But Alfred did not understand if there was a free place among the cult leaders, and one failed. But suddenly the devil cult leader asked Alfred, "Do you really want to make sure of this through him?" and he had to recognize the situation and propose the next commander. But he himself does not understand anything, and he is free to get rid of all the remaining apostles. But the plan of the apocalypse must be carried out, and Aldine's failure must not create problems in his work. And at the same moment, the illusion that the head of the diabolical sect had created dissipated. And Alfred, who was standing, realized that he had disappointed the leader, and at the same moment, Alfred began to call his subordinate, who was just around the corner, and told him to immediately get the ghost horse ready for him and go to the third parish. The next day, the princess approached the huge altar, and for her it was touching, because the decoding of the ancient texts in the dungeons and the raid on the tomb of jurisprudence ended, and this thing fell into her hands, the grimoire itself, and will be able to increase its magical energy. After all, this is a first-class grimoire created by crystallizing magical powers that allow him to master the ability through meditation. And she began to remember the words that told her that the time allotted to her would soon be over, and that Altair, her student, should forgive her for not being able to teach her more than she needed. But she was sure that she would be able to find a way to improve her skills and finally defeat the head of the diabolical sect. And at that moment, a bright light appeared in the cave itself, and suddenly she began to see different things around her, and suddenly she began to think that this was really subspace, or that the crystal was connected to her mind, and magical knowledge seemed to appear near her. A voice also appeared and asked her that it was really beautiful, and that it was Medea's magic that they understood. And the jurists who appeared began to say that she was only a spiritual body that remained in a magic crystal, but that she would still like to meet the princess with her heir. But at that moment, Adam and his partner were playing rock, paper, scissors, and as soon as they had finished their game, Adam began to say that he had won and was going to a party, and that Ned would go and fetch the devil's followers from the castle. And Ned thought this was even for the best, because he still doesn't like noisy events, so Adam can go quietly and have fun. And Ned, who picked up the bracelet, asked Adam if he really would not need it, because he himself said that if you do not show your face, it will be easier to act. But Adam replied that in this mansion there is one of the 10 strongest fighters, so he will need both bracelets, otherwise he will be quickly caught. And by the way, that girl somehow looked at him disapprovingly. And after thinking about it, Ned replied that it was true, and he did not understand why. After all, it was the first time they met, and it is rare to meet such a southern girl, and even with magical abilities, and he would not have forgotten their meeting. And does she really know him from the time of the cult? Or maybe she's more dangerous than he is. But Adam replied that he didn't think she was one of the devil's admirers, but he still had to be alert, and he was sure Ned would do a great job. And stirring the strange substance, Adam realized that now he also had to prepare himself. And as soon as he fixed his hair and combed his beautiful voice, then with the help of the face-changing technique, and this is his sewer technique that allows him to change the appearance, a special technique of a shadow student who in the future will become one of the 12 apostles of the sect, and the facial expression of the posture. All this makes a great impression on those around him. An expert in such a technique can easily deceive a person and immediately disappear in the crowd. His skill is not only good, but if they are at a reception where new faces appear every day and everyone drinks themselves unconscious, then everything can work. And the people who challenge the princess are warriors and aristocrats from all over the kingdom. They are honored guests, so you can't talk to them without due consideration. And so a separate wing of the castle became the noisiest gateway, and at the same time a place to spend the night. And where every night he organizes meetings to see the favorites and their fighters fighting for the heart of Altair. But the work at home now is to gather information and search for fighters. And someone who is known to the personality in his past life can be useful, and the need to find the warriors who died while training in the cave. Soon after, Adam began to hear conversations from different people talking about the fact that they were knights. And they said that there had been no news from the third parish for several days, and his sister's husband went there as a guest, and was ordered to inspect the surroundings until the raid was over. But they never got lost inside. And other people were talking about rumors of smoke coming out of the third vestibule a few days ago, They wondered if Cardinal Alden had not occupied it, and Adam, who was next to him, understood that he knew that everyone was showing great interest in Lucius and the progress of the raid, and in which pillar he did not sit. Everywhere, the same conversations. And the fact that no one knows how the campaign will end and what happened to Alden, because the information is deliberately not spread. But suddenly, while Adam was having a drink, a guy sitting next to him started looking at him strangely, and at one point, he started telling Adam that they were sitting at the table with him a couple of minutes ago, and that it was surprising that everyone here knew the Baron. But as soon as he sat down at the table, they began to mistake him for him, although the Baron himself had long since gone off to dance. If you are not mistaken, it was he who brought heaven down to the land of the priests, and at the same moment, Adam turned his head and realized that the man did not look skilled, but he was able to recognize the technique of changing his face, and Adam became interested in who he was. A guy who was a servant in this castle was walking several floors below, and at the same moment someone dragged that guy by his clothes into another room, and as soon as Ned was done with him, a bug started coming out of that guy, and so Ned started eliminating all the minions of the evil cult, and as soon as he was done with the East Wing, he decided to move on. And jumping from building to building, Ned looked at the huge castle and was amazed that it belonged to one man, and he began to think that he wouldn't be able to get used to it, because Lucius's house in the temple was the size and similar to his old house, so he felt comfortable. And it was not only spacious but warm and cozy, and then it was the same with them, and then he saw his sister and mother for the last time. If she had been alive, she would have become a wife and mother. But the whole catastrophe changed everything. But suddenly Ned heard a voice asking him what he was doing here. After all, the guests were having a great time, and he chose a rather unusual place for an evening stroll. But he didn't understand when he didn't feel her approach, and this is his biggest mistake. And thanks to the effect of the 2 bracelets, he can hardly be detected. And most importantly, Princess Protector Ella is one of the 10 strongest, and it is not because of her beautiful eyes that she gets such a place, and suddenly began to tell her not to worry, because she had come here because she felt a strange energy here. However, she has something to do with him and can devote some time to him. But Ned started to tell her that they should be honest with each other, and how long had she been following him, to which she replied that he could not be fooled from the 2nd floor of the East Building. And Ned began to tell her that he had killed the devil's followers, and that she herself can verify that next to the corpses there are larvae. And she apologizes for wandering around the castle, but her leader decided that a quick cleanup is much better than explanations, because every second counts. To which she tells him that he is amazing and that it is a reasonable decision. However, he fumbles a bit, and she tells him about the purpose for which she came to see him. And at the same moment she swung around and started attacking Ned. And the raid on the dragon is the desire of the princess. She is doing everything possible to gather the best warriors and lead them to victory, and her comrade Adam has already proven himself. But now she needs to test him, and he must prove what he is capable of. But Ned did not understand why such platitudes, but still replied that if she wants to be punished, then he will agree and fight with her. At the same time, not far from the 3rd entrance hall, the ghost hounds were looking for traces. They were traces of Alden's demonization and lightning discharges, and the guy was sure that they belonged to the warrior of the royal tiara flow, and it was obvious that there was a disciple of a man from the east. And where were the traces of the Silver Knight? And the traces of several other people were visible, and an attack using the sacred power was used. But what was more interesting, inside the carriage the guy saw a strange substance on the door, and upon tasting it he realized that it was me, Persephone, who couldn't be here, and the man from the east, Holy Sun, who joined the Tarantula cult 3 years ago. Joined and planned to get rid of Alden, and couldn't believe that he could be so crazy about a task on whose success the future of the cult depends. After all, the entrance and exit of the 3rd hall were closed due to a curtain spell that prevented magical analysis. Nothing could be seen inside, and the carrier pigeons sent by the informers were gathered in one place, as if they did not know where to fly to. and the impression was created that something very valuable was hidden in the temple. And it was likely that one of them was the head of the cult. But what if the Holy Sun's team was able to get hold of the other master, and now they were buying time to complete the ritual and stabilize the dragon's power? And now it was all coming together. If someone has such power, then the outrage of the visiting patrons about the closed doors becomes an empty phrase, and if the information gets outside the temple, trouble may arise, and they foresaw it all. And the question is, who is the owner of the dragon's heart, the man from the east or the Holy Sun? If the former, then we can assume that he was crazy and used dew of light, and if the latter, there is a possibility that the man from the east betrayed the cult, and it was necessary to act even after the battle with Alden. Several days have already passed, and he must find direct evidence before the dragon heart transplant is completely finished. But suddenly the guy who was looking for traces saw a mysterious man standing not far from him in the forest. An unknown man was standing in a black robe and looked him straight in the eyes. He saw that it was a mask on this guy's face with a bird's beak, and he was definitely the deputy head of the sect. Not at the same moment he started to run away from him, but the deputy chief understood that it was just a hunch that this person was definitely connected to what had happened and couldn't be lost. And at that very moment he began to order his ghost dogs to chase him and catch him, and continue the chase. The ghostly wolves almost caught up with the mystery man, and grabbing his shoulder with their ferocious teeth, the man began to feel pain in his body. And the sheriff's deputy who was watching this began to see that he still managed to catch up. But suddenly mysterious guy started to use his thunder palm and destroyed the ghost dogs. And the sheriff's deputy suddenly saw that it was a real draft. He was pleased that they met. After all, he has business with them. If he cooperates well, then it might not kill him. But the man from the east realized that this guy was a complete pain and simply would not back down. And at that moment, on another continent, sounds of battle were heard in a huge castle. The girl, with all her strength and such, Ned did not give him a moment's peace. And Ned began to tell Ophelia what he thought, or whether there were really notes of partiality in his words. After all, they had struck 3 blows long ago. And she began to respond that the problem was that those who are inferior to him in strength cannot participate in the dragon hunt, and continuing to fight with all their might, they began to attack each other even harder and faster. And suddenly Ophelia decided to attack him with a direct hit. And as soon as their swords met, Ned's sword began to glow brightly. And suddenly he began to envelop Ophelia's sword, and with the help of his magical mirage sword, the length and shape of the blade changed depending on the user's abilities. Ned began to get closer and closer to her, and at that very moment he was able to take his own weapon from her hands. He started to fly in the other direction, but suddenly Ophelia didn't give up and started to adopt a fighting stance and fight her opponent melee, and raising her leg she gave a sword that flew straight near Ned's face. And immediately after this another attack flew and hit the target. And in that same second, there was a huge explosion from Ophelia's attack. And standing on that spot, she began to understand that now it was all over, and that she was able to defeat her opponent. Once Ned was behind her, he began to tell her that she had an excellent technique. If she had hit his body not through the illusion, it would have been painful. And with the help of his raven's cloak, Ned was able, after creating a copy, to instantly move a short distance directly behind her back, and went on to say that anyone would hear rumors about a person as famous as she is, even if she sits within 4 walls and hasn't shown all her tricks. But she also has an ace up her sleeve. If they both start playing seriously, then this affair will not end well, and they may just call it quits. And suddenly she replied that the ace is a royal dash technique. So Ned couldn't understand how she knew about his technique. And Ophelia started talking more about the fact that the most valuable part of her body is her eyes. The spell of the unknown, or the curtain, are not an obstacle for her. And so she was tasked to keep an eye on him. And at that moment, the guy running away from the devil's deputy chief began to approach the nearby lake to quench his thirst. And he realized that he could hardly separate himself from that guy and the deputy chief of the sect. The master was always afraid of him and was a difficult opponent, and the situation turned out wonderfully. The raid ended immediately, as soon as they got rid of the rumors of the princess and because of the complete betrayal of the other students participating in the operation. The deputy head of the control panel is now wandering around the area and sniffing around for something, and the disciple of the Eastern man, one of the 12 apostles, is known as the Smiling Girl, and tried to prevent him from stealing the dragon's heart. And their movements, looks, breathing, the smallest details were similar, as if they had been trained in the same place. And after the battle, she became even more convinced of this, and Adam is also similar in some respects, but he has already proved that he is not dangerous for the princesses. Well, the most important thing was that no one knows what to expect from a smiling girl, who was sitting near the lake and began to think about how and where he should restore order first. After all, the smiling girl is very much like him, and they are like brother and sister. And Ophelia finally asked Ned if he was really her ally and what it all meant. Now this Ned, after leaving the third parish, told Alden that now he would never be cured. To which Alden began to apologize to Ned, and that he was a normal priest and did what he was ordered to do, and was not going to hurt him and his family, and he should not do that to him. On the contrary, he should thank him for it. After all, it was he who sent him a man from the east, and also gave him money for training, and now he had become strong. And where would he have been when the streets of his cities were filled with terror, and he was? And children starved, they were sold into slavery. They were all given over by crazed cannibals. It was he who created the Ned that exists now. And now you must listen to what he tells you. And he must not trust Adam because he is deceiving him. And Alden's words were the ravings of a madman. So he ignored everything he said then. However, I didn't understand how this could happen. After all, Adam had said that the shadow disciple who was raised to replace him was him. But Ophelia's words contradicted Adam's words, because she said that the man from the east would marry one of the 12 apostles known as the Smiling Girl. She tried to prevent him from stealing the dragon's heart. And the shadow student is very much like him. And they are like brother and sister. And she met her in person, and she has the same hair and the same eyes as him. And she was the right age.
But Ned thought his sister was dead, but she didn't just survive.
And became a student in the shadow of the flow of the Royal Shooting Gallery. But he still didn't understand which of the two was lying, and if he was making a mistake again. And Ned, looking at Adam, who was in the castle, and visible through the window. He wanted to know the truth. And inside the castle, beautiful music was playing, played by a girl on the violin. And Adam, sitting next to the mysterious man, listened to his story about his work, and the girl sitting in front of them heard the night sonata and understood that the reception was coming to an end. And as soon as they all started to gather themselves, the mystery man shook hands and said that now time flies very fast, and tomorrow they could have a drink and sit somewhere. But when he left, Adam didn't understand where they knew him from. The real man with glasses behind him began to understand that Adam is an interesting person, and that as a merchant, he has seen all sorts of things, but that it had been a long time since he had met such an amazing interlocutor. And he is not only strong but also damn talented, and took the initiative about himself, but succumbed to his influence and unwittingly made known state secrets and is 20 years old, but feels as if he has lived all 40. And how people manage to find such a person, this man asked the question. More precisely, not to find, but to choose, and perhaps soon they will exchange roles of master and subordinate. True son. Close to his father began to ask that everything was so serious, to which his father replied to remember that if you meet such a person and shake him everything to the last coin, then the merchants, unlike aristocrats, have nothing to rely on if they run out of money. Therefore, it is necessary to act with caution, and without a second thought, the merchant's son replied to his father that as for the surveillance of the entrusted princess, he should inform His Highness that he was not suitable. It was about the heir of the trading company, Pilgrim Edward, Altair's accomplice. But the head of the Pilgrim Trading Company and his father replied that it was not worth wasting such a talent, and that it was necessary to bribe him before others did. And standing next to them, the girl from the second parish of the Temple of Light, the head healer of the detachment, said that she also believed that since they were entrusted with the selection of candidates, they would either take him or get rid of him. But those who entered his room, Adam understood that he knew or had heard and seen, even in a past life, and naturally, he has no idea of those who died before he began his journey. Philip Pilgrim is the head of one of the 3 great trading companies on the continent, and in the past made a great fortune selling spices to the East, is known as an investor in the debauchery of Princess Alter, and in fact, it was he who made Altair a key figure in the fate of mankind. And the fact that he told Altair that he was even a member of the royal family, and she would not be able to do anything without proper support, and while the head of the sect was alive, it would be difficult for her to act, and she should pretend that she was leading a purely secular lifestyle, while at the same time building up her military forces, and he would help with this to her. That is why Philip Pilgrim is the main target of the cult, as far as he knows. While Ned was performing with the escape, a shadowy student killed a former patron of the arts. His son Edwin also served Altair, but was unable to reduce the number of victims during the capture in the desert. At this point, the headache increased, and the first was to prevent the death of Philip the Pilgrim, and the second to deal with the shadow student. And of course it will be very difficult for him, and the smiling girl can take the form of a man, a woman, or an old man, and even he doesn't know her real face, and no one knows what this girl looks like. And entering the room, Adam realized that his comrade should have already returned. Peering around the corner, Adam saw his comrade sitting in a chair with his sword in his hands, and as soon as Ned saw Adam, he said to him, "At last you have come." And at the same moment, Adam quickly jumped back. But he couldn't even understand why he jumped back. Is it because he shit his pants? But he is stronger than Ned, and why did this happen then? But it suddenly dawned on him that when they were having fun in the cave, he'd hit him hard if he was in a bad mood. And now these reflexes were appearing, even though he was trying to look natural. And Adam began to ask his friend what had happened, to which Ned replied that he was looking around the mansion, and ran into Ophelia, and told her that he had seen a girl who looked like her sister. But Adam immediately replied that he really did have a sister, because it's the first time he's heard about this. But if you remember, Ned said that members of his family died when he was a child, and Ned went on to say that he could believe it, that the older sister he thought had drowned was alive, and it turned out she was, that Ophelia tried to come down. And as soon as Adam heard these words, he was very surprised, and it turns out that the shadow pupil is a sister. Ned, and definitely not wrong, because he definitely remembers the name of the smiling girl is different. And really, Ned is now testing him, or it's Altair's trick, but most likely this is unlikely because he knew that no, he could hide the truth forever. But the shadow student turned out to be Ned's older sister. And Adam began to remember that encounter with her when he asked her who had taught him that technique. And the fact that she doesn't remember her past is due to an incident, and the current washed her ashore, and she ended up in a foster family, and she had martial arts skills. That's why the master paid attention to her. And if the younger brother is like her, then he has a similar talent, and maybe he will meet her someday. But she would like to get her memories and her family back. And holding his face, he couldn't believe that this could happen and why he hadn't thought of it before. And the fact that he himself personally heard from a man from the East that she has a rare gift for martial arts, and there is a high probability that her younger brother has the same, and in this case, the man from the East partnered with Alden and dealt with Ned's family in order to get capable students. But it was still interesting when he no longer needed Ned. He simply threw him out, and what a weirdo he is made. But at the same time, Ned kept saying he didn't understand. After all, Ophelia has no reason to deceive him. But if everything he said is a lie, then it also turns out to be nonsense. That, after all, her father trusted Alden and he trusted the master, and they both trusted the wrong people, and her father's life became hell. Therefore, he is afraid to trust people. But they, along with Adam, went through a lot of things and visited different places, looking for a little bit not to say goodbye to their lives, and the fact of overcoming many things and looking together into the eyes of death And Adam is now his comrade in arms. And Ned began to tell Adam that he wanted to believe him, and threw down his sword. He wanted to believe that their friendship was real. But a word is enough for Adam, and even if it is insignificant, he must prove that he can trust him. And without thinking, Adam began to speak. The fact that they were initially supposed to meet only 3 months later, and after having stolen the dragon's heart, they met. The Silver Knight discovered the truth and fled and hid from the devil's fanatics, hiding from the whole world in the Gorge of Oblivion, one of the 8 insoluble problems of mankind, and the son of a man from the east. His pupil severely wounded him and snatched the dragon's heart, who pursued him in his quest. He fell down a precipice and rolled into a cave. There he found him and learned the technique of the royal dragon's flow. Because of the wounds he received, he could not get out of the gorge. But after hearing all this, Ned could not believe his ears. Well, Adam went on to say that, using the knowledge he had acquired, he climbed to the top, but he could not prevent the coming of the devil from saving the people. If it is asked who Adam is, then he is the last of men, the hero. The loser is the one who returned to the past, and his only pupil. And in the past, Ned had to make a plan of action taking into account how much strength he would need to get out of the gorge and his state of health. And his training duration is a word to cope with his survival, and he had a strong desire to take revenge on his master, and this desire was supported by the fading life in him. However, they had to leave the cave earlier than expected, because the owner of the cave, the huge Ondor monster, attacked them, and Adam could not have escaped regret if he had gained his powers and acquired knowledge a little earlier. Then everything would have been different, but at that moment his master Ned, grabbing Adam by the leg, threw him away from the cave. Flying away, Adam realized that Ned could survive. He would not have to refuse retribution and sacrifice himself for it. And finally, turning around, Ned told Adam to look carefully at the weapon that he was never able to convey to him. And that very day, after the bright flash, what he saw remained forever in his memory. And telling his story until morning, Adam finally ended the conversation. And holding his head, Ned began to speak. He doesn't know what to answer because it's hard to believe, but his words don't sound like lies. And the fact that Adam uses sacred weapons, although he is not a priest and knows too many hidden secrets, if Adam is at the mercy of the gods and really back to the past. But without having time to think, Adam continued talking, and with that he interrupted his comrade and began to tell him that he understands that it is hard for him to believe it, but it is true. But at least Adam kept silent about something, for example, about his relationship with a smiling girl, began to apologize to his friend because he had deceived him, and he was not sure that he could accept the truth, and it was better to make him suspicious of a cult. And now Adam needs to fight the devil again. And also that he wants Ned to go on living. But as he sat there, Ned began to understand that he has always been driven not only by revenge, he had to live on behalf of his family. And even if they took away his status, his duty to protect the Bloody Tears and his family is the only thing he has left. And the fact that the master gave him a new name and gave him a new goal. And by teaching him martial arts, he wanted to repay him with devotion. And the fact that he complied without complaint with all orders. He believed that justice was reflected in his every word, and the fact that they were not related by blood. But he considered him a member of the family, and helping relatives is a definite matter. It is like thinking of a chess knight who does not know his field. And Ned blamed himself for having lived the time allotted to him so shamelessly. But life still had meaning, and once he had left at least something behind. Then, starting to rise, Ned thanked Adam for avenging him in his past life and helping him in this one. And the hero came back to save the world. And what a simpleton he took as a pupil. But since he chose him, he had to be of this level. And leaving the room, Ned finally told Adam not to blame himself for everything, and that now they would act together. And as soon as everything was satisfactorily resolved with Ned, he promised to keep the secret. Because the fewer people know about it, the better. If the events of the future become known to all, panic is inevitable. And besides, that information is their advantage. And that day they went to meet Philip, and as soon as they met, Philip began to imagine that they were the confidants of His Highness Altir, and the matter moved quickly. This was not what was expected of the princess's allies, and Philip began to say that the princess showed great interest in them, but was absent for the moment. But Hel understood that since Altair was not there, she had most likely fallen asleep because of the grimoire, and the crystal grimoire delivers information directly to the brain, but it has a drawback. As long as magical knowledge fills a person's head, he is forced to sleep, and the higher the level of the grimoire, the longer the sleep, it can also increase the body temperature. And it is likely that the healer is taking care of her. But since she is not a mental spirit, there will be little help from them, and it all depends on how quickly Altair subjugates her magic. And on the fact that now she must try her best, because they had a hard time with the law, so now is the time to relax. The next few days flew by very quickly, and they had to prepare for the dragon hunt, and learn new fighting styles and try out weapons. The head healer told Adam to approach her, and as soon as he approached, she embraced him and began to tell him to trust her. It was the embrace of an angel, a skill that allows one to know the state of health and physical capabilities of a person, and a common skill among healers. The one on whom it is used causes the sensation of 1,000 slugs crawling over the body, and suffering from the pain, Adam began to shout for him to hurry up. But the healer replied that he should be patient for a while, that if he kept moving, then he would have to start again. But Ned, who was watching this, began to say that he had something to do here, and that he would most likely leave. But Philip stopped him and told him that the health check is required to join the squadron. And as soon as all the rituals were completed, Ned, lying helplessly on earth, began to feel someone approaching him, and raising his head he saw Ophelia, who began to tell him that he looked pitiful, and that the princess wants to see them now, and that they must follow her. He did not understand why Altair had awakened just now, and walking down the central hallway, Adam thought about the fact that if he thought about it, the lawyer's thoughts must have been left in the magic crystal, and she told him many things, and they were even able to talk a little. And as soon as Ophelia opened the main doors leading to Altair's room, she, sitting on the bed, began to tell them to come into the room. But Adam, standing in front of her, didn't understand if she had heard anything about him. Congratulated Altair. Now her knowledge of Medea has reached the 3rd level, and the basis of the ancient magical art is already within her, and now only training will help to increase her strength, and at each next level a new star will appear. And she is sure that one day she will learn the last 8th step, which neither she nor anyone else will be able to reach. And then the path to the throne will open. And finally the lawyer said that, unfortunately, spent a lot of energy, so she will have to go into sleep before moving to the next level. She will not remember his words, and now they are collected in a magic cup. And she must remember one thing, Adam. He is like in a past life for her sake. But at the same moment Altair began to wake up, and Ophelia and the healer ran to her and began to say that she had finally woken up. But the terrifying headache did not leave Altair, and the healer began to tell her not to make any sudden movements because she had slept for a whole week. But Altair began to think only that he seemed to have learned something important, but he couldn't remember it. And inside her head there were only a few words about Adam, that he, like in his previous life, did something for her sake. And at that very moment she started to say that they should go get Adam now. And as they entered the room they greeted the princess, and she told them to hurry inside. And the fact that she wanted to see them earlier but didn't greet her, and now she apologized for meeting them like this. But Adam, looking at her, thought about how much Altair had learned from legal thoughts. This could affect not only their relationship, but also the upcoming battle with the Blue Dragon. After all, if Altair learned everything or had the opportunity to read memoirs as a lawyer, then he could postpone his feelings. The important thing was that he wouldn't have to convince Altair of the importance of the tactic, which would save them unnecessary headaches. And how things have turned out now. But Altair, who raised his head, realized that Adam was asking him if he had received the contact. After all, when she had been given the magic crystal, she had thought he had only wanted to join her. But it turned out that his task was to make her stronger for his own interests. But suddenly Altair said that, unfortunately, she cannot use it, a high-level contact ability, and she is only subject to the spells of the third and cannot read other people's souls, as did her ancestor who reached the 7th stage. And at the same moment, they went back to the previous conversation, that in order for it to start working within a month, even within 3 weeks, a plan had to be prepared to destroy the blue dragon. And Adam must remember to be convincing, but Adam started to raise his hand, which was sealed by the space effect, and said they would discuss this over lunch. After all, his story is too long to listen to on an empty stomach, and a few days later he finished with the preparation. They went to battle with the blue dragon, along with the Knights of Lindale and their healers, and in addition to the silver shoulder, he took some more items with him. Altair officially went on a journey, dressed as a princess. The maiden went in a luxurious carriage to see the sights, so she will provide cover for Her Highness. Most likely, the cult's supporters are busy suspecting everyone in their ranks, because Adam specifically replaced the traces of the dragon's heart in the 3rd hallway, and their attention will probably be focused on Lucius's seclusion. And this will last a month, maybe 2, but no more. During this time, they should quietly, without outside help, get a lot of useful things. And the first step is to hunt the blue dragon and meet them. And still have one more concern, he decided not to say. Altair about his return to the past because he has not yet mastered the contact. But the conversation with the law has been forgotten for now, and Ned was right when he said that a man he had just met was approaching and talking. In short, she was his girlfriend in the past, and it will be interesting who she will take him for. So the 2 choices are either a fool or a pervert, and he doesn't know why. But the princess trusts him, so they must act carefully. But Adam understood that he had to embellish it a bit, but he didn't understand why Altair trusted him, because probably Lucius's recommendation had such an effect. Or maybe the fact is that in her past life, Altair lost several people important to her. That's why she was hiding and distrustful. And at that very moment they arrived at the place, and the man in the carriage began to say that beyond the pass is the plain, the largest grain-growing region on the continent. This is their home, and it turns out that they come from here. And thinking about this, Ned began to remember that he had been here as a boy on a family trip, and the never-ending wheat fields were more impressive than ever. And in any Danakil home, hospitality is always considered obligatory courtesy to the traveler. But this was so in the past, and now everyone has to take a look at what is happening right now. And as soon as they looked out of the carriage window, they saw a vast moorland, and destroyed houses standing alone all over the area, and a pile of dried-up bodies lying near the houses. And it was terrible. It started 3 years ago when the blue dragon came. And as soon as they got out of the carriage, Altair started talking about how he settled near the reservoir, and started poisoning the water with his poison. And the healers failed to clean the land, and in 3 years, 80% of Pashin disappeared. And soon the remaining 20% will disappear, then the earth will become forever. And it is a miracle that it still produces crops, and it is all due to the water of the river. And now is the golden moment. If they miss this moment, they will lose not only the fields to sow, and as soon as they began to approach the settlement, the gentleman who welcomed them began to tell him to make them feel at home. And inside the settlement, Altair kept telling Adam that this aid station here also gives shelter to all those who have lost their homes. And they joined the soldiers sent by the landowner, Danakil, and there were still not enough goods. They had to wait and gather what they needed and move on. But suddenly Adam heard loud coughing in the next house, and the one who came in began to ask the doctor who the man was. And the healer answered that it was the knight Grimes, and that he came from the fortress, and during the reconnaissance he was attacked and destroyed the monster but was wounded. And Adam saw all this and realized that the purple skin was the poison of the dragon that had hit his body, or he fell from the poisoned water, or was attacked by a monster from the nest. And the worst thing was that the healers could not help him, and he could only wait for death, while the comedians tried to alleviate the suffering. But suddenly Altair approached Adam and began to whisper in his ear that she was the king's mountains, and that he was an honest man, that he could be trusted, and that she thought he had been sent by the owner of Danakil. And yet they were going to join them, and Hel began to ask the princess how safe this point was, and she replied that she could make it as safe as possible. And immediately after these words, Adam started to use his subspace, and realizing that if this poison is so deadly that no one can deal with it, then he will find a way to neutralize its effect. Every poison has its own antidote, and now this station is a military base of the first level of secrecy, and with the help of his powerful poison, Adam decided to cure that guy. Fareed will not finish his poison soon, because the key ingredients are very rare, and some of them can only be obtained from Adam's body, a strong poison based on the blood of a human dragon, and destroys all connective tissue. However, if its concentration is determined, and the condition is controlled with the help of a healer, then the body can be completely restored after neutralizing the poison. And at that time, Adam told the healer to cure this man every 3 seconds after the injection. Poison in medicines and medicines. It all depends on the artisan and the method he uses. And the princess did not know if Adam's needles would work against the blue dragon's poison. Altair's mana detector beeped. I knew that someone was approaching them. And at the same time, on the street, the commander of the night detachment greeted the head of the trading company. And they started talking about how they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and started asking how they were doing here. As soon as the commander of their trading company came and said that he was glad to see them, the commander of the cavalry detachment of the night detachment saluted them. The commander of the nightly detachment is about the contents of the letters they sent to his father, and that is the owner Donatel, and they are picking up a raid on the Blue Dragon. And they have been helping each other for a long time, and you could say that they have become, in a sense, family. And so, as the eldest son of Danakan's owner, you just can't help but wonder who is behind them. But the head of the trading company could not understand what he meant, because the hunt for the Blue Dragon was not to begin for another year, and on the condition that the Holy Sun would find the heart of the dragon. So they sent their man to the third parish, who periodically reported to him, but now the temple is closed. Lucius canceled all meetings and locked himself in his office, and as they understand the situation for the hunt, to put it mildly, the situation for the hunt, to put it mildly, is unfavorable. And it would also be right to first come to the castle and meet with the owner of this land. However, the fact that they so successfully prepare the raid and ask for military assistance makes him think that someone is playing them and that they are dishonest. And as soon as the head of the trading company found out about this, he began to answer him that there was nothing wrong with the notice, and received for an answer from the owner that he began to ask the commander of the chivalric detachment whether it was he who ordered to check it out or they themselves made the decision. But the commander, waving his hand, began to say that it was useless to gain time for himself with such jokes. And now, first we must unhook the rescue point. But suddenly they heard a loud scream coming from a nearby house, and upon entering, the commander immediately started shouting at the entrance of the house what was going on. At the same moment he saw a man lying on the table, and he began to scream terribly in pain, and realized that it was Sir Grimes. The major did not understand what was getting under his skin. And am I really the one who is blowing this needle that guy is holding in his hands? And at that very moment, he began to draw his sword and shout at Adam to get away from Sir Grimes immediately. But before he had time to take a step, a woman's heel struck him squarely on the hoof, and Ophelia, standing behind him, began to ask why on earth he had drawn his sword. But as soon as the commander turned her battered head, she saw Ophelia, the night protector of princesses, and began to ask what she had forgotten here and why she was interfering with him. But suddenly the princess began to say that with the help she overheard his conversations with the head of the trading company, and her suspicions are natural. But nevertheless, they cannot interfere in the upcoming hunt and harm their comrades. And the letter that her father received was not a request for help. It was an order given to him personally by the princess of the kingdom of Altair, Justine Kane. And after the princess's words, the commander's eyes went, and began to kneel down and beg the princess for forgiveness. Soon after, the knight who was writhing in pain began to tell one that he didn't even know how to thank her. And the commander started to apologize to Adam, and he couldn't believe that he would be able to save the elite knight of his squadron, and he didn't know it, and that's why he was rude to him. But Adam told him to lift his stupid head and really think that he was capable of an apology. Apparently all is not lost. And at that very moment the princess approached him and started asking him if he remembered the times when he studied at the academy. When they were given collective tasks and the guys in their teams for their tough character, but speak frankly, they always paid more attention to detail than anyone else. Therefore, there were no disagreements and contradictions in the group, and he was unreachable. And now, as always, he wanted to find out everything personally, and the loop in his character inclined to trust. And the conversation went on, until she began to tell the commander that as the Duchess of Rindel, she would like to state that Adam was sent by the goddess Aria to save the Holy Sun and the whole world from destruction. And as soon as the commander heard the department again, his eyes widened, and greed clouded them. And greed immediately clouded them, and they could not recognize the followers of the devil worship among them. But Lord Adam, the blessed Leek himself, appeared as their savior, and according to the command of the goddess, the heart of the dragon was transferred to him, and his will is the will of Aria, and they must fulfill it without question. And wrote this letter, Lucius himself. And the commanders immediately began to sob with happiness for the fact that the saint and the sun and the goddess Aria were for him. It was incredible to come from the benefit to share this part with him, and immediately began to say that he was getting goddesses. But Adam, who was watching all this, realized that now you can open an office called Professionally Cheat for Money. I also have a letter. It's just an invention of the princess. And leaving Adam, out of old habit, began to stroke the heads of princesses, and the girl watching all this could not understand what he was doing. And then the rest of the members of the group, without hesitation, accepted him as commander-in-chief. And in connection with this, he had several responsibilities. He applied them to other patients, but they could not be completely cured, and in a few days it began to spread throughout the body again. Therefore, it was necessary to create an antidote as soon as possible, and the ingredients to make it could only be found in the Great Forest, located in the western part of Aslan's continent. But being in the forest, Ned said, because he thought that this forest would die out like the Christian towers, and he could not believe that there was still such a place left because the forest was of a fantastic size, and the feeling here was different. This is due to the high concentration of energy, and after the village it will not be possible to ride a horse because horses are afraid of the strong mana. But the head of the food company could not understand that they had to go to the depths of the forest because it was scary there. But Adam replied that it was safer here because there was a smiling girl walking outside, and he could not leave him here. And it would be convenient to use subspace, because once he asked the angel if it was possible to place a person in space, to which she replied that it was possible and that she had no objection. And by the way, the angel went on to say that the previous owner of the Silver Shoulder Y, who complained that his comrade, after returning from under the space, my head bobbed for days. I was a beast and wondered what had happened. And suddenly Adam realized that he had to protect his friends by keeping them under his wing. And what silver key was he talking about now? But a little later, the princess started to say that that village on the outskirts used to be Danakil's land. And now there is an outpost there, and the team members who arrived earlier are already waiting for them, and they need to get to the outpost as soon as possible. And starting to move, Adam rode close to the princesses, but suddenly something strange happened and Adam noticed it. And he couldn't understand what it was because for a moment he felt someone's gaze on him. And the princess asked him what had happened, but Adam thoughtfully told the princess that he would like to check something. And the last message from the village, 2 days ago, a carrier pigeon arrived from them and that's it. And Maya from the magic tower installed a device that will release red smoke if there is trouble in the village. But this is her first trip there, so she was told. And she personally scanned the surroundings. With their own eyes, they discovered neither ambushes nor camouflage abilities, and they think everything will be fine. After all, they have such talents in their arsenal. But what only one knows about the forest or elfin, and began to remember the past about how he was told that his homeland, and not sure that this story will be interesting to anyone if he wants to listen to this simply meaningless story of the past. About this I answered him, in the sense of a story that he murmurs even in his sleep, and told him about this place. Whenever danger appeared, he would light a fire as if trying to chase away the darkness. Thanks to this, he found out enough about this place. And although it was a beautiful place, behind its beauty lurks something that can irrevocably absorb a person. And at the same moment, Adam began to tell Ned to protect the head of the trading company. After all, an attack can happen at any time. And making her way through the forest, the princess suddenly noticed something strange, something standing in front of them, as if all the branches of the trees were connected in one place. And as they got closer, they saw that it was a forest gate, and it was blocking the way to unwanted guests. And previously, it was in another part of the forest somewhere outside the village, but they had not yet reached it, and did not understand why this door appeared here. And suddenly a loud sound rang out from inside the trees to the people. They left here because this is not their land. At the same moment, Adam began to say that the last news from the village was 2 years ago, and calling his huge sword from underneath the space. He realized that it was enough time to capture her, and suddenly Adam began to ask that creature what they had done with the settlers. But suddenly, getting off her horse, the princess began to tell everyone to stop. And as she approached the creature, she began to tell the forest dwellers that she was Princess Altair and that they had come to talk. But the huge creature began to shout at her that they had taken an army with them, and that now there was no sense of humor in their jokes, and princess, they did not transmit their demands by carrier pigeons. And because of her brother, they have nothing to talk about anymore. And what he said was showing with his finger on the map that this is the water that separates them from the forest dwellers, and that each side builds outposts with fencing trees on their side of the river, and that they dare not cross this border. No more battles. From now on begins the era of silence, the end of bloodshed. And declare a temporary truce, and since you back up your words with such a valuable gift, they accept. May they rejoice that this is the respite they need. And peace be with the noble elves at home. And at the same moment the earth began to disappear from under the soldiers, and most of them began to fall to the ground, and the horses scattered in different directions. But Adam understood that elves have long ears, live several times longer than people, and have a high disposition towards Mary, and his family has long since formed its own kingdom, and in the course of 2,000 years, using the vital energy of the forest, and developing magic with alchemy, the elves built an impregnable fortress. The knights began to shout that there was nothing to complain about. If they acted as in training, everything would be fine. But suddenly the horse began to step on some strange substance, and at the same moment a huge explosion thundered. And the standing princess understood what her answer was and felt it very much. And immediately in front of her, a huge creature began to open its huge mouth and spit a bright light towards the princess. And a huge bright light began to illuminate the whole forest. And at the same moment, from inside the watchtower, the place where the elves guarded the forest and the magical plants, they thought that they had destroyed their opponents, and they began to rejoice that that despicable princess and those who entered their land were dead in an instant. But there was nothing to rejoice about, because after the bright flash, the silhouette of people began to appear. Adam and the princess, and he, with the help of his dragon slayer's cloak, which reduced any magic damage, was able to repel the attack, and with the help of the sacred barrier, which set the enemy attack with sacred power, and the range of application could increase depending on the user's ability, the healer commander was able to completely repel the attack. And as soon as Adam asked the princess if she caught it, she replied that thanks to him. All the elves guarding the forest gate are just one soldier, and whatever his build will not stop Adam. And with the help of the dragon language, Adam said that the gates would open because his words contained power. The huge gates in front of them began to open and swerve in different directions. Seeing this, Adam realized that the salt he felt on himself came from there, for the door to open. After all, the center of the tree is the watchtower, and the elves inside saw that the forest door had opened, and could not believe how this was possible. And at the same moment, 2 elves began to guess to the side, and the little elf was a girl standing in the same place. I watched as Adam approached her and told her that she looked like a little girl, but that she was certainly over 100 years old, and that first she would punch someone in the face once. and then they would settle the negotiations. But suddenly there the little elf started yelling at Adam to quickly drop her to the ground, and looking closer he realized that she was a little different from the elf, especially her eyes, which were of different colors. And at that very moment a huge arrow flew straight to the place where Adam was. And as soon as the explosion sounded, Adam was thrown aside, and the little elf who fell down started screaming that he was an idiot and decided to send her to the other world, and that it was hard for her to control the power and that they should try not to get hit, and she would give him vodka again and he should finish him off. The real close Adam understood that he remembered this ability and this power, and this is one of the 10 strongest, an unsurpassed archer who in the future will fight together with the people against demonic creatures. Daniel stood up and realized that the distance to the target was 1 kilometer and wanted to kill Adam with an arrow. He is one of the 10 strongest, unsurpassed archer who in the future will fight together with the people against the demonic creatures of Daniel Divine. And Daniel understood that the distance to the king was 1 kilometer and decided to shoot down A's house with an arrow. Using his head, he shot straight at the place where Adam was. And the other foals realized that the enemy was attacking, but they didn't understand where the arrow was coming from, because the forest was too dense and they couldn't find out. But the girls decided to find out by using their eye skills. Gry was able to transmit image and voice information between the remote-controlled golems, and the first one went to the commander-in-chief Adam, and the second one determined the direction of the attack. And the fact that the trees were too high, and the maximum radius of movement of the golems was 200 meter, and at that very moment he was still seeing the enemy like that. But he didn't have time to see how the arrow was already flying towards his golems, and at that very moment the arrow hit the target, and that girl realized that it was a monstrous distance, and the arrow was flying 1 kilometer away. And the other arrow flew directly towards Adam, who was standing and prepared for this attack. And swinging, Adam swung with all his might with his huge sword, and was able to deflect an arrow that flew straight at him. And the elf girl and the princess watching this were amazed at what they saw. And Arthur, standing in the same place, noticed that it was a good attack, and the elf could not believe her eyes that he deflected the arrow, because this simply could not be, and was most likely an accident. And though even this didn't matter because Adam's hand was badly wounded, and it wouldn't last long, and she immediately started yelling at Daniel to use something more serious. And she would support him, and as soon as he heard these words, he began to listen to her and shoot 3 arrows, which turned out to be 3 red kites. And at that very second, they started flying straight towards Adam, who was standing deep in the forest. And as soon as he stood up and turned his head, he saw that those 3 arrows were crushing and faster than normal. They were a red kite. And because of the speed, it will be difficult to reflect the arrows even with the help of a dragon's tongue. And if you dodge, it will be covered with a shock wave. And getting serious, Adam decided that then, we'll also show some tricks, and swinging his sword several times, and Ned saw that Adam's body was slow, as was the swing of the sword. But in fact, not a second passed, and the next moment his swing turned into a dragon, and at the same moment a loud explosion was heard in the forest. However, it all depends on the current mana and strength, and as far as he knew, the technique is in no way connected with a real dragon, but it turns out that it has such a level. And as soon as Adam's huge attack occurred, he remained in the same place where he was, and began to look at the place where his dragon attack flew. And the elf looking at this could not believe whether it was really a man, or some kind of beast in human form, and how one could even fight against such a creature, and the fact that they have already lost many brothers and sisters to the deep dragon, and if this continues, then he will not be able to fulfill the promise he made to the dragon. Then he will not be able to keep the promise he made to his mother. And the elf began to tell Adam that they had lost, and that they would no longer attack, and she began to ask Adam if he was man or dragon, because she didn't know who he was. If he needed anything, she would do anything, but in return she would only ask him to help them. And then the princess started going out with all the other boys, and approached Adam, who was standing deep in the forest near the little elf. Few hours later they arrived at the main house of the elves, and in one of the houses the elf began to say that indeed Sir Grimes was recovering from the poisoning, and some of the poison was still in his body, but that it was the first time he had encountered a substance with such a powerful deterrent effect. And although Sir Grimes was not yet healthy, frequent movements only dispersed the poison throughout the body, and Sir Grimes deliberately followed the group to show by example the reality of the antidote. And after all he had heard, the man began to imagine that his name was Heron, and that he was the elder of the ancient elves, and said that Daniel was at his side, and that he was a brave warrior and protector of Kiara's forest. And the high elves have considerable strength. Their unusual pupil shows the presence of a special innate ability. And although Adam understood that this, of course, was all as he said, but the girl Kiara was unrecognizable and in the past was somewhat older. And long-eared people have a period of some kind of rapid growth, and no one knows how old they are. But suddenly the elder began to say that this also refers to the tree of life. And I can't believe that another one of the people capable of this appeared, but Adam didn't understand what he meant. And he went on to say that he was not the first person he had not encountered in his forest after the truce with Prince Polaris. And here was a man who saved them from infection. And he, like them, used poison with needles. And his name was Freud, but everyone called him Snake. And as soon as Adam heard this name, he was immediately surprised. And the elder will go on to say that he was looking for his comrades and friends. His friends are his friends, and he believes that they can come to an agreement. And it is the lake of life that feeds the forest, pouring its currents throughout its territory, and the healing powers of the lake were the reliable basis of the elven kingdom. And when one of the life-giving rivers made its way to the plain of Danakel, the lands washed by it became a fruitful place for all the inhabitants of the world. And the tree that tried to become the tree of life with the water of the lake has the energy from which the inhabitants of the forest are nourished. And thanks to this, the elven kingdom has existed for more than 2,000 years. But the blue dragon nested in the lake of life, and the poisonous dampness poisoned everything around it. And a few days before, in Lindal's castle, there was a conversation about how Adam's strategy to hunt the blue dragon, in addition to his powers, was necessary with hers and the elves, but they did not know if they could reach an agreement. And suddenly the princess asked Edwin if he didn't trust her abilities, but he replied that he didn't. And at that moment, her son, sitting next to his queen, asked him what they should do. After all, he understands that Alpha, with his situation, there is no other way out. But the problem was the Daniken people, and that warning about the elves is not only for those who live far from them, because the ministry is seriously brightening the picture for the new ones, and those who live near the forest treat them more like pests and compare them to wild boars, wolves, bears, and maybe even worse. But now for people with equals, elves are the real enemies. And 4 years ago, before the announcement of the Blue Dragon, the High Elves Red Moon and Black Moon attacked the kingdom of Danaken, and the lands where the waters of the Great Lake flow, i.e., this camp as well. And they almost managed to capture part of their lands. But the Principal Polaris, commander of a detachment of knights, came to the rescue. And when the Golden Dragon appeared, the elves withdrew completely. Returning to the depths of the forest, the war stopped, and victory went to the people. But a year later, the land of Donatil was struck by a poisonous evil. The Lord and his son Regulus believe that, to solve the problem, the help of the elves is necessary. So they try to suppress various rumors about them. But the people are stupid and believe that it was the elves who poisoned the field. And strategically, it will be difficult for them to think about the fact that someone from the Union could betray them, and if it is too early to start. But the princess answered the guy who did not understand. After all, this is all for the best, even though he didn't understand what she meant. And the princess went on to say that they say that any trouble is luck in disguise, and now the state of things is bad. But it is worth looking at it from another angle, and your goal will be achievable. And at this time, Adam once helped Fade guildmate in the consequences of allowing him to become her student. This is the fairy tale he came up with. An elder Heron, Kiara, and Dariel began to be friendly with him, but only partially, and inserted his needles into the poisoned body. The elf was surprised that for her it was better than Mr. Feed's, because it had such a quick effect, to which Adam replied that his poison would be more serious. After all, he doesn't have a recipe and he is the first one to create it. and no one could find the right ingredients, and frankly, Freud will only get it after a few years. And by the way, Kiara spoke very fondly of Fade, and Adam could not understand if she was really with him. And a little later the conversation turned to the fact that they were sure that Fade would want to meet with him, and they began to ask what he had said that he could not answer that. After all, in Freud's mercenary guild there was a traitor who destroyed it from the inside, and until he is sure that Lucha poses no threat in the truth, he won't say so. But suddenly Adam asked the elf where Fade is now, but she replied that she didn't even know and couldn't answer. But Daniel, who was at her side, replied that he had come out of the forest and that it was a year since the knight had heard of the poisoning of the lands and wondered if his old Gilgian comrade had come to help. But the little elf didn't understand why she was butting into the conversation, to which Daniel replied that someone had recently begged him for help and to stop nagging and behave more decently. But at that very moment the boss showed up and started asking what kind of mess was here. Well, he looked at what was in the area. He noticed that Alpha, poisoned by the blue dragon, held out for a long time, taking the poison left by the swoon. However, it was almost over, and they had to decide who needed me most. That is, who should die first. But thank God Adam appeared. Otherwise his kingdom would have drowned in internecine warfare. I am that guy who is able to neutralize the blue dragon, and his strength is comparable to Daniel's arrows, and maybe he is even stronger. And by winning him for their side, they will be able to find the last queen's chest hidden in the infected zone. And 3 years ago, the hand that lifted the penultimate chest began to say that the sealed chests are in the 12 towers, and with their help a new kingdom can be created. And the strongest elves live, and will leave these lands and create new homes for the brothers. But the chief could not understand what they were planning, and did they really want to abandon the queen? After all, they live only because she was able to stop the blue dragon. But the elf who answered him with an evil look told him to look at the forest, and as his tongue turns, he says this: after all, the queen could not do her duty, and even before she was struck down by the poison, she was only a weak, bedridden cripple. She did not stop the black and red moon when they took her army and allowed her to leave, and the queen turned out to be useless, and now the time has come for a new state. And the black and red moon showed them all something interesting, and after learning that, they destroyed the tower and took the chest, and how recently they were prominent, and starting to tell the head that he is happy to stay, but he should know that he has no future. If he changes his mind, there will always be a place for him. And then the chief does not leave the kingdom to the queen. He cannot take the chest. It is inaccessible to him. And then they saw Daniel's talent. He decided to steal it and win it to his side and became strong not only in body but also in spirit. And that's why Daniel will not leave the queen and his mother here. And of course, if they find out that he wants to take the chest and leave this place, he will put him in jail himself. It was not clear that it was necessary to get rid of the dragon for the good of the elves and the people. And they are absolutely right when they say that the problems of their kingdom are solved only with the death of the blue dragon. And he knew that most of the elves had left, and those who were able to fight were not many left. But he understood the complexity of the situation. He gave the soldiers the order to cross the river to look for a new land. And that village in the Ukrainian forest, they freed its inhabitants and swore that they were treated like madmen. And thinking about it, the chief realized that first he needed to conclude a union, and the place where the tower is located is heavily contaminated with poison. Therefore, it is impossible to get there. However, Hell can cope with this problem and should get a sealed chest for him. And as soon as this happens, he will become king. And the elder made it clear that he agreed with the alliance, and the rest of the elves thanked them for saving their families. And what about the Danikolovites? Then the goddess sent a nobleman to show the way, and they must believe and find salvation. But the president of the trading company didn't understand why people loved the goddess of light so much. But his son answered that for a long time people were protected by the drill of light. But he didn't understand what he meant by protect, and how the temple sucked so much money from them. And he did not believe that everything would turn out so well, and worried in vain. After all, the difficulties have only just begun. They have to keep watching. But Milia Wizard of the Magic Tower, it was exasperating. After all, they are not only sticking out in a desert, but they were also taken prisoners, and at the moment it was not even possible to wash up. Besides, if he went outside, he would immediately see the snout of that vile princess, and he began to think about maybe killing her and began to question his companion, who had been with her all the time and didn't really have any weak spots. And at this time in South Metropolis, a group of people gathered in one place, and as soon as the seal was placed on the scroll, the man began to say that Princess Altair's mountain range cultivation project will also be carried out with the help of the Southern Construction Company, and for them this is a big part. And Altair's maid Katie, who reincarnated as Altair, started to tell her dear friends that they are having a hard time because of the crop failure. If they move the mountain, then they can plant new towers, and for all the questions of buying and selling land, they should contact her assistant. If that's all, then she can go. And while some were concluding with the elves, the subordinate altars were rushing on with the project of cultivating the ridge. The royal girl not far away near the wall was thinking about the brainless princess continuing to make the fields and her cult followers poisoning them again. This was a diversionary maneuver that was meant to hide their main objective, and of course, if you dig, you can find out that Altair in the south is the real princess. But after Alden's death, a vacant place appeared on the list of the 12 apostles, and the man from the east raised suspicions in the sect. So now there are many other concerns about the followers of the devil. And in the meantime, Hell with his friends, they looked at a place where the little elf pointed and told them, if they saw these things, magic plants that create food and materials produce different things depending on the code entered, and the alphas created them to have a comfortable life. And this magic plant, Mana Flower, took root towards the riverbank and was able to store and filter the water of life, spreading mana into the air. But now they were poisoned. That is why they emit poisonous vapors, and their captivity has become a real lair for the monster. And as soon as one of the huge monsters began to emit a huge scream, the elven archers began to draw their Loki and prepare for the attack. And their first and most important condition was to protect the village from the monster's attack. Because of the poison, they kept moving away from the center and ended up in their original home area. And if they move further away, they will not find places that can feed so many mouths. And besides, even though the mother is doing much better because of Adam's games, she is still poisoned. And it is already the 3rd year, and she is not strong enough to endure the journey, and they must stay. But this was understandable, thought Adam, but continued to talk about what if they destroy this flora and fauna, and at the same time collect magic stones with materials for production. And soon the battle continued, and many mages and alphas began to attack the huge, fierce monsters. And as soon as Ophelia, with all his might, cut the roots of the trees, and after her net attacked with his magical power, they were able to destroy the nest of huge creatures that settled there. And a little later, at first, to thank Adam for helping to protect their village and heal not only the queen, but also other elves, and the fact that they were abandoned even by their siblings, and didn't think that people would come to their aid, and started asking Adam how they could thank him. And even though they feel a little uncomfortable talking about it, the young branches of the tree of life are full of mana. The branches and the water of life that nourished the tree are the things they ask for to protect their people from infection, and they can't give them away. But Adam, clutching his head, began to say that he had a small request for him. And before you say silly things like, I'm sorry, understand, he just has to say what he wants. But that alpha didn't quite understand what Adam meant, and Adam realized this and started to say that since he doesn't understand, then he will help him. And the first one is to create a medicine for the elf queen, and the second one is to restore the tree of life with the lake, and the third one is to kill the blue dragon. And the main component for the success of the first option is the sap of the tree. And as for the second, everything will be restored by itself thanks to the power of the lake, not only if the blue dragon dies. And only the third option remains. And after showing the middle finger to this elf, Adam continued talking about it. That if they said they would kill, it meant he would kill, and that they also needed to find him a bride. And if he really wanted Adam to find him a bride, our queen's son started asking Adam, he is absolutely 100% sure. Without these two ingredients, the village would be covered by a poisonous cloud, and they could give them everything but not this. And if he didn't trust his victory over the blue dragon, and the middle four over the elves left in the village, only he can fight. His duty is to protect his brothers. But Adam replied without hesitation that he could go to hell with his responsibilities. But now, he has no choice. If not now, then when his village is ready, and if he thinks that someone, the blue dragon will be waiting for him. The queen's disease, people who are just waiting for everyone to die, and every day he creates an antidote, and how long will this continue? And he is not some kind of blood donor for them, and now Daniel must wake up. After all, they are obliged to solve the problem right now, or else everything will come to an end. But suddenly Daniel started telling Adam that he was going out. Dialogue was not building between them, and if this was the case, then they would talk by force. And at the same moment, a bright yellow-green flash appeared in the very place where they were standing. Its huge magical aura began to come out, and the princess next to his eyes couldn't believe that he had used a spell right here. But suddenly she couldn't understand what had happened to them. But as soon as the dust settled, she saw Daniel jump aside and begin to draw his bow, saying that now everything was clear to him. And the fact that he was told to go out to the dragon, Daniel will be one of the main helpers in his. The arrows cannot pierce the dragon's scales, and so can Adam. And here are his abilities, and he himself wants to kill the blue dragon right now. But the reality is not the same no matter how much he wants to, and no matter how compelled he is, it is impossible. And what the hell are they offering him? But Adam started to tell Daniel to get up early and tell him now why he was so weak. His team is shit. And immediately after these words, Adam broke his magic bow, and went on to say that he only had the materials necessary for them to do something for him, and that he would now save his tears and cry when he was done. A little later, the little elf, holding a broken bow in her hands, could not understand how it had broken, and thanked him for making Daniel a new bow. But this one could have been given to someone else, and valuable vegetables should not be thrown away. And the fact that this bow is, by her standards, heroic class. And as soon as Elizabeth looked, she saw that it was sickly heroic class. And in the distribution table, it breaks down the class system for the items. The union of both the people of the Temple of Light and the Temple of Heaven travelers. And this bow was divided into 5 types of high side, heroic, and legendary. And Elizabeth really saw that it was heroic, and why? No, the owner was a famous guy. And this bow could have been sold for 50,000 at auction. What if Daniel started to say that Sir Jaffer didn't break his bow, but his greed and 50,000? He doesn't know how much more money it is, but the old weapon, an object that gives him back the burden of the tree, is no longer what he trusted, and he has no choice but to move on. And now he is torn with curiosity as to what kind of bow Adam will make him. But remembering the words, I agreed that he only has the materials needed to have something made, and the best he can find now is a young branch from the Tree of Life, brimming with mana, a branch cut from the Tree of Life, and he got it to do blacksmithing experiments. But Daniel could not understand that the branch was too small to do anything with it. And pouring the water of life into a cup, they began to prepare it, and immediately afterwards they began to give it to Adam. And Daniel began to tell him to take branches from the Tree of Life and the Water of Life. Adam thought that after he had seen the end of the world, his feelings had been dulled, and therefore he did not experience the same delight in certain things. But not in this case, and now he looked at it, and to him the water seemed very beautiful. And Daniel went on to say that this vessel contains the last sip of life-giving moisture. And it is true that if the hunt is successful and the lake is restored, there will be many more glasses. And lifting up his glass, he tasted, and as soon as he drank the water of life, a bright light illuminated the whole room and his body, and immediately began to feel a huge energy inside him, because before his life contained a colossal magic. In addition, the effect of the secret of Hermes was added to the water, and he did not think it would be so strong. And at that very moment, Adam decided it was time to use draconization and the little celestial. The circle is one of the oriental methods of joint points of the upper body, and the circulation of magical power occurs, and with the help of draconization, the power is increased once a day. Dragon Heart, which allows you to get dragon skills and a similar appearance, and every time the power of the dragon heart increases by 1%, the duration of the action increases. For 1 minute, and at the time Adam could use 3 minutes, his power increased by 9%. And conditions for hunting the blue dragon will be so difficult that a raid on the tombs of the judiciary will seem easy, and a walk and poisoned territory where it will be impossible to recover. Severe horror will already begin 10 kilometers before the lake. And most importantly, in the center you will meet a huge, evil, and extremely ugly dragon. And the human body cannot resist this, and must prepare itself and increase the time of dragonization. And what will help you in this will be the release of the power of the dragon's heart, with the help of the water of life. And furthermore, because of the damage that the owner of the heart receives, the power needs to be increased gradually. The hunting time was not enough, and at that very moment the princess approached Adam and started to use Moira, and with the help of this ability, the ancient spell of Medea, or regulates the magic of another person, and fortunately now, all the trump cards were in hand. The magic of the elven forest, the vital energy of water and lakes, and the power of the dragon, enhanced with the help of dragonization, and then complete all this with the ability of Moira. He hoped with venom that he still could not die, and at the same moment Adam's body began to feel a huge pain, and the healer noticed that everything related to regeneration would fall on her, and with the help of the goddess Arya, she began to heal Adam. And at the same moment, the total power of the dragon's heart was 5%, and increased to 5.25, 8, and 6. But the princess noticed that there was too much resistance, and everything started to wobble. And the power of the dragon heart started to jump, then 5%, then 4.7, then 6. And as soon as they noticed that the power started to decrease again, Ned approached Adam, and putting his hand on him, he began to say that he was short of breath. A master of the Royal Tiara flow technique can only be assisted in the circulation of energy by another master of the Royal Tiara flow technique, and he will guide Adam, and he must try to restrain the unbridled fury. And as soon as everyone was able to direct their power directly into Adam's body, he opened his eyes and felt all this power that was circulating in his dragon heart. And at the same moment a bright flash appeared in the same room. And Daniel, looking through the bright light, began to see a kind of force sitting in front of him. And suddenly he realized that this appearance and Adam had changed. Now Adam was sitting in full Dragon Man form. And all the other boys fell to the ground and began to catch their breath. They had made it after all, just as the princess herself could not stand on her own 2 feet, and began to sigh heavily. And as soon as she looked up, she saw Adam sitting in front of her, looking more and more terrifying and unbelievable. And to her it was unbelievable, because the total power of the dragon's heart at that moment amounted to 10%. The duration in which Adam could fight in this fashion was 10 minutes. And I understand that Adam still hasn't regained his form from his past life, but now it feels like he came out of the water, and how unusually exasperating it was with the strength he had before. But even though it wasn't worth pulling the cat for this very thing, they all did a great job. And at that very moment, Adam asked Daniel to bring him a towel, and as soon as he brought it to him, he told him he would dry his sweat. Well, Adam replied that he was dumb and that it wasn't for that because he wanted to get gun material. Having clenched the towel very tightly with his teeth, he began to scratch himself with his powerful claws, although it hurt a lot. And Daniel, who was watching this, could not understand what he was doing. The dragon scales of himself, which could not be pierced by ordinary iron, could now be used as a weapon. And now it feels good, and this is 20% of the maximum. But these are the scales of the Kaisarus, the strongest of the dragons, and if you make a bow and arrows with them, then they can bleed the blue dragon and he will tear off all his first dragon weapons, not for the first time in his life. A little later, the master who boiled dragon scales into magic fragments began to say that he had never used dragon weapons, but to make an object of such quality you need to know the materials well, otherwise you can spoil everything. This is the best elven mana alloy known as pure gold, and will be able to take the power of the black dragon, and with the help of the black gold and the scales of Adam, and the bloody rubies of the juridics and the wood of the moon tree, Everything was put together, and then the princess began to use the circle of mana. It was the ancient magic of Medei, and it formed a force field around the user, and within it the power and duration of all spells increased by 100%. And with the help of Adam's dragonization, Vaughn touched the melted dragon scales and began to use the dragon tongue ability. And once all the materials were combined, began to be reborn inside the magic circle, and Daniel couldn't believe it because he had seen it all. After all, the black dragon bow and the black dragon arrows appeared. A little later, the raid was still 2 weeks away, and the people and elves began to actively prepare themselves as they divided into 2 groups and listened attentively. After all, they had 1 day of training and the other day of rest. Temple Knight instructor? Ned began to tell everyone that they would plow like mules, but he did not understand why this was so familiar to him, because he felt that the next 2 weeks would last forever. A team of hunters started to destroy the plant with monsters in advance, and their goal is to go 1.5 kilometer deep in the eastern part of the Lake of Life, and we have 10 days to do everything about everything. And the hunt took place every day, so that the piles of magic stones from the monsters accumulated. It is true that they did not stay, and at one point the mage girl began to tell the commander-in-chief that they would not be able to meet the quota of production of golems, and the fact was that the stones were used for different needs, and the construction of golem cores and reinforcement positions, installation of magic circles, and defensive trap magic circle is also necessary to protect and heal comrades, and most importantly form safe zones. And if you use the branches of the Tree of Life as a core, the poisonous mist will not penetrate inside the circle. And when they were installed on the path that the hunters cleared, she asked the magicians to help her, but the magicians who looked at these instructions realized that it was too difficult for them, because they had never seen anything like it. Magic stones were also used in the forge to create equipment, and the head blacksmith, seeing the blanks, could not understand why they needed so many. Although he has a lot of sporting enthusiasm, he is the best of the Kuznetsovs at doing everything at the highest level. As for Adam, he trained at the top of the tower, and perhaps the dragon heart was currently 10.5%, and he reached the second form of dragonization. But 10 minutes will fly by very quickly, and in the subway in that view, the power of the dragon heart simply spread throughout the body. And the more often you use it, the faster it spread, and the more power it became, and he should increase as much as possible before the start of the raid. And the best option is to accelerate to 19%. Well, at least to 17. If it works, then there is still such a chance to defeat the blue dragon, and in any other scenario should not count on victory. And he will use this power over and over again until he can overcome himself, and until he reaches the limit and is able to cross the line and finally slay the blue dragon. The night before the raid, the construction and inspection of the camp near the lake was finished, and all those who worked until the end had to rest until tomorrow. After all, for them these 2 weeks were simply unbearable, and Adam sitting inside the tent, along with his friend Ned, who started to tell him that this time they would have to move fast, but Adam was so hungry that he ate his steak in a split second, and Ned couldn't understand where his food had gone. And after a good meal, Adam got out of his chair and began to say that he finally wanted to get a good night's sleep. As soon as he started to leave the tent, the princess came to, and she began to tell the others that she too would go to bed, and the elders good night to all. She began to leave after Adam. But suddenly Ophelia, who was sitting next to him, started to follow her, but Ned stopped her and began to ask her if she was not going to fight with him. He really wants to try the techniques before going out to Ophelia started yelling at her to get away from her. But Ned did it on purpose and wished good luck to his pupil Adam. And the princess on the street began to think about what she would be told about this. Before, she would not have believed it, and after all the preparations they would finally go into battle with the blue dragon. And although they tried to dissuade her before that somehow, or from where they would not accept such a thing, and she had to leave. And although they were very sorry, her estate had already sent many forces to the Eastern Front, so there were not enough soldiers, and they were waiting for their understanding. And the princess was beside herself. After all, they cannot go into battle with the dragon, and no one would help her, neither the aristocrats nor the small families, and she could only rely on her people. However, everything began to improve when she met Adam, and maybe luck or maybe fate. And someone will say exactly that as soon as the princess began to enter the store. Where Adam was, she believed in her luck, and she ran to him and started hugging him and kiss him. But Adam did not expect such a turn of events, and at that very moment he began to experience something strange in his body. And suddenly he realized that it was the kiss of Medea, ancient magic, and the one whom the user kisses falls into mental submission, and the magic forces the target to tell only the truth. But Adam started to ask the princess what she was doing, to which she told him to shut up, because now she is not asking questions. And she went on to say that no wonder the sick one recovered and joined with the Eves, and that the raid on the Blue Dragon, which proved impossible, will begin tomorrow, and all thanks to him in less than a month. And she was suspicious, so she continued to watch. And upon seeing someone transform into a human dragon, the princess asked Adam to answer honestly what his real goal was, and not to sacrifice his strength and tear off his scales alive. After all, in her world, you have to pay for everything. If you hide something or fulfill someone's ill will, then no one can stop you. And hello, that's the end of everyone, so she wants to understand his plan, and she must tell honestly who is behind it. And once again, using his ancient kissing magic, the user falls into mental submission, and the magic forces him to tell only the truth, and the princess asks him who sent him. Adam replies that he is here of his own free will, and he is only here for her, for the princess. But the princess didn't understand. Is that he really doesn't lie because the magic definitely works, and she started to ask in what sense he is here because of her. But looking at her, Adam started to say that she once gave her life for him and he went back to the past to fix it. And at that very moment the princess couldn't believe it because she had heard it. And with the help of her strongest magic, she began to grab his neck with her magic hand. And as soon as her capture reached its target, she started telling Adam to stop messing with her. But Adam kept saying that her voice was like a leaf in the wind, and apparently she was a little surprised. But she knows that he can't lie while the kiss is in effect. Medea's magic is considered a fraud due to the fact that simultaneously with the use of the spell, a full analysis is also performed, and the spellcasters are able to see that everything works, and there are no mistakes, and the altar will be able to understand who he really is even if he uses a kiss for the first time. And grabbing her by the hand, Adam began to speak, so he waited for her determination, and to gain Altar's trust there is no other way. And she can question her all she wants and he will tell her anything she wants to know. And he really won't ask her anything, and the kiss won't last forever. Although she can reuse it because Adam doesn't care. And pressing her against him, Adam kissed her again. And at the same time, near a huge herd of goblins lying on the ground, the girl didn't understand what she was doing. The girl didn't understand what she was doing here because she was already tired, and the fact that the princess was playing with them as if she were harnessing horses. But her companion began to answer her that they were hired by Lord Dunakill, but he only shines with his name, and the real employer is Princess Altair, and they are his subordinates. And although her companion knew this, she resented the fact that they had to obey the arrogant princess, and that if they did not do the job, the teacher would beat them, and that really infuriated her. And the fact that the princess behaved like an arrogant fool while studying at the academy, and didn't sleep at night, studied everything, ran after the teachers, and suffered constantly for nonsense, and solved all the problems with money or connections, and the princess considers people with purpose idiots, and the fact that she never recognizes her. But my partner also began to tell Milia that the wing scolded so loudly and convincingly, and decided to watch the princess to see if she ruined her whole team. But no, she perfectly fulfilled her duties, and is just jealous of her. But since they were given an order, they must calm her down before she does something wrong. If she successfully completes the task, she will be recommended as a court magician for several aristocrats in the capital of the Duke of Gurnetti and the Marquis of Klein. After all, they asked to find her Omaha, although the conditions were not easy and they looked not only at age, but also on the achievements, and there were no suitable candidates. So the aristocrats decided to take a good fighter. and most of the warriors have external support, so she is the only one who acts here on her own. If they kill the dragon, then there won't be any questions, and she can become a court mage in the capital. And after these words, her eyes shone with joy, and decided to go home because the test with the golem had already been completed. She needed to get some sleep, because tomorrow she would leave on a journey, and the elder of the elves was watching all this. And as soon as he realized that those wizards were gone, he began to carve magic runes. He began to carve magic runes on the golems. Not that the golem performs certain actions according to the magical symbols applied to the surface of its body. If he adds various signs here, then the golems would only obey his orders, and he already wanted the morning to come quickly. And the next day, as soon as the sound of the drums moved away, everyone started to go to their positions, and all the huntsmen and knights began to line up, and the wizards standing on the ledge looked at the same place. And Ned understood that it was not necessary to say it out loud. Everyone already understood that today someone will drown in the mud, and someone will see a turning point in history. And at the same moment, the princess, together with her Data, began to cast a strengthening spell on Adam. And most importantly, the healer began to ask the goddess of light to endow Adam with aids. And the little elf, with the help of the merciful tree of life, began to release mana to Adam. And the last one was the princess who endowed him above all with her magical powers. Adam knew that he was walking on the path of blood. However, everything turned out to be much worse. And when the princess asked him why he had taken over the place again, her question surprised him. After all, she moves on. We can't imagine the future, but Adam knows everything in advance, so he'll cope much better. And in the end, he will get what he wants. And the princess, with the help of her stars, began to give Adam strength, because she knew that Adam will overcome all obstacles. That Adam will overcome all obstacles and crush all enemies, and help her to conquer the throne. And when the time comes, she must make him her king. And after the brightest light appeared near Adam, he became a new weapon of mankind, the dragon, the man, and let the blue dragon begin to eat. The total composition of the group was 225 attackers who were in charge of ranged attacks, and assistants who were dedicated to the treatment and various spells, and to the control of the golems and their repair. And defenders who were in charge of positioning the defense and helping the vanguard. In the rear detachment there were 224 people, and in the vanguard only one. He was ready to defeat everyone he met on his way, and the one who was behind him like a mountain and believed in his strength and his abilities. And when Adam took flight with the help of his wings, or in his air, he thought about the fact that the rear and the front are located at a great distance from each other, and are very different in structure. The idea is absurd, but so they have more chances to win. The closer the blue dragon is, the thicker the food will be in this fog, and the rest will last about 5 minutes, and this with the help of magic. And due to the high resistance to poison, only Adam can fight in the dragonization state in the lake. And with the help of his electric acceleration, Adam could fly at incredible speeds. And as soon as he came across a flower in his path that was opening, and huge creatures began to fly out of it, Adam pulled out his sword with which he wanted to face these creatures. And flying closer to them, he began to accumulate energy with the help of his huge hand. And at the same moment he swung his sword, and those huge creatures were cut in 2 parts, and from the enormous power, they began to fall immobilized to the ground. And he realized as a demon that judging by the pile of huge plants, he was already on his target, and he should not waste time with them. And at that very moment, he started to use the silver key that opened the subspace and decided to throw the whole load right here. And at that very moment, huge golems started to fly out of his hand, and landing in different parts of this huge poison forest, and stone golems scattering magic waves in a radius of 70 mi. And if they are placed in a row at a distance of 100 meters from each other, then the so-called mana trail will appear, and the magic now used can be transmitted to the end of the mana trail. But the rest of the guys should keep in mind that due to the long distance, the power will be halved, and the mana trail is still increasing, and the war golems placed in the forest are stable, and the remote control is applied to the golems. And it is possible, and there was something else everyone needed to know. And what the princess said. In truth, she saw her dissertation, Daisy, and they can do it in 2 weeks because she will provide them with all the necessary materials, and the magic tower refused to help her because of the extremely expensive process, so their work was stalled at the design stage. And that baby will become her golem Cyclops golem that flew near Adam and worked stably, and he, with the help of its enormous weight, is able to transmit image and sound, send information to the mini golem, and can collect information within a radius of 1 kilometer. And at that moment, Daniel watched as Adam flew in the air, and now they will be able to calculate the coordinates for the attack, and the people, it turns out that they are not fools, and they have come up with something good, thought the little elf. But the princess who was watching this transmission began to notice that in the distance she could see the wings of a deep dragon lying in her poisoned swamp. And as soon as they flew a little closer, the infected lake, the tree of life, and the blue dragon were visible. And 3 years ago everything was different, and before the dragon started to growl when someone approached it. But now it is suspiciously quiet. Adam said before that the elves didn't really notice anything strange. The blue dragon senses the environment perfectly, and his hearing and vision are incredibly acute, and his forest is like a bedroom to him on a silent night. And how is it that the elves still breathe and roam their territory? But it never occurred to the elves that the blue dragon had come to the lake because he simply wanted silence. And as soon as Adam landed on the tree closest to the blue dragon, he began to watch it silently from above. And to think that everything was as he expected to approach it. But the dragon still didn't matter to him, and he could move inside the poisonous mist for a maximum of 28 minutes. It took him 2 minutes to get there and set up the golems, so there were 26 left, and Adam decided that now was the time to get to work and use the black dragon chain that was made from Adam's scales, and Noel the blacksmith's masterpiece, and threw a chain over a tree. Adam, with all his speed, began to fly directly towards the blue dragon that was lying under the same tree, and he realized that frankly it was a blue dragon, and everyone forgot what it is, because on average the simple elves live up to 300 years and the elders up to 500, and the blue dragon hasn't appeared for 600 years. The Lake of Life has such a powerful healing effect that not even the prayers of all the priests of the earth can compare with it, and from here the reason for the sudden appearance of a blue dragon in these lands becomes obvious. And at the same moment Adam descends from the tree, or goes directly to the dragon that was fixed on him, and as soon as the dragon moved, it caught Adam right in the air, and the rest of those who were watching this began to tell each other that the dragon ate Adam. But at the same time, they saw how Adam was able to appear directly from the huge mouth of the blue dragon, and pulling his huge teeth apart with his hands, he began to use his magical dragon power to get out of there. And at that very moment, Adam realized that this dragon was poisoned with demonic poison, and was now dying, and this creature came here to be cured. And the demonic poison had not yet completely left, and continued to take the dragon's life force. And that's why he chose it as his target. This is the only dragon he can kill at this moment. As soon as Adam began to act, a huge amount of dragon blood gushed directly from his mouth, and Adam was able to tie its jaw and put it on a hook, and go fishing in this poisoned lake. And with the help of this chain, which was made from it, the dragon's tongue works better than any material. And Adam told this huge chain to twist. A huge dragon began to fly through the air. And the blue dragon is not a poisonous creature. It sits in the lake of life to neutralize the demonic filth in its body. And therefore Adam decided that it was necessary to remove it from the water. And in this case, it would begin to spread throughout the body faster, and would not allow him to regenerate. But suddenly, the dragon started to throw Adam away from him with full speed. But Adam still managed to catch his hand in his own scales, which were attached to the dragon. And in hell, I realized that this dragon has enormous power. And despite the fact that the dragon is in a weakened state, and Adam's power and the dragon's heart was brought to 19%, he still loses. But pulling out his huge sword from under the space so that dragon did not even think that everything would be so easy, and swinging his huge sword, Adam was able to slightly wound the blue dragon. But Adam, after several attacks, realized that this dragon's mouth is much softer than under the scales on the outside, And besides, arteries and nerve ganglia pass through there, and he needs to be as close as possible to the dragon in order to inflict maximum damage. But suddenly Adam sensed with his fifth instinct that something was wrong behind him. And at the same moment, the dragon was able to press Adam directly into the tree. And paying attention to this, Adam started to hear strange sounds. And he realized that it was the dragon's breath. The elf girl who was watching this battle clutched her head from such a terrible thing as she saw the golem on the screen. And Daniel, who was next to her, realized that it was the same blue fire that burned their forest. And everyone else began to prepare for battle. And the princess began to tell everyone not to worry because Adam was fine. The dragon couldn't keep calm because of the pain caused by the poison, but he still felt the emptiness between his fangs. And before spitting flames, the blue dragon felt a prick in his mouth. It turned out that the tightly clutched victim had disappeared, and all because Adam had the silver key, which opens the door of the forgotten castle, and the user can at any time and in any place put in and take out various types of objects stored in the silver room. And at this moment, the key is in Adam's left hand. And when leaving the silver room, its location did not change, and he specifically activated the key after being in the dragon's mouth so that, after dodging the fire, he took the opportunity to attack the dragon's mouth. The opportunity to attack, and with the help of his palm, with the help of his thunder palm, he dealt a strong blow to the blue dragon. At the same moment, he noticed that his poison fire began to appear again from the dragon's paw. But because the dragon was wounded, he hesitated a bit. His meal in this fire took longer than usual. And realizing this, Adam began to take a breath of air and began to use his dragon's breath. And at the same moment, the huge dragon was attacked too much by Adam and slowly began to fall to the ground. And noticing this, Adam began to realize that the bag of rest was broken. Even with his most powerful regeneration, he couldn't breathe fire for 10 minutes, and immediately began to shout to his companions to start acting. And his fellow mages who were nearby began to use the spells Sin Creeper and Freeze, and a huge vine began to bind the dragon, and shards of ice enveloped its body, and arrows that were saturated with powerful poison. Daniel began to tighten the string of his bow, and as soon as he relaxed his fingers, the poison arrow flew towards the dragon. Daniel can now pierce the skin of a dragon with this incredible new bow. And the arrow began to fly at full speed towards the battle, where Adam was. And a moment later, the arrow flew to the place where Adam was able to bind the dragon right in the tree. And the enormous power of the arrow pierced the belly of the dragon. And the boys who saw this began to rejoice that the arrow flew straight at the target and that Mr. Daniel was incomparable. After all, the arrow went straight through the place it was aiming at. A little earlier, Adam told Daniel that the second reason for their weakness is their lack of experience in real battles, and that they have not yet met the one who will awaken their true strength. And after this conversation, Daniel sat down with his colleague, to whom he began to say that this man is funny. And even though he is much younger than him, and if he really has so much experience, and that he will change after the fight with the blue dragon, and that he will awaken the true power in them. After all, they already lost to the blue dragon 3 years ago. And what's the point of trying again? But Daniel thought it would soon become clear what he meant, and even though he doesn't understand anything now, he has the feeling that everything will become clearer. But he has the feeling that everything will become clear not during the raid. It will be much later, and maybe it is somehow related to his mission. Therefore, the blue dragon will be, of course, a goal for them, but only one of many steps towards perfection. And he will be the thing to overcome, and that Daniel has always been restless because of the responsibility to protect the village, but now he seems determined. And maybe Adam became an example for him, or he will be the strongest of his era, and he will be the one who will connect with the tree of life. And I am a prophecy, and everything will be repeated as it was then. But at this time, when the battle was in all its splendor, Adam, who was sitting on the dragon, understood that due to the fact that Daniel's arrows pierced the scales of the dragon had many weak points. But still, where is his fatal zone? Although it was not clear and he decided that this would not work, he needed to try to enter, and as soon as he wanted to enter the dragon, an energy held his hand. And when he noticed that his hand stopped moving as if something was holding it, everything happened very fast. And at that very moment, the princess began to observe how Adam was fighting against the dragon, and she realized that something was wrong. And immediately she started shouting for them to stop shooting, and for everyone to take defensive positions and transform the mana path. A little earlier, before the attack on the blue dragon, Hel said that there are two solutions, and the one solution is to deliver a powerful blow to the dragon and make a mana path for one-way energy, or a stone golem that will increase the radius of the ability through and will form a monotropic of magic circles engraved on the four sides of the stone. If all four sides are activated, the abilities will transfer in both directions. But in this case, there is a chance to fall under an enemy attack and activate one of the circles. They will be protected from the enemy attack. But then, the power of their own abilities will also decrease. And at that moment, the knights began to finish preparing the energy strike. And as soon as the healer began to use the light barrier, it became too dangerous. After all, the deactivation of the Western magic circle was in progress, and there were no more than 5 seconds left before the mana path changed. But at that moment, there was a huge explosion that destroyed most of the stone golems. And at that moment, the water of the lake of life rose up, and Adam was thrown in an unknown direction. And the chain he made to hold the dragon began to break little by little, and in the end, the dragon's magical power broke it completely. And this meant that the dragon used a unique ability. The dragon's unique ability, telekinesis. This ability allows him to move objects using the power of his thoughts, and the fact that the dragon has almost infinite mana promises only destruction and death cries, and the total failure of the hunt. And Adam began to realize that there were only 20 minutes left until the end of his dragonization. A little earlier, Adam asked the question why the poison that poisons the blue dragon did not kill all the people or the elves, and Daniel answered that he believes that they are alive thanks to the one in the lake, and Adam answered that he is right, because the water still keeps life in the body, but does not take away the poison, and that is why he does not die, although the pain makes him want to die. And the same with the blue dragon. The pain overwhelmed his mind, and therefore, with a high probability, he will not be able to use his unique ability immediately. And it was true. And after the blue dragon settled in the lake, it had already organized 3 raids, and each time its attacks became more and more monotonous, and it turns out that it didn't care about the threat of the elves. But this is an excellent opportunity for an attack. It is true that it will not last long. This story will not last. The dragon will come to its senses sooner than an object. Then the real fight will begin. And then the real fight against the blue dragon will begin. Who will see with one eye after so many years of keeping Adam sitting with a sword in front of him? And as soon as Adam brandished his sword, the dragon realized what kind of sword it was. And he began to tell Adam that there was this silhouette of a man again. And again it was he who came to fight with him again. And despite the commotion, the rear guard quickly put their ranks in order. And fortunately, no one was seriously injured. And the change in the mana path was also successful, because with the help of the magic path, which was formed from the mana used inside the monotrope, the ability was transferred to the end, and thanks to it, Adam was able to avoid the blow. However, Adam believed that there would be nothing left of Argard if he encountered the power of the deep dragon, and the mage could not believe that Adam was so unsure of them. But what infuriated her most was that he was 100% right, because now their power would be even less and only Daniel would be able to fire. At long distances alone, they needed to team up and show everything they were capable of. But the problem was that the Scarlet Comet of their super high-speed technology would need 4 seconds to fly 1.5 kilometers, and the other as much as 12 and could hit if Hel held the dragon for 4 seconds. And the door behind which the success of the dragon hunt was waiting was closed. And everyone hoped that he would not allow it to close completely and irrevocably. And at that moment, Adam was fleeing from the blue dragon's ultra-precise attacks. But he suddenly realized that even a strong branch that could withstand the dragon's weight would turn to dust after its blows. And there is no need to experience the dragon's fury on your own skin. And hid behind a magic tree, Adam tried to hide from the blue dragon's massive attacks. But the blue dragon became aware of Adam's presence and began to direct its attacks directly at the place where Adam would fly a few seconds later. And at the same moment, the dragon, using its telepathy ability, directed one of the tree branches directly towards Adam, which hit him, and he started to fly to the side. With poison, he realized that now he needed to soften the subsequent blows. And as soon as he hit a few more trees, after this, the dragon flew up and opened its huge mouth. It began to get closer and closer to Adam. With the help of its electric acceleration, it began to fly sideways and so fly behind the dragon's back. And in an instant, Adam's sword appeared in his hand, and using it, he deeply wounded the blue dragon, and soon after a huge roar was heard, due to which the water near the Tree of Life began to gush out in different directions. However, the dragon was able to fall into the lake after a strong attack from Adam, and the wizards, seeing this, realized that the blue dragon had fallen into the water, but they did not understand what they should do now. Their efforts were in vain because, due to the dragon's poison, he could not recover quickly, and the water of the lake would cause him severe pain, and he would come out. But now the problem is more serious. This means that the poisoned water has overflowed its banks, and the plants that were used as materials are tested exclusively with Ozernaya water, and the more water, the better the quality of the manufactured product. And having absorbed the poison, the plants gave birth to the strongest enemies, such as locusts, crawled through the forest. And the first thing he encountered was a huge golem standing guard over the path. These huge monsters began to attack the golems, and the boys began to change their target. After all, they realized that they had to help the golems destroy the monsters. These monsters appeared literally everywhere. They had to move them away closer to the lake so that they would not interfere with Adam. If they saw someone approaching their positions, they had to immediately open fire on them. After all, the golems were created by the princess of the magic tower, and the alpha are more skilled than many adventurers. And there are also priests that increase their power, and such golems are able to detect the appearance of a strong monster. Although that's not all, they fully prepared the golems for the attack. But now the unexpected happened, and they could not understand what the hell was going on, and why the golems were retreating, and the remote control was not working, and it was not clear where they were running to. And the elder who was nearby realized that it had finally started. But Daniel suddenly saw in which direction the golems were moving. And seeing a bright flash, Daniel braced himself and began firing his bow and telling everyone else to get down. And he shot directly at the targets flying towards them. And by hitting the target directly, he was able to throw off its direction, and it crashed not too far away from the whole squadron. And then the princess realized that their location had been revealed, and they moved in the direction of the attack. If Daniel had not repelled it, they would have been dead by now. And the fact that the distance between the monsters and the projectile was 700 meters, they would have to try very hard. After all, the creature that fell near them is a subway boss. In the past, the raid against the blue dragon would have begun only after a year and a half. Lucius and the black dragon's heart would not have been in the battle, but Altair, even without them, was able to assemble a fairly strong team and challenge the blue dragon. And in the end, they fought to the best of their strength, and they fought as if they had nothing left, and if they couldn't give it their all, then they would lose everything they held dear, and there would be no turning back. And when they gave the final blow to the blue dragon, it was defeated. But the princess made a serious mistake by not taking the dragon's heart, which complicated the situation in the Danakel grain region considerably. And she won tactically, but lost strategically with the defeat. And at that time he had already left the cave and returned to the temple, beginning his ascent. Alden, one of the enemies, sat in the third aisle. He had to become a knight of the temple in order to get close to him and draw his blood. And it would be better for him to find some other vulnerabilities. The more information, the better. And the fact that he found out that the princess had failed was good news. After all, it turned out that they had sent their servants into the forest, and the man admired Lord Alden, although he believed that it was, however, not only to his credit. But Adam, who listened to the conversation, didn't quite understand what they were talking about. But suddenly Aldine said that the princess had lost her manpower, her money, and her influence, and that it would be difficult for her to get the right to vote even if she participated in Riga for the ice dragon that the Guild Union plans to organize, and the fact that the heart of the black and blue dragon is already in the hands of the cult, and all they have to do is to get the heart of the ice dragon, and then their wish will come true, and they will receive a worthy reward for their work. But now, being inside the Silver Key in subspace, Adam decided that this time everything is different, and he knows what trap these madmen have prepared, and now they will get nothing. And as soon as he drank the healing potion, a magic potion and golden tears that prevent the destructive effect, with the help of powerful energy protection, and last only up to 10 minutes, Adam decided to look at the Grime mini-golem. After all, these things can transmit visual information to each other. And the big golem, of course, shows others what is happening to it. But it is also convenient to understand what is happening in the rear. And as he thought, they can't connect with the inside of the Silver Key, and most likely the ogre had already stopped and decided it was time to check on the others. But elsewhere there was complete destruction, and the lord of the land that was uprooting the trees began to attack the others with them, and the dungeon boss who lifted many trees into the air began to throw them towards Adam's companions. They stopped and decided what to do, and the elf began to ask Daniel how many arrows he had left, to which he replied that about 24, and they are very few at the moment, but there are still monsters left besides the dragon. And these arrows with a hippogriff feather, and the stone seeds that the elf took out, and combined they turned out to be a huge weapon. Daniel started firing at a bunch of monsters, and as soon as they flew into place, a blue hurricane and a dance of flames resulted, and immediately all the monsters began to die from such an attack. Adam, who was watching this, understood that Daniel and Kiara had a very excellent duo, and what Adam saw was that they were all earning their keep.
But there was still a problem.
There were a lot of monsters, and they were all appearing from different places, but Daniel was prepared for this attack. He didn't care if there were a dozen or 100 monsters. He would write a ticket to the next world for all of them. But suddenly the huge earth fungus began to say something in its own language. It emitted a huge aura that absorbed the nearest mushrooms, and the soldiers who were watching began to feel that a huge pressure began to press down on them, as if it was pressing them against the earth. And at the same moment the settlement they were in was destroyed in one blow, and the knights who were left alive saw the monsters burst in on them. And even the dungeon boss stood nearby and destroyed everyone indiscriminately. But suddenly the dungeon boss noticed something strange near his leg, and lowering his huge snout to the ground, he saw that Ophelia was holding him down, and began to say that his skull was too high, and that he was a stupid beast and that he needed to sit down. And at the same moment there was a big explosion, because Ophelia started to act, and while she was fighting against the subway boss, the rest of the boys began to believe in their strength, and to understand that to win they should not be discouraged. And at that moment the princess began to explain to them that their task was to protect that piece of branch of the tree of life. That guy could not believe that such a small thing was the core of the magic circles, i.e., without a branch. And the fact that after 10 minutes all the protection would be removed, and the food would be covered by this fog, and their camp would be covered. And he understood that this was an important task, but to sit here and listen to the screams of their knights was a real torture. But still they decided that they simply had to endure. And the invincible fortress is a technique of Count Dan that creates a barrier that protects a building. And during the operation of this technique, and its users cannot get out of the barrier, and this defensive ability was transferred to them. Roads, generation after generation. And the narrower the barrier, the stronger it will be. They will be able to defend any barn even from a blow from a weapon of the legendary class. And the main thing is that no one can enter unless he opens the door, and he is best suited for this task. Therefore he needs to be patient until it's all over. But suddenly he began to hear someone knocking and begging to open the doors because the girl outside was screaming that she was hurt, and he realized that it was the voice of the princess. But her companion, the knight, started to say that it was impossible to open it because it could be a trap. But suddenly, the princess supposedly started shouting to open the door fast because the monsters were coming, and that they should open the door now because it was an order, and that guy couldn't take it. and he opened the door because he understood that if he abandoned the princess, he would be executed along with the whole squad. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw the elder in front of him, who faked the voice of the princess using the chameleon acorn artifact. If held in the hand, it remembers the voice of the object. If put in the mouth, the user will speak with the voice of the object. And at the same moment, the elder began to use his staff and cause a bright flash. And as soon as they looked, they saw a bright light. They stopped seeing everything in the area. But the elder could only blind the enemy for 3 seconds. But that was enough for him because he used the acceleration spell on himself. And at full speed he headed towards his target, which was motionless. It was the core of the force. But suddenly Ophelia, who was fighting outside, heard a scream. And at the same moment everyone began to shout that an emergency had arisen, and that the core of the magic circles had been stolen, and that the elder was fleeing from the camp and hoped that everything would turn out well. He began to tell the golems that were carrying him to increase their speed. After all, there were 10 minutes left before their protection would be removed, and the princess began to say that very soon the real chaos would be upon them, and that she would restore the magic with the help of a spare core. Why, the sooner the dragon, the sooner it would all be over. And Adam realized that His Highness wants them to kill the creature in 10 minutes, and that the task will not be easy, and that at least they will get a reward for it. In thinking about the reward, the princess replied to Adam, "Which is good. If you do it in time, you will finish what you didn't have time to finish yesterday." And wishing them both good luck, the princess said goodbye to Adam. But Adam stood near the lake where a blue dragon rose up behind him. And because the dragon had returned to the lake, his breathing sac was almost restored. And if left untouched, he would soon be able to fry them all with fire again. And at that very moment Adam stopped attacking and decided to talk a little. But the dragon standing behind him thought differently. And Adam decided to send him to hell and use the legendary weapon Coal of Faith, the indestructible holy table. But first Adam asked Lucius, who, by the way, can use this thing. If Lucius wants, he can pay the delay of the deposit. Well, in the end, he still managed to persuade Lucius. And at that time, Lucius began to talk to his comrades about it. That 10 minutes are like 2 fingers on the asphalt. And if they follow his order, then we can assume that this lizard is already dead. And at that moment, the elder fled in his subordinate golems. And together with his squadron, they began to discuss that they did not think it would be so easy to escape, and their hearts were still beating with fear that they could not die. But the girl sitting with the major started yelling at the other guys to shut up because it was difficult for her to maintain the mana circle. And to activate her ability, there is a condition of observing the user of the technique from beginning to end within 2M. And because she participated in the installation of camp magic circles, she was able to copy the purification circle, although the effect of it was only 50%. But the copied technique could only be used once, and besides, you need the circle not to stop to feed it with your mana for it to work. So you must hurry because you only have one chance. And the last sealed chest that is in the tower, and they wanted to seize the tree of life that is kept there and create a new kingdom. And the elder who was sitting on one of the golems began to thank the boys who stayed with him until the end. But the boys replied that it could not be otherwise because he was their leader. His invitation was part for them. Well, at that very moment the elder began to remember that those guys were attacked by monsters. Immediately after the escape of the elder elves. The guys who were in the fortified area, protected by the holy power of vengeance, looked at the fact that the elven wars were in doubt, although this was not surprising. And the fact that the elves are not as well prepared as they are, and no one is starved among them yet. And now Ophelia is one of the 10 strongest on the side of the people, and a talented group of healers who can heal a serious wound in an instant. And there is also Adam, the owner of the Black Dragon's heart, and the last one is Princess Altair. Her fighting spirit is strong. And the elder did not doubt such a situation. It was not clear to them. The flight of the elder is really such a big problem, because they now have the support of Daniel. The head of the trading company began to tell his son that he seems to be misinformed about the situation of the elves. And you cannot argue with the fact that Daniel is incredibly strong, and is even stronger than Ophelia. His mother is the queen. and yet he is not the foundation of the elven kingdom, but the elder in whom the elves really trusted. And the fact that the king or the queen of the elves are both priests and at the same time guardians of the tree of life, and the tree itself chooses who will rule, and gives the right of inheritance only to the high elves, and with the help of the tree the king connects with himself, all the elves who live in the forest, and takes control of their mind and forces them to fidelity. And this is the secret of how the elven kingdom can exist again since 2,000 years ago. And Celestia, the current queen, is called the Fallen Moon, and at birth she could not see or walk. But she was endowed with wisdom and generosity. Her body was paralyzed after the birth of Kiara's first son. But the son of the head of the trading company could not understand how she had given birth to Daniel while bedridden, to which her father replied that there were rumors that Kiara had been born. As a result of the queen's betrayal, it is for this reason that the heiress is not treated as a high elf, and Daniel is legitimately a child, and also a real talent. But he says that the queen will become the bow, and the time of the crown must fall on the shoulders of the one whom fate itself marked. And when all was well with you, Daniel's modesty did not create problems. But when the kingdom began to crumble, its inhabitants needed a leader who would bring peace and tranquility. But Daniel was not. He said that this was not his role. So, after the betrayal of the high elves, the inhabitants of the kingdom placed their hopes in the old man, who at the time was heading straight to the tower to revive the fallen kingdom, and the elf girl who controlled the golems, sitting next to the old man, did not understand if they were doing the right thing, and if they should worry about the fact that they had abandoned their relatives. But there was no way to defeat the dragon, and it made no sense to die. And they did everything they could, and Mr. Daniel did not care about them. And the fact that 4 years ago the Red and Black Moon attacked human lands and started a war, and the fact that they lost as a consequence of which valuable objects and territories were taken from them, and the fact that 3 years ago the Blue Dragon appeared and started to command their forest, and the fact that the strongest of the high elves and holders of the title of Lun leave these places to create a new kingdom. But for those who stayed, they just wanted an easy death. Every day the problem of infection became faster. The elves began to leave the forest, and Lord Daniel turned a blind eye to what was happening. And so they have to have an army of people in their territories. And the alliance between them are just words, and they have neither the resources nor the strength to resist the people. And whether they will defeat the dragon or not, and then the collapse of the kingdom, Mr. Daniel abandoned them and never understood what to do. And in vain they did not believe in him. They are very sorry for His Majesty, but everything has a limit, and they need a new faith and a new life. And after several tens of kilometers, they finally began to approach the tower. And the elder understood that at its top there is a genealogical tree of life, and the fact that they will find fruitful lands in the distance of this place and plant one is their hope. And the tree can only choose him. Then he will finally become king. But suddenly one of the elves told the old man that there was someone in the distance near the tower. Looking closer, they saw a strange creature standing near the tower, with red fur and long horns, and scratching with its huge claws. The monster began to exert an enormous pressure on the whole territory, and at the same moment the huge monster began to growl loudly. The alphas who were close to it were frightened to their fingertips. After all, they could not understand what kind of creature it was standing in front of them. And at this moment, the head of the trading company was thinking about the fact that he noticed a rarity about the high elves who went for a new life with the tree seeds, and especially the red and black ones. If they founded a new kingdom somewhere, they would not be able to gather their detachment, and besides, there is no news about the new elven states, and wondered where the fugitives had gone. But at that moment the elder, who was looking at the monster toe, began to tell his comrade that he would find out, and taking his golems out of his pocket, he threw them directly at another monster, and gave the order for one to distract the monster, and the second to take the chest. And as soon as the golems flew towards the monster, someone caught the attention of one of them. And with a loud growl it started to turn its head and run straight after him, and the strategy was standard. The monster reacted to the first golem. The remaining one left the blast family and removed the seal from the tower. and he was able to take the chest and return to the elves. And as soon as he took it to the old man, the family and he had it in their hands. They made a mistake for which they paid with their lives. After all, this chest they took was something the demon had been trying to get for several years. And as soon as the demon was able to take the long-awaited prize he had been guarding for so long, it was Red Moon Masha, the heir to the throne, who started a war with the Danakil. And she lost her mind, becoming a demon. The only thing left in her was a feeling of hatred towards the elves, usurpation, revenge, seed, and some other words, whose meaning she no longer understood. And 3 years ago, in a mysterious place, the head of the diabolical cult began to say that this was a great pity for him, who were once the strongest elves of the Red and Black Moon, making the people tremble with fear. But now they were seriously wounded, and the head of the devil cult began to say that they knew why he sent the messenger, sent for them, and began to stretch out his hand, in which he held 2 apocalypse stones that turn a person into a demon by connecting with the mark of the insect. And 3 years ago, the head of the diabolical sect began to ask his pupil if he knew that the stone of the apocalypse was a demon, that the stone of the apocalypse turns a person into a demon through the mark of the insect, that the stone of the apocalypse and the mark of the insect are the same. But why then the latter monetization has different appearance and power level for each one? And why the demonization has different success rate and qualities? And the answer lies in the distortion of the soul. Anger, hatred, desire, innate threshold, the apocalypse stone embodies all of these, and the darker the soul, the greater the power. The red and black moons must never forget their ancient beauty, and those who once betrayed them with their hatred of the elves. And after a bright flash that appeared where the highest moon stood, the chief of the devil cult was amazed and impressed by the superior transformation of the elves. And the red moon Masha, who was in a state of demonization, appeared, and the black moon Aramil, who was in a state of demonization, also appeared with her. But suddenly the chief's advisor began to ask what plans he had for them, to which he replied that there were no plans. And his job is to stir up the swamp, and making plans is the business of elves and everyone else. And as soon as the evil cult leader snapped his fingers, he began to speak, so that everyone else could see what was going on, and they rejoiced at what they were about to see. At that moment, new messengers of darkness entered the earth, and all the 12 apostles and the diabolical cult leadership were watching this. And it has been 3 months since the transformation of the black and red moons, and they all killed people and monsters. But when did the elves get used to their new strength? They realized that everything seemed to be ready, and they could move on to the next stage. This one consists of killing the blue dragon, and he will give them soldiers to help. A little later, they flew to the mountain of Kala, which was the original home of the blue dragon Orthalis. The aforementioned elves were born in the elven forest, so they knew how hard it was to fight the elves because of the tree of life that protected them, and this infuriates them. But Aldin was right. They need the power that can send all elves to hell. For example, the fact that the power of the dragon's heart can obey them. And as soon as they jumped, they flew straight to the blue dragon sleeping in its nest. And at that very moment, the dragon woke up and began to tell the 2 alphas that it didn't even know what to say. After all, it had been a long time since creatures of such a low grade had appeared before him, and why they had decided to give up their lives when they came here. But at that moment, the head of the evil sect was sitting with Alden, whose head began to ask him if he really thinks they have a chance of victory. To which Alden replied that he was talking about those 2 elves, and that they, of course, left with help. But the head of the sect understood that the blue dragon was too tough for them, and Alden started to say that the sect leader really wanted to fight the dragon, and he apologizes for not including him in the squadron. And he is right. The red and black moons are too weak for the blue dragon, and in the end they will become his snack, and there is another reason why he gave them this task. And he began to ask the chief of the devil sect if he knew that they were in the line of heirs to the elven throne, and the nickname of the strongest high elves is the moon. It appeared due to the fact that when an elf uses a perfect technique, a bright light appears behind his back with a shape reminiscent of the face of the moon, and they were ambitious creatures who wanted to become elven leaders. However, the queen became a blind and paralyzed girl whom none of them recognized, and the tree chose a new queen, and they all shouted with one voice, "Long live Her Majesty." And the leaders did not understand why they had chosen Sylvestia, because she keeps close relations with the little people, and has no idea how to rule the kingdom. The Black and Red Moons were distressed after the unsuccessful demonization. Their pride did not allow them to accept reality, and so they started a war so that their abilities would be recognized by their brothers. And it is true to say that they lost, and because of this recklessness they were known to the elven community, and did not think they had more to lose, and robbed the families of the Tree of Life. But they were defeated by their young relatives who had not yet acquired the title of Luna, and barely escaped death that time. And Alden began to ask the chief of the diabolical sect what he would do with the guy who disgraced the moon and the two traitorous elves, to which he replied that he would have finished him off without hesitation. That's what Alden thought, saying that's exactly what would happen and that everyone would do it. And at that moment a huge blue dragon attacked one of the upper moons, who in turn smiled at the huge and powerful dragon, and immediately after that the blue dragon swallowed it and its stupid smile. And then the red and black moons were ready to do anything to take revenge on the elves. And the black moon began to take effect right on the dragon's patch, and the dragon, in turn, began to feel enormous pain and regretted having swallowed the black moon. And after thousands of battles, the black moon has two abilities, deadly poison and petrification. And after the dragon eats the black moon, the poison will start to spread in his stomach, and this will continue until he dies. And in the end, they have a battle with time, or the dragon will die from the poison, or it will die from the gastric juice of the black moon, and yet the latter's goal is achieved before the end of the battle. And the blue dragon will undoubtedly go to the same place to be cured, instead possessing the most powerful regenerative power on the entire continent. Aslan is the elves' refuge in the Lake of Life, and the blue dragon was exhausted with pain, so he did not notice how Masha moved behind his tail. And such an act of the girl could be considered as an instinct, as the demonization proved to have a detrimental effect on her intellect. It was impossible, it was fate. The memory fragments reacted to the tower's energy, and Masha flew towards it. But she was unable to correctly determine the drop point, and fell directly towards the elves guarding this tower. And with her landing, Masha killed the guards. But due to the appearance of the dragon and the spread of corruption, no one knew about it. Since that day, Masha scratched the tower with her claws. The sacred water of the lake flows in her claws. She restored the meaning of various words in Masha's destroyed consciousness. And after realizing it, she lifted her snout and began to look in a direction from which emanated an enormous force. It was the abode of the elves, and looking closer and closer, Masha kept seeing it. She saw the elf queen sleeping in her bed, and she immediately began to feel the split moon queen, the split queen moon lying in the bedroom, and the blood that she felt and the thirst for murder. Insect stigma gives the devil's follower his power, and the more he uses it, the faster the first one develops, and when the growth processes are finished and the larva becomes an adult, the demonic person has an unusual ability, the ability of the insect Gula Masha, and allows it to appropriate the abilities of the devoured victim. And the technique of the elder elf was acceleration, that the original owner attacked opponents at vulnerable points, and this helped Masha to reach the place in a matter of seconds. And in an instant, she found herself in a remote elven village, and with calm and quiet steps Masha began to enter the royal chambers, where the queen of the broken moon herself lay, and Masha had only one wish, that the queen would die quickly. And getting closer and closer to her, Masha tensed up because she wanted to take care of her quickly. And at the same moment she jumped directly over the princess. But something went wrong and bright lights appeared before her eyes, and all because the queen was guarded by Ned, and with precise blows he hit Masha, making her fall to the ground, bloodied. And at that very moment, Ned began to say that he still thought why his pupil sent him to the very ass to guard the queen, because he did not know that a demon would appear. And having prepared for battle, Ned finally said that he had now dug his own grave by attacking the queen. And at that very second he used his incredible lightning strike ability. But this is the moment when there is poisoned water near the Tree of Life. An incredible battle takes place between the blue dragon and Adam. But Adam understood that there were 8 minutes and 12 seconds left before the purification spell was lifted, and that Altair asked to deal with the dragon in 10 minutes. But for his own safety, he must be finished off first, and that this raid should not end with the death of the deep dragon, because after that, through his body, the black moon will come out. Ramel is the one who desecrated the forest, and for this reason the raid failed in the past. And until the moment Adam returned in time, the boys rejoiced at the victory of the blue dragon. And as soon as they all thanked each other for their work, the guy started to tell the princess that since they agreed, the dragon's heart was now hers. But she replied that of course that was their agreement. And as soon as he approached the dead blue dragon, he decided to look at the heart. Suddenly she saw a strange energy coming directly from the slain blue dragon. He felt a reaction of rejection, and didn't understand if it was some kind of barrier, and didn't understand what was happening. After all, he had already killed the dragon, and since there was a barrier on the corpse. So no one knew that there was a demon in the dragon's stomach. And in an instant he came out of the blue dragon's belly with his heart in his hands. And the guy couldn't understand who he was and why he had the dragon's heart in his hands. But Dark Moon started laughing loudly and thanking the guys for finishing the dragon. And they must look carefully at the Tree of Life, because it will destroy this forest. And she began to ask the dragon's heart to give her strength. And as soon as they began to flee from the epicenter of the explosion, Dark Moon began to transform into a demon dragon. And as a result of the dragon heart's contact with Ramiel, its poison became many times stronger, and was able to poison the entire forest with a single wave as the princess and her comrades retreated. And the fact that the Altair team was able to avoid death. However, it failed to obtain the heart of the blue dragon, and the level of burden in the elven forest and the cereal region became so high that nothing could bring life back to these lands. And at that moment Adam, fighting with the blue dragon, thought that the raid failed due to lack of intelligence information, although of course the plan and the people in the defenses were of a high level. Yes, and in the vanguard 2 people could fight at the same time, and one of them began to say that the blue dragon has weak spots and cannot recover from wounds, and the main thing is to hit accurately and then things will go well. And as he heard about this, he agreed that it was incomprehensible. But during the battle, there was a feeling that the dragon was moving a little slower than it could. In fact, it was as if he was trying to protect something, and the one who was sitting on him at the same time realized with hell that the guy was a fool, and incomprehensibly said that the dragon had no weak points and moves normally. Although Adam realized that he could not do anything different, because in a past life this raid would have started only after 1.5 years, and then the deep dragon had an old wound, not like now. And apparently he didn't kill enough and, pulling his poison-covered scales out from under the space, this poison is one of the 72 strongest poisons there were before this Fade King. He began to thrust the comical poison in his scales into the open wound of the blue dragon, and jumping away from it, Adam told it to explode, and with the help of this new dragon language skill he was able to remotely control his own traps. He was able to store the blue dragon. But as soon as the dragon felt a huge pain in his body, he, like Adam, used the dragon language skill and ordered Adam to stop. And at that very moment Adam froze in place and could not move, and he realized that not only he, but also the water itself below him also froze in place. Even though he captured the heart of the black dragon, the human power of enslavement will never compare to that of the dragon. And he realized, like hell, that at this moment he couldn't even enter the Silver Hall, and with such a wide capture area, the dragon tongue skill can be used for about 7 seconds, but this is enough to splash fire on it. But nevertheless, in the same 7 seconds, Daniel, who was several kilometers away from his target, managed to shoot twice. His huge flaming arrows flew straight at the target. After all, a little earlier, Daniel heard Adam's new plan for him to shoot at will, and Adam was in the wings. And as soon as he fired, he realized that he had succeeded. And at the same moment, many arrows began to rise into the air and fly directly towards the blue dragon. And immediately, as soon as they hit the target, bright explosions began. But Daniel realized that this was not enough. He needed another shot. And as soon as he fired the last shot, Adam grabbed and jumped and began to attack. And swinging his huge sword, he landed more and more heavy blows. And after heavy blows, Adam still got what he wanted. And the dragon's breathing bag was destroyed. And now Adam only has to wait for the last 17 arrows from the black dragon's scales. And Daniel, who was nearby and thought about what he needs for the red comets, is 3 arrows, which means there are still 5 spells in stock, also enough for 2 ordinary skills. If he wants to kill the dragon, then he needs to aim at the most vulnerable places. But suddenly the blue dragon burst out again and began to attack Adam. But he, in turn, was able, with the help of his abilities, to dodge its massive blows. And in a past life, Adam fought with a blue dragon only once, and that time the dragon heart was stolen from an evil cult. And then he started the battle to control the body in the space of consciousness, and it took him a month to finish this battle. And during this period he adapted to the attacks of the deep dragon, and thanks to this he managed to convince him, just before he went mad. Then the blue dragon fought with him to the maximum of its powers, and immediately the dragon struck Adam with full force with its claw. And immediately after that it began to finish him off with its other huge paws. Well, Adam understood that now everything was all right and that these blows were happy to be endured, and jumped back to the nearest tree to catch his breath. At that moment, the blue dragon began to use telekinesis and to pull out the arrows he had in his body and aim them directly at Adam, who stayed in the same place and watched as huge magical arrows flew towards him. But Adam began to pull out his huge chain, which he made out of his own scales, and with the help of his dragon voice he began to command him to curl up and repel the attacks flying towards him. But immediately after the arrows, a huge blue dragon's paw appeared, and from this enormous blow the earth and the nearest tree nearby shook, and the blue dragon had had enough of Adam always disappearing from its sight. But suddenly the dragon began to look attentively at his paw, which was near the tree, and at that very moment the silver key appeared before his eyes. But it was too late. After all, Adam was already right on top of him, and, with the help of a magic stake, he attacked the blue dragon with all his might. And then Hell began to swing to deliver the final blow, and striking a huge stake with his fist, the huge blue dragon began to fly straight to the ground with a serious wound. And in the air he felt a huge pain in his neck due to Adam inflicting critical damage. Well, as soon as the blue dragon landed wounded on the ground, fiery arrows flew towards him, and Daniel realized that he had 14 arrows left from the black dragon's scales, and started firing them all directly at the blue dragon. And after numerous attacks, the severed leg began to sink into the deep lake. The blue dragon, badly wounded, began to look at the approaching danger, and although he had very poor eyesight, he still saw a dragon of a man standing in front of him with his huge sword. After all, it was not the first time he had encountered this sword, and this time he remembered that he had already fought against it. And at that very moment the blue dragon began to speak to his master Caesarus, to forgive him because the husband of Juridica, Georgius's favorite sword, the dragon slayer Graham, defeated him again. And 1,000 years ago, when they thanked Georgius for freeing their master, and the fact that he could not leave this place and could not free him, and Georgius told Artalis to leave. After all, as a servant of Caesarus, he cannot forgive him for his murder, and now he must flee to hell. After all, if they meet again, it will kill him. An immobilized blue dragon bled at the very spot where he was attacked, and Daniel and his companion saw that it had stopped moving, and she started to tell him to keep aiming and finish him off quickly. But Daniel replied that he didn't need to, because he was dangerous. And right now the tree of life began to tremble, and at that very moment the blue dragon began to scream loudly, and to release the enormous power that was imprisoned in him. And tell Adam that Georgius is a dragon slayer, and that he did not know that his words were an oath. And in that same second the blue dragon began to pull out the sacred stake that was right in him. And with snot in his eyes he said that he could not forgive him. And immediately after these words he began to pull out his severed paw directly from the bottom of the lake, and said that his life force would become his sword, and that he would avenge his master and do his duty. And in that very second the blue dragon was ready to fight Adan for life and death. Standing like hell, he saw that he used the dragon's tongue to convert his life energy into strength, and that meant that he would soon meet his end. and it was even better that way, and he let him attack. But Adam realized that he only had 12 minutes of dragonization and 1 dragon's breath left. But none of this mattered now. After all, the blue dragon in front of him has a death weapon created by the dragon's tongue, and absorbs vitality and defense, and increases attack power. And the fact that Adam needs the right decision and concentration to avoid it. And having gathered all his strength, Adam decided that it was time to act seriously right now. And the fact that in all other cases everything else will be useless. And now, he only needs combat power, and with the help of his draconization ability of a fierce dragon, which consumes a huge amount of mana to enhance the draconization effect, and all of Adam's physical abilities increase by 200%, and the duration of the draconization is reduced even after the end of the draconization states, the ability temporarily enters a state of hibernation, and the remaining draconization time is forgiven from 15 to 3 minutes. And in that same second, the blue dragon began to attack Adam with his severed hand, with which he made a weapon. But the hell that was in front of him was prepared for such an attack, and taking the right stance, he started to counterattack. And their weapons clashed, causing an enormous magical power to begin to crush everything that was near them. And continuing to attack and defend, Adam realized that their forces were now equal. But suddenly the blue dragon, waving his weapon, sent all his magical power to the place where the tree of life was. And immediately it split in two, and the elves in the distance noticed it. But Adam began to remember the words he had said to his master in a past life, that the combat technique of the flow of the royal tiara lies not in the complexity of the movements, but in the understanding and control of the flow of energy. If he feels this flow, he can release colossal energy based on a small one, and defeat a superior enemy. And as soon as the blue dragon waved his weapon, Adam in that very second jumped into the air and began to fly straight towards him. And being in the air, Adam realized that now everything was moving, and streams like water flowed from one vessel to another. And if you understand the very power that flows like a great river, even the leaves of the trees will become his weapon. And after this perfect attack, even the greatest dragon will be defeated by him. And after the strongest attack Adam carried out, he began to turn his head because he began to hear strange sounds. As soon as he turned his head, he saw something shiny appear in the belly of a huge dragon. But Adam couldn't remember what it was sticking out, and wondered if it was a bone. But no, it was some kind of strange weapon. And at that very moment he remembered the words of the guy from his past life, that this dragon is an old wound that hasn't healed, and this is its weak point. And in that same second, Adam moved and started to fly towards the blue dragon, which tried to attack Adam until the last moment. But suddenly Adam realized that the dragon was trying to escape from him, and that it was again trying to escape underwater. But Adam didn't want to just let it go, and started to bind it with his magic scales. And the tail sticking out of the water was literally wrapped in Adam's scales in a second. But Adam still didn't have time, and the dragon began to pull him underwater. But while he was underwater, Adam was still attacking him. But suddenly a strange wave began to pull Adam to the side, although he didn't understand what had happened. And the fact that the dragon underwater began to twist in different directions seemed to want to confuse Adam. And the worst thing was that the dragon was able to hit Adam several times with its tail, which made Adam feel pain in his body. And the elf girl who was watching this suddenly jumped out of her seat, saying that she couldn't give advice while the dragon was in the water. But Daniel pulled the bowstring and began to ask his mother and father to help him, and directed the arrows he had just shot to fly straight at the target. And the arrows shot by Daniel flew straight towards the Tree of Life, and the head of the trading company who was watching this attack could not understand if the dragon had dodged, but he still realized that he had hit a tree. But Danielle kept shooting with her bow, which only had 8 arrows left, and she realized that if she managed to hit the Tree of Life, it would start to crumble and fall straight into the water. And so huge chunks of the Tree of Life will be able to crush a huge blue dragon that is underwater, and in turn, Adam, who was close to him, began to move away from the piece of wood that was close to him, and approaching the same place he saw outside, the weak point of the deep dragon, and starting to swing his sword, he decided to put all his speed and strength into this strike. And as soon as he hit the target, the dragon began to experience enormous pain, and his strength began to leave his body. so he began to let go of his other hand, which he had as a weapon. And then the dragon began to remember about that conversation with Georgius, about what he told him, that as a faithful servant of Kaiserus, he could not forgive his murder, and therefore he could let Georgius go. But if he appears again, he will kill him. And that day Georgius lowered his head and told the blue dragon to forgive him, and pulling out his sword, which was stuck in the ground, saying that he can't just leave, and that, as a knight of the Princess of the Law, he has orders to save her from unnecessary problems. And that same battle with Georgius was short, and the blue dragon was careless and missed the blow. He felt a great pain. He realized that this man cut off his horn, and immediately after that, he staked the finger of the White Queen. This stake was made with the bones of the first queen. It put a seal on the powers of the target and imposed the effect of a curse that could not be dissipated, and the duration of this curse was 10 years. And began to talk about the fact that since she hit him with it, a seal would be placed on his strength, and he was to sit in his lair until the red dragon calmed down. And if he had not stained his hands with the blood of the Kais, if he had not known to the end the secrets of this world, then they could save their friendship. He felt sorry for the fact that he could not go back to the past and change everything, and the fact that their paths would never cross again at this time. The blue dragon, everyone remembered, that it was 1,000 years ago, and the fact that the person who is attacking him now, this guy is not Georgius, and the one who is following him or has been following him all this time. And now he sees it clearer than ever. This is a new dragon slayer, and inside the stomach of the blue dragon was the dark moon, who realized that he no longer felt the dragon's life forces. And at last it can come out, because now he is ready to get the heart of the blue dragon. But as soon as he appeared, Adam was already close by and was able to pierce it with his sword. And without understanding what was happening, the dark moon began to fly to the side. But Adam didn't want to let it get away from him and started swinging it again, and striking even harder blows at it. So the dark moon flew at full speed straight towards the Tree of Life, and with the help of his silver key, Adam was able to move the body of the deep dragon into his subspace, and realized that now the dark moon could not merge with the heart. The catastrophe that occurred in a past life was caused by a surge of energy, due to the improper absorption of the dragon's heart by the dark moon, and those who absorb the heart must be equal in strength to the dragons, such as the dragon itself, or a demon of the highest level. But Black Moon was not one of these, so he could not withstand the power that fell upon him, and died on the spot. And after a while, the dragon's heart and the Ramiel magic stone ended up in the hands of the chief of the devil sect. And approaching him, Adam began to ask him if he was happy watching from the underworld how people died, how those who survived lost their homes and were condemned to hunger and suffering. And is he happy watching the cult that betrayed him? That cult that has taken over the world, and like him, will soon be crushed and driven out. But suddenly Dark Moon began to respond that he smelled the smell of a dragon, with the smell of a person. And this is interesting. And when she came out of the dragon's belly, she expected to meet elves and not men, and he didn't think that the dragon slayer himself would appear in front of him. Only Dark Moon wanted to tell him that she was glad to meet him. Adam, without thinking about it, started to attack him, and was able to bind him with his chain, which was made of it. And immediately after, Adam jumped into the air and started attacking him with the help of a huge sacred stake, and drove it directly into the place where Dark Moon was tied. And immediately after that, he grabbed a part of the sacred stake with his huge hand, and was able to spin it several times. But at the same moment, he noticed something strange in the place where Dark Moon should have been. It wasn't there, and he really dodged. He thought like a madman. But suddenly Dark Moon's voice was heard in the nearest tree, and he began to tell Adam that he could really think that he had cornered him, and that with his actions, he was only showing his weakness. And the fact that it is dangerous to attack an enemy he sees for the first time, because he might counterattack. And the reason he acted so fast is that there is a time limit for the dragon's strength of 1-2 minutes at most. The real one in front of him realized that he was damn smart, and there are still about 48 seconds of draconization left. And besides, due to the side effects of draconization, he will fall asleep immediately after the time expires, and dragonization consumes too much energy, so his body won't be able to withstand it. And now there is no time and energy and need to force him to use the same. But suddenly, the Dark Moon decided to make an offer to Adam if he gives him the dragon heart. Then it will save his life. After all, he is only interested in his brothers and sisters and does not hate people. But Adam immediately started using his dragon tongue and told Dark Moon to be quiet. And suddenly Dark Moon realized that he had limited her movement with this spell, and of the fact that his legs were not moving, and he could not go anywhere. And Adam, meanwhile, raised a huge stake and began to fly towards him with all his power. And immediately there was a loud explosion by Adam's power. But it turned out that not everything was so simple, and Adam realized that he had to act differently. After all, his opponent was capable of using a barrier, which is why he didn't break through his defense. And the Dark Moon revealed to Adam that he hadn't finished speaking, and how one could interrupt the speaker mid-sentence and launch into an attack. But Adam ignored him and started to think about the fact that he used dragon language. And now his state is as if he is going to faint and his body is almost flaccid. But now only one resistance is enough to take control of him, and with the help of the Sword of Light, the sacred objects take the form of the sword, and those who do not have the right to use the sword are burned from touching it. But when there is permission to use the Goddess of Light, all restrictions are removed. But suddenly Adam heard strange words that he was not allowed to use, and at that moment, his hand began to catch fire. And immediately afterwards the other hand caught fire, because he was holding the Sword of Light. But Adam could not understand why he used it before, and whether it was magical power or physical training. Now he is in no way inferior to himself from the past, and all this is because of that remnant of magical energy, or there is some other reason, or the Goddess of Light betrayed his. And at that very second, Adam began to fall off his feet. And the Dark Moon realized this and thought this was even for the better. And as soon as he removed the barrier, he realized that now, after having removed his petrification, his movements were limited, and he couldn't fight, and the only thing left for him to do was to drag out the conversation. But the fact that this guy tied his holes was his mistake. There is an attack he can perform without moving his deadly poison, an ability that the Black Moon used when he was a high elf, and then understood it with the power of the demon, and raised it to the absolute. And this is me, DVT, bought a unique ability from the Dark Moon that condenses the surrounding user, creating a poisonous spear, and is sharp enough to pierce the scales of a dragon. And in a second, as soon as Dark Moon threw his spear, it began to pierce Adam's body. And as soon as Adam felt all the pain, he screamed at the top of his lungs. And seeing this, Dark Moon began to laugh out loud because he heard it was a beautiful scream, and such a cool moment, and surpassing him in strength, and forcing him to obey the dragon. And he see how they collapsed in pain. A real spectacle, this feeling of superiority, and no wonder he became a demon. And he would like to stay longer and look at his artificial work, but there is so much to do, and it is time for him to finish this. And he will kill Adam, and this will be his mercy, and wishing Adam easy and the way to hell, he began to prepare for the last attack. But suddenly Dark Moon started to hear strange sounds, and huge tree roots began to emerge from the lake and pierced Dark Moon's body. So he started screaming at the top of his lungs. But Dark Moon didn't understand what had happened and thought, "Are those tree roots?" But the real Adam standing next to him began to ask, did the Dark Moon not understand that this was the root of the tree of life, which he poisoned with his ability, absorbed all the poison from this earth? And now the tree of life and the lake have been cleansed of filth, and the Black Moon's magic stone, which the sect leader got hold of in a past life, with the help of it, then turned the poisonous mist into a weapon, and the original owner of the magic stone must also have had this ability. So he pushed the Black Moon to use it, and the effect of absorbing the poison is the fastest way to cleanse the forest, and the lake is the only place where there is still poison. But the main thing is that its concentration is practically imperceptible, and if this happens, the forest will begin to recover. Initially, he planned to do this after finishing the battle with a single blow of the light sword, but he did not think that everything would turn out so well. But thanks to the tree of the world of life, And at that moment, Dark Moon decided that she needed to quickly spread the poison, but her heart was wounded. Her mana was not gathering in her body. And as the Trevs protected the elves for centuries with its roots spreading throughout the forest, and as the tree protected him, he did not understand how powerful it was, and the fact that he, who did not know gratitude, was not distinguished by intelligence. He would now find out why he lost. And at that very second, Adam waved his hand and said that finally the Dark Moon, that it was time for him to go to the grave, finished him. And immediately Adam found the magic stone of Ramiel crystal of the demon power, with a powerful poison, and having processed it, will be able to use the power of Ramiel, the Black Moon, and its pipe's corpse. The demon is impregnated with deadly poison, and each part, after collection and reprocessing, can be used for various purposes. Even before Adam's message was delivered, the rearguard had already perceived it, and the fact that the Tree of Life had finally been lifted up meant that the Blue Dragon had been defeated. And the wizard who controlled the golems repeated that the Blue Dragon had been defeated, and that they had the dragon heart, and all that was left was to deal with the remaining monsters. And everyone unanimously exclaimed hooray for the fact that they finally succeeded. And the princess who was on the battlefield finally heard that they had succeeded, and that victory was theirs. And she began to say that if Adam listened, then this was the rejoicing of the people. But at that moment Adam fell asleep and flew straight to the lake. But when he came to the lake, the roots of the trees came out to meet him. And as soon as the tree roots were able to catch A at home, who was unconscious, the huge and mighty tree began to thank the little dragon slayer for helping him. And now it will help Adam to recover. And at the same time a bright light appeared inside the tree roots, which healed itself and Adam. And at the same time inside the forest elves' abode, Ned saw the roots of the Tree of Life begin to be reborn. This meant that Adam had triumphed. The rosy-haired Ned, standing near the slain Red Moon, thought about the fact that he did not know if he could earn his bread, and at last received his own martial art. And who knew that this demon has the ability to copy the skills of others, and the fact that he lost too much blood, and now he doesn't have the elixir. And if he fails to restore his strength with the help of the flow of ki, then it will come to an end. But at that moment I noticed something. It was the sacred vine slowly approaching him. And suddenly a voice was heard from the queen's chambers, and she began to tell Ned not to be afraid because she uses the vines as limbs. And the fact that he protected her completely defenseless. Now she is indebted to him. And the fact that she got up with the help of her vines. Her name was Silvestri, and she was the queen of the elves. And the fact that she smelled blood, I realized she needed treatment. And he can get close to her, and she can heal his wounds with her magic. But at this moment Adam saw his memories of what he was told, that his father is now farther away than the stars. But he can find what he was looking for if he goes with her. And she wants to raise him in a safe place where everything is peace and calm, unlike his father, and if it was worth it to give him to that person because his mother doesn't know any better. And she asks for forgiveness because she couldn't protect him, and Adam must take the sword, and he will have to defend himself. But suddenly Adam began to come to his senses and realized that it was only a dream, and that it had been so long ago. But having opened his eyes fully, he could not understand where he was and how much time had passed. But suddenly he heard a voice telling him that 72 hours had passed in 18 minutes and 29 seconds, and that he had better not move, because his body had not yet recovered. And Adam is now in the space surrounding the bosom of his stem. And his Yggdrasil Tree of Life he wanted is an illusion created by his mind. But Adam, looking at him, still could not believe that this really was the Tree of Life. After all, in the past, after an unsuccessful raid, it wasn't possible to save the Tree of Life and the Elf Queen, so he never met with him, but heard about him from Doriel. And the Tree of Life began to say that only his wife saw him in this form. The incarnation cannot leave this body, and the children have never seen him. But suddenly Adam asked, "Can he really read minds?" To which the Tree of Life replied that he only reads the signs. If he feels uncomfortable, he can pretend as if he doesn't know anything. But for Adam it was very strange because it is visible in front of him, dead eyes, and he can't feel his emotions. But the Tree of Life answered him that this state of alertness and anxiety is empty, and that it has no intention of harming him, only to thank him. And immediately after these words, the tree of life began to give its fruit to Adam. And he had to eat the concentrated fruit of its juice, and it would help him to regain his strength faster. And he had to go into sleep for a week, but thanks to the treatment, he woke up in only 72 hours. He was bound by the dragon's tongue and poisoned so he couldn't move, but he could see it through the children. And he helped him and helped his children, and was able to protect his beloved wife. Bilateral agreement according to which both parties fulfill their obligations to each other. And this is the order. And he is the one who established this order. But eating the fruit of the tree in hell, he couldn't understand what the hell was going on, because he didn't understand anything, and it was really that he helped him, and he should thank him. And that Adam definitely feels hostility. And the fact that in a past life, Daniel once told him that his father is a demigod, and one who is close to the Almighty but not able to compare with him. And the fact that now everything was in a fog, but Adam could not ignore the words of this creature. If he could conclude a deal with him, of course, profitable for him, he liked the bilateral agreement, and Adam decided to ask, but the balance was equalized with a deal? The tree of life told Adam that he still does not know. Not only woke him from sleep, but also the dragon's heart. And the side effect did not disappear. And then Adam realized that the tree of life saw through him, and the tree of life kept saying that was another one of his abilities, because Adam's body was in such a state that it was necessary to reconfigure it all the time with a 10% increase in power. However, perhaps his heart had already increased to 23%, and after defeating the demon, his body should have simply collapsed. But he restored it over and over again, so that it is strong enough for another dragon heart. And now the cups are leveled. But they won't talk about it because he is offering a new deal for the dragons. And the tree of life will connect his body to the deep dragon heart, and in return, he will fulfill their request. So now using 90 years, 8 months, and 27 days, 12 hours, and 11 minutes, 49 seconds ago. That day when his life was just beginning, he heard someone's voice, "Get ready." And in time he realized that the voice meant that he understood what his mission was to wait for, and the reason for his existence. And he had to change the air around him and spread magic, and with its warmth he purified the water of malice and primitive hatred. His brothers had to do the same on other continents. For 1,000 years, this world has changed. It has become fruitful, and its lands have been mowed, and a race of people have appeared who have become his brothers and sisters. The weather was warm, and his mission was to be accomplished, and he waited, but suddenly a small, warm child appeared. It was his son. And thanks to the master, the princess was the happiest. And at that moment she swore that she would betray her mission at any cost. And at that moment the tree of life began to tell Adam that it will connect him to the heart of a deep dragon, but he must fulfill his request. And Adam decided to ask for what he wants to ask for, and it must be something incredible. But not everything was so simple, and during the ritual he would be completely helpless and could not trust his life to anyone. And Adam decided to find out what he was up to. And the tree of life began to ask Adam how he would die in the future. How he would die in the future. But Adam was surprised by what he had just heard. After all, he watched his actions and he does everything. He will know what will happen. So he investigated him to find answers. And the first thing he suspected was a connection to that woman. But he was wrong. She is just a page out of his history, and he thinks he has not heard from her the secrets of the universe. In front of the bright and precise memories of the apocalypse, and a face he recognizes among thousands of others. And no doubt prophecy or prophetic dream, Adam can see the future. But Adam thought about the fact that he interprets body signals to read thoughts, something similar to the skills of jurisprudence and Altair. And then it makes no sense that he lies and began to say that everything is true, because his future partner destroyed the great forest and soon died without being able to neutralize the poison. And it is not necessary to say that he came back from the future. If it is a time jump or prophecies, the fact of knowing the future will not change, and the meaning is different. If he learned about it, there would be no benefit. But the tree of life realized that he was still hiding, most importantly in response to his caution, was not surprising, as he thought he would die before the end of the world, and such an outcome was to be expected. and if he saw a future in which he would live to the end, and the fact that it would not have been possible to save him anyway. And as soon as the tree of life raised its hand, Adam noticed a familiar seal on his hand, and it looked like a promise ring. A pentagram of spells engraved on the back of the hand to enforce a treaty. It's a certain part of the seal, and they are similar, but he would say that his seal is cooler. And at that moment Adam's head began to split. But the tree of life told him not to look too much, and now his mind can't take it. And for all his affairs secrecy is necessary, therefore much cannot be told. And the fact that he and the 7 dragons are creatures bound by a mission assigned by the Absolute, and as long as the seal is upon them, they cannot free themselves from their destiny. But Adam knew that it was a mission that could not be abandoned. That is why there was no choice but to kill the blue dragon, and when the end of the world comes, the surviving dragons will lose their will and begin to destroy everything around them, and as in this world, they will become servants of the devil. That is the future he saw. And suddenly Adam began to ask about the tree of life. He really means that when the time comes, it will be against them like the dragons. But the tree of life never doubted his mission and never felt any value in this world, and just did what he had to do. But something happened. And then when the queen asked him why he doubted, because she had always been waiting for this day, and she didn't know if she gave birth to a child, how long she would remain in this world, because of the weakness of her body and the ability to hear the voice of the soul. For her, the memories of the lonely moon with the Lord is a dream that never occurred to them together, and she is not afraid because it has come true, and all the time she can be greedy, and with the help of the cup of conception, a special cup given to the king or queen of the elves. If you drink the juice of the cup, a new life will be conceived, and the queen asked her not to use it on her. After all, she wants a child, but not like this. And this is the fruit of the love of a man and a woman. She asked her master to teach her love, and that woman taught him the value of life and the price of love. And Adam must now understand that because there is no other choice. And Adam began to remember moments of his past life, and he was with the princess. And the tree of life began to say that it would give him strength and provide him with all the help possible so that he could avoid the apocalypse. But in return, when the time comes, it will kill him so that he will not harm his wife and children. And this is his real request with no ulterior motives. But soon Adam, calling him a jerk, thought about the fact that he even thought of threatening him with a dragon's heart or Ramiel's magic stone if they didn't come to an agreement. But now he seems like a bad person. But if the tree had ulterior motives, he could have easily manipulated his body while he was unconscious. But he didn't, and Adam realized that he could be trusted. And for his part, everything went well, and the tree of life began to say that his beloved princess was still immature, and that to transplant the blue dragon's heart, he needed more experience. This would take a long time. If he carried out the ceremony, he could accelerate his plan. And Adam decided that he would leave the heart transplant to the mighty tree. And soon Adam also needs to resolve what the mighty tree of life did for him. And this is the space within his mind if he cannot overcome the dragon's mind. Here, even if the heart transplant is successful, his body may collapse, or the dragon will take control of him. And when he fought with it in his previous life, it took a month, and he wondered how long it would take this time. And preparing to fight, Adam began to hear a voice coming to him. And that voice began to ask Adam that this is his final form, and that he is quite well. But as soon as Adam saw the one talking to him, he was very surprised. And the girl started to ask why he was so surprised, fighting with all his strength. And this is because he is not familiar with his other form. And now the Dragon Slayer can come up, and it is enough for her to be on knives in this oral form. She will serve him tea. And at that very moment, Adam realized that the blue dragon was a girl. And at that moment, Daniel started to tell the other boys not to worry, and that now Adam is with his father. But the princess, along with the other boys, couldn't understand with which father. And is it really with the tree of life? And the tree of life didn't swallow Adam and what was going on. But Daniel couldn't understand why they were saying such terrible things about the fact that the tree swallowed him. And Adam is probably healing his wounds right now. But the president of the trading company thought about whether it was possible to leave everything as it was. If Adam was captured by the tree and became its hostage, then they had another headache. But Daniel thought that another force uncontrollable by Adam was inside his father, the dragon heart. And then maybe when Adam comes back, then he will be a completely different person. But now Adam was telling the blue dragon that it was an honor for him. And who would have thought that the great dragon would show him his other juiciness, because in his previous life he hadn't seen this. And any creature feels more comfortable in its original form, and changes in appearance occur in the following circumstances: when the enemy is superior to it, and when the enemy is equal or inferior in strength respected, or when trying to deceive the enemy. And he does not think this is the third strange thought, but he is not one to deceive someone. The blue dragon began to tell Adam to take this as a tribute of respect, and although she was weakened by the poison, Adam was still able to defeat her. And besides, this space is filled with the energy of Kaisares, so she is very comfortable now. And one can't help but respect the one to whom the owner transferred his power. But at the same moment, bright sparks began to fall in this space where Adam was sitting. Black dragon arties appeared and began to say that he didn't recognize the person. And at that very second, Adam tensed up because he didn't understand what kind of crazy fight this was. And fighting in this space, the consciousness is in the past, and for some reason, he became stronger, but this power was unstable. He could win only because the crazed dragon's mind was unstable, and the way he remembered the past. The fight against the blue dragon who told him that, for some reason, fighting him makes him feel better, and he is amazing, and it's a pity to kill him, and he will heal him, and they will take a break, and then continue. And for days that repeated endlessly, this dragon beat him half to death, healed him and chanted again until he defeated him, and after he woke up, his fighting skills improved a lot, so in a sense he can be called his master. Well, still, Adam couldn't understand why all his mentors, who constantly beat him half to death, humiliated and insulted him, were so monstrous. But suddenly the blue dragon began to ask Adam why he had that tortured face, and if something had happened to him. But Adam angrily answered him why he was having so much fun. But the blue dragon answered him because it should be otherwise, because the body was freed from time, and her mission was over, and she would be at the owner's side before the other brothers, and she could only observe his actions. And besides, her battle was worthy, and she could leave with honor. But for some reason, Adam began to think about what he had in his past life, and where it was said what it is said. Working with the hands reveals the character of the soul, whether it be the tip of an artist's brush or the fingers of a musician, and the sharp points of his swords, the training, the character, the time, the masters he studied from, the life he sacrificed for the sake of greatness. All this is the soul and cannot be hidden or concealed. And the fight between the blue dragon proved that he was worthy, and that his body would not be better to entrust his body to a worthy one. And this boyfriend, the blue dragon, thought about the fact that in this man there was a sense of tenacity, experience, and overcoming, and she could not understand with whom she could have fought before. And now she hopes, and who knows, maybe this person will go where he never could, and he will not need to train for this. She will be afraid together with her master, and she will transfer her power to him. And yet he must control her to use the fullness of her power. And she will watch because she is very interested in his end. But he must not change his life for every little thing. Well, Adam would never have thought that the blue dragon would agree so easily, and he is grateful to her for buying him time. After all, he now has his hands full, and he doesn't know what he saw when they crossed swords, but he roughly understood what he meant, because Adam, like the blue dragon, could not live as a weakling. And this life was over with a sword in his hands, and he would not hate himself. But turning around, Adam asked the blue dragon if she liked any food other than tea, because he would cook some and serve it at the funeral ceremony. The blue dragon replied that there was no need to ask, and that he could choose as he liked. And at the same moment, a bright yellow light appeared on the tree of life and illuminated the whole surrounding area. And immediately roots appeared from the tree and continued to advance further and further. And the princess, along with her companions, began to turn their heads. and they saw someone coming down towards them. It was hell coming out of the tree with the help of its own roots. And she began to ask her friends why they were all standing here. And the princess was the first to answer that they were waiting for him. And as soon as Adam jumped from the roots of the tree, he immediately found himself in the arms of the princess. And so another part of the old god was transferred to the new owner, and the future of this world changed even more. Not at this time in the Temple of Light in the 4th Parish there was a conversation about why there was still no news from Cardinal Alden, but the knight answered that he would send someone else, but suddenly another knight started to run to his commander with a leaf in his hands. But as soon as he opened the sheet and read what was inside, his face immediately changed to anger, because he saw that the sheet said that his Lord Alden had been killed, and that there were rumors that very day that some people were talking about it, that there were rumors and they thought it was true or not, that Alden's knights also disappeared, but others heard that they were dead, and in the 3rd district where they were sent, and the fact that the whole 3rd district was killed by the Holy Son Lucius. These knights ranked 10th among the 10 strongest. Because of religious matters, the saints were not in the top 10. But if the Holy Son defeated, their place in the top 10 would now be in the hands of another terrible person. And at that moment, the entire 3rd district ran straight to the princess's castle, which was located at the top of the hill. And at the same time, in the temple of the angel, the place of power, the place of powerlessness, the place of the absolute saint, detached from everything while the place of the King of the universe is empty, the swords of those thirsty for it will cross, and rivers of blood will flow to the earth. And at the end of the last 1,000 years he will appear, to save them all from imminent death. And inside the princess's castle appeared a huge sword, which was held by one of the guys, and this one was called the Destroyer of Destiny. And the knight who defeated his opponent began to laugh out loud and say that this was very boring for him, because he had already won here, and now he is worthy to meet the princess. And while Adam was inside the Tree of Life, everyone was busy. Yggdrasil, cleansed of poison, sent the activation code to the beginning, mana, and with the help of his roots, which he planted along the reservoirs, stored and filtered the water, and distributed magical energy into the air, and so the surrounding area began to cleanse itself, and the survivors destroyed the remains of the monsters and headed for the Tree of Life. And when the princess, along with her squadron and her faithful knight Ophelia, returned, they saw something incredible. In the capital of the elven kingdom of Elpenheim, everything began to bloom, and a bright white flower appeared, and most of the elves began to sob aloud and rejoice at the same time. After all, they did not think they would ever return to this place. Ned appeared behind them and said it was too soon for them to rejoice. And as soon as the elves turned around, with great surprise in their eyes, they saw someone they did not think they would see at that moment. Their queen appeared before them, and they were incredibly glad that she had woken up. And Daniel and his sister could not hold back the tears from their eyes, because they finally saw their mother. And at that very moment they ran to her and quickly embraced her. And soon after, the search for the stragglers who had disappeared during the fighting and the forced march began. The treatment of the wounded and the burial of the dead. Both the garbage collection and the need for manpower were great, and it was impossible to assign all the responsibilities to Yggdrasil, who was already busy clearing the land. Besides, this hustle and bustle helped everyone to get over the doldrums, and their home was definitely here, and the threat of the blue dragon disappeared, and hope returned. But this respite made everyone realize the monstrous damage that was unfortunately necessary for victory. And by the time the past was abandoned and the tragedy understood, the Blue Dragon raid was officially ended by the princess and the queen. And that day the queen began to thank Princess Altair, and felt immensely grateful to the Danakil lands of the Temple of Light, and to Lord Adam who saved the elven people from extinction, and will always remember this. The great elven forest will henceforth be an ally of Princess Altair for centuries, and will sign the pact of non-aggression, just as much as they received from them, and taking advantage of this opportunity. And the son of the head of the trading company realized that this was it, and received the answer to the question he had before preparing for the raid. After all, then he said that elves and people hate each other, and it is not only difficult to organize a paradise in such conditions, but also have to worry about whether the members of the raid do not tear each other's throats and whether it is too early to go on a joint hunt. But the princess then replied that she thought it was even better. "'Tis not for nothing that they say that every crisis is an opportunity, and it may seem that now the situation is not the best, but you have to look to the future, and your goal is to get the Elven Kingdom and the lands of Donatil." But then he didn't understand, was the princess getting ready? But her father, the head of the trading company, told her no. In Donegal, Polaris was treated as a hero because he drove out the Black and Red Moon during the war, 4 years ago. But when the Donatil lands were poisoned by the poison, Polaris did not help. He said he had no strength left and sold all his bonds together in the Donatil. In other words, Polaris came to the conclusion that this situation could not be solved. Donatil was abandoned to the Alphas. It was even worse. They broke diplomatic relations with the people long ago. So where do they get allies to help them? And the princess said that this is their chance, and they will help them, but not as people or members of the royal family, but as Princess Altair, and they will use this opportunity to reduce the influence of Polaris, and for the sake of victory in the war, that will start very soon. And so the power of the elves, of the abundance of food in the granaries of the Danakel, and the restorative power of the Lake of Life will be in their hands, and this is the goal of Altair. And everything went better than expected. And the Queen of the Elves initially had similar goals to them, and now that the Queen has awakened, she will control the Alphas using mind control. Those connected to the Tree of Life would not betray them again. And as soon as it was over, they all together started to celebrate this victory and decided to drink. And when the fun was in full swing, young Noel somehow suddenly turned around and started to walk away, and Daniel realized this. But he couldn't understand why she was leaving the fun and victory day. And a little later, he saw that she was sitting on the steps near the entrance to the banquet hall. And approaching her, he decided to ask her what she was doing here alone. But she, wiping away her tears, asked him, "Why did you come and why weren't you enjoying yourself?" To which he replied that only Lioran had run away. He threw an apple at her, even though she told him not to throw it at her to eat, and then immediately decided to sit down next to her and eat the apple she was holding. They immediately got into a conversation about how hard it was for them to believe in all that, and that it had been less than a month and a half since Adam had appeared in the great forest, and he had already killed the dragon and given them back their home. And who would have thought that this day would come? And thank God that Mother and the Tree of Life were also healed, and now they can return to their duties as the Queen's prow. But suddenly Daniel asked his little sister what had happened to him all of a sudden because he felt anxious. But she decided to grimace and stick her tongue out at her brother. But Daniel didn't understand what she meant by all this, and she kept saying that if he finds out, then she is going to leave the forest. And a little later, at 1 o'clock in the morning, someone was sleeping and someone couldn't sleep because of the worries. And Adam, passing through the alleys, was going to a place where they were waiting for him. And approaching the princess's door, he realized that he still had important business to do. After all, behind that very door was the princess in her nightgown. And at that very moment, Adam began to knock on her door, to which she, with a reddened face, started to turn her head towards the door. And before that, everyone wanted to catch the princess, a talented and beautiful girl of noble birth, and wherever she was always surrounded by stares, who said that for the sake of their princess they would get the stars in the sky, and that they would protect her at the cost of their own lives. And although the princess understood that they were talking nice, all these cowards would have fled immediately if they knew what she really wanted, and from whom she would need to be protected. After all, even in childhood, she realized that there would be very few people willing to follow her, and the people who supported her were really good people. She had never experienced a passion for the opposite sex. And the fact that she will be alone for the rest of her life, and she has already decided on this, she does not need a loving man, but his sharp sword. And when she was still small, and saw her brother who had killed someone, and was covered with blood, and when he reached out his hand to her, and started to turn into a huge demon that chased her, but she ran away as fast as she could. And that day her life ended, and when you set a goal like victory over your enemies, superior to her in everything. A sense of unaffordable luxury and love can only be a weakness. She needs to find a man who will lead her to victory. A marriage of convenience, she thought. But one day, looking out of the window, she saw the same man, who was effortlessly dealing with enormous, and she was surprised when she saw Adam, who also looked up and looked her in the eye. But at that very moment, the princess's companion looked at the empty barrel and realized that it was a huge and pathetic failure that the barrel was empty. And Ned, who was sitting next to her, started to question her because he hoped she wasn't going to say something stupid now. But he turned his head. Ophelia began to say that the princess had changed since Adam appeared, and that, of course, she was not always at the princess's side. But now they spent all their time together, and when she saw them, the princess always said that she had to talk to the elders, and that for now she had to control the situation, and in all this time she couldn't understand what was wrong with Adam's face. And in the same way, in the next few days, the princess said not to worry, because the Tree of Life protects them so they are completely safe, and besides, now a party is being celebrated, and she should drink and have fun, and there is no need to accompany her. And at that very moment Ophelia began to sob loudly, because she understood that she and the princess had grown up as sisters. And now she no longer needed her, and she was sitting here all drunk and abandoned by everyone. But Ned, who was watching her, was thinking that he did not see what was between them. Iskra crossed, and he just does not like Adam. And a little later, Ned told Ophelia that he should help his pupil now, and she should drink first, and tomorrow she will feel better. Or now it is much more important for him how things are with Adam, because he should be completely fine. But Adam was still nervous, and as soon as he got to the princess's room, and standing near the door, he remembered the words of the princess who told him that if he could defeat the dragon in 10 minutes, then they would continue their conversation. And now he didn't understand if he had time, and that then he was excited. But what would happen now was still the princess herself, and who knows what she had prepared. And where they stopped yesterday and earlier, Altair used the mob to interrogate him. So he talked about his past life, and they kissed so much he lost count. So that same atmosphere was created between them. And when it almost became the same, they still had to stop, and Adam was sure Altair had feelings for him. But from his point of view, it had been a little over a month since they met, and he couldn't love her the same way he did. After all, she had no memories of the past, and standing by the door, he realized that this could be considered a courtesy, albeit an annoying one, and he would later demand compensation for it. And whether it is strategic planning or examining the heart of the dragon, this will be an important event, so that he could calm down. But suddenly the door began to open in front of him, and what the hell he saw was beyond his understanding exactly that night. After all, he saw the door opener who was dressed in her nightgown, and at that very moment she began to straighten her hair and look Adam straight in the eye. Looking at the princess, Adam realized that he could count on something after all. But the princess did not understand what to do. After all, she thought a lot about what to say to him, but she couldn't remember anything. But he knew that today there would be little conversation, and began to approach her. And at that very moment he kissed her near the entrance of her room. And for her this kiss was very sweet. And when Adam laid her down on the bed, the princess thought that she would be alone all the time until the end of her life, and love would pass her by. And she believed in that. And on the 44th day of the blockade of the 3rd district, an extended barrier prevented anyone from entering. And suddenly the nun woke up because someone put his huge sword near her head. And that man began to say that he was coming for another matter, and that she should say who had given her that poison. And the next day, Daniel, who was practicing archery, he remembered that when he was 15 years old, he was told that his mother was conscious for a while. And during that time, Dariel was born. And then his mother told him that his sister was born with a different destiny, and that she would have to leave the forest. And what his sister told him last night was that now was the time that she didn't want to leave alone to follow Adam. It would be interesting for her to leave. Maybe she could meet Fade. Daniel realized that all this was really true, but then why was she so sad at the banquet? After all, she is still worried about the rumors. La Maldita and her eyes, those dirty hairs. And there is no doubt that this child, is the fruit of the love of a man and an elf, and for that the queen was punished, and the life force of the forest has dried up, and this child cannot stay in the forest. But Noele, remembering all this, became very angry and began to shoot with great speed from his bow. And as soon as he hit the target, he heard a voice behind him that was astonishing. It was his mother, the queen of the elves, and he didn't understand why he was going outside because it was cold now. And then she started asking him, "So what?" He felt her presence and she hoped he wouldn't interfere, but Daniel answered that he was about to finish. And the queen went on to say that her father said he trained every morning, and she wanted to hear it in person. But Daniel was very happy to be with her, and that his mother woke up and his father came back several decades later in incarnation form, and he is grateful to Adam for all of it. But suddenly the queen asked her son if he was too nervous when he was shooting, and his flow of magic power seemed to get stuck somewhere here inside his stomach, and he had enough accuracy. He should shoot a little more freely. After all, he doesn't fight alone and must rely on his comrades. And as soon as he touched it, Danielle immediately saw when Adam fought a huge blue dragon. And the queen went on to say that therefore, to become the next moon, in addition to training, she needs to do something else. She said that she must leave the forest with her sister. But at that moment, the head of the trading company was running down a long corridor, and as soon as he reached the door of the princess, he began to say that he had an urgent message. And suddenly the door began to open and Adam started to come out. And he asked the head of the trading company what had happened and what the urgent message was. But the head of the trading company didn't understand why Adam was here. But suddenly, he changed abruptly and began to say that he congratulated Adam, but that now something else was important, and that he had to wake up the princess, otherwise he would miss the meeting. But Adam noticed this seal that was on the envelopes, and a little later they all sat down at the same table. And as soon as everyone gathered, Ophelia, holding her head, began to feel her hangover. But the princess began to apologize for the previous meeting. And before we begin, she wants to tell you something. There is a matter that has been settled by agreement with Queen Sylvesti, Kiara and Daniel. These two will become the new permanent members of the group, and everyone should welcome them. But Daniel, along with Kiara, immediately got up and started telling the princess to take care of them and to study hard. But Daniel was glad he didn't let his sister go alone, but Kiara had no way of knowing that their mother had a similar plan in mind. And besides, when he went to see his mother this morning, he didn't understand why his mother was giving him this. After all, it belonged to her. But he replied that Kiara would remember what he told her then, and the fact that she was born with a different destiny. Someday she will have to leave the forest and start a new life. She is the last family of the Tree of Life, and she must cultivate it, and such instructions from the Queen of the Great Forest of the Elves, the future Queen of the new generation, coming out of the great forest to grow a tree and found a new kingdom, is the only way through which her species will be able to survive hard times in the future, and she is the only one who can do it. And she was born as an empty vessel capable of containing the power of the new tree. And although she has a weak connection to the Father, her fragility is a gift, and she is the miracle that she and her father dreamed of, and she was so happy, but at the same time scared that he would tell the truth that she didn't want to hear, that the rumors would turn out to be true. So she tried to walk away from the conversation, and suddenly she realized that her mother and father, that was what they wanted and what she was worried about, and now she is grateful to them. And she won't let them down. Not now. And now Daniel was completely sure of what he was doing, because his goal now was to protect his sister. Immediately the princess began to say that they showed perfectly well against the dragon, and now they are. To see them, and it is good to hear that another of the 10 strongest will join them. She will treat them as full members of the group, and they will have to attend the meeting and do some responsibilities. I will not be able to request anything but through official documents, and they will support them with supplies of information and manpower. And now they will move on to the main issue, and the fact that now the chaos has started on both sides, and she does not even know. But the head of the trading company raised his hand and asked the princess to explain. And first of all, this letter from the headquarters of his body located in the 3rd district. And as everyone knows, St. Lucius, having conquered one of the 8 great intractables, the tomb of the vile princess, completely sealed the 3rd entrance to which he himself belongs. This is a smokescreen created to hide the true location of the heart of the dragon. But he who sits in hell thought about the fact that he understands that no one knows that he has returned in time. That's why everyone believes it, and the first Lucius absorbed the dragon heart and is now stopping, and the second secretly sold the dragon heart and destroyed the evidence. And the third, he never had the dragon heart and is just trying to buy time to correct the situation. And whichever option, investors will go crazy if the dragon heart was sold at auction and would have broken the record for the highest price in history, but it was most likely gobbled up or destroyed before the appraiser arrived, or it just appeared in the literature and didn't really exist. In any case, the court process dragged on for several years, and even the temple of light that was used. The dragon's heart and the bait to collect huge investments and offerings will not be able to evade its responsibility. Therefore, a team was set up to protect investors who fear losing their profits. And the financial board of the Chrome Board, which wants to shift the responsibility to Lucius, but is also an investor in Lucius' party. And the Western Group for the management of papal relics, which was sent to demand the return of the legendary object from Sir Lucius Calvera and the Iron Maiden Gertrude, the commander of the sanctuary of the 3rd region, who investigated Aldin but did not make contact. And, hearing rumors that Aldine and the twin knights were dead, the adventurers came to challenge Lucius to compete for the place of the 10th strongest after the twin knights. And they all shouted at him to open the door and give his money to the swindler and come out to fight them. But Ned thought that the combat effectiveness of the 3rd region was threatened as many soldiers died during the assault on the tomb. And once the real siege begins, even the holy will not last long. And suddenly, he asked the head of the trading company about another letter, and could there be anything more serious than the situation in the 3rd district? But he replied that the letter was from the steward of Lindell Castle, and a certain gentleman held a marriage duel on behalf of Ophelia, and even a winner appeared. The weapons he used are known to all, and are closely related to them. Requiem is a legendary sword known as the weapon of the swordsman John Howe, number 1/3 of the strongest men on the continent, and at this time in the castle of the Altair estate began to say that they were waiting for Sir Adam, and they thanked him that he had come quickly, and that person was waiting for him right here. And Adam understood that the Requiem sword he had chosen as his last weapon in a past life. But the one who has this sword is now the last student of the Erdius sword, and this guy is very strong. And when Adam got to him, he asked him where the princess was, and who the hell is he breaking into this room? But Adam knew that since this guy showed up, it means he's the first in line and maybe he should kill him right now. The 10 strongest on the continent. This honorary title originates from one of the greatest knights. And 5 years ago in the capital Cain, Sir Lucas was congratulated for his victory because he was able to defeat the king of the mercenaries, and he not only had good command, but also an excellent one-on-one fight. And everyone asked him how it felt to be the strongest in the continent. But he began to answer everyone that he was not the strongest. Of the countless strong opponents he had faced so far, if we exclude the sons of the holy god and the saint, as well as the demons and monsters, he would still be 6th. And if we add the mercenary king, he was 9th. And the 3rd Lion King began to ask him who were those 5 people in front of him, and he was also interested in knowing who they were. And Luke began to answer once His Majesty asked him which was the most powerful. The sacred sword. John Howe, 2nd Master of the Tower of Magic, Great Wizard Henry III, Temple of Heaven Knight Blessing Roland IV, you are the true flame in the wilderness of fear. The 5th wizard swallowed from the talking forest. The 6th was the 7th, Daniel, the son of the forest. The 8th, Dominic Mace Vera, from the Temple of Light. The 9th was Ladies, the king of the mercenaries, whom they called their rival. And the 10th, the twin knights of the Hugh clan, the 2 as one. Before Adam left for Lindell, Sarah Lucas was envied by many knights, and the list of the strongest she announced spread quickly, and all over the world they began to challenge them. Momentum was quickly gaining because there were so many rivals. They became legendary, and this list became known as a ranking of the strongest continents. This is the origin of the 10. The ranking has not changed for 2 years since Ophelia defeated the Gemini Knights and became the 9th, and after the mercenary king was executed for treason. Daniel remembered that he once fought with a human knight, and during the conflict at the edge of the forest 7 years ago, he was strong and that he was very famous. But it seems he was much weaker than Adam, and the list is somehow incorrect. And Ned, no, this list was compiled by 5 years ago. At that time Adam was growing up, and he still controlled the information, and under close supervision is much more difficult to navigate. And whatever the principle is, now in order to make a name for yourself, you need to defeat one of the 10 in public, and you need to take possession of the thing from one of the 10. So it's unspoken rule. And in a past life, Adam began to remember that the chaos began after the appearance of Erdris. And after his words, the master died and gave the sword to the vacant place in the top 10 of the strongest. All kinds of fighters came out, and around the same time Ned was officially put on the wanted list for stealing the heart of a black dragon, and he doesn't even want to remember what kind of madhouse he started. Therefore, the master of the sword, who claims to be the last disciple of the sword saint, is a legendary figure that almost no one has ever seen, and most likely he is lying, and then did something much more urgent. John Howe is the most feared by the devil cult, because he is capable of destroying all their plans. Sacred Sword John Howe, another name Ma. Elba Larine, the title of the White Queen's distant past. This was the true identity of the White Dragon Mnemonic, this master who taught her the ancient magic of Medea. But the nun sitting at the table at the meeting heard about it for the first time, and wondered how she learned such magic, and how a princess is expected to gather everyone around her. But Daniel could not understand if Juan is not a man's name, or that people have a different name. But his sister heard that people have an ability to handle the ball called, and it is probably a pseudonym, or a distortion of it. I am the only thing that is hers. And the son of the head of the trading company started to say that if this is a white dragon, and was not killed by a black dragon 1,000 years ago, and so it is written in the books. But the princess replied that he was not dead but sealed, and every 100 years he sent an incarnation to find and educate talented people. And the problem is that the incarnation of the teacher left 6 years ago when he finished his training and came back to his body, and then why this man claims to have been training his sword saint for the last 6 years. And Daniel's sister understood that this was a lie, but the princess, of course, knew that this was not a lie, and a man named Erdius was actually a student of her master, and she learned of this from Adam. However, if she does not suspect, it will be unnatural to her character, and therefore here are those who know that she was a pupil of the dragon. The only ones who know this future are her and Adam and Sir Ned. It will not become dangerous if anyone else knows of the future. Therefore, speaking as naturally as possible, we must lead them to the right conclusion. But the head of the trading company started to say that the problem is in the sword, and it doesn't matter if the sword is a fake. But what if it is a real requiem? This is a sword with special properties, and no one except the master should have it. So with him, for a mating duel there really will be many eyes and rumors can't be avoided. And what is more important is what is the probability that the sword is fake. And I realized with hell that the timing was interesting. And the princess told Adam to speak up, and he clenched his fist. Adam said they would think about it from the point of view of the devil's remote control and the plan to steal. The dragon's heart was stolen, and the Gemini Knight was killed, and the probability was 1 in a million. Mythius was taken to the cult, and the information of the third transition came directly. And who would miss such a cleverly matched party? And while the people of the diabolical cult doubted the others in the first place, the blades of doubt would be directed inward. And who will be under suspicion, and won't try to find a criminal on the side to prove his innocence, and will not think that Ned got this far alone, and the number one suspect will be, of course, but someone will want to check other options, and you may begin to wonder if there is some other dark figure who would have influence comparable to the influence of the demonic cult leaders, and would be cunning enough to manipulate the saint and Ned. to successfully pull off something like this. And at that very moment, the princess says that this is exactly the case, and then she falls under suspicion. What Adam means is that this sword and the swordmaster student are separated, and that they may be in a trap to lure the princess. And all this is true, because it is suspicious that it appeared at such a time. And now it is dangerous for the princess to go to the estate if a way to check the authenticity of the ball. Adam asked the princess. Well, what did she answer? That they say that this sword reacts to the dragon's heart. If Adam comes into conflict with it, he will understand immediately. And then the decision was made, and now Adam will go to the princess's estate. If the sword is real, he will return it. And if it is a trap for the princess, then he will take care of everything. And that's how he got to Lindale before sunset, and how he stood in front of this guy, who started asking him who he was and where the princess was now. But Adam, looking at him, realized that in reality, the rumors about this guy should have already reached the head of the cult, so there shouldn't be any problem, and it's true that the head is afraid of the sacred dragon, but for some reason. And suddenly the girl who was sitting next to that guy started shouting that Erdi had won the combat. And at the same moment she started to get up from her chair and approach the Adam. And they immediately made eye contact as if they were about to start fighting. This guy immediately started thanking the master because he told him that here he could fight strong opponents. And immediately upon arrival, he made a great catch. But suddenly Erdi suggested to change the place. Or he can fight here, he doesn't mind. To which Adam replied that it was great though. He followed him like a dog, and with the help of his dragon tongue skill, Adam started to give orders to that guy, and immediately fell face first to the ground, unable to understand what had happened. He moved on his own, and literally a minute later, Adam was walking down the hallway, and that guy was walking on all fours behind him like an obedient dog. But now the girls didn't know what to do because Erdi had been dragged somewhere, and an unknown spell had been cast on him, and they needed to help him. She saw the look on the man's face, and he was clearly dangerous. But the other girl replied that there was nothing to it, and that Erdi would win, and that they should not interfere, and to remember what happened in Risha's castle. And when she approached Erdi and told him that a whole month had already passed, and that she had stopped him in this castle, and that he had to go and see the princess, the mentor somehow wanted to, and the fact that he replied that everything was fine, and that he would visit him later because the monsters were still swarming around, and how he could go, and the fact that he single-handedly defended Rich's castle from the monster invasion, and with all his bad character, he was still a good person. And with each new creature he fought more and more fiercely, and marginalized without food and sleep. And when the last low-grade beast was killed, he got to the boss and took care of him, and the battle lasted a whole week. To be more precise, I was just messing with him before killing him madly at that time. And it's true he's a nice guy, but his madness in battle is scary. And in the end, after destroying the monsters in 3 adjacent territories, Baron Risha thanked him for protecting his lands, and he is only 18 years old, and he is already so strong, and he must marry his daughter, and he knows his target is Princess Alter, but he will make sure that so he won't regret it. And then Erdi remembered the princess and started to tell the Baron that he would leave, but the Baron stopped him and told him to take his daughter with him. And to put it simply, Erdi is stupid and only knows how to fight 3-4-5, and in a fight he is like a mad dog. And as soon as they finished the conversation, they decided that they would sneak up and watch what was going on. And at that point, Adam drank water cooled with magic ice. But suddenly Erdi began to gain strength, and jumping up from her seat, she was still able to free herself from Adam's curse. And as soon as Adam looked, he realized that he had freed himself from a simple command in Polish followed him. And normally they say it would take 30 minutes, but he was able to do it in 12 minutes and even half a minute. And Erdi began to tell Adam that he had surprised him. After all, he didn't think he would be under the influence of a person's dragon tongue, and he missed these sensations. He missed his mentor. And suddenly he started asking Adam if he was from the dragon clan or the owner of the heart. And at the same moment, Erdi started to use his ability, the cradle of the earth, this ability of a white dragon that howls the earth, and you can hide anything in the subspace of the earth. He went on to say that it didn't matter the answer. He didn't care, because the master said not to feel sorry for those people. His name is Erdi, disciple of the Holy Sword John Howe. But Adam began to think that there were 3 reasons why Erdi was much stronger than other outstanding masters: innate talent and good artifacts, his mithril armor and the silver lion treasure made from the bones of a white dragon, and eliminates the effects of cold, heat, poison, and curses. And thanks to this ability, he was able to fight dragons without a dragon's heart. Adam already had the artifact and decided to test his skills, and began to say that his sword was Requiem by reference. This is called Gram, and this is a dragon sword made 1,000 years ago, and recently fresh dragon blood flowed along its blade. And Erdi, seeing this, tensed up because he did not expect such a turn of events. And pointing to himself with his index finger, he said that here was the dragon's heart, and pouring cold water into a glass, he began to tell Erdi that if even a drop fell from the glass, then he had won, and if so, then grandmother and the dragon heart would become his. To which Erdi replied that he agreed. If he wins, he will give her his sword. But Adam said if he wins, he will come up with a nickname for him: pale-faced puppy or just mongrel. And after spending 12 minutes freeing himself from the charm that bound him, even half-breed would be too respectful for him. And at the same moment of all the words, Erdi started laughing, and immediately attacked Adam, and they clashed with their swords. And Erdi during the fight began to say that if Adam lost, he would become his dog. And after the long attacks carried out by Erdi, he saw that Adam was defending himself with only one hand, and it was not bad to handle a huge sword with such dexterity. But Erdi decided to end this battle right now, and started to use Lion River. It was his unique ability that temporarily increased defense by enveloping the body in magical energy and reduced all physical and magical damage from attacks by 50%. But suddenly Adam hit him with his huge sword, sending Erdi flying to the side. As Erdi flew up into the air, he realized that he was starting to bleed, and with great force and speed he smashed into the nearest rock. And immediately afterwards there was a huge explosion, as he hit a huge rock, and everyone watching this saw that Adam had become stronger since their last encounter. But then Erdi jumped up and started flying in the air straight towards Adam, shouting that the force is fine and he likes it. After all, this is the real battle he expects. And as soon as he got close to Adam, they clashed their swords again, and the ground beneath Adam's feet began to move away from a huge explosion. But as soon as Erdi felt that he was prevailing over Adam, and that this was definitely a real battle, a hand, or rather a huge paw, appeared behind Adam. And as soon as it swung, Erdi realized that now the end would come for him. And a huge paw pressed Erdi straight down to earth. But Erdi could not understand what had happened, and when he had managed to use such power, it was too hard for him, and he couldn't move completely and pull out his sword, as if something was pressing on his whole body. But Adam stayed in the same place, and it was his ability that dragonization materializes. The real dragon form of this incarnation inherits the power of him. The unique property of the dragon and his size and abilities are proportional to his power, and the current manifestation percentages are now 23%. But at that very second, Adam began to use his telekinesis ability, and began to lift Erdi into the air. And as soon as he lifted him higher, Adam started to remember that when he met this guy in a past life, he was already number 1 in the top 10. His talent and skills make him a prime target for recruitment. So he decided to test him a bit. And this is not the level he remembers, and some event must happen later that will trigger his growth. But thank God the idiot of a child who can't sit still for a second. If he were to leave Lindal Castle and meet her, he would not be able to control her with his power. And this time everything will be different. And the first terrible enemy since he left the master, and the reason to become stronger. And now Adam is the future owner of his sword. And the fact that he won it this time, and who is the boss here now, the half-breed. 6 years ago, the time allotted to him was coming to an end, and the white dragon began to apologize to Altair. But he could no longer teach him and would have to search for answers without his help. How to improve the magic and how to defeat that man. And as soon as he moved and began to fly in another direction, it has been 25 years since the appearance of the incarnation, And this time we managed to hold on for quite some time. The shadow of destiny was approaching, and perhaps changes were taking place in him, because he made too many mistakes in the teaching of gifted children, but among them there were those who did not go halfway. Altair, good thing he found her, and to save this world, she is willing to give her life for the last hope of the human race. She was so happy that her wounds never healed, and she hoped she would not be alone when she reached her body. But suddenly the body of the white dragon began to be dragged to the ground, and she didn't understand what was happening, and she didn't understand where her soul was being pulled to. Is it really a trap? After all, she couldn't resist it, and at the same moment she collapsed to the ground. And soon after that she lay motionless on the ground, and a boy noticed her and began to approach her in this way. The soul of the great white dragon, who tried to return to the main body after the end of the incarnation time, and was transferred to a mental state, and did not understand why she was short of breath, and why she was suffocating. But suddenly a child picked her up and began to squeeze her small body, which was in the huge hand of the lizard. This child was happy and picked her up because he had finally found his dinner, and the fact that for some reason she got into the body of a little lizard and was caught by a little boy, and almost got eaten. And thanks to these events, Erdi became a student of the master, and the master taught him the art of the sword until the end of the life of his body, and 6 months later she was gone and left him a sword with armor and asked him to help the princess. And it is he who goes back on his words after the duel. And now Adam can order him anything, and he will definitely do it. But Adam realized that this is a very smart guy, and that's the way it should be. And there is only one reason why Erdi is acting now: thirst for a fight. A born fighter who became a disciple of a dragon can die of an ordinary brace here on Earth. Erdi thought he would go crazy, whether it was defeating a boss, a battle with a knight, or a simple thief. It all became boring. And was battle really something so ordinary? Wasn't it something exciting? And now that the master is gone, where can he feel that thrill of battle again? That's what he thought every day. Well, he finally found the answer in the face of Adam, who was sitting in front of him. And Erdi realized that this guy was just playing with him and didn't show his true abilities. And he wants to know what technique he is hiding and where he got so much strength from. And he wants to fight him again, and he wants to win. And at the same time, Erdi started to ask his mentor if he had a dog that would scare away the thieves and take care of the sheep. But Adam replied, is he really asking him to play and asking him for a piece of meat? To which Erdi replied that it would cheer him up and make him play his role better. Stretching out his hand like a demon, he told her to come closer to him and slapped her face. And giving him a slap on the horse's head, he said, here is a piece of meat. And from such a blow, Erdi flew backwards and crashed into the nearest rock. And Adam replied that he was a mentor and let them keep their distance. And approaching him, Adam said that judging because he said the holy sword is the white dragon and can no longer command incarnations. So what he heard is the last will of the master to help the princess. And the guy who carries out the master's will so recklessly risked his life in a duel. The real man nearby was thinking that Adam himself had the heart of a dragon. And a little later Adam began to tell Erdi that he didn't like him, but that his opinion meant little, and that to leave him here or not was not for him to decide, and that he would keep an eye on him. And the last thing Adam told him as he instructed his hand was that he needed a bodyguard. And 2 days later, at the Temple of Light in the 3rd District, many warriors were gathered near the castle. And Ned, who was watching all this, saw an incredible sight, and they all belonged to different organizations. But still they joined together. Ned saw that among them were quite a few people from the sect. And diabolical they must be mystery cheerleaders and devotees, or their departments have become one big devil's-ass lovers club. And lest they think of speaking openly, now they cannot make this pronounced demonstration. The real siege will begin only after irrefutable evidence is presented. And so said Adam. And the father, stupid idiots, they cannot even do anything against the snails, and the feint must be carried out at the right time. It is better for them then. And these two came here as an advanced detachment, and Blood is to monitor the military situation and relay information with an ally, including Lucius, and a man of dozens of forces, and a speed player specializing in stealth, Theoretically, this is an ideal selection, but there was a problem. They did not understand how long they would have to walk hand in hand. And before leaving the great elf forest, once everything was ready, the function of the bracelet was improved, so that even if they wore them one at a time holding hands, they would experience the same stealth effect as if they were wearing a pair, and so said the Tree of Life. But Ned did not understand if it was necessary to do this, and that Ophelia would ask the princess to send her alone to the advanced detachment, and that would be enough. But the princess replied that they had already discussed everything. And it is not just a war. It is necessary to prevent the infiltration of people with exceptional abilities, like the Smiling Girl. And the fact that Ophelia is the only one who can recognize the Smiling Girl is simply irreplaceable. However, as containers against the invasion of the Third District, having set all sorts of traps with the help of magic items from the tomb of Juridica, it is now almost a dungeon. Earlier, I asked the princess who helped Lucius to create this dungeon, to which Ned replied that he knew what and how it was set up. And after that, the princess said she would wait for his return, and they could go to the Third District. Yes, she still does not know what will be waiting for them there, so at least before entering the temple, they should not let go of each other's hand. And a little later in the great forest of the elves, the princess said that the magic tower and the inhabitants of the Danako territory are in the great forest, and the 5th Squadron of Healers also remains in the great forest and helps with the restoration of the fighters. And one of the 2 magicians was surprised because she had not lost the recommendation of the aristocrats of the capital, and that this was now their chance. And if they managed to befriend the Elf Queen, they would gain respect not only in the Danakot Academy, and the fact that the princess said that she thinks they will need magical tools for a raid against the Ice Dragon, and can she make them for her? To which the young wizard replied that of course she can, and the princess can look at the drawings to find something suitable. And the queen also said that if they use her equipment, the efficiency of their production will increase. And this is a great opportunity to show her talent to the people of the Magic Tower, and if she loses it, then she will no longer be called a magician, and she will be faithful to them until the death of the princess. And as the workforce is not enough, she will also have to be busy with the work. But at that time in the castle of Lindal Erdi cried a lot, because the helmet was made by a white dragon for a student. And if you cast a spell in the language of the dragon, its form changes and the training regime now forces you to obey the orders of the Thors who control it. And he thought that after the death of the master, he would no longer experience the training mode. And how the hell did Adam know the spell to change the mode? And why even cut so many onions? But Adam, standing over him, told his half-breed that the speed had slowed down, and that he had to do all this for real. And with the help of a drop of lion's blood, Adam could give him orders. This is a jewel built into them Silver Lion relay helmet, and in training mode it separates and becomes resistant to the control and punishment function of the location tracking order. And after that, I'll give it to him. He realized that he can now exhale, and as long as he has a drop, he can control the actions of Erdi. Will not be able to act on their own. Pure battle fanatic, such is the nature of Erdi. But that's not all. A few years will pass, and this boy will demonstrate another talent. And as a result of the fact that many people trusted Erdi but didn't realize it. And when his end came, Erdi decided to take responsibility. And if he does such bullshit again, and tries to ruin everything, then he will have to be killed before it's too late. And Adam's responsibility remembers all this down to the smallest detail. And preparing the food, Adam began to understand that his detachment should have already arrived in the Third District, and he needed to hurry to finish the preparations, and also to meet the guests. And one question can only be solved, then they can go to the Third District. And why? During the battle with the Black Moon, he could not use the light sword. And if it was because of the limit of his abilities, he should not have used the lessons when he met the cult leader. And more importantly, the voice that he will not allow. He must find out why, and he will not enter the temple until he finds out. And pulling his weapon out from under the space, he began to approach Erdi. He asked his half-breed if he knew how to handle anything other than a ball, to which he replied that of course he could. And suddenly Erdi lit up because he thought Adam was going to give him one of the two weapons. But Adam at that very second hit him with the same weapon he had in his hands. And as soon as Erdi fell to the ground after these blows, Adam realized that the young man was still better and told him to take the hammer and play with it. And as soon as they went outside, Erdi began to tell him that if he came out of a tree, he should use the hammer and cut out of it a piece that looked like a small mouse. But it wasn't clear to Erdi what Adam meant and what other piece he was thinking of. But Adam went on to say that he really couldn't, and that others could, and that really he can't do anything without his knife, and that really he can't control his powers. But Erdi started to reply that he hadn't said he couldn't, and that he would do it all now. But Adam, as soon as his back was turned, said to check in a few hours what kind of forgery he had come up with, and that he should not even think of leaving the territory of the castle, and that with the help of an order in chaos training mode, it is impossible to go beyond the designated areas. But Erdi could not understand how Adam knew about these tricks. But Adam, grabbing the food, began to tell himself that it was time for him too, and with the help of the silver key, he began to move to another place. But now in the Temple of Light, the third entrance to the canal dungeon, Ned and Ophelia were walking quietly hand in hand, and realized that the Temple of Light, the third entrance, was a huge building in size. Strong walls, holy protection thanks to food reserves. This fortress could easily survive a running siege, even if the city gates were closed. This time the devil cult, in particular, in order to prevent the smiling girl from entering, the passage was completely sealed so that not only people, but even letters could not enter. However, it was impossible to completely block the sewer drain. The most suitable way for sabotage was in the sewer. And reaching out his hand, Ned began to enter a magical place. The maze-creating tool expands the force field, deforming the space in which no one can enter, unless he knows the method and brought it from the legal spring. So the wizards will not have problems, and the place of this facility is also hidden. And the method of entry is the same as you said before, Ophelia. They just have to dance. But I continue dancing. This stupid dance, Ophelia asked Ned who set such a condition, to which he replied, Adam, and she said that means there is no point in killing him, and she will take care of him. At the next meeting after this dance, the conditions were met, and they started to move on to the next condition of standing at the indicated point, and after standing for about 10 minutes, Ned told Ophelia that he would kill Adam. And as soon as they got to the entrance of the fourth couple dance, they stood in the same position for several minutes, and Ophelia started to tell her partner that she would kill him if he did, but Ned replied that he thought so. But suddenly she stepped on his foot, and after that, a bright light appeared in the same room, and what they saw they could not understand if it was the entrance to the canal, and the fact that she stepped on his foot, and they would have to do it all over again. But at that moment, Lucio was in his room, and someone held a knife to his back and told him not to move. He answered for you that this was not bad, and he put a lot of effort into making the door. But he was still able to get in, and many tried to get in, but he was the first to get that far. Turning his head, Lucius asked him what business he had with the saint.